What's up, fam? Going live, playing some more Sons in the Forest. I love this game. They added so much cool stuff to this. I made me on a houseboat last night. Been working up on that.
Like, the support for Israel is very much generational. There's a fun fact about Iran is that Islam is the fastest shrinking religion there, while Christianity is growing the fastest. Soon the government will no longer represent the people. Is that really true? Like, here, remind me about that after I finish this, because I'd love to look that up and find out the data for that. Let's finish the video, because I keep getting distracted.
Paralyzed by the horrors of World War I, they were determined to avoid war at all costs.
Yeah.
And they got the worst war ever. They adopted a policy of appeasement. They closed their eyes and ears to all the warning signs. That failure to act resulted in World War II, the deadliest war in history. It claimed the lives of 60 million, including 6 million Jews.
On me, a houseboat in the middle of nowhere.
After that war, the Jewish people and the Jewish state vowed never again. Well, never again is now. Today, Israel has shown that we have learned the lessons of history. When enemies vow to destroy you,
let me adjust some stuff real quick.
When enemies build weapons of mass death, stop them, as the Bible teaches us.
Where are people saying 271K? Oh, is that like the
pop up Asmongold's World War III video too?
Of Jews that got killed. Is that it?
Picture.
Yes. Okay.
Spinopias.
Someone who comes to kill you, rise and act first.
Oh, it's already on.
This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since. Be strong and courageous, he said. Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves,
I got a pistol rail.
Many others, and we roll back a murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future. May God bless Israel. May God bless the forces of civilization.
Zero. Set the pistol on 0.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean...
How much ammo do I have? I don't know.
I mean, they clearly... I mean, this message is for us, right? It's not for the people of Israel. It's for
so this is a houseboat, yeah.
During a press conference in L.A., Senator U.S. Was forcibly removed after he attempted to confront Homeland Security Secretary.
I'm not sure how far you can go.
Handling of several criminal cases, the confrontation led to a situation where security personnel intervened, resulting in the senator's removal. Both sides are expected to release statements. So this shit literally just happened, right? So he started crashing out right now.
Let me see how far you can go in a houseboat.
I have questions for the secretary.
Google it.
The matter is a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your heads off.
How far can you go on a boat, Sons of the Forest?
He puts on a show whenever he's in the room. And he's trying to do this for the camera.
Hey Google, how far can I go in a houseboat in Sons of the Forest?
Off camera, and he believes he's off camera and he's leaving. He immediately...
In Sons of the Forest, you can traverse the water bodies of the island with a houseboat, but there are some important considerations. Navigable waterways. You are generally limited to the lakes and coastal areas of the island. While the map is quite large, estimated to be 3 by 3 kilometers, you can't just sail anywhere. You'll be restricted by land masses and the general geography of the island. Speed and control, houseboats can be slow, especially if you're playing solo. Some players have reported difficulty steering, particularly with the 2-paddle design, as Kelvin, your AI companion, might not always be effective at assisting. Building on houseboats, you can build structures on your houseboat, allowing for a mobile base. This doesn't seem to affect its movement speed. No off-map travel. Like in most open-world games, there will be invisible boundaries or areas where the game world simply ends, preventing you from sailing indefinitely into the ocean. So while you have a good amount of freedom on the water, you're ultimately confined to the game's designated playable areas and natural water bodies.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Google.
No, I'm just bringing it up. You're not bringing it up. You're trying to bring it. You're painting a narrative. Everybody knows what you're doing. Don't play games with me. It's not. Well, what are we doing?
Alex, I have questions for the secretary.
Everybody knows what you're doing.
Because the fact of the matter is, a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your.
What's up, Jacob?
And you can see, obviously, as soon as the cameras were off of him, as soon as they
See me? I'm on a houseboat.
immediately knew how to act.
Look at my flesh armor. It's so gross. Look, I have a dude's face all squishy on my arm. This game is so gross.
And I think it's I mean, I'll be honest. You know what I really don't like about this is the fact that he didn't throw hands with the cops. Because like I can respect a guy. It's like
This is a perfect time to have a houseboat in the middle of winter.
If you want to start wrestling on the floor around with people over public policy, I would say, damn, okay, this dude is really like he's in it. He's in it, like he's ready to go to work, right? But like this guy he's out there to fight for you, right? Actually, yeah, he'd taken charge, but nah, bro, he immediately roached out the second the police come. Man, he's not trying to do this at all. Fuck, that guy's built as fuck. Yeah, exactly. He ain't about it. No, he's not.
I can't check my DMs. I'm paddling right now.
No, it's not that it's a bad idea.
I'll
Obviously,
check them tomorrow.
Obviously, it's a big deal. Is being wrestled and
Check them when I start looking at the weather.
From the press conference. Yeah, this guy. Let's see if I find another angle about this. Absolutely unacceptable, outrageous behavior. Assaulting a sitting senator. Imagine they treat everyday folks in a dark night. Federal agents are not above the law.
Do need to make sure I can see the radar in case we get a tornado warning late at night.
Wait, is this a? I don't even understand. Like, wait. So wait. So she's trying to wait. So
Houseboats.
That the police were wait.
And make sure the radar. I can see the radar. So we got no severe warnings at all right now. Sweet.
I hit myself in the head a few times so I can understand this. Oh my god. Who is
I don't know why it won't let me boil salt water.
Wow, it's a tribe? Yeah, it's not a tribe, it's a circus. And what is this here? Forcibly removing a
Ice
United
stuff.
States senator from a press conference is disgraceful.
Oh, the rioting.
Barging into a press conference as United States senator is disgraceful. The stunning lack of respect here is shocking. The United States senator, never seen a U.S. senator shoved around like this by law enforcement. Yep, and that's the way it should be every single time. Because if you're
Is there any rioting in Oklahoma happening?
that you're a citizen. Homeland Security goons manhandle a senator. Had enough yet? No, I'll have enough whenever he goes to jail for doing this and being violent, trying to resist these people. Then I will have enough and I'll be happy. That would finally, I would finally think, you know what, maybe things are starting to do this. You have somebody that's coming in here and being aggressive like this, their heads off of the public U.S. senator. Now, I see a lot of people are trying to act like this is this is like some kind of victim thing. Just crash the senator who was forcibly removed. You don't just get to walk in somewhere and start yelling at people just because you're a senator. Didn't that dumb bitch that, what was it? She was at that ICE center the other day. Didn't she just get charged for 17 fucking years?
Some
Or not charged, yeah, charged.
oysters. Oysters give me a little bit of water.
See, these people love to say that nobody's above the law whenever they're trying to arrest Trump on some bullshit fucking tax thing. But the moment that somebody goes and makes a physical, threatening appearance in front of, again, this is a big dude, and he's talking about doing this to a woman. And look, listen, like I'm an equal rights kind of guy, but at the same time, like I mean, this is you're I'm also against men and women's sports. Okay, and why is that? Why is that? It's because men are bigger and stronger than women. So you go into a woman's press conference and you try to push yourself in there, aggressively do that. This is aggressive, dangerous behavior. Nobody wants to do this. It's embarrassing. What the hell is going on? Do we know what was said? It doesn't matter what was said. You're not supposed to walk in there like that. That's the reason. So,
The spider. Did you see that spider?
Want Trump dead, crazy people? Yeah, I don't know. What's this here? What was the conference about?
Speech is loaded with oysters.
Secretary is higher on the ladder than a senator. It doesn't matter who's on the ladder because the entire ladder is under the law. Everybody should be under the fucking law, right? The only person that's not under the law in a way is the president because he can pardon things, right? He can pardon other people.
I need to run up here to get water. There's a running river up here I think I can get water out of.
And that's the way the rules
Just hope I don't get attacked.
Like, you might not like the fact that that's the rules, but that is the rules. What's up with people thinking that laws don't matter anymore? Well, the reason why they think that they don't matter is because they agree with the people breaking the laws. These people are you were trying to think about.
There's sharks in this game.
Perspective. And that's why you're getting confused, because you're like, well, wait a minute, these principles don't match up. Yeah, working as intended. This is not a principled stance. Like, there is no, like, here's the thing. If a random crazy person had walked in here and they got carried out, like, let's go ahead and flip the script here. Let's say somebody went and did this. Let me think of a senator.
Paddled the boat so far over.
More masculine male, like Republican senator. Why don't we think about maybe something like how about like Dan Crenshaw? How about Dan Crenshaw? Ted Cruz? Yeah, like Rand Paul. How about Dan Crenshaw? And so, this guy comes in now, Marco Rubio. Yeah, think about that. Marco Rubio.
There's a river up here. I can fill up my,
violently pushed his way in to
I can't eat any more oyster or take any more.
Do you think that these people would be talking about,
fill up on them.
Wow, you need to give a senator more respect?
Oysters are pretty good for you, though. They give you water and food.
Fucking not a chance. They would be saying this dude needs to go to jail. People would be talking about, yeah, Rubio's masculine. I mean, compared to...
Oh, I ain't gonna talk my thoughts about anything on the stream.
Tall, absolutely. And so, yeah, everyone deserves a...
I'll let Asmongold do that.
And so, all of a sudden, Sonata, yeah, AOC be hiding in the bathroom in another building again? Well, I don't blame her, right? I mean, nobody should be subjected to violence.
I am not getting involved with politics or anything like that on a stream.
Funded by taxpayer dollars? Well, then we got to figure that out, right? I mean, I don't know whether that's true or not, but it's going to take some time. There's video of him being arrested now. Thank God. Thank God, bro. Like, this is they gotta do something about these clowns, man. They do. Never seen a senator being handled this forcibly.
It's awesome that no bad weather happened today because I slept so long. I set my alarm for 6 p.m., which would be 4 p.m. in Texas, and I slept all the way till 11.
I mean, honestly, like, I feel like this is exactly, like, that's how it should have been. Yeah, they just blocked his ass out. He not bleeding. Like, you think about like this. The insane way to treat a United States senator. The secretary.
There's so much food here, bro. This is the best starting spot in the game, I think. Look at all these oysters. Holy smokes. Oysters for days.
And again, what I think is so funny about this is that anybody actually thinks that this wasn't optic.
I need to make a shelf.
But the moment that he thought the cameras were
supposed to be a river coming down through here.
He put his hands up and he walked out like nothing ever happened before.
Here's the river.
Because this shit was completely a fucking performance. This was absolutely a performance for him to make himself look like a victim, like he's fighting for the people that are being deported. That's obviously what the narrative here is. It's so clear and obvious that this is a person who's trying to aggressively insert himself.
Take my houseboat around.
Aggressively and physically impose himself upon a woman.
Finally, water.
I don't want men and women's sports. Men and women are not equal physically. Like, I understand, like, if, like a woman hits you and you hit her back, I'm not going to complain about that. I'm not going to cry about that. But at the same time, like, we got to call this for what it is. This is a man that breaks in there, and if any Republican senator had done this to, like, a Democratic female senator, people would be losing their fucking minds. It's shocking to me to see how many people are acting like the senator is the victim here when he forced his way in here, physically, and he did that. You read the replies. They had a meeting after and are on good terms now.
Fill up my canteen too.
But
I 3D printed a canteen.
That's it. Missing half the internet's down right now. Yeah, it's a lot. He resisted arrest and was tackled to the ground. Do they have a video of that? Oh yeah. Here it is. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is?
Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
If you let my hands go and turn behind my back.
All right. Cool. Other hand. Lay flat.
Jesus Christ.
Other hand, sir. Other hand.
Move your hand back. Jesus.
There's a camp up there.
I did not know. No recording allowed out here per FBI, right?
Yep, you're not supposed to record out there, obviously. And I don't know really what this is. And
This would be a good place for a golf cart. Shoot, I could haul ass down here.
Nice and clean arrest. Yeah, I guess so. It was embarrassing. I know, it's so embarrassing. I just wish these guys would.
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Let me make eyes a little bigger.
I mean, wouldn't that be nice if you had these people that were willing to fly across the world and throw hands with federal officials and everything for the actual citizens of the country? Wouldn't that be crazy? Can you guys imagine that? Wow, that would be nuts. Oh my God, it's wild. I like to afford childcare. Yeah, I guess so, right?
We just received a statement from the office of Senator Padilla, and they say that he's currently in Los Angeles exercising his duty to perform congressional oversight of the federal government's operations in Los Angeles, across California.
He's doing oversight by running in and
All right, I'll be
talking
right back.
over the fucking
I
interview.
gotta go to the bathroom.
Everybody else has to wait until after the speech is over, but this dude just decides to cut in line and start yelling. And this is his responsibility. Man, how is that gorilla a senator? I wonder, you know?
It goes on to say that he tried to ask the secretary a question
in the middle of the speech. And everybody knows that this is the way that it works, right? We all know this is how it works. So how a press conference works, okay? This is not, all right. So they talk, questions, okay? Everybody fucking knows this. Every press conference is the same thing. Oops, just a minute. So you've got the talking time and then you've got the questions time. But this dude just goes and says, you know what? Hey, yo, fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. I'm going to go right in here. You know what? How about this? Yeah, you want this? Wow, why is my First Amendment right being impeded? I'm a sitting congressman. I'm a senator. Why can they do this to me? They can't stop me. I'm trying to do my duty. What is this? Why have I keep getting arrested? Is this racism? What a fucking idiot. What a goddamn fucking retard. Everybody knows how these things work.
Was forcibly removed by federal agents, forced to the ground, and handcuffed. He is not currently detained, and we are working to get additional information. David, over and over, we've heard from voters in different parts of the country talking about how they want to see Democrats confront the administration on some of these issues, like immigration. I mean, it gets handsy, but Padilla was trying to make a statement there.
There's no doubt about it.
He's trying to make a statement. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, like, if you dropped your pants and you shit on the floor and you said, I'm trying to make a statement, I would say I think that is what you're in fact trying to do, but you need to do that in the bathroom. You can't be doing it on the carpet. This ruins everybody's fucking day. You cannot go and shit on the floor. That's not freedom of speech.
And she was holding a press conference and doing a press statement. He's not a member of the press. It wasn't like a hearing where it was an open forum for senators to ask questions. No. He clearly showed up.
Well, yeah, and it is, at the end of it, you're supposed to ask. You don't get to just go and do it whenever you want.
A public event to create a moment and do what you're saying, sort of show his constituents, not just Democrats, but that he's fighting from his perspective. Again, I think
he's fighting the ground.
Question is, was this the appropriate response of how it got dealt with?
Absolutely, it was. Absolutely. The security, they shouldered him out. They said, nope. FBI was like, all right, come on, let's go lay down. That's it. You're done.
In that moment and how that plays. To your point, though, I mean, what we're seeing politically is a very divided country over the support and opposition. It's almost evenly divided in the Washington Post poll today.
Really? Because it doesn't look like it's evenly divided at all. It feels like it was overwhelming, one-sided, and it's not like this not a 50-50 issue.
Over the president's actions and policies here, both over the president putting in the Guard and the Marines there, right? But also, we see an evenly divided country over support and opposition to the protests to ICE's action.
You might also, in a situation like this, say, what kind of moment was the senator looking for? But
he wanted to be a martyr. He wanted to look like he was the right guy fighting for the right cause, and he was on the right side of history. Because again, I think that a lot of these protests and everything, they're fueled by narcissism. They're fueled by narcissistic people that think that they're going to be remembered in the history books by doing the right thing. That's it.
Also, would note, and I'm
This is
curious
my
just if
moment,
you can
yeah.
speak to kind of the norms of things.
It's all about optics. It is. 100%
Normally,
it is.
you have a situation where there's more interaction, even between members of Congress who maybe don't see eye to eye with the White House.
Yeah.
They are a little able, at least, to have some kind of interactions. There really are no avenues, I think, for members of Congress to get the ear of someone at the White House if they're not seen as very in line with President Trump.
Yeah, and so obviously the solution to that is just fucking bust in there, bro, like the Kool-Aid man.
I mean,
That's
I think
smart.
it depends on the
That's really
issue
smart.
and the personnel, right? That find
Yeah.
access points to certain things. But
Yeah, bro, you just Kool-Aid man your way in there, and you're like, all right, hey, what do you mean? Why I'm being oppressed? Look at this. This is ridiculous. This is an increasingly big problem that's been going on in the U.S., is that you have a lot of people who they think that if they are significantly and sufficiently aggrieved and frustrated enough by something, that they can just simply break the law and do whatever they want. And this is the entire premise of all of the protests. This is the premise of all of these rioting, burning down Teslas, violently assaulting people that disagree with them politically. Like every single time that I see somebody getting hit, it's always a liberal person hitting a conservative. Now, I'm sure there's some conservatives that hit liberals too, and I think they should all go to jail. But like maybe it's just me, but I certainly see a fucking trend, right? Is like when Elon Musk said that Trump was in the Epstein files, you didn't have a bunch of Republicans setting Teslas on fire, but Elon Musk goes and does that stupid salute thing, and then he goes and he helps Trump, and you got these Democrats setting Teslas on fire for fucking weeks. And so that's the difference, right? It's because they face no consequences. Exactly. That is the idea that
change
needs
it
to
to
be killed, in my opinion. That
Sons
that
of the
is
Forest
the idea
stream.
you must
Set
kill.
Final Fantasy 1
The
still.
concept and the idea that if you are sufficiently and enough angry and mad and pissed off, that you just get to ignore the law. That's it. Yeah, you've got to, and the way that you do that is you
love
have
this game.
a just completely unbreakable enforcement of the
I gotta
law.
switch
It
to
doesn't
Sons
matter
of
whether
Forest
you're
now.
a senator. It doesn't matter whether you're young, old, or anything
Maybe
like
the
that.
Sons of the
You
Forest
still
devs
get
will
held
view bot me
accountable for
again.
being a piece of shit. Getting away with it doesn't even cross their mind. In their perspective, they aren't doing anything wrong. No, that's not true. Because do you remember that protest whenever they were fighting like with that one guy with that Kelly dude, and how all the liberals around this one guy were just like talking like politely? Do you know why that was happening? It's because there was a literal military.
Yeah, this
Humvee
Asmongold
right
guy's kinda
behind them with
crazy.
Military fucking Marines or National Guard literally
He's a little
10
wild.
feet away from them. So the
He's
reason
entertaining,
why
though.
these people act this way, like I've seen this happen. Like I remember one time, like this is a good example. So there was a cop one time. We were at Whataburger. It's like 3 in the morning, right? And it's a Friday or a Saturday. And so like everybody's there. They came down from downtown. People are drunk. There's like 100 people in the Whataburger, and these dudes are yelling at each other, talking shit, right? There's a cop that has to be at the Whataburger every Friday and Saturday. All the ghetto Whataburgers.
Kinda wanna attack that
Fridays and Saturday nights. Same as
camp.
Denny's, same
See
as
a
Waffle
person
House,
up there.
etc. To prevent any situations, right? And so this cop goes to charge his phone. He's sitting there, he's on his phone, he's like, whatever. And he goes to his car. While he walks away from his car, they get in a fight. Instantaneously, they start fighting each other.
Ran.
They start wrestling on the ground. And a cop comes back, and you can see he's at his car while they're fighting, and they're on the ground wrestling around. And then he walks over, and then he turns around, he's like, I don't think it wasn't that much. It was just like, jeez. And he just like fast walked back up there. It's like, all right, guys,
Grave
come
right
on,
there.
let's stop this. The fact is, yeah, I fucking hate this. Yeah, I fucking hate everything. Yeah,
What's up,
exactly.
bro?
And
What's
so
up?
the
You wanna
fact is
die?
that the reason why people do this is that they can get away
Uh-oh.
with it. The moment that they stop getting away with it, they stop
My
doing
friend's
it.
shooting
So
at her.
this
Oh,
entire
there's a
premise
big
that I
dude.
think
Oh,
that
man, there's
some
all kinds of
people
people
would
over
have you
here.
believe is that they do this because they believe that they're right. No, that's not the case. They do it because they think that they can get away with it, and they can bully other people physically and with the threat of violence with their actions. That's the reason why they do it. If they knew they wouldn't get away with it, they would never fucking do it. So that's the way I see it. Trump posted this morning he'll no longer be deporting illegal immigrants to work on farms or hotels.
People all
What
over
is
the place
bullshit?
down here.
I don't know exactly what it is. Like, I'm sure he's probably going to work on some kind of like work visa thing or something like that. And some of them did have expired work visas. So I'm not really sure. Like, he just tweeted that out. Like, I would wait. People are getting mad about that right now.
Houseboat's
I
pretty
would wait
cool.
to see, like,
You can
what
do
he's gonna
everything on the
say.
houseboat.
But, like, you know, I have the viewpoint that, like, if they're illegal, get them all out, right? Get them all out. Like, you can't
You can
have
sleep on it at night without having to worry about
it's immoral to have a culture that
anything attacking you.
relies on second-class citizens just by the nature of them being here, being taken advantage of. You know, like I don't like that. Get them out. Yeah, so I don't agree with that. But I would wait to see a little bit more about it before I go and I pop off and get too angry about it. America first, unless it hurts plantation owners. I've heard that before. I read it in a history book. And so
all my
anyway, let's
logs,
see
my
here. Doesn't
logs are
matter,
missing.
in for whatever reason. Bottom line is it's wrong no matter who did this. Exactly. And this is the problem, is that people think that doing the wrong thing for the right reason makes it the right thing. And this is the premise of pretty much the entire movement of a lot of these people. They think that they can do the wrong thing, but if they have the right reason, it's okay. And so let's go back. I see if I can find another one. So he's talking about this here. Is this a... Yeah, here we go.
Without objection?
Mr. President, I just saw something that sickened my stomach. The manhandling of a United States senator. We need immediate answers to what the hell went on.
I agree. Why the fuck was he trying to barge into something like that and trying to force his way in there? This is you know, that's a 200-pound, over probably 6-foot-tall man going in there to physically impose himself on a woman. Disgusting behavior. Absolutely disgusting. Embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Who does that?
Yield the floor.
Get out of here, Baldy. Get out of here. Yeah, it's like they think they're above the law. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? And do not realize this sort of drama doesn't work on this age on the internet? Yeah, I guess it doesn't. They've been screaming no one is above the law for 4 years. That was only an excuse for them to prosecute Trump. They didn't give a fuck about that. They don't give a fuck about the law. Why would they care about the law? No, they're just doing this because they can. And I'll see if there's anything else going on with this as well. But I think this might be, we're going to wait for a little bit more posts about this. But yeah, politicians are snakes, yeah. And what's the law he broke to get hemmed up? He was forcing his way in like this. Like, you don't get to go into a press conference like this and just walk into it and start talking and interrupting it. Like, you don't have the right to do that. Like, if you go in there and do that, like, what do you mean? Yeah, like, he's clearly, like, going in there and crashing the entire fucking thing while yelling at her. Like, really, it's not even a question. It's a security issue, exactly. Yeah, and so it's disorderly. Yeah, exactly. He wasn't invited. He wasn't supposed to be there. It's insane that they think, like, a senator is supposed to be above the law or something, I guess, right? I mean, I don't really know what.
So many headshots. How's it not dead yet?
Way, it's embarrassing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Calhoun, what is it that you get paid currently?
Senator, that's well disclosed in our proxy documents in each of the years that I've been employed.
Yeah, but what is it?
It's a big number, sir.
Well, let me help you out. It's $32.8 million this year. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
That's a 45% increase over last year. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
Well, it's finally
what is it
dead.
you get paid to do exactly?
I get paid to run the Boeing company.
Yeah. So just help me understand that. I mean, do you get paid for transparency? Is that one of the metrics for your income?
I think the board counts on me for transparency.
Really? Because you're under investigation for falsifying 787 inspection records. The Boeing's under criminal investigation for the Alaska Airlines flight. You were investigated by DOJ for criminal conspiracy to defraud the FAA.
Good job shooting so
This
much.
is all in your tenure. This
Calvin, what's up,
doesn't
buddy?
sound like a lot of transparency to me. What about safety? Is that a component of your salary?
It sure is, Senator.
You know, have you seen the reports that the subcontractor that you used to make that door piece that fell out of the sky, that when the FAA went and toured the facility, they found one door seal being lubricated with Dawn liquid dish soap and cleaned with a wet cheesecloth, and another was being checked with a hotel room key card. Does that sound like safety to you?
Senator, I think our relationship with that particular supplier has been well documented, reviewed by the FAA and most certainly us. And I'm very intent on acquiring that company so that none of that ever happened.
You know, the FAA also says that Boeing still has not implemented the recommended steps back from 2019 and 2020 after the MAX crashes. You still have not taken the appropriate safety procedures or implemented what they recommended. I mean, how, if safety is a component of your $33 million compensation package, I mean, how can you possibly qualify for any of this? What about quality?
We have a 5%
Is
now?
quality part of your compensation
What, for
package?
tomorrow?
Senator, I meet with the FAA pretty regularly. They don't hold anything back, and I'm not aware of anything that has been cited with respect to
We have
those
a 5% chance for tomorrow?
that we haven't taken action on.
Really? Because we've had whistleblowers. You said you listened to whistleblower testimony. We've had multiple whistleblowers come before this committee and allege that Boeing is cutting every possible corner on quality and safety, not just in the past, but now. They've alleged that you've eliminated safety inspections, that there are fewer in quality and there are fewer inspectors doing quality inspections out there. They've alleged that when they raised quality issues and concerns, they were reassigned, they were retaliated against, they were physically threatened. That doesn't sound like attention to quality to me. And yet you're getting paid $33 million a year. It's extraordinary.
Senator, we have increased our quality inspectors significantly.
How much has your stock price increased while you've been at Boeing?
It hasn't, and I don't watch it much.
Have you done any stock buybacks while you've been at Boeing?
Not in my job, no.
How about your profits? Have your profits increased at all while
I
you've
haven't had any profits, sir.
I'm sorry?
I have not had any profits.
Yeah. You know, I think the truth is, Mr. Calhoun, you're not focused on safety, you're not focused on quality, you're not focused on transparency. All of this is in the record, but I think actually you're focused on exactly what you were hired to do, which is that you're cutting corners, you are eliminating safety procedures, you are sticking it to your employees, you are cutting back jobs because you're trying to squeeze every piece of profit you can out of this country. This company, you're strip mining it. You're strip mining Boeing. It was one of the greatest American companies ever. It has employed thousands of people in my state, and you are strip mining it for profit, shareholder value, and you're being rewarded for it. You got a huge raise, a huge increase. So it's working out great for you. For the American people, they're in danger. For your workers, they're in peril. For your whistleblowers, they literally fear for their lives, but you're getting compensated like never before. Don't you think maybe your priorities are misplaced here? I mean, don't you think maybe it's time to get back to focusing on making quality planes and paying your workers well and taking care of the little guys who got you to where you are? That's not a rhetorical question.
Senator, I don't recognize any of the Boeing you described.
Really?
And I want to assure...
You don't recognize the Boeing that has airplanes falling
I'm
out of the
looking
sky?
at the SBC
that
outlet.
has had 2 Maxes crash, that has had pieces of doors fall out of the sky, that have had whistleblowers
I see a
come before
2%
sat
over by
right where you
Nebraska.
have sat and told us, these are your employees who
I
have
don't see a
told us
5%.
that when these are the engineers, by the way. Are you an engineer?
I'm not, sir.
Yeah, they are.
We don't have a 5%
And they have
today.
said that they're not listened to, that they're retaliated against, that they're threatened.
We have a
That's the
2%
reality
chance
of
in a really small
Boeing
area.
today. That's your company that you have created. Now, I don't recognize it either from the company it used to be decades ago, but under your leadership, that's what Boeing is, and you're being rewarded for it handsomely. Handsomely. Don't you think there's something wrong with that? Why haven't you resigned?
You know, Senator, I stand by what I said, and I want to assure the great employees in your state that that is not the way we operate the company, and it never will be. And if you would like my chief engineer to talk about what he sees and
No, I
hears,
want to hear from you, because
Yeah,
what I
go
hear
ahead.
from you is a lot of this team does that and that team does that, and I listen to the whistleblowers, but I don't meet with them. And I've heard about all this stuff that you Congress have meddlesomely asked for because the public wants to see it, gosh darn them, but you actually haven't supervised any of it. I've heard that. It's a lot of it's this, it's that, it's this, it's that. But meanwhile, you're getting paid a heck of a lot of money. It's unbelievable. If anybody's coming out of this deal good, it's you. Why haven't you resigned?
Senator, I'm sticking this through. I'm proud of having taken the job. I'm proud of our
Proud of this
safety record, and I am
You're proud of
very
this safety
proud
record?
of our Boeing people.
You're proud of this safety record?
I am proud of every action we have taken.
Every action you've
Yes,
taken?
sir.
Wow. Wow. There's some news for you. Well, behind you, you can't see it. Behind you, the folks are showing pictures of the people who are the victims of your safety record. I think we can all see them. And I think the American public, when they fear to get on their airplanes, they understand your safety record. And frankly, sir, I think it's a travesty that you're still in your job.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Calhoun, just to come back to you, isn't a big part of the story not just what's happened at Boeing in the last year or two, but what's happened over the last 20, what the C-suite has done to this company? Let me give you an example. This is from the Atlantic magazine last month. For nearly 40 years, the company, Boeing, built the 737 fuselage itself in the same plant that turned out its B-29 and B-52 bombers. In 2005, it sold this facility to a private investment firm. Offloading, Boeing called it. The tail, the landing gear, the flight controls, and other essentials were outsourced to factories around the world, owned by others, and then just shipped to Boeing for final assembly. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, with consent, have this article, Boeing in the Dark Age of American Manufacturing Industry.
Without objection.
You now have 600, at least 600 direct suppliers worldwide. Who knows how many subcontractors? You've got 35 direct suppliers in China alone. I mean, hasn't this really been the hollowing out of Boeing?
Senator Hawley, I think the decision that we have made with respect to Spirit Aero and our determination to bring it back into the Boeing fold is definitely a vote in favor of vertical integration.
That's
one. I can't comment on all of the ones of the past. And we have not had the number of issues and those that we are currently dealing with respect to our fuselage. So I can't rewrite history, but I can take action.
You're in charge of the company. I'm just asking you. You're in charge of a company. You're getting paid $33 million a year. You're in charge of a company that has systematically, over decades now, shipped out its jobs, shipped out its production. Over the last decade, while you've either been in charge as CEO or on the board, stock prices have rose 600% at Boeing. You've, in fact, done $59 billion in returning cash to shareholders, $20 billion of that in dividends, $39 billion of that in stock buyback. Some people are doing great here. I'm just wondering, given the fact that your airplanes are falling out of the sky, do you think that any of that has to do with the fact that you really don't make that much anymore in this country or in-house? I mean, hasn't it been a mistake to hollow out the company and ship your production and your manufacturing and your know-how to other places around the world instead of doing it yourself, American engineers, American workers?
Senator Hawley, I think I read an annual report going all the way back to the introduction of the 747, which highlighted the fact that 65% of that airplane would be sourced by U.S. manufacturers here and there. And the other thing I do know that since 2015, again, I don't have all that history but before that, we have actually brought more work to the U.S. than we have taken out of the U.S. And at an absolute level, our work in the U.S. is in the high 80%. And that is unlike any other industry I have ever worked in.
These are your suppliers, you're saying? These are your subcontractors,
yes.
Right? The ones who are using Dawn dish soap to test their doors and cheesecloth to test the plugs, right? Those. Your CFO, Brian West, recently went on the record and said that Boeing probably got a little too far ahead of itself on the topic of outsourcing. You agree with that?
He was speaking directly to our decision to go after Spirit.
So he was right?
He was speaking directly to our decision to vertically integrate Spirit.
So he was right. You got too far ahead of yourself on outsourcing for all of these years. Is Boeing going to change course on this?
We are most certainly changing course on Spirit.
You've got 32,000 machinists. These are American workers who work for you. These are Boeing employees in the Pacific Northwest. You're in contract negotiations with them right now. 32,000, that's a lot of them. The last time that they got a contract was 16 years ago. Do you remember the terms of that contract?
I don't. It was a very long contract.
Yeah, well, they got 1% wage increases over 8 years. 1% over 8 years. You got a 45% increase just last year.
Moving
You're making
out,
$33
fam.
million. You think maybe these folks deserve a raise?
Oh, they will definitely get a raise.
Good. Good. I hope it's a substantial one. And I hope that maybe this will be an opportunity for Boeing, under new leadership, to reverse course and actually start making things again, start making things in this country again, and start paying its people well. I've listened to your testimony, and, you know, it seems like the gist of it seems to be that if you could just get your employees to comply, you know, follow the rules, follow your management techniques, et cetera, things would be better. I don't think the problem's with the employees.
Oh, it's
actually.
not. It is
yeah,
not.
I think the
agree.
problem's with you. You. It's the C-suite. It's the management. It's what you've done to this company. That's where the problem is. The problem's at the top. Your engineers, they're probably the best in the world. Your machinists, they're outstanding. You're the problem. And I just hope to God that you don't destroy this company before it can be saved. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator
Eyes
Hawley.
out for blood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to you and the ranking member for holding this hearing today. Thank you for each of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your service to our country, first of all.
This thing's pretty easy how to
And thank you for
steer
serving
once
your
you figure it
country
out.
today by being here today to shine light and expose what has happened. And I just want to say, I can't believe we are sitting here today. I can't, first of all, words fail me in saying what has happened to each of you and offering condolences. That doesn't begin to cut it. But I also just cannot believe that the extent of the cover-up for years and years and years and years. And I also can't believe, Mr. Chairman, that the Coast Guard has had this report since 31 January 2020, and they sit on it for 3+ years and deliberately conceal it from us. I mean, deliberately conceal it. Ms. Morrow, I wanted to ask you about something you said in your written testimony. I cannot imagine what this was like for you. You said
So
you
peaceful and
found
quiet
out
out
from
here in the
CNN
houseboat, so
that
nice
your
and safe.
case was included in Operation Fouled Anchor. I just want to read what you said here. Not from an Academy representative, not from CGIS, not from Congress. The news was broken to me by the press over the phone while I was wiping my child's runny nose. Tell us what it is like to frankly be betrayed in that way, such that you've got a member of the press, you know, which thank goodness they got it. Thank goodness whomever it was, the whistleblower, whomever leaked it to them. Because otherwise we probably still wouldn't know about it. But just tell us what that was like to get a call and to say, hey, by the way, there's this report that you've never heard
A
of.
nice
and your
little
case is
relaxing
in it,
boat
and
ride
do
late at
comment.
night.
Yes, I have several. I would like to start by saying that I wish I could put that whistleblower on my Christmas card list for the rest of my life. Because without that whistleblower, something
Somebody's
that I
swimming
had
towards
thought
me.
that I had put to bed
See the
decades
Calvin or
ago
the three-legged woman?
was just resurrected. I have been minding my own business the last several decades. I left the academy, haven't had careers like the other ladies up here. I am living a blissfully average life with my husband and my children in Tennessee. And in a mom bun, in like dirty leggings, my very good friend sent me a link in my text messages saying, look
All
at
right,
this
so
CNN
we're out here.
article. Weren't you at the academy during this
Oh, we're
time
near where I
period?"
got the winter jacket.
And again, my heart hit my feet.
There's another purple mark there.
And I read the report, and I immediately contacted the CNN reporter. She immediately contacted me back and said, I've been looking for you. Your name is in this report. I've been looking for you. And it was clear to me that even though I had been in therapy all those years, that I had not healed. And
All right, I'm
like
paddling
I
enough
mentioned
through
in
the
my
night.
testimony, I was wiping my son's runny nose
sleep. Sorry.
with my phone up to my ear like this,
Don't
listening
get
to her
behind
tell
on
me
rest.
this. And I still don't have words. I've been suffering since June, since I heard. Went back into therapy and finally found a great counselor who diagnosed me with complex PTSD.
Water.
And that was very freeing. So this has, in many ways, been a blessing for me because I finally have a diagnosis for the things that I thought were just personality quirks these last 20 years was actually, in fact, PTSD. I don't know if that answers your question fully. I'm happy to expound.
No, you bet it does. Can I ask you about something that you said a few minutes ago, talking about back when you were at the academy, talking about carrying people on your back in the pool, pushing them up over the walls in the obstacle course, and then none of them would come forward and support you. And you said something that really struck me. You said they're so fearful. They were so fearful. Tell us about that dynamic. What were they fearful of and why?
Frankly, they were fearful of the stripes on leaders' shoulders. The bigger the stripes, the bigger the threat. We all know this.
I left all my fish in the
walk us through
base.
that. I mean, just help us. What was the threat?
Probably gonna
If
be
they-
all
if they
rotten by the
support you,
time
they
I
said,
get
yeah,
back.
she's telling the truth. What would happen?
You would be, blacklisted in a way. I don't know how else to better explain that. Every person that has gotten into a service academy knows how difficult it is and how driven and how hardworking you have to be to get there. I mean, it's not like the normal, acceptance routine that most kids have to go through to get into colleges. They
This
are
video is
very,
so boring.
very
I don't even know what we're
special
watching.
people.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
During a press conference in Israel is currently striking Iran's capital, Tehran. Israel.
All right. I watch Fuck Around, Find Out. I want to watch the riot stuff. I want to watch Nuclear War is Coming. Skinwalker. Row 19, horror movie. Let's watch this one. I don't know if I'm allowed to watch movies, though. Watch Jigging with Jordan. I haven't seen him in a minute. Houseboating while he's houseboating. That's what I'm talking about, right? Double houseboat action. Except I'm wearing flesh armor. Got a man's boogers on my arm, his eyes and face. He's got a vacuum cleaner in his houseboat. What a weirdo. I love his doggy though. Food ASMR. You're weird. Love food ASMR. Jordan lives in Florida down by my dad and my brother and sister.
Blue Gabe is calling me. Oh, this could get interesting. What's up, partner?
Are you at the boat? The houseboat?
Oh, I'm about to be. I'm coming from
I need to make
here on my
a
jet boat.
big base off the water.
Okay. Is that yours?
Honestly, and then I can
What?
and I can just
it
like
should
load.
be like gray and it says jigging on one side of it.
Y'all weren't in that storm yesterday in that boat.
I need to go that way.
Y'all jigging with Jordan.
Got a ways to go.
Partner? You know what's funny is I've been wanting a golden retriever so bad lately. And
Well, you're about to get one. He's gonna hop on. He'll hop right up there.
Crystal just said, "Is that why you want a golden?"
Yeah.
I'm like, well, now that
He's
we're
a water
talking about
dog,
it,
man.
pretty.
He's a big swimmer. By the way, this is Blue Gabe. If you guys,
I know
didn't
Blue Gabe
How
too.
long have y'all been out here?
We're going on week 1. We're phasing into week 2.
Oh, you're gonna stay the whole month?
2 weeks of grouper season. We're committed, and we have one grouper to show for it.
That boat, though, I'm digging it.
You like it?
I'm digging it.
It's got the old jet drive on the back. We have that one. That one's mine, but that one's got 100
Going all the way up to
gallons
the
of
cave up
fuel
here.
and water in the gas tank.
Yeah, that's horrible.
So this is the catch and cook cabin. The whole goal is to catch fish, clean them, cook them right here. This is the catch and cook cabin. So
Yeah, I'm basically
cleaning
moving at the
stations,
speed of
water
a
wash
walk
downs,
running.
lights, light bars, the whole deal. Then you come inside.
This map's huge.
You might feel a nice cold breeze here.
Goodness, it's
Yeah,
freezing.
we keep her nice and cold. I'll turn all the lights on for you. And so,
I just wish I could look at my tablet while I'm rowing.
Anybody snores, they get kicked out. You know? No, I'm kidding. Lures? Yep. We got the old bait wall there. We got the 4 bunks. And the only problem we found is that when 4 grown dudes are sleeping, she tilts a little bit. So we just put like a lot of weight on that side.
Balance tank.
Yeah, exactly. So normally we have all this cleaned up, but the TV we'll watch at night. Then we've got our refrigerator and freezer. She slides out. Oh, let me show you something. Let me show you something, old son. Look at that.
Of course I'm here, bro. I'm holding the button of my game.
It's not as much as you guys.
Oh, you're
you guys,
silly.
Blue Gabe sent me a freaking video the other day while I was almost dying.
Game
in a
don't play
rainstorm.
itself.
He sent me a video of his cooler, and I'll just show you. It was absurd. Yeah, here, check out the back.
Dang, the motor's in the boat.
Yeah, she's in the boat. This is our industrial section. So
that's probably the favorite part.
Good job too,
water
Jacob.
heater, propane, she rips real nice, like really, really hot. Our generator failed this trip, so we had to go get a new generator this trip. And then one thing we were having problems with, this didn't used to be screened in, bugs like crazy because the exhaust. Yeah. So they would just get real bad here.
Told you I'm
So
not
it's
looking at no
bad now. It's all
tornado
kind of,
weather stuff right
figured
now.
out. And then we got like a full-fledged bathroom.
We got
the door swings open.
we
this
have
way, so you
a
have to come on this side
Path
to
to
see it.
Exile League starts in
Full-fledged
15
bathroom
hours,
there.
14 hours.
Yeah.
And it has a onboard black water tank. So it has a freshwater tank on board and a black water tank. So
y'all didn't know y'all were about to get the whole private tour of Jigging with Jordan.
Yeah.
Catch and clean houseboat.
Yeah, that's funny. We got to do something epic soon.
That river in Georgia.
Yeah.
Here's why you need to go do that.
Okay.
You can start at our camp. Put this in the water there.
Got it.
You can catfish.
We get like a
all the way to the
tornado warning or
saltwater.
something. I'll
And
have
then
it in the
from
weather
saltwater,
stuff.
You can go all the way up and down the coast of Georgia.
You get a tornado warning, I'll
Never
shut
have
down
to
the
pull it
game
out.
and go live on the
Once I
weather.
get a motor that works.
But yeah, it's break time.
That would be the most epic trip. You can do blue crabs, you can do catfish, flatheads, shrimp, like crazy.
Ooh, we were talking about setting out traps around here for
I
crabs
think
and
you'll be a
stuff,
good.
so
I think
you
you'd
guys
be a
wanna
pretty
see
good
that,
weather
let us
streamer
know. We'll
someday.
do something
That
together
would
on
be
that.
the most epic
That'd be
tour
sick.
ever.
That'd be awesome. That'd be cool. I think this is also the first time we're on each other's channels.
Yeah,
because
You
we've
like-
met
you
before.
just- you
but
just need the
This
gear.
is yeah, that's pretty cool. Well, what do you think?
Look at this stove.
Yeah, yeah.
Just need a
Little,
better
our
mic, you need a
little oven
computer.
here. We're actually about to make some cinnamon rolls for
internet.
breakfast. We got our little cooktop there.
Don't say that too loud. Crystal will be in here eating.
What do you think? What's your opinion of the
I
Catch and
say
Cook
it's
cabin?
Freaking 10 out of a 10.
You're all about it.
Like insanely nice.
So my neighbor built it, and we just made it better. Your
Hey, we're
channel
not
will be
moving
linked in
that
the description
far.
below. What all are you going to be
I'm
doing?
going to that
Casting
cave
gags,
straight
right?
ahead up
Just
there north.
spear fishing yesterday, but we showed that storm and we're in it.
Yeah.
It was so bad on us that I was scared that if the anchor broke with my other divers,
I
in
get a
the water,
rebreather so I
we'd
can
be
swim
gone.
underwater,
Yeah.
and I need to get a shovel, and I need to get a shotgun. There's all
That's
kinds
crazy.
of stuff.
We didn't even have anchor. We had spot lock on the jet boat. That's it. That was it. Trolling motor bouncing out of the water.
That should be a YouTube video. and
Yeah.
all.
Oh, trust me, it's gonna be. Well, dude, thanks for stopping by, man. I'm glad you got to have the little tour. Pretty freaking cool. Well, folks.
Where did they? Where did you
Blue
see
Gabe
the
showed up,
5%
gave him a house
upgrade?
tour. There's a storm approaching, and
Where'd
somehow
you see that
he has
at?
convinced us to send it out. For a quick 2-hour gag grouper mission, there's only 15 days of the season. As you guys know, we spent a week out here. We got one. Gabe comes out here for a weekend, gets a whole team limit. So we're gonna trust the old Blue Gabe. We're gonna send it out there, and please, Lord, do not let this scene cut to us just getting absolutely railed by a storm. Let's make it happen.
Fine, I'll work real quick. Okay, up in where? Wisconsin? Or what state is that? Montana?
I feel like I gotta be nice and quiet.
What state is even? I've never seen. There's never tornadoes up there.
Absolute glass. This has
That's
been
a
total
wacky day.
treat. And we're in what depth? 24.
22 now.
22. So
I cannot believe it's this calm.
Yeah, it's gonna be sick. So
We've been sitting at home scared all day, and now look at it.
Yeah,
It's just a different model. So SVC doesn't necessarily mean SVC is going to get
Hope
upgraded.
you're enjoying the houseboat. Good luck with the storm.
Because it's like 2 different companies or whatever.
So met up with Gabe randomly, and then now look at us. And I'm gonna put some freaking slime on this boat, I hope.
We're about to stomp some fish, all I can tell y'all.
I'm running on 1 cup of coffee this morning because I wasn't expecting to dive, so got caffeine just running through my bloodstream. Gotta calm my heart down, get some deep drops.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Boating in the snow. Look at me, my firewood's covered in snow. There's somebody over there.
Boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
There's a big mama cannibal over there.
Sandwich. Where are we going? Okay. Did we triple up? Oh, we did. This guy was with a bunch of those big mangoes.
Ran over
the
a
old
log.
reef tax has been paid. There you go, get some of that guy right there. Look at that. I was staring at so many of these guys.
I think I'm
one just
getting
popped around the
closer.
corner while I was passing
Yeah,
on Spanish
I'm almost
mackerel.
there.
Swam through. I was like, oh my
Almost to
goodness.
the cave. Time
All
to go
these big
die.
mangroves. Then I saw this guy, so we had to go with him. So the old QNFA.
Did you see the ladyfish on the other rock?
No.
There was a whole school of ladyfish. I've never seen them outside of the rivers.
I did not. There we go. Big old gag. That's the blue Gabe gag right there, boy. I would have never got this one without him. Yeah, look how fat that is. There was like 100 of those swimming around.
Jake just busted him.
That's awesome. Meat on the boat, boys. Yeah. That's sick.
That'd be pretty cool if you could make a spearfishing
We're gonna do a
thing in
rough
this game.
estimate here. 27 on the dot. Both of my gags this year, both been 27 inches. Only got to be 24 to be legal. He always goes for the mouth. You know? He always goes for the old mouth.
Cute doggy. It's a cute
Spanish, dude.
doggy.
There's Spanish Mackies swimming around. Icebox here, or ice bag.
I want a golden retriever so bad.
Look at Ventures though. Look at the smorgasbord we got going on.
Oh my god.
Hogfish.
Luke Gabe used to date a girl as a golden retriever.
That's a giant big boy. That's a big boy.
Forget her name.
Hey, I'm about to go limit out. Thank you,
They
brother.
split up a couple years ago.
You have no idea the struggle I have went through. He has saved me. He has saved me. I dropped right on his head. I dropped right on his head, and I almost missed him. I got my first limit. That was awesome. Swam right down on 2 of these guys, and I had to get like a little down shot. He swam a little far. Ladies and gentlemen, that is my grouper limit. My first one in like 2 years. Thank you, bro.
What a day.
Thank you, bro. That is friggin' awesome. It's crazy with the right equipment and the right spots. We'll get you. Get that old reef tax in there. Taxing him. When I had him and he was like 3 days old, this is what I had him doing. He's licking gags on the front of a boat. So funny. But in Tampa, 25 and some change. There we go. We finally did it.
Dang, we're all fishing.
Crystal River grouper season, 14-day houseboat challenge. We finally have 1 day completed out of over a week of being out here. That feels good. It feels good to be back in that like grouper slime, boy. Something good about it. I'm getting real sharky right now, aren't I?
Getting so close to it.
Look at that guy right there. Big old mangrove snapper. This guy was a giant. I was just down there sitting
Looks like
on
a
the
yummy
rocks looking
fish.
at him, and came right up. Watch
I'd
your
eat
mouth, bro. You're gonna learn what they call him, a snapper, Reevy. This guy's still got some life. Laid down there on the bottom of those rocks, and then sure enough, the big grandpa came through. There's actually a couple that were like
I don't know what this cave is. I gotta check on the interactive map. I haven't even opened the interactive map
Now that
of
I
this
shot my
game
limit
yet.
grouper, had to get this guy. And there was a hog. I'm not gonna lie. I saw a hog that was like close, and I saw this guy, so took him.
Okay, it's right up here on the other side of these trees. I need a motor for this thing so I can make it go fast. I wonder if you can even make a motor for them.
I got a hoggy! Shoo! I got the old triple play there. Wow, that is pretty, huh?
I'm ready for spring though.
Man. We got our gag grouper first, then we got some mangroves, and now we're just getting to have fun. Got a big, beautiful hogfish right here. This is one of the best eating fish, and this is my first one in Crystal River. This is actually my first hogfish
right
in
up
Florida.
here.
The only other hogfish I ever got was in the Bahamas. Absolutely beautiful. Got these nice little guys right here, and then they call them hogfish because look at this. Look at how their mouth opens. Pretty insane. So, just like a big old hog, we're gonna throw this guy in the bag. Boy, we got meat on the houseboat, Reevy. Get that hog.
Let me look at the interactive map.
Yes, sir. Good day right here. Good day.
Interactive map, Sons of the Forest.
Oh my god. Oh my god, it's insane. There's so many giant fish in there. Take a quick gander, Hudson. Show them how many eyeballs are in there. Got hogfish, gag grouper. I mean, look at
Question
this
is,
snap.
where am
It's
I?
as big
So
as
I'm
this
over
gag
here.
grouper. It's absolutely insane. So
That's north.
Thanks to Gabe. If you guys don't know his channel, then you obviously don't watch
That's
YouTube.
north.
But if you haven't seen it, I will link it in the description below. This is also Jake and Venture. They were
That is
spearing out
north
here
right
with us
here.
today too. Honestly, almost every hogfish is this guy right here.
Hog
What can I
Slayer.
say? Yeah.
Hog Slayer.
Every time he popped up, he had another hog. So, yo, thanks for diving.
Man, there's way too many
Appreciate
icons
it.
on this.
Stacking some meat, and yeah, me and Hudson are gonna be eating good. On
Way
the
too many
houseboat with all
icons
you
on this
guys, so I
interactive
really
map.
appreciate it. And Reef too. He always gets a little bit. It was very, very cool. And if you guys ever want to just like live on the houseboat, you're more than welcome, man. We got extra beds.
Thank you.
He done went swimming. Does he like the water?
He loves it. He loves it. Can you tell? There you go. Get one of them. All right, perfect. Come back on boat.
That's north.
Phew, home sweet home. What do you think, boy? Ready?
Reef don't know what to do.
Dude, I don't know what to do, man. We got 4 freaking groupers.
Yeah, this is where I'm at.
Y'all need 2
Okay.
more. I can't thank you enough for your kindness.
So, laptop,
Thank you so
been
much.
real.
entertainment
It was been
bunker,
awesome. Thanks,
air
man.
tank,
We'll see you guys. Y'all
there's
be
rope
good.
in here,
Thank you so much for everything.
a cave.
Wow.
Like I say on my channel, we'll be back like the electric bill.
Be back like the electric bill.
Alright,
All right, we'll see you guys. Thanks
cave
again.
walking entrance. Rebreathers in
I'm gonna
here.
miss those guys so much, dude. I'm gonna miss those guys so freaking much.
Yeah, so
They
I need to go in
literally
there.
saved us. They saved the houseboat series, folks. Home sweet home with grouper and hogfish and snapper. And look at this dog, still. Buddy's been taxing all day long. We got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of cleaning to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot freaking believe it. The 14-day catch, cook, cabin,
on the ocean grouper extravaganza challenge technically is complete in a big way. We've been fighting engine trouble on this boat. We had a mobile service tech come out to the Amy Joe because we have 110 gallons of
duct tape
water and fuel, which is part of the reason why we can't rip out to the place we went to with Gabe today. We took skinny boats, these jet boats that are made for bass fishing, offshore.
I'll make sure I can
and
salute everything in here.
A giant storm trying to do what we did today.
Don't want to save again after I dump all that stuff on the shelf.
Behind the scenes, at my last grasp to try to make this series come together, Blue Gabe calls me out of nowhere, wants to see the houseboat. I'm like, for sure, man, because they're out here grouper fishing as well. Checks out the houseboat. A storm's coming in. He's like, you know what? We got a little bit of time. We got to leave tonight, but you want to go? We sent it, which we thought was going to be a storm. It was the perfect day. Awesome fish. And now, I mean, we've got a deck full of absolute monsters. One of the realists out there. If you guys do not follow Blue Gabe, you need to freaking do it. The guy is an absolute legend.
Oh, the
Super nice
bat scared
guy.
the shit out of me.
And if you guys have families at home, he's a family channel, and I think he is one of the most top tier outdoorsman YouTubers that I have personally met. Guy's incredible, super great, super nice. Nothing but good things to say about Blue Gabe, especially today.
Gonna die in here.
Wow. We got a lot of work to do, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of cleaning fish is about to happen. Grouper time. Good job. Good job. 3 and 4. We're just filleting out these friggin' grouper. 2 kids pulled up there like, you remember us? I was like, I think. He was like, yeah, you signed my boat. I signed it in Crystal River. How many years ago was that?
That was like probably a year and a half ago.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Ooh,
man.
9mm ammo. Puff Corp, outbid,
Jeez, I might be
Sahara,
tarpon fishing
Therapeutics,
off the old
40
boat
Mud
tonight,
Island.
man. Good talking to you boys, man. Y'all take it easy. Yeah, that is insane. They said we could catch like 6-foot tarpon off the front of this boat. That would
An
be
air tank.
the most legendary thing ever. We don't really have tarpon setups, but
A lot of
we don't
ammo
really
in
have
here.
boats to go offshore, and look what we were able to do. You know what I'm saying?
Entertainment bunker.
Hey, buddy. I gotta lay down here. I gotta lay down. Excuse me. Excuse me, buddy. I gotta. Good night, little boy. Good night, little boy.
Alright. We got turn upstream, so we're extra scared. Oh, what that just fell? Was that a bat? Oh shit! Why is this game gotta have so many jump scares, man? Just a foot casually hanging, yeah, just a foot. That's a jaw? Oh my god, a jaw, some fingers hanging off of it? Okay, that's normal. It's a normal everyday thing you see in a cave. I gotta take my medicine in real life. Ugh. Need water still? Why am I so sick? Oh no! These rotten? Oh crap, I screwed up big time. Rotten oysters. Well, shoot. Guess, it's gonna go die. Stinks. Accidentally eat a bunch of rotten oysters. I mean, I got a ton of armor on, too. Yeah, I gotta take my medicine really quick. I wonder how long that sickness is gonna last. Like, why is my green bar so full? I didn't know oysters could go bad. No monsters yet. Thick and thirsty. The worst part is I need to drink water, but my water's dirty. So it's just gonna make me more sick. I'll have that last energy drink, I guess. I don't remember how strong the monsters are in here. I feel like there's something up there. Dead people everywhere. Who killed them? There's a paddle. Why can't I take that? Paddle from the ceiling. I see bad men. I see bad guys. Alright. I am really low on cloth. What do I want to do with them? I have no C4 either. Just gotta straight up die, I guess. How many arrows do I got? Got my gun. Really wish I had a bomb right now. So many of them up there. There's no way. It takes like 20 arrows just to kill one of these guys. There's so many guys up there. I don't know if this is gonna work in here. Water. Already lit it though. Oh, bro, come on. Didn't even walk into it. Dang, there's so much in here. How do they not see me? Still sick. Alright, that one's dead. Maybe it's my mutant armor. I wonder if that's why they're not attacking me, because I have mutant armor on, possibly? No. It never works before. Oh, it takes so many arrows to kill these guys. Feels like arrows are almost pointless in this game at this point because everything's so strong. Spear's still pretty good though. They're back. Crashed out for just a minute. Whole bunch of useless arrows are shot all over the place. It's howling? Oh, motherfucker. Still sick. Still sick as fuck. Like I should bother healing yet, because I'm still sick, and it's just going to be a waste of healing. I hate these big ass caves so much. Threw your couch. Why'd you throw your couch? It's a shark. I see a shark. Broken the shark eat those creepy motherfuckers? Wait, is that a body? There's a dead thing down here. Dead for a long time. She turned to stone. Human body parts. Will a shark eat it? I don't remember this cave at all. Yes, cloth. I need cloth so bad. Always full on bones. Flares. That's it! It's a rebreather! Fuck yeah! Dang, dude, no way. Didn't think I'd be that quick. Oh, this cave is gonna be like forever. So I just got the rebreather. So now I can go underwater. More cloth, heck yeah. I need to go farm some bandit camps to get more cloth. Is there anything else in this cave? Do I need to like go down there where that shark is? Anybody know what else is in this cave? I feel like there's deep water there and you need to use the rebreather for something. Yeah, you little bitch. Is it dead? Did it all you take 3 arrows to kill a shark? Oh, let's make a save thing here. Am I freezing? Why did I just sleep? I mean, I guess I get rid of my sickness at least. Sleeping got rid of my sickness, even though I'm like frozen.
Hyundai Santa Cruz versus Subaru
Oh my God,
Outback.
whatever that was, it scared
Look
the
what
hell out of
Santa
me.
Cruz has and what Outback doesn't.
What is playing?
Hyundai Santa Cruz
Hold on a second.
wins every time.
I'm mad or something. I don't even see it. I don't even know what's playing. Well, back to the game. Alright, let's cook some meat. Go ahead and get sick all over again. So I killed the shard. I skin them. Can I skin them? Dude, there's so much shark meat right there. Put on my rebreather now. Tactical jacket. Where's the rebreather? There it is. I put it on. It is equipped. Am I just like wasting my oxygen right now? I can't remember if you get more. I think you can just come back in this cave to get more oxygen tanks. This cave's long. Cold and wet. Kind of underwater in a cave. And it's winter. But, I just exit out. Oh, ain't that cool? Unequip my flashlight. There we go. Put away my flashlight. Alright, so we got the rebreather now. Oh, it gets me every time, man. Scares the shit out of me. Wait, know what I do next? So I got the rebreather, I got the I have the rope gun. I don't think my character wants oysters for a long time after how sick he just got eating those, but he's gonna have to eat them right now. Honestly, I didn't think oysters would go bad that fast. Give a little bit of water too, so I like them. These are dead people. That was Calvin. Dude, he's got a flashlight on him. Take another one. My dude's shaking. Did the fire break? There we go, get warmed up. Oh my god. Got company. Dude, scared me. He was just sitting over there. He looked like he was really tall. He was like standing on something. Calvin at. Oh, he's back behind me, I think. He's the blue mark back there. He's getting there beat. He's getting beat up by the big guy, I think. Let me Google what quest line. 2025. Sons of the Forest, because there's so much new stuff. Play a video. What to do in Sons of the Forest 2025? How to marry Virginia and Sons of the Forest. You can marry her? That's funny. This is 3 months ago.
Sons of the Forest has been out for a while now, but some of you might be new and wondering about some things that can help you out on your journey. Well, you have come to the right place, and even if you are a veteran player, you might learn something new. Here's 48 tips you absolutely need to know in Sons of the Forest. Before you log out of the game, make sure to take your cooking pot off the fire, or else there's a chance for it to despawn. Along the same lines, if you are building and have extra logs on the ground, make sure to place them into the ground if you still want to use them, because if you log out of the game and back in, the logs will be gone when you come back. Fish traps are a very easy and underrated way to collect passive food. Pair this with a drying rack, preserving meat for an indefinite amount of time, and you have a great semi-passive food source and storage. Combine those last two tips with Kelvin being able to fill your fish holder, and you have a way to fill your drying rack while you are doing something else. Yes, Kelvin can fill holders. Kelvin can also be told to finish structures. If you're wanting to get started on a bigger build, have Kelvin chop some logs for you for a bit and have him just place them somewhere close while you are busy doing something else. If Kelvin gets lost or stuck, just sleep a couple days and he'll be back. Pebbles are really easy to find on the beach. Mutants drown in water, so baiting them into water in tight situations, even in caves, is useful. You can make fire in caves. You can save your game in caves. You can create wall torches in caves. Hotkeys are really useful. Pull up your inventory and hover over the item you want to hotkey and press the number you want. You don't take fall damage with the glider. You also don't take fall damage in a vehicle, even the little rolling V. Don't sleep on the simple to make stick spike traps, especially if they are reinforced. If you make a lot of them, they are a really good defense for early game based defense, even mid game. I have a video I will link in the description that showcases a trap base just using these traps. Hit mutants in spots they have no armor if using ranged weapons. Even better to hit them in the lower part of their leg to make them stagger easily. Virginia, if given a gun, can use it and have infinite ammo with the gun. Keep spears and arrow holders in spots easy to get to or where you defend your base and keep them stocked up for fights that last longer than anticipated. The inventory menu pauses the game. You can also fully heal health and stamina in the inventory menu. This tip is literally in here because I couldn't for the life of me find arrows in the inventory menu, but here are where to find arrows in your inventory menu. If you place multiple crafting ingredients in the middle to craft, each craft gets slightly faster. If you base up in this spot of the world, meds are up this trail along with the modern axe and a solar panel that respawns each time. This area constantly has fresh water even during winter. There is a little spot off to the side of the small pond to loot. The mutant camp on the top of the hill has cloth that respawns for easy leaf armor early on. Leaf armor is actually really good early on in the game to completely block hits, and it's also really easy to make. Every time you load in, you should hit the loot spots close to your base. To easily kill the shark close to the dinghy, craft some explosive arrows. You can make a raft to get to the dinghy. Here's a quick video tutorial on how to make stairs close to a wall. So to be able to make stairs close to a wall in Sons of the Forest, you're going to want to make sure that your wall is built up all the way on one side, and then on the other side you're going to want to have your I believe 45-degree beam here. And then the important part is that the wall is completely built up and there's nothing in the way. And then on the other side, your angle. And after those two things are done, then you should be able to come over and set your half planks in as stairs. And then just fill that in and you're good to go. You can build stairs close to a wall. Always carry a tarp and sticks to save your game. There is a setting you can change in game where mutants can't destroy your base. Build a tower close to your base to use the paraglider. Prep for winter by getting the winter jacket, setting fish traps, be by running water, don't rely on gardens for food, and having extra water containers. Small turtles don't give turtle shells, but the big turtles do. Max out Virginia's trust level and get the trophy by simply not attacking her and having her hang around. She will come and go, but eventually after a lot of days pass, you will get the trophy. You can survive winter without a coat. The cold just drains your stamina. Torches give off a little bit of heat, so use them to warm up. Last tip for you is to subscribe to the channel. I play survival craft games and would love to start streaming when I grow a decent audience. I love you guys and love seeing the positive feedback and comments. Please like the video if you learned anything, and if you didn't, then I guess you are just a Chad at Sons of the Forest. I'm Bear of Curses, and I'll see you next time.
All I learned was the ladders. I knew all of that stuff. Useful video though, I guess, if you knew.
Sons of the Forest.
I want to watch a video like, oh, the new content. That's 1 year ago. 50 plus advanced tips. This first Sons of the Forest started. I want to see the newest stuff though, because the game's changed quite a bit. Sons of the Forest Ultimate Base Build, Essential Gear down there, improving a 3-story house. All new content. All new content. Let's do that. All new.
Hello everyone, it's Focket here. And in this video, I'm going to cover update 20 for Sons of the Forest. Now, it's been like 8 or 9 months since they updated the game. The amount of content they've updated doesn't reflect that time. They've obviously been on holidays and taking breaks since the launch of the game. Yeah. Now, we'll be adding a little bit of insight from my experience with game development, which I'm going full steam ahead on. I've been spending 12, 16 hours a day, and I've switched from Unity to Unreal, so that's been a big obstacle. Hopefully, I'll be able to show some progress soon. But let's get into it. Now, first, they've added 3 new raft structures and extended the bounds of the world to allow more area to use the rafts and such. They've added a small raft, large raft, and houseboat. These are pretty much identical to the ones in the forest, and I mean identical. The controls are a little bit different to the forest. You hold down W to go forward and S to go backwards. And you need to aim at the bottom of the paddle. Instinct kept causing me to aim for the top of the paddle. You can build many structures on top of them as well, just like the forest. If you're familiar with the forest, a lot hasn't changed here. You can even build a fire on it. This is very important for when you're cold, because if you're standing still, you'll take cold damage. So if you keep yourself warm, you're standing still on the boat, you're not going to get cold damage. This is actually quite a big thing in the forest. It could get you killed. Now, while I think it's cool they've added these rafts, it isn't going to have the same effect as it did in the forest, because the forest allowed you to build floating bases and build underwater much easier. It's going to be too tedious to build out at sea in this game. Building in lakes will be interesting because they freeze over, but this game takes itself too seriously to get the maximum use out of the boats. It's a good addition, but the way the game's been designed, it's not going to be as cool as it was in the forest. They were very cool.
He's got a meat hand on him too.
It needs 2 people to be operated. In the forest, they actually limited it to multiplayer, but it seems to be open here. Don't build it if it's single player, it's useless. The only difference with the houseboat in the forest and this one is that it's got a climbing rope to get up on top, which is kind of cool. You used to just use a water collector to jump up on top of the boat, and you can place heaps of things up here. You cannot build with log structures on here, so custom building doesn't work. And you can even build upgrading structures and do the events, and the enemies won't be able to get you. They probably are aware of that. But the thing is it's giving player freedom to choose what they want to do. The enemies won't go in the water. The nav mesh won't allow them to. As for the models, I could have designed these in Unreal or even in Unity in under a day. They are not complicated models to make. And if you're listening to what I'm saying, I'm talking about making it in the game engine, not in Blender or another modeling program. And the floorboards even share the same textures. I would have not done that. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on who designed these models, but even I could have done a better job. And that's saying something, because I'm very new to this. It is hard for me to be optimistic about this game, it really is. I'm trying really hard, trust me. Also, another problem with these is that the map is just a big mountain that heads down. You can't really use rafts and that in many of the places, except for some of the big lakes and that. But unfortunately, there's no rivers you can take them up, which would have been cool, but it's just the way the map's designed. Next is that there's a new mooring structure. This is similar to how the dock worked in the forest, but this is actually much better because it allows you to moor the structure from many places on the rafts. In the forest, it was pretty limited to what you could do. You had to turn the boat around to moor it. As far as I know, you don't need to moor it. The thing is, you might get collisions with other objects that might fling it into the air, which is pretty hard to do, I think. There's no tides in the game. I did remember reading that they did try it, but it was too annoying. Next is that they've added a Night V or Night 5 and a glider holder structure. These are easy to build and they hold the Night Vs and gliders. I'm not sure if the Night V and glider meshes are static when they're not in storage. If they are static, it's okay. You probably don't need to use a storage structure. But if they're dynamic and they move around, you definitely want to put them in a storage structure. I can't tell though. My assumption is that they've probably done their work and made it static. I think it would only be dynamic while you're using it. The Night V holder can be built on other structures like the table and the rafts and that. From my experience, I wasn't able to get the glider to work on there, but it's okay because you can hold one glider. It might work, I'm just not going to go back and test it. You might want to put it on one of the bigger rafts, like the large raft or the houseboat. Cool addition though, and the models are very simple. This would take half an hour to make both, but they look good and they serve their purpose. Next is probably the best one they've made in the update, which is they've added the ability to draw defensive wall structures, just like the forest, and you can build full length or half length. They haven't done 3/4 or quarter, which you can do, but the reason probably for that is that if you use half logs, it just splits and creates two, and a full one will use a full one. And from what I can tell, it works pretty well. In my mind, it was unbelievable that they didn't add this originally. Did they really think players would want to place one log at a time in a straight line? I still struggle to comprehend that, but you know, they're making changes that are positive. Unfortunately, defensive walls are still very weak. If you are playing on hard or hard survival, I actually don't recommend using them for defense, because they get knocked down so easily and they are a pain to replace. You're probably better off pulling it apart and replacing it, doing it this way. So this is a solid change. This is going back to the roots of what the forest was. You can even get Calvin to work on these. Drawing is what separated the forest from the other games. To be able to draw, to build. It's like working with a pencil, the way I could describe it. It feels very natural, but they abandoned that. Looks like they're trying to bring it back in a way. This is a very good step in the right direction. I've got to try and stay positive. Next is that they've added a new findable outfit. I'm not going to add a spoiler warning for this because I don't think it's that much of a spoiler, but it's the flight attendant outfit. This was originally in the forest. If you hit the flight attendant with the axe a few times, you got the outfit. And obviously it's for comical reasons. Doesn't fit the player too well. There's no female playable character as of yet, and I don't know if they're going to be adding one. I thought it would be extremely difficult, but in my experience with game development, it is really not. So it's just a choice by the developers, I believe. If you're wondering where you can find it, there's a crashed plane up on the mountain. This plane's actually been there for some time, but it never had any loot in it. It's strange such a small plane would have a flight attendant outfit. Not sure if a small plane would have a stewardess on it, but I'm not complaining. They got to get around somehow. If you're wondering how to get these, if you type in cheat stick in the game and press F1, you can type in these things. It's up to you if you want to do it. Go to will teleport you there, and add item will add it, and spawn item will obviously spawn it. They've added Steam game recording support. I don't know anything about this, and I haven't had time to really go and look at it. I've been working on my game too much. From what I can tell, this is very good. Reason being is that Shadowplay is NVIDIA exclusive, and I don't know what AMD has, but then there's OBS, and OBS is too complicated for a normal user, I believe. And I think Valve is very good at creating software. So this would be a very non-bloated version of recording software. So I have a feeling this would be very good, but I've done no research on it whatsoever. Just keep in mind, and I can't stress this enough, if you select the option to record in the background, if you select this for an SSD or an M2, it is going to consistently write to that. Now, those drives have a write limit before the warranty gives out, or it actually reduces its lifespan. So if you're constantly recording at, say, 50 megabytes per second with 4K footage, you will rake up those writes on those drives. So keep it in mind. If you have a mechanical drive, go nuts. You could write to that all day. That's what I actually recommend. But mechanical drives are slow. And if you've been on SSDs and M2s for a long time, you'll forget how slow they actually are. They are very slow.
Yeah, they are.
That's just my take. I highly recommend giving it a go.
I'm using an M.2 too, and it's still
compound bow, crafted bow, shotgun,
I want a compound bow. How do I get that?
Improved. They improved the arrow path to match the trajectory when shooting bows. Now, after playing around with this, it feels like it does shoot better, but it also feels worse. You can't even see the arrow going out, and it feels weird and clunky almost. There's something not right with it, but I suppose it's an improvement, though I'm not a fan of it. They actually nailed it in the forest. The forest had very good bows. You could actually figure out how they work quite easily. In this game, I've got no idea where the arrow's going because you can barely see it. Next is that the golf cart batteries can now be added to shelves. This is good. I'm not sure why it took so long for this one to be put in. You used to have to just store them in solar panels, but you still got to store solar panels on the ground anyway, so you're going to be storing them. But, you know, I guess it's progress. Next is that chairs, benches, and couches on the edges of structures must be placed with enough room in the front for the player to stand up on. This kind of makes sense, but still, I got stuck. So, I don't know. The way I would do this, I would implement a non-functional chair, and then players could have them tucked into the table to make it more realistic, rather than have the chair so far out, and then have your functional chairs that have to be extended out. But yes, I got very stuck. You'd have to almost move the structures to get out of the way. So this fix doesn't really work, I don't think. Next is that they fixed the projectile path when using the laser sight on equipped weapons. This works very well on the shotgun, and it's actually quite a lot of fun that it actually works now. You can actually use it to target things, even at long range of slugs, it's good. However, on the crossbow, it is so... I don't know what to say when it comes to stuff like this. How this is an oversight, I've got no idea. The laser sight is right on top, actually hinders the aim, and you can't aim with the thing. I don't know how this gets passed into the public release. I don't know how long it's been like this.
Okay, it feels better now.
It is like this, and yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that. Now, there was a lot of additions made, a lot of fixes, and they weren't huge fixes. These were like priority fixes, like probably what good game development should look like. They've probably known about these for a while, but they aren't crucial, but they were going to get fixed in post kind of thing. But I'm going to read out a few that I just didn't get footage for, either because I was too lazy or many reasons. When picking up held-only items, the right hand now waits for the unequipped animation to play before going away. This just slows down the animations, I think. Maybe it makes it look less glitchy, I don't know. They added the ability to revive players when dying while swimming in multiplayer. This is a good addition. Kelvin and Virginia can now pull themselves up out of the water at edges with collision within reach. This will help with them following you and not getting stuck so much probably, or running the long way around to get to you. When swimming, Calvin will now swim towards
got
the
like
player
every
he is
piece of
following.
armor on.
It's
He's got
good.
leaf
And
helmet,
finally, the skip place
flesh
animation
chest.
option now applies when adding logs to ghost structures. This is very good, so you can build much quicker. Now, after all that, I have no intention or want to play the game again. I still think it's not my type of game, and these changes feel very minor, but I guess we'll find out in time. I'm enjoying game development far too much to return to playing this. It is actually the last game I've played in the last 4 or 5 months. I am not playing games, I am making them at the moment. So yeah, decent update overall.
This video kind of sucks. Guy was like just complaining and talking. Only I'm allowed to play. Complete story epic base build. It's a 5-hour video. Here we go. Yeah, okay, that's the one I want to see.
Hello everyone, it's Farkid here. And in this video, I'm going to cover the full release update. I had it in 5 parts. This is all combined, and I've made a lot of additions to it. Going back through the originals, I started to realize that there were a lot of things that I could have added. And because I had time, I made those additions. A lot of the information is not critical, so if you've already watched 5 parts, you don't need to watch this
guy I
one.
was just
This would
watching.
probably be the longest video I've ever made. I've also rearranged a lot of the content in the video to be chronological. Keep enemies with enemies, buildings with buildings, consumables with consumables, all that sort of stuff. So the video should flow a lot better. As per my usual format,
I
all
fought
the
one of those
spoilers
big.
are at
I
the
fought
end.
both of those
There'll be a
guys.
spoiler warning before it. So let's get started. It's going to cover the first couple of things that you'll see is that there's a new title screen, visuals and music. There's no option to switch between this one and the old one. Also, there's still a bug where if you alt tab out of the game and you go to start a new one, it will default and head to exit. You'll see the flashing. An easy way to fix this is just to open options and then go back to the main menu. It will fix it. And the next one is that you'll get an early access save detected warning when you open up a save. And it states that gold armor if owned will be removed from your inventory. The gold door in the Hell Cave progress has been reset. The ending of the game if completed has been reset. All note pickup items have been removed from your inventory. Some parts of the terrain have been altered, which may affect your base.
Jacob?
Old structures may not have full functionality or access to new building features. And to experience the full story and new cutscenes, we recommend starting a new game. I've looked over the map quite a lot with my zipline towers and my base and that sort of stuff. There isn't a lot of changes to the terrain. But if you're on the other side of the map, as they call it, it's more likely that there's been changes.
Jacob, are you
and
still
same with
here?
the snow area. Not a lot has changed, but I think this is going to be like the first and only time this is going to happen. I would recommend starting a new save, as they do too, because they just haven't optimized it, I think. Now, I'm going to cover the most interesting thing that was highlighted in the trailer, which was that
I can
they've
advertise.
added
I can
dying
advertise
tactical soldiers
your
with
channel on
red
the
flares
weather
that
one
can
too.
be
If
seen
you
from
like
the distance to
basically
help direct
redo it
players
to a
towards
weather
the
channel.
location. They don't stand out very well. You have to
Just
get
don't wanna
quite
be
close for the flare to
advertising
render.
your-
And every time you go up to them, they will die. It's the same thing.
You need to like
It's
hide all your
actually
videos
quite
and make only
disappointing,
weather ones.
But
You want me to
hopefully in the
advertise on
future
the
they'll
weather
make some
channel?
changes that they might have some story, but they've got the exact same animation. As soon as you go up to them, they will die. I just highlight areas where
Start
there's
making some
goods
weather
and stuff,
videos.
some story items, etc. They've often got a GPS locator on them too.
You gotta
so it
make
makes
some
it
effort
easy to
into
find
it
them with the
too. Like,
GPS.
there's no
You can't
point
kill them
in
either. They
advertising
just
your
die on
channel
their
if you're
own.
not making
Next one is
videos.
that
You know
they've
what I'm
added new
saying? So you're
findable
like actually
tactical
make
and
videos.
worker dudes with GPS locators that appear nearby, helping direct players towards interesting locations. I've already covered the tactical ones, but the worker dudes is usually a cave with excavators.
Make whatever kind of
and
weather
there'll
video
be
you
fences
want.
up a lot of the time and that sort of stuff. Usually just filled with items like duct tape,
I mean, heck,
rope,
you can just
other
make
stuff like
videos
that.
to show
The
people
first one
how
I've shown on here
the radars
actually
and
has a
stuff
blueprint
works,
for
you
the
know?
glider boosting
start with
platform
those.
thing that you can build.
I've never even
I don't know
made
if
those.
any of
I
these
need to
items
make
respawn.
those.
It probably depends on your game settings. They can be marked on the map with
Need
a
to
blue
make-
question mark.
make
or a little
videos
orange
explaining how the
spanner,
radar
I think it
works.
is. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be. And they're solidified in them
People
as
know.
well, so it can be an easy way to get them without going into a proper cave. This is their way of filling out the map, I think. There's probably going to be more to come. They won't stop at full release, most likely. They added new world details, more paths, partially dug tunnels by the excavators, new Joanna camps, I don't know how to pronounce that word, and 14 new mini caves and cellars. You'll find these throughout the map. There's heaps of them. It pretty much just covers what I've just gone through. They've doubled up in the notes a bit, but yeah. The Jianyu camps are the Asian dude who I thought was a woman. It turns out he's a man. Because it gets on to the next part, that his helicopters will now take off and leave from bases around the map and occasionally hover over the player structures to check on them. He'll fly around you for a bit and then take off. I don't know if it's the soldiers or if it's him, I got no idea. Next is they've added campfire smoke plumes to villages that can be seen from a distance and will go out if there are no enemies there to tend to the fire. This might sound gimmicky and just more realistic, but it's actually quite useful if you're flying over with a glider. You could see potential base locations.
I need to
Maybe
get a
you don't want to
glider.
build near one of their camps, for example, but it's also realistic, I guess. I don't know if your fires do it. I went in and cleared one of their bases to see what actually happened.
still
if the
hanging
fire
out
and the
here.
smoke did go out, and it didn't seem
I
to
killed
work.
everybody and
Maybe
she's
there was
still
one
here.
nearby I didn't kill. I got no idea. Next is that they've added raccoons and they gave the ability for squirrels and raccoons to climb
She's got
trees.
body
Now
paint
raccoons
on.
don't drop a raccoon skin like they
She
did in
just
the
made a,
forest,
throat
which was
slit
only used for one
thing at
thing.
me.
It was the warm suit in the forest. I went and checked
not
it.
even wearing a
They're just
shirt.
another
It's
animal
snowy out
that's
and
been
everybody's
added to the
dead,
game
and
to
she's
add
still
immersion.
hanging out.
Hopefully they
What a loser.
add wolves or bears or some more hostile creatures. I did notice a cannibal chasing raccoons, so it looks like they do engage with each other. You only get one meat from it and a raccoon head if you do kill them. Next is that sea turtles now respawn at a rate of 1 per day, which is 4 times faster. This is very good. In my Season 2 playthrough, I had a spot I went down to, and they never respawned there. I don't know why. And I checked down there about 50 times. So hopefully it fixes that issue. And they also added 10 more sea turtle zones and some more additional zones around the map. It's probably best checking on the maps that people make on websites to figure out where they would be. There'll be more. The map's just too big. It needs more stuff.
Why
Next
my
is that
game's so
rainbows will
laggy
now
still? I need
show
to
up
figure
after
this
it
out. I'm gonna
rains.
start
I
closing
tested this
everything.
out and it's not really accurate. They do appear sometimes, but they disappeared really quickly. I was using console commands to try and force it. That might have been an issue. I tried without. It just was hit and miss. I think this is good because it indicates the player when it stopped raining, if they're not focusing or they're playing without sound, for example. Though I just really like this one in general. I like rainbows. Speaking of which, when I was in Norway, on my first day there, after I got off the plane, I went hiking to try and stay awake to beat jet lag, because at this point I'd been awake for like 30 hours. And I managed to catch a rainbow on top of a rainbow, perfectly lined up. I'd never seen anything like it before. I thought it was really cool. I wanted to share that. Next is that they've added an extra snow sled to help direct players from the snow crash to the first ice cave. Now, I started a game. I had to do this 12 times before the snow one would start. Very frustrating. But I played as if I was a normal player. I went around, helped Calvin, picked up the containers, and had a quick look around to see if it was noticeable. It was there, but it didn't stand out too much. I went over to it, and then I looked around, and it's nothing very visible to walk up to there. Maybe if you're very curious, you would. I walked up there anyway. There's a lot of items up there. So if you're new to the game or if you got the snow spawn, make sure you head up here because it's worth it. There is a can opener, which is decent, and there's a whole bunch of items. A little cave that you can go into, and there's some items in there as well. Even climbs down into a thing.
Range
Yeah,
resolution,
go there.
see if that
Next is that lakes will now visibly freeze when the player is nearby. This only happens if it's switching over to winter. Now before, if you stayed
Feels like
in the
it's running
same
better
area,
now.
say you were building for days, if it was winter and you didn't leave the area, the lake snap wouldn't freeze, so you could keep getting water from them. Now that's not the case. It took a while for it to happen, but it did eventually freeze over to a point where I could walk on it. I don't know how realistic that is. I thought it was cool. I don't think water would freeze that fast, but yeah, it's still a game. I did check if the opposite would happen, that if
Damn it, I didn't mean
was
to
in
do that.
summer or
I
the
wanna put a fire
winter
there.
ended, would it unfreeze in front of the player, and it doesn't. This may come at a later time. If you want to unfreeze the water, you just save and reload. They added a flashing exclamation mark and a bright red light to discoverable laptops. I think this is really important because those things can be easily missed, and they're key to finding out where these locations are, like bunkers and such. If you miss them, you probably wouldn't even know you missed them, and you'd have to go and backtrack and find them. They probably should even add an audio indicator as well, just in case people miss them. Like if you're running out of the room to escape enemies and you don't go back into the room, or you forget, I don't know, just ideas. Now here's a few things that I found interesting. There is a 3D printer that is above ground. It's on here on the GPS. This is where the snow golf cart is as well. It's at one of the new camps. There's probably more than one of these, but it's good to know that there is one. Could be a convenient place to build near. I don't know that for sure though. There are some spots where solophyte spawns on the ground. I think I mentioned this in the first video, but I went and actually found some. Now this one I'm showing you first, it only shows a couple in the ground with some excavators, but there's a spot in the snow that has a ton of it. There's like 10 or 12 nodes, and it's near a thermal pond. So this water doesn't freeze during winter, but it's always snowing up here. But this could be actually a really cool place to build. It's very flat near it where the solophyte is. Next is that the shark in the rebreather cave now finally appears. It may have appeared for some of you. I've heard in multiplayer it appears, but in single player, I was never able to get the thing to spawn. This is the first time I've seen it here.
I just saw the shark.
Bug or not. I jumped in the water and
Killed
went
it.
right up to it. It just looked at me. I think
It doesn't even
bugged out.
attack
I don't
you.
know. I think there's limbs there you're supposed to chuck to it so it can eat, and then it gets distracted because apparently sharks in this game won't attack you if they've eaten. I don't know. They don't even do that much damage. Sharks in this game are piss ants compared to the ones in the forest. The forest ones will kill you in 2 hits. These take like 10. Kind of silly. They've renamed the glider to foldable glider, and it can now be hotkeyed and stashed into the inventory. There's no default button. You've just got to assign a hotkey, say 0 for example. Now you do drop it if you hit the ground hard, I believe. I think that's what causes you to drop it. But you can just
I
pick
need
it
to
up
get the
again.
glider.
I don't know if any of you have seen a glider in real life, but they're ridiculously big. But you know, it's good that you can carry it. That's what made the forest one quite useless. You couldn't carry it. They adjusted hang
guy
glider
seems to like the
downforce
regular
when
forest
pitched up
way
to
more
make
than
it
Sons
easy
of
to
the
gain
Forest.
altitude. Now, this is actually semi-realistic. I think there's called like wind tunnels when you're gliding, and
This
they
game
can
has really
boost you
awesome
up,
graphics,
But
so-
I don't think you could just do it anywhere. But basically, you could stay in the air forever. But that doesn't account for your other needs like food, water, sleep, etc. Golf carts and hang gliders now appear on the GPS when nearby. This is to show you an example of what it looks like. In the snow, it's actually quite hard to see. For example, the
I don't know,
glider
though. I feel like I
icon is
really
white,
don't
and on
need the
snow
glider.
makes it a
Look
bit
forward.
harder to see. And the golf cart is a little blue steering wheel.
I want it
Moving
just
on
so
to
I can
golf
fly,
carts,
but,
they
like,
now
what's the
come
point?
equipped with radio decks and a GPS screen, which is a cool addition. Tony Macaroni actually made a mod that covered these things and added a few other things like a shelf to the back and log holders on top. I think the shelf on the back and the GPS is good, but the logs on top.
You
would
put
probably
logs
make
on
the
top.
Golf cart fall over, but also
That's
that's where the
funny.
solar panel was. Maybe N-Night took inspiration from this one as well. They've increased the headlight brightness on golf carts as well. During the day, it was very noticeable. At night, it was
Golf balls
really
are
dark
good for
still.
running over
I used
people,
an
though.
NVIDIA filter to get it a little
Shit.
bit more brighter. You could see a bit better. I don't know what it is with N-Night. They just really hate
Big
light and
spill.
brightness, it seems. The game's just so
Big pills.
dark overall, everywhere, especially caves in at nighttime. Good thing we've got filters and stuff, though. They added more golf carts to the golf course and around the map and made more connecting paths to drive them on. They added a snow remover to the snow golf cart
second, I
plow.
spilled something.
Just a golf cart with a snow plow on it, and when you're driving around, it does clear the snow. But about 20 seconds later, the snow just respawns. I guess it's just a realism thing. But it'll be a fine addition to someone's collection. Here's one change that is going to be very important for most players who play normal or who are coming back to the game. And that is containers don't refill on load. It's set to true by default in normal games. So you have to go to a custom game to switch this back on or off.
I noticed
So
they
all the
don't refill
containers in the
anymore.
world won't refill, which affects the game a lot. It makes
Yeah.
it significantly more difficult. You have to plan where you're going to be going to get resources. You can't just keep raiding the same outdoor spot like the starting area.
I
It's
noticed
a good
that.
change. It does make the
It's new.
game more of a survival game like it's supposed to be. Because otherwise you can just save and reload over and over again and just get stockpile of items. It's kind of silly. It was a problem with the forest, which made the forest quite
I think
easy.
it's okay that
My
they did
advice
that.
to get adapted to this is find caves or bunkers because the stuff in there respawns. And
Yeah,
maybe
other
have a
stuff
zip line
respawns
system
still,
going
like
to them or just
bunker
build near
stuff
them.
and
You'll
caves
figure
too.
it out. It's a good change, but it might be hard to adapt. Or you can just switch it in the custom game mode. Next is that they've added a range and valid target readout to the rope gun. This is very similar to the mod that Tony Macaroni made, but it's pretty much identical. It doesn't have the clicking sound change the further you get away, it gets a higher pitch. That was
That's
still
my
something
fire
valid
always
of
going
Tony's.
out.
Though it looks good and it's useful. You don't have to mod it in now. But you can shoot at a range of 50 meters and it's got a range of 150 meters before the cable will disconnect. So keep an eye on the readout. It's very
That's-
useful.
these fires
And
go out
the
so
symmetric
quick in the
system's
ocean.
Beautiful, isn't it? Next is a flashlight and shotgun no longer respawn upon loading if you already have them in your inventory. Now there's no solution for the flashlight, nor why does it matter, I don't know, because you can't store it. However, the shotgun is important, so I went and checked it to see how it works. So basically a way around it is that you can just make a weapon storage next to it and then put the shotgun on it, save, reload, and a shotgun more. You can do this as many times as you want, but it's mainly so you can get a shotgun for yourself and one for Virginia. It will also work for multiplayer as well if you want to go down that route. Next is that the buckshot count has been reduced from 15 to 8, and the cone spread has been reduced from 25 to 20. It's narrowed the spread on it, which is going to make it easier to hit things, but it's pretty much half the damage, and they've halved the damage of the shotgun before. So this thing really doesn't slap anymore like it used to.
The
When
shotgun
it first came
sucks
out, it was
now.
like comparable to the super shotgun from Doom 2 or the shotgun from Fear. I played both of those games quite a lot, and they slapped. Now this one just doesn't anymore. Though it's not all doom and gloom for the shotgun because they've improved the slugs in the shotgun. Slug ammo will now cause the shotgun to hit react on enemies even if they're armored. So before it just took their armor off and didn't do anything. It was so bad. But now it actually does pretty good. You gotta aim with it though because it's slugs, it's not spread. I've whinged about this a lot. I'm not very good with it. Next is if the bow doesn't have an arrow loaded, but the player has available arrows in his inventory, it will switch to those arrows. This might affect for like explosive arrows or fire arrows because the damage could be spread back to you. But it's better though, because you're in the middle of a fight, you don't really want to be fiddling around with arrows. Next is that the stone storage and sled now carry 28 stones instead of 27, and storage counters are now displayed. But I didn't find this mentioned anywhere in the patch notes. Unless this was from a previous patch, I'm not sure. But now there's a visual counter when you go up to it. The reason they increased it, I think, is because you can now carry 4 stones at a time. But we'll get to that. Next is that the taser stick, as they called it, but it's actually a stun baton, now only has 3 charges per battery. This is quite big because batteries before this update were quite rare, and I don't know if they've solved the problem yet. Unless you have cases replenishing, it's actually quite hard to find batteries. There's only one spot I know I was able to get 2 guaranteed every time, and that was near the entrance of the entertainment bunker, where the 3D printer is. It's on a shelf there. But I found no other viable spots for batteries. So batteries in this game are rare. Unless they've fixed it, I don't know. It would be much more useful in multiplayer if one player can stun and the other one whacks them with like an axe or a katana, etc. That's where it would be very viable. This game is more catered to multiplayer than single player if you didn't notice. Next is explosions will now cause break damage to all armor pieces hit. I don't know what this meant. I started to think that you take like 2 or 3 bombs and then all your armor would disappear.
Explosive kick,
no,
yeah,
I
so
can't
they do
figure
a
this
ton
one
of
out.
damage.
So it removed 3 pieces of bone armor every time I got hit, regardless if it was in front of me or if I was standing on it. So I don't know what
breaks
this
all your
actually
armor off.
means. Why would it remove 3 pieces at a time if all armor pieces are getting hit? I can't make sense of this one. Maybe just don't blow yourself up. The next is if player sleeps in an unprotected location, they can now sometimes be interrupted by an enemy search party. I don't know what the chance of this happen is, but I'm going to guess it's about 50%. Because I tested it once, I woke up, nothing. Second time, I woke up with 2 fingers near me. Now, this is finally a reason for a player to build a base.
every time I
It
sleep
used
at
to
my
happen in
base,
the game
sometimes
if there
twice a
were
night.
already enemies nearby, but now it's a random encounter thing. Now, I ran a test with just a normal house that I built and slept multiple times, and no enemy search parties interrupted me. I did it about 10 times. However, on one night, I got my sleep interrupted, so I thought maybe a house isn't safe. I look outside and there's 3 raccoons. I think this is a good sense of humor and not to put this in. I don't know what caused this to happen. I just did it over and over again. If you are in a fully enclosed house, and I mean fully enclosed, not one log missing, you should be right. You can cut doors and windows, they're fine. Also talking about sleep, is that after the player sleeps, Calvin will be found also sleeping somewhere nearby. This didn't seem to be true. I slept in these tents, and there's multiple tents here. There's 2 of them. You'd think he'd be sleeping there, but he wasn't. With the tests I did prior with the enemy waking up, even with beds nearby, Calvin didn't spawn close to me. He was still pretty far away, unless it only counts for extremely long distances away. Here's some stuff about the GPS. The GPS screen now more accurately reflects the world, showing cliffs, sparse, and clearings. This is true. This is the full map, the new one extracted from the game.
GPS
They reworked the look of
butt.
bunker icons in the GPS to be more distinct. So it's like a TV screen, and I don't know what the M is, but yeah. They made the
I think
cave
it's
icons
neat,
smaller on
but
the
it's a pain in the
GPS.
butt to
They'll still
use.
look quite big. I don't know why that is, because when they're so big, it's hard to see where they are specifically.
raining?
The GPS tracker will now remain
rain or
at
snow?
the zoomed out level.
Is the snow
when
gonna melt
re-equipping it.
finally?
I zoom in
Woohoo!
and opening up that, it re-equips it. I'm
zoomed in. If I go zoom out.
Whoa, I just seen a
inventory,
big
there you
shark
go.
flop out
They
there or
added
something,
an
or a
area
whale.
light to the screen of the GPS tracker to give it some glow. I don't really know what this means because, yeah, looking at it here, just looks like a phone, I guess. The next one is one of the best that they've added in this game. I wish the forest had it too, but the rebreather mouthpiece is now moved off screen when leaving the water. So it automatically equips and unequips. So you don't have to go into the inventory and remove it. It's so good. It still takes up a lot of the screen, but it's still cool. Next is that they've added a UI to show the player current strength level, and the player's max strength level has been increased from 50 to 100. This can be seen down the bottom right. Now, strength originally only increased your health. Now they've made additions to it. Each level in strength also increases your melee and chop damage by 1%, which means it could be 100% more by the end of it. And I did testing on some pillars and stuff with 2 strength because I couldn't lower it to 0, and with 100 strength, as well as with an upgraded axe. Now, upgraded fire axe by the end of it did 105 damage.
29
Even with
strength.
buffs from the stew, it didn't increase the damage anymore. It still would increase your tree cutting damage, but 105 damage per hit will kill most cannibals if they don't have armor. This is a massive change, a very good one, because what ended up happening was that melee weapons just became redundant towards the end of the game, and this happened in the forest too, because you could just use headshots for everything. I mean, you still can, but this gives viability to melee again. Using bows and stuff is fine, but it gets repetitive as a means of killing them. I could imagine at 100% with a tree cutting buff, you probably take trees down in 1 or 2 hits. So you don't even need a chainsaw. I'm just guessing that though. Next is that they've added a new sickness system tied to drinking unclean water or eating bad food. Drinking clean water or eating meds will cure the sickness. From what I can tell, it just drops your health by about 25%, which is a pretty big chunk, especially if you've got no armor. Decent realism, survival mechanic that's been added. And you'll get a "you are sick" thing sitting in the bottom left. I also found out that if you eat poisonous berries such as twin berries or snowberries, it will add a sick effect to you. I also tried to shoot myself with a poison arrow. This is incredibly difficult to do, but you can't shoot yourself with a poison arrow. Even with speedy run, it just ignores the player. But I'm assuming that if the player gets hit by another player, it might cause it. It did in the original game. Now we're moving into consumables.
So glad
I've
winter's
compiled these
over.
together because a lot of them work off each other.
Finally
They've
back
added
to the
a
pretty
loading
green.
screen hint for drying racks placed by fire, drying things faster. Now, I didn't even know this was a thing, so I went and tested it using a drying rack right next to a fire and a drying rack.
I
about
felt
2
like the
foundations
spear's way
away.
better now
Maybe it was
than it
too
used to
close.
be.
I don't know.
Like,
But
I feel like I'm
after
really killing
testing
shit with the spear
I found
good.
out that they both dried out at the same time. So maybe the fires got a warming effect of the house. I don't know, but I didn't have any walls on it, so it was confusing. But they both dried at the same time, which was about a day or something, 24 game hours. I wasn't happy with these results, so I went and tested it again multiple times. I did a test with a drying rack under a shelter and one that wasn't right next to it, and they both took 24 in-game hours. Then I'm at another fireplace one next to a drying rack. It was overlapping, it was that close, and that
Like I'm
still
always
took
running
24
out of
game
arrows.
hours. And then I tried it with fire torches as well, and that's still the same thing as 24 game hours. So I don't know what this means about you can use a fire to speed up the drying process. 24 game hours is fine. You shouldn't really need it to go faster. You just got to stay on top of it. But why is drying meat important? Is because rotten items can no longer be used in cooking. Dried perishables will no longer go rotten, and cooked foods now take twice as long to go rot versus raw. So basically what that means is you can no longer cook with rotten items, which is what I used to always do. But if you dry the items, they'll no longer go rotten because they used to. So now the incentive for drying meat is a lot higher because you can add them to the cooking pot. As for cooked foods now taking twice as long to rot versus raw, I think it just means cooking them on the fire and putting them in your inventory. I suppose that is something you can do. I don't know if you can cook dried items and make them go to a cooked item. This was done in the forest to prevent you getting the debuff from eating dried meat, which was it lowered your hydration by quite a bit, especially on hard survival. Things to test. Things to test indeed. I went and did test it. You can cooked dried meat, but you have to wait until it's on the fire for about 30 seconds and it will convert from dried meat to cooked meat. So when you eat it, you don't get the hydration debuff. Once it's cooked, you can't re-add it to the drying rack. If you're making stews, it doesn't matter if you're using cooked meat or dried meat. The dried meat penalty goes away once it's in a stew. Next thing is that cat food and oysters can now rot, and they added textures for them and new rotten textures for the meat and fish. They're no longer green like they used to be. Green was a very easy indicator, but probably not an accurate
It's a
indicator.
pretty place.
I think mold is more like white, and it reflects in the textures that they've added here. Cat food going off is not a big deal because you can just leave it in a can. However, oysters going off is going to be quite tricky because
Calvin's special is quite useful, which requires 3 fish and 1 oyster. And if your oysters are going off, well, then you're kind of screwed because you can't refrigerate them and you can't store them anywhere that's going to keep them fresh. There's no refrigeration in the game. We'll have to wait and see what happens with that. I went and found close-up images of the rotten meats and rotten fish to show that the textures have changed. These were the original ones on the left, so they may look different now, but I'm not sure. Note that there's one on the right. That's what cat food used to look like, so they changed it for this update. Colors might be off though, I'm not sure. Next is that eating berries while in the inventory is much faster. It is very fast. It's probably like twice the speed, maybe 3 times. I don't know if that's the same when you're not in the inventory. It's not a viable way to get food, but it is a way to get food. Before it was so slow that it was ridiculous. In real life, you could eat them much quicker. You can also hold down the button to keep eating berries in the inventory as well. So it's very fast. They've increased the raw fullness of some of the perishables. Now, fish appears to be decreased. Meat and fish both give the same amount of fullness in their raw form. It appears cat food also gives more. I'm not sure though. This is on normal, I think. Oysters also give the same amount as meat and fish, but they used to give like barely anything. So oysters have had a massive boost. They're actually a lot more useful now, but they do spoil, so keep that in mind. Next is that you can now add twin berries and snowberries to shells. There's been a lot of changes to the way shells work. You can even add multiple items at a time. So in the case of berries and flowers and stuff, you'll add 5 at a time. So it's much faster. Next is that they've added seed items for twin berries and snowberries, which can now be grown planters as well as mushrooms. Twin berries and snowberries don't have much use unless you're making poison arrows, I believe. But still, you might want to make them. But growing mushrooms is a bit strange because I put mushrooms in there. I waited 3 days and I only got 1 back. So basically you plant 1 and you get 1 back. I don't think the return works correctly, unless there's something I'm missing. In the forest, they used to just spread. You'd plant 1 in a big garden bed in a cave and they'd spread and grow more. It was kind of cool. Maybe you need to put them on the shelter in this game. I don't know. Didn't mention anything.
I want to find a new awesome base place.
Notes. Mushrooms are good for the mushroom recipe because mushrooms don't go off, and the cream of mushroom recipe only takes 1 of each mushroom, and it can give you 100% fullness if you drink the whole thing. Very good. I wasn't happy with my test results of mushrooms, so I went back and tested it again to see if I messed up something or maybe I needed to leave it longer, and it wasn't the case. You plant 1 mushroom, you get 1 mushroom back, so it's completely redundant to plant mushrooms. Unless I'm doing something wrong again, which I'm highly doubting it. Next is that they've added a new jam recipe. It relies on the icons rather than actually telling you what is actually going to go in there, but luckily you can just put a whole bunch in there, and even if you added extra, it's going to still just make the recipe and not use what you added extra. So I think it used blueberries, salmon berries, and blackberries. But it's a cool little recipe, and it looks kind of cool. Next is that the energy bar fullness is now increased from 15 to 30. This is huge. This is doubling the amount it gave, because before it was really annoying to eat them. I guess with the changes to containers no longer respawning by default, it's going to be harder to come across these things. They've updated eggnog recipe to use 4 eggs. I can't remember how many eggs it used, but I think you can only carry 4 at a time now. Eggs are extremely rare to find because you have to find them from when turtles lay their eggs. They have increased the amount of turtles that there are in the game, so it might be easy to get those eggs, but you still have to go down the beach to get them.
So
I'm thinking that they start making duck nests and then have ducks have eggs. That's what I'm thinking. Or maybe having birds' nests where they come and leave feathers, they can sometimes leave an egg. That could be a cool thing. But otherwise, eggs are just too rare to make a difference for this recipe. Also, the recipe kind of looks like piss. Next is inventory-related stuff. They optimize all colliders and improve textures in the inventory to speed up how long it takes for items to appear in the inventory once opened. I'm actually using a mod that increases the speed it opens up. I'll show you it quickly. Instant inventory open. So while it's instant, there's not that rolling out feature. It is a lot quicker. It's probably a full second. It used to be at least 2 seconds. I'm using this mod because I'm extremely impatient. I like my animations as short as possible. Cloth in the inventory can now stack to 5. This might sound silly, but this is really good for making leaf armor because you used to know how much was there. It should stack to 10. That's what they should do, because usually you'll make 10 pieces of stealth armor or leaf armor or whatever it's called. Otherwise it looked like this and you didn't know how many you put on there. So you just went randomly clicking non-stop on here. But it actually limits it to 5 at a time. Why not do 10? Oh, I'm not so cool on it anymore. And this is a big one. Items can now be batched, add, and removed from the inventory by holding down the button. So, where's a big one? Bones. Just right click and hold it down. So this was in the forest and it took them over a year to add it. I don't know why. I'm just glad we got it. So you don't have to ruin your mouse trying to add things to the inventory thing. They improved the interaction and animation of throwing items from the grab bag to shelves and such. So basically, see, this thing just doesn't really move around. It was realistic that it moved, but it made it so hard to select things here. So now it's more rigid and easier to use. So sacrifice of realism, yeah. But a button can now be held down to use it. So just holding down click and it's automatically adding it. Much better, man. Next is that they enabled count readouts on all the items on shelves that are not one-to-one visuals. I don't quite understand what it meant by not one-to-one visuals. There's an easier way to put stuff on shelves. Much easier. So watches can now stack in the inventory too. I think it was just one that would appear. Oh, the count builds up as you're holding it down too. See, the number gets bigger the longer you hold it down. That's cool. They really went out with this update, didn't they? You can now carry 20 solidified. Like adult items is 20 in there now. Probably doesn't display 20, but who cares? Used to be 15, I believe. Often in the update notes, they won't say increase from 15 to 20. All items now have hover animations. Every single one, they say, which is cool. Immersive. Yep. Imagine if Windows 11 did that. Next is that some item counts have been reduced to match their visuals in the inventory and to encourage using storage more. This is a huge nerf. So I'm just looking at here. I'm just going to give it a quick overlook.
Yeah, I hate you can only hold 3 fish now. It's so
boards,
dumb.
I think 3 bombs still a standard. Used to be able to carry 10 C4 bricks. Molotovs the same. Flares are the same. Vodka bottles are the same, I think. Grenades are a big one. Used to be able to carry 10 of them.
Oh,
so being able to carry 5 is quite a big one, especially with containers no longer resetting. Ammo's still unlimited. Okay, so by the looks of it, there is a few culprits, but the main one that's going to hurt is definitely the grenades. There's 3 items that was strangely affected by this, but it's the brain bites, the bacon bites, and the steak bites. You used to be able to carry like 10, I think. Now you can only carry 1 of each. I'm starting to wonder why it's an item in the game, because they barely give any fullness. I don't know what this is about. So that's all the inventory stuff. The next is that there will be no printer resin by default in printers. Instead, you have to find it and add it. Before, there was usually like 200, maybe 300 in a printer, and you could use that whenever you found one. Now they've all got 0. And what was interesting about this update is that there was so many things added, but there was no 3D printer recipes
Need to keep your
added.
gun
I
nearby.
don't know if they've just run out of ideas or not, but I thought they'd be adding more to it. Guess we'll just have to
going
wait
around
and
the
see.
corner.
There's
Stay
something
close.
else is that I did check printer resin on the shelf. It now adds 50 at a time. Before it was 1, and you can carry 1,000 of these things. So you can now add it to shelves. I don't know if that was fixed in the last update. I don't remember. Next is that zip lines will now have a visual harness when attaching stones or logs to the zip line. And I'm assuming planks as well. I didn't think to check that. But you just see a rope around it, so it's no longer just floating. Just a realism thing. You don't have to tie it on that. It's automatic every time you attach it. Next is that they've added a cooking pot stand for when a pot is placed on a fire to avoid it visually floating. And this is a cool change. It's a cool little stand. Looks better, makes the fire seem better. So yeah. Now, this is an unmentioned change I had in one of the videos, which was about uncontrollable sliding, and it seems to have been fixed because it's not repeatable anymore. I tried 3 times and I couldn't get myself to lose control while sliding. So it looks like they've done something to fix this, which is really good. Maybe it was just a bug that they didn't intend to add. But you still can't climb mountains anymore, which is unfortunate. Bring back the climbing pickaxe, I say, and make it possible. It was in the game files. I reckon it'll be an excellent addition. You don't have to climb cliffs. You could always climb steep mountains with it.
The sled was
on to
awesome.
building
The sled,
stuff,
you went so
starting
fast
with the bonfire. They've added an option
Looks like
to
you only go up
extend
the mountain like
campfire
one time,
with
so
logs
like
to
what's the
turn it
point?
into a bonfire. This is slightly confusing because to do it, you need to have a stick fire with quarter logs cut up onto it. Then you can add the logs. It
This might
doesn't
be a
matter
good
if it's
base
got the
location, to be
fire pits
honest.
around with the stones or the rocks. It
Yeah,
takes
pretty
quite a
out
few
here.
logs, and I'm guessing it extends the length of the burn time. I don't know if it attracts enemies or not.
I have a
Once you
huge
do this,
base
so
already,
you
but I wanna
cannot
make
add
another
anything
one.
to it except for leaves.
Hey, there's
so you
Calvin.
can't cook on it, which is fairly
Hello?
obvious. That's not really
Bad
what
man.
a bonfire's for. Now, in the
Wanna
original
fight me,
update
huh?
video, I said that I should have tested the brightness
That guy
of it,
just
so I
fall?
went and did that. And it is actually quite bright. It actually looks quite cool in the nighttime. Though I thought I'd also test its burn rate, and
She
here
got
is
a
something that I
gun.
found to be quite
She's gonna
disappointing.
shoot you.
And that is, it didn't even last 24 hours. I think this might be a bug that they might need to work on, because it burnt out so fast. And I don't even know why. They've added a
Get off
new
my girl.
explosive storage structure. This allows you to store explosives. I think you still can store them on the shelf, but I think this is more of a dedicated structure. Maybe to make them easier to access, or maybe universal storage isn't so great. You can hold
Back
Molotovs,
up.
bombs, and grenades. Used to be able to hold 10 grenades. Now you can only carry 5. Keep that in mind. Next is that they've added an arrow storage structure. This stores all the arrow types, 10 of each, I think. It's quite tedious to put them on as you can only do 1 at a time, and it's hard to select the arrow because it's so thin. Getting your mouse cursor to hang over it might be a little bit difficult. I think things like this might actually be better if you had a controller.
Crouches are like
I don't
the
know
best
how this
thing in the
affects
game
arrows
now.
that have upgraded with, you know, stun or fire or explosive, etc. Now, they've added 2 new platform prefab structures and the ability to snap them to build structures. Now, this is very good. It helps bridge the building between the forest and Sons of the Forest. It's probably the closest thing to the forest we've got. I'm not sure if it'll be classed as procedural building, but it's good enough. Now, you can build a small platform and a medium-sized platform. Now, you can't link them together when they're in a blueprint form. They have to be built first. Calvin can help build these, and they can still be pulled apart.
Golf cart out
And
here
once they're
too.
done, you can use other platforms
Well,
and other
hell
structures
yeah.
to attach to them. Well, most structures anyway. And they can even be affected by elevation.
I think
so you
this
can
might
move
be
them
the
up and
base
down, etc.
location right
now,
here.
if you're placing them by themselves and you go up a certain amount of distance or automatically attach a rope, that's fine. If you don't want it, you just take it off. Keep in mind, the higher you go, the more expensive it's going to be. And the max height you can have these things is 5, but you can
just like
stack
drive
them on
over
top
all
of
the
each other.
trees
Though,
with
how are you going to get up there to
golf
put more
cart.
on? I'm not sure. Probably a rope bridge. Now,
Bushes
most people
and
probably
make a
think this
bunch
is
of
just
twigs.
another structure. It's not. You can actually make it do things that you normally couldn't, like placing platforms on the edge of a cliff. Normally, you wouldn't be able to do this very well. You'd have to do some major stuffing around to get it to work. And the good thing about it being a blueprint is that you don't need to reach the faraway places. As long as you can reach the closest point, you can place the log on it.
I wonder
So
if I
it's
can
probably
drive
the
the golf
least
cart onto
realistic
the,
building thing they've added in this game,
boat.
but that's probably why it's so good, is their focus on realism can be a real pain. Here's another very good perk about it, is that it's going to make it very easy to build on water. Now, normally you can build on lakes and ponds during winter, and I still recommend you do that if you want to build on the lakes or ponds, mainly because you won't use as many logs. The foundation will only go as far as the ice, and when the ice melts, it will extend all the way down. So you get free logs, basically. Though if you want to adjust the heights that you can work at, then you can do it this way. It's going to be much easier to build like this. And one of the best things about it is that you can now make sea bases, though you will have to build quite far out. And it would be quite expensive. It's around 12 to 13 logs for each piece. And just to show you, I'm fair way out at the sea, and I'm placing logs on it, and it's building just fine. It's just getting the logs out here that's going to be the annoying part. Though Calvin could help with that probably. You're probably better off using zip lines than a log holder.
That's pretty
Just
far
so you
out.
know, if you're doing this kind of stuff, and you make an accident like this, you are in for a bad time. Because I had instant book build, I couldn't remove what was underneath. So yeah, I probably could actually if I swam down. I didn't think of that. Next is that they've added a new auto foundation system for prefab structures such as a small cabin, the lean-to, the lookout tower, and the platforms that I just mentioned. This is another thing that helps bridge the game between the forest and Sons of the Forest, because you could do this with the cabins and stuff, the procedural building. I'm really glad they're bringing it back, because not only is it really useful, it gives a lot more freedom to build, a lot more
Own
ways to build,
storage.
and you can get Calvin to build these things. And it helps with the planning process of building. You're not stuck doing one thing at a time, one log at a time. You can plan bases much better now. Now, something I found that wasn't that great about it is that it was hard to adjust the height of the foundations when attaching to them. Or platforms, I forget what they're called. It was hard to attach the platforms to some of these prefabs. There's no real height adjustment system for them. So for example, the lean-to, it was better to attach the lean-to to a platform rather than the other way around. This doesn't use excess logs either. The game recognizes what's there. It's a very cool system. You can even build platforms off tree houses and stuff. Speaking of tree structures, there's something I would like to see, and that is to attach tree structures to the top of these platforms. Like this one in particular, tree platform 2, has the pieces that stick out. They're a real
Dump
pain to
some
make. You
stuff
have
on
to
my
build all the
shelves
way
real
up
quick.
on one side just to put them on, and then you tear it all down again. It would be so cool to be able to attach this to normal buildings, not just trees. Same with the other tree houses. Not sure how they'll do it, but I'd like to see it. Next is that they've added 4 new findable blueprint structures, including a glider launcher, and 3 mystery structures. Now, because the mystery structures are spoiler territory, I'm going to leave them for the end of the video in the spoiler section and just cover the glider launcher. Can be found in this cave here, if you can see on the map. It's just inside, it's not a big cave, there's no enemies down there. And once you build it, it's like a platform with a ramp and 4 turtle shells that are mixed together. And you can actually take it off the platform. I don't know why it comes with a platform actually, that it's set up like this, but it launches you very far into the air, and I wouldn't recommend using it unless you got a glider on you. If you do have a glider on you and you don't have it equipped, if it's not hotkeyed, you can't use it while you're in the middle of the air. So what I would do is set it for 0. So if you get launched in the air, you just press 0 and you'll activate the glider. And also, if you do toggle your glider to a hotkey, if you fall off a cliff or jump off one, you can hit the glider key and you should survive. I tested the glider launcher on enemies to see if it launched them up really high. It just works like a normal
spring trap. It'll still kill them, but it won't work on anything big like mutants and stuff like that, or the big fellas. Use it to get up on cliffs and such, or you can use it to get up on top of really tall buildings. Something I noticed is that it won't attach to the new platform structures, which is unfortunate, but the platform structures will attach to it. I'm sure this will be fixed in future patches. Now, I tested how high it can actually go, and what I figured out is that it will always go at least 15 high, 15 cubes high, or 15 sections high. I don't even know what to call it. But occasionally it will launch you much higher, and I don't know what causes that to happen. It's not a big deal, I don't think, as long as you don't fall all the way down, I suppose. I think if you fell from that distance, it might kill you. Next is that they've added a new nice chair and nice couch buildable structures. They're just called chair and couch. They should put the word nice in front of them. Now, these are utility structures and decorative. If you sit on them, your energy will go up slowly, but I can't stress how slow that is, but it's still free energy. But they look better than the standard stuff, and they look much better than the gore couches and the gore chair. And just to show you, here's the nice chair versus the bone chair and normal chair. Next is that they've added a new trap. It's an explosive tripwire. Now, this is basically just a wire and a grenade, and it's a single-use trap. Your companions, Calvin and Virginia, won't trigger this trap, though you can, and so can enemies. It's basically just an instant grenade hit, and it wasn't very pleasant trying to test it out. If you have these too close to your structures, it will blow them up. This might be something worth building in a cave, maybe. If you got enemies down the end of a tunnel, you could pull them in or lure them in. That would be cool. Now, you cannot trigger it by any means other than walking over it or an enemy walking over it. Maybe an animal, I don't know. But I tried shooting it with a shotgun, that didn't work. Bow and arrow did not work either. Throwing stones and throwing a Molotov, none of it triggered it, but standing on it did. Pretty average trap, though some people might get a use out of it. It does the exact same damage as a grenade. Yeah. Next I'm going to cover is two new traps as well. The Molotov tripwire and the leaf trap, or is it leaf pile trap? And you can use them in conjunction with each other. It will help the burn length last a bit longer. Molotov will trigger the leaf pile trap to burn, and then the enemies will burn on top. I have to censor it because YouTube. Now, I was excited to see the leaf pile trap because I thought we could start writing things again and you set it on fire. I tried using a flare. It didn't set it on fire. I thought it would, but a Molotov did. It didn't turn out as good as I thought it would.
There we go.
I think you need to make the letters really, really big for it to work properly or to work nice. I went back through my one I made of the forest, and honestly, the forest one just looked a lot better. They were long, thin lines, so they were easy to make letters with. These are like little circles, so you have to make more, and it's actually quite laggy on the game. Completely redundant. You don't need to do this. Oh, I think it's cool to write things with fire. Don't you?
You're back,
you're
good, you're back,
you can see all these squares and the textures. I don't know what that was about, but my game wasn't running very well. Now, I tested the leaf pole trap inside a cave against puffies, and it just went bad. They were just running right through it and not even catching on fire. A couple of them did, but 80% of the time they went through it, they did not get caught on fire. I don't know what's going on with this, but honestly, these 3 new traps are pretty disappointing. Next, I'm going to cover some of the changes made to stones and stone structures. Now first, the player can now carry up to 4 stones at once and can now place multiple stones at once, as many as currently held. Since most beams and stuff are 4, it will instantly place 4 if you're holding that amount. So no longer placing 1 at a time. It's very cool. This one. They reworked the stone walls so that the upper rows require only 4 stones instead of 5. This is going to save a lot on building. I always found this one to be strange, the inconsistencies and such. Stone beams and floors now use a more subtle place animation. I was trying to find out what this means by just, well, placing it, and it seemed a lot smoother and a little bit more consistent and a little bit more accurate. I don't know how to describe it. It probably plays into the next thing, which is placing stone beam on the ground now displays more accurately where the stone will be placed. I did find this to be true. It seemed to be more consistent and less random. Also, placing a new stone floor will now orient it to the place in front of where the player is aiming, instead of the default calculated position, which might be outside the viewport. Now, what I think this means is that often you'll go to place a stone on a stone floor and it would place somewhere behind you or something. I never understood what that meant. They also added a new stone toss animation when adding stones to structures. Now, unfortunately, I have to give a minor spoiler here, but here's one of the new structures. I thought to use this one because it had a lot of stones in it, when I could have just used the fireplace now that I think about it. That was very stupid of me. Just seems more smoother, less rigid. He just flows with the stones, especially when using Stone Hack. Next one is that the setup combined LOD system and added a 4th LOD to optimize rendering cost of stone floors.
Hell yeah.
What this basically means is that there's another level of detail which is going to help the game run with bigger bases. Especially with stones, they're probably quite cost heavy on the system. It basically means is that your game's going to run better when you've got stone structures. or stone floors as it says.
It's a good place to build,
Next is that
too.
they've lowered the CPU cost of having lots of idle structures. What I believe this is referring to is that your game was loading structures that could have been on the other side of the
Lots of
map,
stones
even if
up
you
here.
couldn't see them. The CPU was still rendering them. That's now turned off. So basically the game's going to run a lot better. You'll probably find that this game, Sons of the Forest, runs better than the Forest now. You'll probably get a higher FPS on this one. They've still got a lot to do. I think storage structures
Not sure
haven't
what
been
I do with
optimized.
golf
So if you have a
balls.
lot of logs
Gonna make
and
like a bomb
stones
out
and
of them or
things
something, or a
stored,
golf
if your
ball
base is
gun.
lagging, it's probably because of that. But they'll get to it. Next is that the powered cross and leg lamp now have a fixed snap point for the wire. This should make it easier to attach wire to it. Also, I mentioned ages ago when the leg lamp came out that it was kind of stupid. Junkman sent me a message saying that the leg lamp was probably a reference to a movie called A Christmas Story, which had a leg lamp in it, because it did come out right before Christmas. It just went right over my head. And as you can tell, they still produce massive amounts of light, because Ed Knight loves light in this game. Next is that the fly swatter and bone maker traps can now be moved after placed. This is really good. Not a big fan of the bone maker one because you have to replace the Molotov in it. But the fly swatter one is really good. It's a very handy trap. You do have to recalibrate it, well, reset it after you've moved it. That is a good thing because otherwise you could just literally drop it on enemies and just kill them with traps without even really doing anything. I did have an issue with the fly swatter trap, the first one here. It didn't want to be moved. I couldn't place it anywhere. So it was broken. I had to
Dude,
throw
I
it.
just got
Just make a new
skunked
one.
on.
Next one placed all right though.
Bro,
Next
he
is that they've added a
squirted
sound
on
effect
me.
for when relocating structures. Makes like a dizz noise. I don't know how to spell that. But also blueprint structures that are being relocated will now retain their previous facing direction. So they'll be still facing the same way. Very useful. There should be an option to switch that around though, because they still left blueprints on the player axis instead of the world axis without giving you an option to change. Next is furniture supported by other furniture is now linked, preventing the dismantling of the supporting one. The supported furniture is also destroyed. Basically what this means is that you can no longer make floating stuff with this. If you've got a torch or something attached to a shelf and I destroy the shelf, both will go. Next is that grounded beams, fake pillars, now remove snow around them. Here's an example of what it does. If there's no fake pillar, it won't remove the snow. It's to prevent snow coming up through the floor, glitching through. It's kind of like grass culling, but for snow. Next is when a structure is dismantled, it can now spawn in bundles of items. Storage will also drop what was stored if it is destroyed. So sticks, for example, come out in bundles of 10. If I destroy a stick holder that's filled with sticks, it will drop 3 bundles of sticks. Also known as... Now, other structures like stones don't come with bundles. It's hard to tell what is coming in a bundle and what isn't. I think it's mainly just sticks from what I can tell. Logs certainly don't, they just explode. Log carts, when they blow up, will create a lot of stick bundles. You don't get any of the items back from the log cart itself or the log sled. I've learned that from driving over those gas things in camps with a log sled, it will blow up the log sled. It's really annoying.
This is a really
and shelves, an
pretty area.
example. No bundling of items. It's a good addition though. This is a weird one. I thought I would test it and mention it. Log plank and variants now throw the same orientation as logs. I tested this out and it doesn't seem to do as it says. I don't know what's going on with it. I thought it would make it easier and cleaner to make piles of logs if you're dismantling structures, like pulling up planks. Maybe it does, I'm not sure. Next is another strange one. Structure dismantling is now X instead of C to prevent clashing with adding items to storage. But this isn't the case, you still press C. I think this might have been worded wrong. Maybe it's structure dismantling is now C instead of X to prevent clashing with adding items to storage. I don't know, I could be wrong. I'm trying to think about that and process it in my head. It's not going too well. I'm gonna move on. Next is that they set the structure distortion at 70% of structure's max HP and partial collapse at 20%. What this means is that the building will warp and change shape once it reaches 70%, so it gives you a good indication that structure is damaged. But once it gets to 20%, a piece of it will probably fall off and you'll need to repair it first before you place that piece back on. So it's a good visual indicator. It's useful to know this information. Solar
dark
panels can no
already.
longer be placed in occluded areas, which is basically underground. Fair enough, they're not going to work down there, but it means you're not going to be able to create power down there because you need to place a solar panel, then place the battery, then hook up the light bulb, for example, but not that useful anyway. Power is very limited in this game, doesn't have much use. Next is a bit of a bad one, but stick spikes and electric fences are now more fragile. Starting with stick spikes,
they can damage 8 times before they'll break. And as for electric fences, they can damage 6 times before they break. Now, when the electric fence breaks, the wire just falls off. Keep in mind that if you have one wire attached to the whole fence and one of these gets broken, it will break the whole chain. Electric fences are not very good. You're better off attaching each fence to a solar panel. I don't know why they nerfed these because they didn't feel too good to begin with. It seems like more boring maintenance to fix them up and that of the base. I don't know. A bit disappointing. They were just never that good to begin with. Maybe it's to push players to use other traps. Yeah. Next, I couldn't understand, but placing walls under leaning beams on ground is now possible if they are level. I don't know what the hell this meant, so I decided to make a little staircase that uses the sidewall. If you didn't know you could do that, you can. The required items on the user interface for structures is now hidden when the player is in caves or in bunkers. So if you place a blueprint and you go inside a cave, they will disappear. I think this is excellent. This is a very good quality of life thing, because you don't need to see that crap while you're in a cave. I do certainly miss building caves though. That was a cool feature of the forest. Now next I'm going to cover stuff to do with the player and the way they obtain warmth and such. Now the first thing I've noticed, and this has probably been in the game for a while, but the altitude that you are at as a player affects the temperature. The higher you go up the mountain, the colder it gets. The lower you go, the warmer it gets. Here's some of the changes they made. They adjusted the rates at which players' skin temperature changes and the rate at which the player gets wet and dries off. The player will now get soaked from snow much slower than in rain. Indoor temperature is now clamped within a range so that indoor temperature is not always the same as outside. Fire sources are now hotter so the player will dry off faster. And they adjusted the amount of rest the player gets indoors and outdoors and how comfort modifies it. So this is a big survival thing overhaul. As you'll see in the footage here, I've got player stats toggled here, which shows all the temperature stuff and some other things. The bit that's covered up by my timeline bar is the race that the player is, which is default white. I don't know what other races there are, but you can see the temperature fluctuating. Now, what is interesting to pass on from this, and this isn't really part of the update video, but I don't know what footage to put in here for a lot of this stuff, is that a house won't keep you warm until it is completely sealed, down to the last log. Every point has to be sealed. It doesn't matter if you've cut windows in each point or if you have a doorway without a door on it. Those things don't affect the temperature. It will still be warm inside. So you don't need to put window sills and all that sort of stuff, but you can if you want. Now the fire torches, they do warm you up, but you have to be standing right next to them. I tested a fire and the range that thing had that kept the house warm was only like 1 block. I don't understand why. It didn't even heat the whole house. If I stand at the end of this 2-block house, I won't be warmed by the fire. You can see the temperature fluctuating. Really bizarre how it works. I tried different clothes as well. They do affect your temperature also. I tried building a bigger house and to see if it was just bugged out, and I tried making a fire. It didn't make a difference. The house didn't warm up. Though you are a lot warmer inside a completely sealed house. You can have as many holes in it as you want, as long as every position is being filled by a log. I hope that makes sense. Now I'm going to cover enemies in the game. They've added 2 new mutants, the Legsy and the Holy. They aren't that unique. The Legsy will jump at you, and so will the Holy. The Holy can also charge at you. The Legsy can't. The Legsy has 500 HP, and the Holy has 600 HP. For reference, the Armsy has 400 HP.
Kidding me? I don't have a
Virginia
freaking
has
tent.
320 HP. Now there really isn't a lot to say about these mutants because they're very similar to other ones. If you kill them, both of them drop 2 pieces of mutant armor, and that's it. I'm not sure what day these ones spawn on. There's not much to say about these. I actually went on a rant and I'm re-recording it because I thought, why are they adding things for the sake of adding things? But they look cool, I guess. So yeah, they've added a new stronger puffy variant. It's called a Spotty. I don't know what this is about. It does knock you down, which is really annoying. It's like the blue variant, but it just has lots of spots. It has 200 health. Yeah. I don't know what else to say about it. They added a higher tier gold armor level for cannibals. You'll see them around occasionally. I guess their armor's stronger. Heavy enemies can now wear armor and winter clothes. Also, their running now drains more energy. So as you can see from all these ones here, they're wearing different variations of armor. It's dependent on what day you're on. I've set this one to over day 100. So they're going to spawn with a new gold armor and such. They will only spawn with winter clothing if it is winter. I changed the season to winter, and the ones I'm adding come with the winter clothing. As for the draining energy, that will probably create a weakness for them. They might bend over and take a breath or something. They won't be able to fight non-stop. Glowing puffies now have a more unique looking materials. I don't know what this is either. They don't glow as much as they used to, I think. I'll find one and put it up here. I don't know. Fat cannibal health has increased from 140 to 170. I don't know if that refers to fat females as well. Otherwise, it's just the red ones. I don't have any footage for these ones, so I'm just going to have footage of the new mutants here. Cannibal head damage multiplier from sharp melee reduced from 2 to 1.5. I think that's if you hit him in the head. Gonna do less damage now, 50% more instead of 100% more. Demon attack increased damage by 25% and increased co-op game health up to 30%. Demons already hit quite hard and fast, but they're actually quite easy to kill with the cross. But it's interesting to see that co-op game health was increased. Is it based on players? Regular male cannibals run and walk 20% faster and are 5% larger on average. Strange addition doesn't mention they attack faster, so yeah. Creepy plating attack changed from 1 to 2 waves. Each wave slightly smaller. It will now include the new creepy mutant types. So once you take out one wave, another wave will come. So it's not all at once. I think this is a better way of doing it. Puffy attacks have increased speed. I don't know how much they've increased it by. It doesn't say. Puffies can hit pretty hard. They do a lot of swinging. If you get caught up in it, you could lose a lot of armor. But these next ones, I'm going to cover multiplayer stuff. And I've got my nephew to help me with it. And the first one's a big one. The player downtime before respawning has been greatly reduced. They also sped up the scale animation to give more of a sense of urgency. Now, other players, from what I can tell, can't tell if you're down unless they actually see you bending down. Once you get taken down, you've got 30 seconds to be revived or you respawn at a camp. The good thing is that it's not like the forest where your stats restart. So if you've got 100 strength, you will keep 100
Two more
strength.
sticks.
I tested it myself, what happens when you go down, and you do have the skull animation, but it's not for other players. So unless you're on a microphone or message other players to tell them you're down, if they don't see you, they won't know. But yes, I timed it and you've got 30 seconds. They added proximity, or is it proximity? Is that proximity? I've never seen it spelled. Okay. Voice chat with filters for in caves and underwater, along with adding additional filtering to the walkie-talkie. It's to add immersion. So if you're in cave, you're probably going to get an echo, I believe. Or if you're underwater, probably go. Other players' names are now hidden when riding the golf cart. That's good because it's unnecessary. Players' name tag will now be hidden when crouching in multiplayer games. This is the same in the forest. They just re-added it. They added a pause menu icon over players in multiplayer.
So many rocks
appears
here.
as a cog over their name. That's to show that they're maybe AFK or they're in their inventory, so they might need protection. This is a good one to add. They added a PvP damage setting and made it available in the multiplayer admin menu. Like the forest, it's probably going to give the proper values. In the forest, you could damage other players, but the amount of damage you did was very minimal until it was added. And if it's anything like the forest, fire is going to be the way to kill players. Now I'm just going to cover some console command things and options and settings and such. Next is that they've improved the debug free camera system, which now uses the main camera, so assets around it will load properly and it works with the gamepad. This is so if you're trying to get cinematic footage or a good screenshot of your base, yeah, etc. Before, it was absolutely terrible, so it works a lot better now. Basically, what happened was when you went away from your character, all the textures and stuff were really bad quality. They hadn't loaded in properly because the game detected that you weren't near it to improve performance. This is technically the only way to fly-ish. You're not really flying though, it's just a camera. If you want to fly, you've got to use Red Loader, Tony Macaroni's mod. It's got X-Free Cam, which allows you to fly around the map. I don't know why a night won't add flying. Next is a bit strange. I put it in here just because I thought it was interesting, but they removed the ducking of music in the settings menu. I think it's because the main menu music is no longer quite intense. It's more like relaxed than that. But the ducking helped you concentrate if you're looking through the options. It wasn't as loud. It made you like concentrate better. I think it did. I just thought it was interesting. Next is that they've added options in the custom settings for search parties, frequency, and building resistance. There's also the creative mode options in there, but I haven't covered that yet. I'm going to cover it later on as it's a bit spoilerish. But I'm assuming this will change the difficulty of the game. At this point with their custom mode settings, I'm starting to think that players would be better off. Now, I don't know much about this one as well. Because I've got an NVIDIA card, I can just use DLSS, though I have heard very good things about FSR 3. I was surprised in the last update that they only added FSR 2. Now they've added the 3, which apparently is a lot better. You've got ultra performance, balanced, and quality. Ultra performance on FSR 3 is pretty bad, but it looks a lot better than FSR 2 on ultra performance. I couldn't tell the difference between balanced on FSR 3 and DLSS. This is a huge addition because if you don't own a 30 or 40 series NVIDIA card, you cannot use DLSS, which is stupid and greedy of NVIDIA. Even if you've got a 10 series card, you can't use it. It's dumb. Probably even 20 series. But AMD to the rescue, you can use this on any card, AMD or NVIDIA. So your 1080 Ti Ti, your 2060s, etc., you're all good to go. Now I'm going to move on to stuff that I wasn't able to get footage for, and I'm going to read it out as the rest of the patch notes that I'm not going to cover is scrolling through. And there's 4 pages of them, so there's a lot. And after I've finished covering the rest of the patch notes, I'm going to cover the spoiler stuff. They've moved many items and pickups to better locations. This is actually a huge change, but God knows what it actually means because it's not specific. Next is that they fixed some objects in the world being dynamic that should be static. This will improve performance quite a bit. They added a new weather occultation system for buildings to provide much more accurate weather visuals and rework the interior space warmth system to be more accurate. Yeah, the last one's a little bit but you know, they added additional achievements. I don't know what they are.
Yeah, I don't
they added
need
a
to
new
waste that
system to
last
ensure
one.
multiplayer clients see completed ghost structures transition smoothly to the built version regardless of networking conditions. I don't think Ignite will mind me saying this, but getting building working in multiplayer is extremely difficult for them. They spend a lot of time trying to make it work properly. They optimize
They got some
construction
pretty good
database to
sleep.
reduce the amount of CPU usage and lower amount of data to send over network and multiplayer games. Sounds technical, but it's going to improve the game quite a lot. There's more stuff that has to load in the game, the slower the connection's going to be. They've balanced enemy structure damage and fixed some creepies, demons, and large female cannibals being unable to damage structures. They tweaked all enemy armor values and increased
No,
the
no,
chance
don't
of
dump it
spawning
out.
head
Oh,
armor and body
motherfucker.
armor pieces on enemies. I don't know what the tweaked armor values means. Now, I got footage
water
for this
here.
one, but I decided not to because it's the babies and I just can't deal with YouTube right now. It says that babies are now single hit from any weapon in normal mode, which isn't true. They've got 10 health, so you need to do at least 10 damage. If you throw a rock at them, it only does 4 damage. So in the forest, you could throw a rock at them and kill them. In this, you can't just do that. You've got to throw 3 rocks. The slingshot would probably kill them, and bow and arrows and stuff. They're very annoying in this game. They were much better in the forest. They hit like trucks in the forest, but they were glass cannons. Easy to kill. Fire arrows and torches will now ignite bodies when arrow impacts or the torch performs a downward thrust attack. This is so you can
Getting a
burn
bunch of
bodies in
armor
that.
from
If
these
you do
guys,
this and
huh?
you walk away, they won't burn. You'll have to reignite them, I think.
I see
Gold
why I
armor's
built
now
the
being
base,
renamed
right?
to ancient
All
armor.
these
I think this is
crazy
probably good because
motherfuckers
it isn't
coming at
really
night.
gold. It's like sulfite. Gold is not a very strong metal. It's pretty
These
though.
guys are
Calvin
strong,
can now
too.
walk
These
over
are
logs.
strong
Also
enemies.
fixes pushing them under or through the terrain. That's a problem for him, and it's also a problem with cannibals. They will do that too. They'll push your logs under the ground. AI can now navigate around player-built furniture.
Dang, I'm
and
getting
small
so much
structures,
flesh
and
armor
they've
from these
added
guys.
AI pathing to rope bridges, so that means Calvin and Virginia will be able to use them, and so will the enemies. I don't know about this pathing thing, and air tanks now drain 25% faster. In reality, air tanks can hold, like, I think an hour, I'm guessing, of air. In this game, it's only about 3 minutes. Doesn't make sense, but it's for realism and balancing purposes. Otherwise, they might as well just remove air
All right,
tanks.
stay
They should
tuned.
just do
Woo!
it because in the forest it was the same. There's so many. Honestly, you don't spend that much time underwater. There's nothing in the ocean. They've made it too murky and hard to see. It's just an unnecessary extra feature. Anyway, now we're going to be moving on to spoilers. So here's your warning. The spoilers are going to start off minor and progressively get more and more. Now I'm going to start with the least spoilerish thing, and that is creative mode, which allows free building and without animations and such. Now,
Yeah,
the
we're not
default
doing
creative
cheat
mode has no
mode.
enemies in the world. You go to custom and you scroll down to the bottom, you can activate creative
I'm
mode
actually gonna
here.
restart
By
my game
default,
real
it's
quick,
got
'cause
all the
it's-
stuff on. So group placement, no
It feels like
cutting
it's acting
spawn,
up.
instant tree
I don't know what's
chopping,
wrong with my
God
game,
mode,
but it's acting
etc.
up.
Group placement is a new feature that you cannot currently get with mods,
Like
which
the
says
graphics
they
are,
place
being
everything
funky.
you'll have in hands at once. So I'm guessing that
just
there's a
gonna
bit of a
restart it
typo.
real
Place
quick.
everything you have in your hands at once, so the R is unnecessary. I recommend doing it this way because then you can go through and fix up the
See, look, it
things you want.
did
For
not-
example, if you go normal creative, you're not going to get enemies, whereas here I can. Now, the first thing you'll notice is that you
Did
start
not responding. It's-
somewhere
it
else.
sort of
and
feels like-
skips
it feels like the
whole
graphics
intro
are just
sequence. Now, I
constantly
originally
lagging
thought that
off
when
and
you
on.
play creative
Weird.
mode, you started in the same
Hopefully
spot.
resetting
Because
the
the
game
two
fixes
times I
it.
opened up creative mode, I started in the same spot. I thought that was the case. However, I learned that every
It
time
normally
you start,
doesn't
it's
do
actually
that.
a random spot you can
This game
start.
runs
It just
perfect for me
changes.
usually.
If you're looking to build, you ideally want to spawn as close to the golf course as much as possible. You also start with Kelvin and Virginia near you, and they're both at 100% affinity, I think, or 100 affinity, which means they like you. Virginia won't run away. Calvin does everything you ask him to do anyway, so. And you start with a partially filled inventory. These are things that you're going to use in building. So like batteries, solar panels, ropes, bones, sticks, and that sort of stuff. You do start with the new artifacts.
Say, this thing takes
which is
forever to
very
load,
spoilish,
even
I
with,
guess, and
M.2.
I'll get to that. It's also got a new mode, a toggle mode, and you press X and you see these giant
But it runs good
items.
once it loads.
These are your logs and your stones. So if you get them, you got them like that. I'll turn cloud shadow enable off because that's just too dark. See, that's how much shadow the clouds create if you're wondering. So you press X to switch between them. and they don't run out. So it's got no animations
my
like that
Adderall.
mod that I've recently shown on my channel.
There it is.
And the group placement thing is like that. That's part of it. And then if you want to, you can place like that. Instant placement of all your things that you've got. The blueprints now have instant build mode. So it won't build instantly, but it'll build like this. So just like the forest.
Yeah, I kind of like the blueprint
There you go.
things. I think some of them are a bit
that's a
costly.
better
Like
way
the
of doing it
fireplace
rather
is
than
like
using
40
instant
rocks.
block
Like,
build.
come on, bro.
So a foundation.
Takes like an
place
hour to
that,
pick up 40 rocks.
and then you can place other
my
foundations off
supplement
it.
powders
You
too,
hold
really
down
quick.
Shift, be able to place multiple ones. Yeah, so the problem with instant book build is that if you make a mistake, you have to pull it all apart, and it can take time. Well, it's better to hold down E. Instant book build, if you're wondering, is a console command. If you type in cheat stick into the game, press F1, you can type these in. If I then place this like that, it'll be instant. You get things like this, and I don't know why that can't be placed. There's no reason from what I can see as to why that can't be placed. And if you pull apart a structure, it doesn't fly everywhere like it normally would. So your pieces won't be going everywhere, which is a cool feature. Probably the best thing about creative mode is actually building with stones, because it places whole lines like this. And the floor.
Oh, that's awesome.
That is so much better than the way it was. Stone
Hell
building's
yeah.
really improved. And if you want to place it, just right click, it changes
Okay,
direction at which the
creative
floor is
mode
gonna
looks
be
awesome.
placed. And also, building with thing, you got this. Now, it's strange that they put the group placement in
It literally
the
takes hours to get the
starting
stones.
options. I don't think it can be
Dude, where
changed
is
here.
my-
Let's have a look. Gameplay.
tool?
Skip building animations, creative only.
Where's my
Never.
medicine
Oh.
tool?
Wow, they actually added it. That's very impressive. I thought it was just limited to creative mode. I
Trying to
decided
find
to
my-
go
my
and
pill
test
cutter.
this in a normal game to see if you can build without animations, and you can. So you no longer need the mod for this to happen.
Take a pill,
You just
half a
gotta
pill at a
beat the
time
game
because it's
first.
too
I think it's
strong.
okay. It is a reward. If you're more serious about the game and you want to build more, then you do want to turn animations off because it does get very repetitive. I did address it in a video I did a little while back, talking
What
about
animations
how
do you want to
it's
turn off?
cool after the first 10 times and 100 times, but after it starts getting to
All right, I'm
1,000
ready.
and 10,000, that's when it's a problem. So if you wanted to place 2 instead of 4, you're probably just going to do this and just place it one at a time, then like that, if that's what you want to do.
Okay.
And that's fine, because you can just go around and pick them up and they'll disappear. I think. I'm very impressed with how they've handled creative mode. Initially, I had no idea how they were going to be able to pull it off, but they have.
So where
It'll
am
be very
I?
fun in multiplayer with building, I think. Also, the requirements are gone. I can't see them down the
By
bottom
this
left of
lake
how
on
many
the golf
resources I need.
course.
Yeah, Calvin can build these too.
I don't know where I
He's
should
not
go
here, so I don't
next.
know if he'd instantly build them like we can. Another thing it allows
Try to get
to,
me a
which is
beer.
really cool,
Give you
is
some
that it
food.
opens up all the blueprints. So every blueprint is now accessible here. Because normally it's quite a pain to go find these. The game doesn't want to hand them out to you. Now, next I'm going to cover the 3 new mystery structures, which is this one.
I don't think I hit it.
This one and this one. God, the darkness and difference
want some
between
deer
standing
meat,
and the
yo.
light, it's quite a lot. Now, this first one here, if you don't know, is a teleporter. And it's linked to this new item here, which is the artifact.
I
You've
hit
been
it?
collecting pieces for it probably a while. If you're new to the game,
think I
then
hit it.
get ready for a lot of going around the map and collecting it. It uses solidified as ammo. So you
Still feels like
activate
the
this
game's
teleporter.
still acting up.
If I go anywhere on the map and change the mode, click,
Like puttering.
it will teleport me to that. I don't know how this is going to work in multiplayer, if there can be only one active teleporter or if multiple people can have teleporters. I don't know. This is definitely a good way of getting around the map being
Dude, I
absolutely
definitely hit that
ginormous.
deer.
And it suits the
No
World
way, I
War
just
II.
wasted
I
so many
think
arrows on that
it fits
motherfucker.
in the game. So this has been executed very well. I'm very impressed by this. This can be placed on structures by the looks of it. And only one can be active at a time, so you can't just put these everywhere on the map and go teleporting everywhere. This
It's
would be
driving me
excellent
nuts.
if
I don't
you
know what's
like
up in
caves,
my
'cause then
game
you
right
can just
now.
get out whenever you want. So if I activate this one, it deactivates this one. I activate this one, deactivates that one. And the next 2 mystery structures are attract and repel. I don't know what the specific name is for them, but I believe they do opposite things. They like using skulls, so
moving
get
things
collecting
around
the
till I
skulls.
fix it.
Now, this one doesn't take sulfite, so I think this is attract. And this one
Ooh,
costs sulfite.
got
Probably to
bad
keep them away,
mans
but
here.
let's have a look. Let's test this out. Yep, here they are. So
What's
it
up,
does
bro?
attract them. And this is day 1, and they're Frank's by the look of it, the super aggressive one. Good thing I had God mode on, otherwise I'd be dead. So I think doing this will spawn Solophyte in your inventory as a reward for killing them. And also the reward is the things that you can do with their bodies. You turn that off, we activate this one.
Yes, he dropped the pouch.
Add character. And it looks like they're running away. I'm going to test if it
I feel like the spear's
works
the
on
best
mutants.
weapon.
Let's see if it does. I've got no idea. Why is it spawning in 2? Nope, they don't care. So take them down.
Fog
Maybe it's meant
quality,
to
what is
work. I don't
fog?
know, but by the looks of it, it costs Solophyte. I don't know if it gets used up. I think realistically it should, but you can't live in a passive thing forever. I don't know what happens if you activate both at the same time. And the last feature this thing can do that I know of, because I don't think it can kill enemies like it can in the end sequence, but you can Solophyte-anize structures. So this
Feels
is
weird.
probably an answer
I
to
don't
like
know.
what I
Feels like
wanted
it's slugging
in my
your
request
eye.
video before the game came out, was to add reinforcement like iron. So now it's this instead. So toggle structure resistance
Bro,
debug
stop
on,
running.
put it for long term. So this floor with the Solophyte has 3,600 health. Without the Solophyte, it has
Who are they
1,800
worshipping?
health. It doubles the amount of resistance something has.
Dude, they're, like,
Now, as far as
worshipping
I
this
know,
thing.
everything can be upgraded. I guess it's a term I probably should
There's
use.
so many bones here. This is juicy.
I think it uses 1 Solophyte per upgrade. Okay, so I upgraded the couch and the water's only changed.
Nice
to
shooting, baby. And he got another pouch. Oh, yeah.
So it might be worth
Dude,
doing.
I
it for
love the
defenses
pouches are the
or
best
anything,
loot
but
in the
it does
game.
give the game
It's
some
so,
longevity.
like,
You'll be able to.
I love
upgrade
killing
your
the
entire
cannibals.
base if
So
you want.
like,
So it works on traps as well. It
rewarding
looks kind of cool, to
feeling.
be honest.
It's a pretty
I don't know if it
little
will
hump.
affect performance because it is more of a reflective
Yeah,
material.
something's still
I've got
making
no idea.
shit
As far
sputter.
as I know,
It's gonna close
this cannot be used
everything
to
until
kill
this
them.
goes away. I
As
don't
you
know
can
what
see,
the
it's
heck is
used 1
causing it.
Solophyte in the time I've been chatting away. Now, for getting all the artifact pieces,
And I even have
can't
this-
show
this
you
video is playing
exactly
on
where to find them.
320p.
They're all underground in
I streamed for
caves
12
and not
hours
very
yesterday
easy
and it
to
worked
access.
fine.
It will take a
Wasn't
long
doing this.
time to get. However, if you do have Red Loader, you can use a console command. It's a custom one made by Tony Macaroni, and it's go to pick up. And then you type in space, artifact piece, and you go A through to G. That is a cheating way of getting it. But some of these pieces are in really annoying places, like Cave D, for example. Now, this go-to pickup will work for every single piece, except for part F. And the reason part F won't work is that you actually need to finish the game and select the ending that allows you to continue playing. And then this cave will unlock and you climb down and
see
get
if
the
there's
last
anything
piece,
else
and you
that I
can
can
make the
close.
artifact
Close
complete.
my
So
last
as you can
radar.
imagine, the utility of this artifact very much
Literally have
encourages players
everything
to go and
closed
complete
now.
the game to be able to unlock it. Now, for all the mystery structure blueprints, the ones that I've already shown you, they're all located in above ground caves, so you don't have to go
Feels like it's
crawling
not doing it
underneath through
anymore.
mazes and caves to find them.
Maybe it
It's
was the
quite easy to
radar.
find,
Might have been
and
the radar.
every
Yeah, I
one
don't feel like
shown
doing it
here
anymore.
has a GPS marker
Doing
of
some
where
kind of
they're
stutter
located.
thing that's
Now, as
really
mentioned with
annoying.
Red Loader, you can use the go-to pickup.
Like, it
and
wasn't a
full command for
constant
this one.
issue. It just felt like
Names
every
are
time I
Blueprint,
moved or turned,
Teleporter,
I felt like a
Blueprint,
quick stutter.
Repel, and
It's not doing
Blueprint
it anymore,
Attract.
though.
So these ones are quite easy to find. You've just got to make the trip to go get
Awesome.
them. And they're
It must have been the
definitely worth
radar
it, especially
site.
the teleporter. That's the main one. Speaking of the teleporter, it's actually in a cave below.
Feels really good
a
now.
campsite,
Heck yeah.
One of those Jinju camps or whatever it is. Now, in one of these tents is a night vision goggles. I did not know this, and it's very useful to know this. Now,
Night
another thing that
vision
was added in the
goggles.
full release that I didn't really cover is all the new story items and pickups and stuff. But there's so many, it would
What
take me
night vision
ages to go
goggles?
through and find them all, and it would just spoil it. Now I'm going to start moving into the story stuff. I'm going to start with this new video sting that is in the food bunker. It's actually at the boss fight section. I'll let it play here and you can watch it if you want. Just realizing now that this has no sound at all. So I thought I was going to let it play and not speak at all, but here we are. The rest of the video is quite disjointed and such. I didn't know how to edit it, and I've been sitting on it for days trying to figure out how to work it out. So after this one, I'm going to play all the voice clips. I went through the whole game again. I did it all normally, so I didn't skip any voice lines. There's a lot, so I'm going to start and name where each one is, so it makes sense. Now, I should mention this is for people who have already beaten the game and just want to see the new stuff, because this is what I'm mainly going to show. I'm cataloging the changes. This isn't a story analysis or to show you what the story is doing. So if you've never played the game, this is going to be really confusing for you. Now, the first one is when you just start the game. There's no changes to the
I beat the
starting
game, but I
sequence
forget.
except for this.
I beat the game a long time ago. Bitch, don't run. I'm out of arrows, motherfucker.
Next is when you go into the food bunker. When Asian man goes to run away, he says a line. Now, this is the first time you meet Timmy, and this is in the entertainment bunker, and he has his new voice lines.
It's not safe here. You're running out of time. It's gonna happen again. You have to leave.
It's awesome. So I noticed they added in some stuff. Like
Now, this is the scene when you find Timmy and Eric. They added some dialogue.
I remember that part.
Little mutant Timmy, all grown up.
The next time you run into Timmy is when he's trying to get into the golden door.
There's got to be a way to open this. A key. Something.
Now, this is a change. The armor no longer works on its own.
Oh no! I actually drinking energy drink. Oops.
There is a
Make some
blueprint
armor
right
though.
next to
How
the
much
door.
duct
Now,
tape
this
I
is
got
called
for?
armor plating. The other one's called item plating. You need to use sulfite and put the armor in here and upgrade the armor. The waves of enemies that it attracts are a lot worse than the item plating, so be prepared for this one.
What the
You'll be
heck?
defending like hell, unless you build it on an island, of course. And then once that's done, you go back and put your arm on the thing.
There's got to be a way to open this. A key.
What? That's awesome.
Something.
Oh, damn. Man, they added some really cool shit in.
This is the player and Timmy running through the Hell Cave. He has a few lines he says along the way. I'm just gonna cut everything but them.
What is this place?
There's a blue mark up here.
Like the others.
Put on some flesh armor too. I got a whole bunch of it.
This looks old. They just keep coming.
You got a whole creepy crawly squad with you over there. I'm gonna make some arrows for this. Got a whole bunch of dudes over here.
And then you gotta fight the demon boss. Timmy doesn't really help you kill this thing, so you're gonna have to do it on your own still. And then you've got the end part. They made a change that Virginia and Calvin are now wearing the clothes that you have them in. They don't just show up in their default clothing. Calvin will always show up. Virginia won't unless your affinity's high enough with her. And that affects the ending you get too.
Jenny has a gun too. I gave her my gun.
Once you kill him, you can progress.
Gave Virginia my gun. That's her name. I know I kept forgetting her name. It's Virginia. Virginia. She's the chick with the gun that's helping me. Damn it. I need a dip. Where's my spoon? Oh, I don't remember this. This is new stuff. I don't remember that boss either. The boss is new stuff too. I can't even remember the end game before. I know I beat it. It's been like 2 years. I have a bad memory. Guys, please don't run for me. I need your bags. I need your sacks. Let's go. Don't run, little bitches. Come on. Come on. Come on. You want a snack? Puppy, you want a snack? Hope you want a snack. Look, this is not a bow. It's cat food. Oh, these little bitches are up in the trees. No way. Did he die from one arrow? Stab, 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 stab. Melee's awesome now in this game. Block a stab you in the leg, bitch. Was he eating his friend? Oh shit, that scared the fuck out of me.
Lines of dialogue in there.
Oh my goodness.
Changes.
He just comes swinging up. He looked like a giant. Bro, these dudes got so much armor. What? Oh, they're being sneaky now. They're coming up from behind. Why are they running so far away? They have me surrounded. Aloe vera.
Now the cinematic that plays when you start to leave is really gory, so I'm gonna have to cut it. I'm gonna upload it in a separate video with both endings attached to it.
Holy smokes! Look at all those guys out
Basically, the
there.
artifact
There's hundreds of
activates
them.
and kills all the mutants and such.
Oh, they're all fighting each other too, I think. They're fighting each other.
And
This is the
tells you that it's
best.
trying to get you to stay, and he wants you to leave. So it's a lot better this ending.
Where's my Virginia? These guys are so
But
easy
after
to
this,
fight
it
in a day.
plays the end cinematic.
Except I'm getting wrecked.
I need you to help me. It's getting worse. Look at me.
Dude, there's so many monsters. Dang it, I just wasted
I need
elevator.
your help. I've told you I can't help you. And what about with this?
Bro, look at that big old arm. Is that how Virginia grew a third leg? It's like that dude in a third arm. That guy is creepy looking. That's awesome. I really like this game. This is a really good game. I mean, and it does have some decent replay value, especially with all the stuff they've added into it. Wait, is that Calvin? Can't hear you. I play with my tree, but my birdhouse. He's playing with logs. He's so used to grabbing logs, he wants to build stuff out of them. That is Calvin, right? I think.
Now this next part is only available if you've reached max affinity with Virginia, I believe.
I mean, how do you not get max affinity with Virginia? Like, she's like always being nice to you, and she has unlimited bullets. She's getting in the car. Hey, load up all this armor. Shit's getting... Wait, does she not have 3 arms anymore? Oh, I missed it.
Once that ends, the credits play, and during the credits there are 10 images in total that show you what the aftermath is of this game, and it's definitely setting up for a sequel or an expansion. This is the ending if you choose to stay.
Oh my gosh, she did a 360 slap me around. Man, these guys are kind of strong. Need the upper ground.
Now, if you do end up staying, Timmy and Eric piss off, and you've now got the artifact, and now you can continue playing the game. You go up to that beam of light, and that's the new cave that's opened up to get the last part of the artifact. Now, you got to climb down here and get all the way to the bottom to find the artifact.
Ow. I'm getting beat up, guys. I'm getting beat up. I'm getting beat up.
Once you've got it, you can now
See,
craft it
looking
and do all
good.
the things that I showed you earlier that you can do.
So many monsters here.
No matter which ending you pick, I think you do get creative mode. I do
Artifact.
think you should make a tent after killing the demon boss and save there. There probably should be a save point there to encourage players to save, but there isn't. And they made some changes to the end credits. There's a lot more names in the special thanks. I did promise I would give my verdict on this update, and I was extremely impressed by it. When the forest went full release, it was mainly just bug fixes, and there wasn't actually a lot of content that was added. And the content that was added was pretty average, but they've really knocked it out of the park with this one. I'm recording this after their small update that they added, and they're going to be adding a lot more content to the game, I believe. They did mention a long time ago that they were going to do expansions for the game. I can understand that. A company can't live off making free content forever. Makes me wonder how 7 Days to Die has gotten by, considering they've released one game in 10 years and no expansions. So the update has exceeded my expectations. There were a few things I found odd.
Yes, Virginia's
there was no additions
here.
to the electrical system with solar panels and
All
batteries.
right, I can get my
3D printer stuff.
stabby
which I
back out
thought was
since Virginia's
odd.
here.
These two systems are quite limited, and I feel like they have the most potential. And they still even fix the water in
I'm
winter
shooting
properly
Virginia.
as well.
Virginia,
Why the
get her.
hell I do that? But
Get
a
him,
lot of
get him,
my
Virginia.
problems of the
Shoot him. You're
forest
doing great,
videos,
Virginia. This guy's
a lot
so
of the issues
strong.
from them were fixed in here. So
I think
it's
he's
been pretty
dead.
good. I still miss procedural building from the
I can
forest, though.
farm him
The
now.
building's getting better, but I still
Bro,
miss
this is
it
like
terribly.
War of the
It
Golf
was so
Course,
much fun.
man.
But oh well. We'll see how far
Ultimate
I can take
golf
with
course
this one. So
battle.
yeah, that's it. That is all the update notes. Hopefully you found this video
What you shooting at,
useful
Jenny?
and
What you
long.
shooting at,
Anyway,
Jenny?
if you like this video, make sure you like and
Let's
subscribe.
go fuck him up.
Cheers.
Where are they all at? Oh, here's a little running dude over here. We'll get them last because they're running from the same guys.
Hello everyone, it's Farkit here, and in this video I'm going to cover Update 18, which is again called a small patch, or a small update.
Okay,
I'm not sure why they're not numbering them, but they aren't. There's no spoilers in this video. Well, let's get started. Now, the first addition is that they've added skunks to the game. And the
There was,
skunks
like, hundreds
can
of dudes
shoot
here. Where'd they all go?
their rear end at you. I don't know what this is called, but it says self-defense mechanism. When it hits you, it slows you down, you lose some of your vision, but you don't take any damage and you don't get sick, from what I can tell. Seemed like a bit of a missed opportunity here. You can kill them and trap them. You get one piece of meat from it. Also, when you get hit with the skunk stuff, when Calvin is around, he's got a new animation for it, which they didn't
shoot at,
include in
Jenny.
the patch notes. I
Here
think
they are.
the
I found
spray
some of
should
them.
make you somewhat sick, even if it's just a little bit. Otherwise, it's just a 2-second negative effect, which is kind of disappointing. I still remember the Bear Grylls episode of Man vs. Wild where he caught and killed and ate a skunk, and he said it tasted like it was dipped in dog feces. It didn't look like
Okay,
very
you got another
appetizing,
one?
but it doesn't affect it in this game.
Why
It's a
can't we-
cool
why
addition
can't we
nonetheless.
skin them,
Next
Jenny?
is that they've added a small rabbit hutch and a rabbit hutch. This is for holding and breeding rabbits. Now, the
Won't they
small
let me
rabbit
skin 'em?
hutch, that just holds 2 rabbits. You can't breed with them. They're just for temporary holding rabbits, probably until you can get a rabbit hutch up. So when you capture a rabbit now in a small animal trap, it doesn't kill it like all the other animals that it captures. Instead, it will hold it, and then you got to pick it up and put it in one of these hutches. And in the
You gotta
hutches,
kill it
they've
yourself.
got a pile of leaves that you need to stock up. Holds 12. I think rabbits would
Okay,
prefer
there's a bunch of guys
grass,
over
but
here,
says
Jenny.
they're
Come
not
on.
adding a new item. Then again, I live in a place that where having a rabbit is a $5,000 fine. So I don't really know much about them. I also noticed a white rabbit. I don't remember a white one existing. Could be wrong. I don't know if it's new. The small rabbit hutch only holds 2 and the big one holds 6. And if you got 2 or more in the big rabbit hutch, they will breed. And they need food for it too. I found out if you don't have food in the rabbit hutches, they will eventually die. Now how they breed is the
Oh,
same
back of
as
the head. That
forest,
was
I believe,
sick.
which is there's a percentage chance of
One
them
shot.
breeding every time you sleep. Based on
One
the small
shot,
amount
one
of tests I did,
kill.
it seems to be around
That
10
was
to
awesome.
20%. Keeping rabbits long term, like
Man,
the
they should let me
forest
steal
hobby
his
isn't
armor for
ideal
such an
because
awesome
you need
kill.
to keep feeding them. Still a cool addition nonetheless. It's very much like the forest, but expanded upon. I haven't tested how this works in winter, by the way. I'm not sure if it would affect it. You never know. The next thing is that creepy attack parties will now be sent towards
What's up,
a plating
Calvin?
structure instead of the player.
What's
This
going
is
on,
for
bro?
item plating or armor plating. 2 creepy waves will be
All right,
sent.
so
It
we're
used to
guess
go
we're gonna
for the
keep
player,
going
but
north now
goes
that
for
the battle's
structure,
over.
Which is excellent, which means it's going to make it easier for players to defend. They'll be able to place the defensive structures around.
I wish
the
there was a
plating structure.
timer
Didn't
on
make
this
sense that they were
stupid
chasing down the player.
TV
I mean, it
screen
kinda
thing,
did,
so you
but it
know when
wasn't
it's
the
gonna be
player that drawed them
nighttime.
out in the first place. Next is that the scarecrow will now prevent eagles and seagulls from grabbing food or landing nearby. This structure has been in the game since the game has been released over a year ago, and it had no use, and it used 4 duct tape, which is quite a lot. I spawned in fish to see how they'll actually react. Seagulls come down and nibble on the fish, but don't actually make the fish disappear or anything like that. Eagles will swoop down and pick up the fish and carry it away a short distance and start eating it. Whether they completely eat it, I'm not sure. But if you go over to where the eagle is, it scares it away and you can get your fish back. I did tests with a drying rack as well.
They do come down to the racks where the fish are, but they don't take them. I think this is more of like a realism thing, but not at the same time, because they don't take the fish. Your food's 100% safe. Where a scarecrow might be actually helpful is if Kelvin is fishing, he drops the fish right next to him. Eagles will come by and swing and pick that up and take it with them.
Jenny.
I hope they expand upon this. Otherwise, it just seems a bit disappointing. Realistically, they would take your fish if you're not protecting them. Next is that they improve the cannibal culling ranges when viewed with the binoculars. Basically, what this means is that if you go up to a camp and you can't see them and you use binoculars, they will render in. But as soon as you don't, they render out. So it could be good for scouting out cannibal villages to know if there's enemies there. What is weird about this, though, is that it doesn't work for mutants or puffies. I don't know about the mutants themselves, but I'm assuming it doesn't work. The binoculars have a very short range of zoom, which is a little bit disappointing. I think it's cool that they actually have a proper use, though I feel like the use is quite limited. Next is that they improved deer and moose dynamic avoidance. This is one of those vague changes where I don't know if this actually makes it easier or harder to hit the deer. But this deer took a whole spear and it was still alive for ages. And avoidance, does that mean that they're more likely to avoid spears or shots from a bow? Or is this just chasing them down? Or does it make it easier or harder to chase them through the woods when there's trees in the way? On this
Dude, seriously, it takes that many arrows to kill the deer?
I'm not sure. Though I tested out the crossbow and that killed a moose.
I shot the other one like 3
quite
times.
a few times. So if you're hunting, maybe consider getting good with the crossbow. The only problem with the crossbow is that you can only carry.
You give
10
a lot of
bullets.
food,
You
though.
could really stack up on meat with this. Yeah, but I don't really know what this change means. Probably a good thing. Next is that they fixed an issue with storage sometimes losing items when full, and fixed a duping issue when adding items to storage. I don't know anything about these two things. I haven't actually been able to play the game since it's been in full release, and it's been in full release for over a month now. Next wasn't listed, but I noticed a flare guy standing up, and when I went over to him, he fell down and died. I hadn't seen this one. This must be a new
Yeah,
one.
that's
I don't know if
new.
it
I
was
saw that
mentioned in
this
the last
time.
update. I got no idea. Just thought I'd show it. And next
Pretty
is
cool.
just the rest of the patch notes. There's
Where
some
you get the
fixes and
axe.
such. Nothing really stands out. They said they improved some animations. They don't actually mention what animations they improved. There's one in there like fixed rabbits not being saved on load if caught in a trap, so that can be kind of handy. And some other fixes as well. But yes, that's it. I haven't been keeping up to date with the game, so I don't know where the game's at, even if there's a timer on the updates. I do wish they would number their updates. They had a good system, and I feel like they're messing with it. But oh well, maybe there's a reason for it. Anyway, this
Some
is a
really
good
good
update.
spots.
Shows that they're
Nice
still
big and
working on
flat
the
up
game,
here.
regardless of it being in full release. Anyway, if you like this video, make sure you like and subscribe. Cheers.
Dude, I got sprayed by a skunk. And we got some more people up here.
Hello everyone, it's Farkid here. And in this video, I'm going to cover another small update that's unnamed. I'm going to call it Update 19. This one doesn't add too much, but it fixes a lot. There's no spoilers in this video, but the first thing I'm going to cover is the nav mesh changes, which is AI pathing and such. You may want to skip it if you don't want the illusion of game magic being ruined. I've only recently learned about this, but there are things in here that you probably want to know. Now, using the console command AI show navgraph on. If you don't know how to use console commands, just type in cheat stick into the game. Just type it and then press F1 and then your cheats will be activated. And this shows a blue outline of where the pathing for AI is. And don't be fooled, this isn't just for enemies, but this is for Kelvin and Virginia. So if you're ever having problems trying to get them into your base, or having problems enemies getting into your base and you don't want them to, this is going to be the reason why. It's pretty logical how they've set it out. All the patches you see, if you look underground, they'll most likely be filled with the mesh. I'm not going to guarantee this is 100% accurate, as it's just an indicator. But the things you will notice from it is that it pretty much covers everywhere except for rocks and cliffs. This is important for not having the AI getting stuck or going into places they shouldn't be. So what you see in the world isn't an accurate representation of where AI is. Game development is much more complicated than what it looks like. Well, I don't know if it looks complicated. It's up to the individual, I guess. But places where there's generally water, the AI won't go. However, there are some exceptions because Kelvin and Virginia can swim. I don't know what causes that to trigger. The caves that they've added to the game that you can walk down into, you don't have to, crawl down into a hole. They don't have any AI mesh, so you can go and then the enemies won't follow. Shallow water and lakes and ponds and creeks and stuff may have it, but anything with salt water, the ocean, they can't go. Places of interest like the docks and houses, the enemy can go. Just because you see an area
where there's no nav mesh doesn't mean enemies can't get you. They can still jump and leap and such. Now, this is something that might piss off a lot of players or any other players that have tried to build on the islands, but the islands have no mesh on them, which means that if you were to build a bridge there, the enemies or Calvin and Virginia would take the bridge, but they won't get off onto the island because there's no mesh for them to walk on. This is what I mean about you might want to skip it because the illusion
This is where you get the winter jacket.
If you want to build on an island and you want Calvin and Virginia to be able to go out there is a way, which I'll get to shortly. Any lakes that have been frozen over, like up in the mountains and such, the nav mesh is there. Going up the mountains, the nav mesh is there up until a certain point where it's getting too rocky and stuff. I don't think the AI can go up there. Now, with rivers and such and streams, there are spots where they'll cross.
This is a new one. I haven't seen this one yet.
On the GPS, you can see a road. They'll generally pass there, but there are some spots where they'll cross anyway because it's shallow enough. Because I don't think the enemies have access to a GPS. I think it's done quite well. How they've done
some
the
grenades.
nav mesh. Obviously, it needs improvements. I'm yet to play this update properly to see the improvements made. But things like the rope bridges, they will take. If you build structures with this on, it will change the nav mesh. It will update constantly while you're building your base. Because if you put a wall there, the nav mesh will be there unless it's updated. So yeah, it makes sense. But if you're having trouble with pathing and that sort of stuff with Calvin and Virginia, may want to look at this console command. If they're doing something that doesn't make sense, then it's probably
I could shack up here for tonight.
When it does reach winter and the lakes and ponds and that freeze over, the nav mesh will update and they will be able to walk on those lakes and stuff. So that little place with the island in the middle is safe until winter because then they can walk across the ice.
Good, you guys are here.
I switched it over to summer and the lake defrosted and the nav mesh went away. So yeah, so if you want to get Calvin and Virginia onto an island, this is what you should probably do. Build a bridge, obviously. When you're building the bridge, you can see the nav mesh updating, which makes sense. And getting Calvin to follow me, he would only go as far as the floors because the nav mesh hadn't updated or spread to the island. I think this is something that they could patch in or fix at a later date. Maybe they're struggling to figure it out because they probably do know that players like building on islands. But as it stands, if you want to build on an island and you want Virginia and Calvin to be there, they need a floor to walk on. So you're just gonna have to make a lot of floors to get them to be able to do things there. The problem is that you're going to allow enemies to come in as well. So you're gonna have to pick the battle. If you want a completely safe base with no enemies, that means you're not going to be able to have Calvin or Virginia come to your base. I don't know if they've designed the game this way on purpose. It wouldn't surprise me if they did. But it's quite smart. It's like the player getting punished for being a turtle or being a camper. You might disagree, but each to their own. As I extend the platform out, with Calvin being told to follow me, he will progressively walk along those platforms. I don't know if enemies will target a bridge if it's their only path to you. It doesn't make sense if they're going to destroy the bridge when it's the only way they can get to you. But I don't know how the AI is. So hopefully I explained that well enough. I've only just learnt about this stuff and I don't know much about it. But yeah, a lot of updates to pathing, AI and that sort of stuff. Hopefully Calvin and that don't get stuck as much. They still haven't figured out a door that keeps enemies out and allows Calvin to go in and out. That would be something that would be lovely to see.
I can't use these beds.
For the subject long enough. Next is that split logs animation has been sped up after splitting log. So after the axe comes down and causes a split, the player will recover more quickly. This is really good. This is the kind of stuff I actually wanted right from the start. There's no option between removing the animations and having the animations. Why couldn't they just sped it up with a slider? Good to see that they're speeding up. I shouldn't complain when they're making improvements. Moving on. Next is that the fix the stars not rendering at night.
Double check, make sure I can't
because
use
this
a bed
hasn't been in
anywhere.
the game since start. The game hasn't had any stars.
The other one had a bed I could use.
That's terrible for immersion, but they've brought them back in.
Let me sleep in any of these beds. This is so silly. I don't know why they had these.
Cloud cover. Clouds in this game aren't very good. They block out too much light. Next is that rabbits can now be electrocuted with the stun gun or the taser. They can't call it taser because taser's actually a brand. They stun for a long time, so long in fact.
I could use the beds of the other one, I thought.
Open up your book, find the animal cage, put it on top of them and trap them. Because when they're stunned, you can't pick them up. This is an opportunity for them to add that, where you could pick them up if they're stunned, which should be a thing. Maybe they'll add it later on. But at this point in time, if you stun them, you just build a cage on top of them and you'll capture them. Don't underestimate how difficult it was for me to do this. I tried many times. It's hard to aim this thing. The ones in real life have red dots. This one doesn't. So I don't know where it's shooting, but I've barely used this thing. Probably requires practice. Next is that rabbits now fully support big head mode. This is a mode that's in the settings, the game settings. I think it makes their heads bigger so you can headshot easier, but also it's funny to look at, I guess. Here's some of the other animals. It affects most creatures, except for birds and sharks and killer whales, I think. Next is AI characters can now eat dropped meat pickups. I tried testing this out and I couldn't get it to work. I did notice one of the cannibals eating something else, but you know. But the reason I'm showing this is right after the big head feature, or setting, I just turned it off and recorded this bit. And one of the gold mask ones kept switching between big head mode and normal mode. Whenever he performed an animation, his head would shrink down, but when he stopped, his head would go big. So it's just a bug, and I should probably know about it. The next is that they've made a fix for falling while on night V, not limiting speed. I'm not sure what that means exactly, whether it affects a player or the night V, whether the night V will keep going forward or the player will keep going forward. I did run into a few things when falling off. It felt like me as a player was being
I didn't get very much sleep. My food's not even gone.
That was very difficult to word. I said that like 5 times. The night V, if it hits something, it's going to stop, generally. Unless you crash it in the river or a stream, it will flow downstream. But you can see it on your mini-map anyway. Next is that captured puffies now have an electrocuted reaction that keeps them in the captured tied-up pose. I think this is to prevent them from having bugs. But I tested it out to see if the animation was around the same, to see if they are in a tasered state. And they pretty much are. I think this is just a bug prevention method. It makes sense. And if you don't know, you can set these guys loose and they'll turn on the cannibals, but I think they hate you more than the cannibals. I'm not sure. Next is that they've added a fix for raccoons, sometimes stealing food through walls and not playing the eating animation. I don't know anything about raccoons actually taking food in the game. I didn't know it was a thing. I tried spawning it in and having drying racks and a shelf there to see if they would. Maybe because I was there, they wouldn't do it. I'm not sure. I don't know much about raccoons because I don't have them in my country. I have heard they're called trash pandas.
I love raccoons. I have a pet raccoon.
Take it off the ground, or they're able to take it off the racks or the shelves. I don't know. Enemies in the forest, the original game, they used to be able to take meat off your drying rack. I think they can do it in this game as well. I don't actually know. Next is that they fixed an issue that could cause multiple seagulls or ducks to land on the same point. I've noticed this before. It's good that they've made a fix for it. A common place where you often see it is when you go out to the raft where the pistol is, and there'll be like 20 birds on the one body there. I spawned in 100 birds and they still didn't bundle up, so maybe they have fixed it. Next is that Calvin now has a careful jump with a new animation when moving slower. I'm not sure which out of the two of these it is. I'm guessing it's a slower one because he's got his hands out like he's balancing, so it's like more careful. Next is that they've added snow mound blockers outside of Cave B entrance. So basically when it's snowing, this area won't fill up with snow. I don't really know why they've added this. I guess it's to make it easy to find. I did find that snow did kick up with the feet in this area, even though there's no snow on the ground. Might be just a bug oversight, I don't know. Here's me looking for problems as always. Next, they fixed being able to duplicate logs using manual tree construction. I've known about this for a while, but I don't believe in duplicating logs through exploits and glitches. It's like if you want to do that, just cheat and add log hack in. It is so much more simple. If you're gonna glitch and get free logs, just cheat them in. What's the point in glitching it in when you can just do it much easier and cheat? Because basically what you're doing is already cheating, but maybe it's just their conscience feels a lot cleaner because, oh, I'm glitching, it's not cheating. I don't know. You know who you are. I'm not judging. You can do whatever you want, as long as you're having fun.
What are you talking about?
Now, there was a hotfix added while I was making this video, and it added two things. They fixed a case where the player could get stuck for a few seconds when placing floor planks in a structure. And they also fixed an issue where cutting windows with an axe would briefly cause player to transition to an idle animation. Usually a hotfix comes from a major change, and then it causes bugs unexpectedly. Now for the rest of the update notes, I'm going to let them scroll through while I read out a few that are worth mentioning, but I can't get footage for or don't want to, or plenty of reasons. Usually just not important enough. They've made a fix for cases where AI characters could not be visible. I've seen this once, I think, where an enemy was invisible and could hit me and I couldn't hit them back, I think. So this is a good one. Next is a fix for energy drinks, bro. Off target in some cases when aiming. So I can use this as an excuse for missing all the time with a shotgun. They have a fix for not getting cooking ingredients back in the correct perishable state when removing them from the pot. My guess is that it might reset the timer because you couldn't add rotten meat to the pot anymore. But maybe it reset the timer until it went rotten. I'm not sure. They blocked opening the screw book if the glider is equipped. The screw book is your blueprint book. Whenever they say screw, it means blueprints. I don't know why they did that. I think screw is an acronym for something, and I have a feeling they don't even remember what the acronym stands for. Just a guess. And lastly, there's a fix for the player getting into a bad state if the tutorial book is stashed and immediately re-toggled. Bad state usually means that you get stuck and you can't do crap, can't move, can't interact, anything like that. So yes, it didn't really add a lot, but it fixed a lot, especially with the AI pathing, which was something that was very immersion breaking, I found. after this AI improvements, I would like to see them add a way for Virginia and Calvin to get into the base in and out without enemies doing it. Because so far I've only found one way, and that's the Tunnel of Death where it has spikes. Calvin and Virginia are immune to the spikes, but enemies aren't. But you're not immune to them, so don't forget that. Anyway, I think this is a good update. I don't always want to see new content. I like to see things getting fixed so I can be immersed again. I find this game actually quite a bit less immersive than the original game. I don't know why. Maybe it had to do with AI. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. Let me know in the comments. Anyway, if you like this video, make sure you like and subscribe. Cheers.
Looks like there's a river going up through the mountain there.
Hello everyone, it's Farkit here, and in this video I'm going to cover a hotfix that was released for Sons of the Forest that fixed a bug, but it hasn't really fixed the bug. Instead, N-Night have pulled a Bethesda and renamed a bug to a feature. It's really confusing. But if you want the TLDR of this, because I'm going to struggle to explain this, is that both these options I do not recommend anyone use. Always make a custom game and have them switched off. Anything that negatively affects stamina regeneration is artificially increasing the difficulty in a boring way, because you'll just end up waiting around for longer periods of time instead of actually playing the game. I don't know about the health regeneration thing. That doesn't really matter to me personally. It's the stamina regeneration that's a problem. Now throughout this video, I'm going to have the stats showing with the warm and cold effects with the two options, etc., to show you the difference in stamina regeneration. Some of the stats aren't completely full, but it's accurate, and it's still calculated with the cold penalty where you have a stamina reduction. The max stamina count is reduced. See what I mean? That this is going to be very difficult to explain. So I've written it on here because I have to read directly off here because it's really confusing. So currently stat regeneration penalties is cold penalties in the code. Cold penalties is now cold penalty stat reduction in the code. Now previously cold penalties was cold penalties. They swapped it around and added a new one. I really don't know why they've done this, because it is so confusing, because stat regeneration penalties has nothing to do with being cold. My only guess as to why they've done this is because players might like the increased difficulty with a lower health and stamina regeneration. That's the only reason I can think they would do this. Hard survival still has cold penalties. I recommend disabling it though. I don't recommend playing with it on. It's not fun. None of these settings disable the cold penalty you get to your maximum stamina.
You don't have any armor
the
right
more
now.
your maximum stamina will reduce, like your energy, so you won't get a full bar, which is a good difficulty thing. And just so you know, if you have both of these turned on hard and you are cold, it takes 40 seconds for your stamina to increase to 100%. If that could happen, but there's a maximum penalty debuff. That's incredibly bad. Just don't use either of these settings. If you do want to use one, I recommend using cold penalties in the menu. Don't use stat regeneration penalties. It's stupid. I don't recommend it at all. Anyway, if you like this video, make sure you like and subscribe. Cheers.
What's this? Berries? Oh. I could eat a couple berries. I got a ton of them.
Hello everyone, it's Farkit here, and in this video I'm going to cover update 20 for Sons of the Forest. Now, it's been like 8 or 9 months since they updated the game. The amount of content they've updated doesn't reflect that time. They've obviously been on holidays and taking breaks since the launch of the game. Yeah. Now, we'll be adding a little bit of insight from my experience with game development, which I'm going full steam ahead on. I've been spending 12, 16 hours a day, and I switched from Unity to Unreal, so that's been a big
I don't have any of
Hopefully
those.
I'll be able to show some progress.
Must be something
soon.
on this
So
part
let's
of
get
the
into it.
island.
Now, first, they've added 3 new raft structures and extended the bounds of the world to allow more area to use the rafts and such. They've added a small raft, large raft, and houseboat. These are pretty much identical to the ones in the forest, and I mean identical. The controls are a little bit different to the forest. You hold down W to go forward and S to go backwards. And you need to aim at the bottom of the paddle. Instinct kept causing me to aim for the top of the paddle. You can build many structures on top of them as well, just like the forest. If you're familiar with the forest, a lot hasn't changed here. You can even build a fire on it. This is very important for when you're cold, because if you're standing still, you'll take
Lots of
cold
sticks
damage.
up in here.
So if you keep yourself warm, you're standing still on the boat, you're not going to get cold damage.
full on
This
arrows
is actually
down.
quite a big thing in the forest. It could get you killed. Now, while I think it's cool they've added these rafts, it isn't going to have the same effect as it did in the forest, because the forest allowed you to build floating bases bases and build underwater much easier. It's going to be too tedious to build out at sea in this game. Building in lakes will be interesting because they freeze over, but this game takes itself too seriously to get the maximum use out of the boats. It's a good addition, but the way the game's been designed, it's not going to be as cool as it was in the forest. They were very cool.
I like my boat.
With a large raft,
I made a houseboat. If anybody just recently came in.
Operated. In the forest, they actually limited it to multiplayer, but it seems to be open here. Don't build it if it's single player, it's useless. The only difference with a houseboat in the forest in this one is that it's got a climbing rope to get up on top, which is kind of cool. You used to just use a water collector to jump up on top of the boat, and you can place heaps of things up here. You cannot build with log structures on here, so custom building doesn't work. And you can even build the upgrading structures and do the events, and the enemies won't be able to get you. They probably are aware of that. But the thing is it's giving player freedom to choose what they want to do. The enemies won't go in the water. The nav mesh won't allow them to. As for the models, I could have designed these in Unreal or even in Unity in under a day. They are not complicated models to make. And if you're listening to what I'm saying, I'm talking about making it in the game engine, not in Blender or another modeling program. And the floorboards even share the same textures. I would have not done that.
Rebreather Cave was up there.
I'm not sure what's going on who designed these models, but even I could have done a better job. And that's saying something because I'm very new to this. It is hard for me to be optimistic about this game. It really is. I'm trying really hard, trust me. Also, another problem with these is that the map is just a big mountain that heads down.
Just watch this video. I'm going to switch it to another one.
In many of the places, except for some of the big lakes and that. But unfortunately, there's no rivers you can take them up, which would have been... Hello, everyone. It's... Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. It's fine.
You guys want to watch? Experience Dune Awakening Day. Last episode ever on this game. Season 3, episode 19. Fark it. Epic fail. Sanders. Subnautica hardcore world with Thalassophobia. Israel attacks Iran. Divers react to super tight cave exploration at Blue Spring. I've been to Blue Springs before.
Last one from France, and people loved that. They were like, more cave exploration. So here we are. Those guys
Blue Springs is in Florida. I've been there. I took my kids there.
But this one right here is with Mike Young, who's been on the show multiple times.
How appropriate.
Yeah.
These guys are like divers, and they watch like
this was
reactive
back
diver
in
shit.
2003. So I reach out and ask him. You can see it's a long, it's a while ago. I asked him, I said, when do you guys do this exploration? He said from 2003 to 2005. So it's 2 years worth of content.
Well, you do realize that my reaction the second you said it's Mike
Need
Young,
rocks.
everything's perfect, everything's great.
I don't think I'm gonna find any rocks in the snow.
I'm so biased. Oh,
Yeah.
it's Mike Young? It's awesome. He did perfect.
Mike was doing
Whoa, can I mine this? Can you mine in this game?
Insane dives. Shocked. 20 years ago.
It's
A
gold.
long time ago. Funny thing, he's in open circuit. So Kiss Rebreathers wasn't even a thing, I guess. Or maybe they were too big for what they were doing. But they're in open circuit. Really interesting video. So let's get going because it's pretty long. And this one is 27 minutes, but the original one is like 50 minutes. So there, the link is below in the description. If you want to check out the full video, go ahead and take a look.
Well, whenever you start a new project, you gather what information you can.
Spot's awesome.
Generally would be very limited because people.
I don't know if there's a
guessing at
pickaxe
what's below the surface here, and they had said that this.
Hold on, where's my phone?
Had
Let
been
me find
tested
out.
at some point, and that it had a.
Hey Google, is there a way to mine or use a pickaxe in Sons of the Forest?
Went down 500 feet, and that they had used, a heavy weight and a rope to determine this, and so you can pretty much guarantee that that's not going to be true, just because that's the going story. So
that's funny.
So
Oh,
let
wait, I
me
missed
just
it. I missed
explain
it.
as quick as possible.
Hey, Google, is there a way
He's
to
diving out of a place
mine
called
or
Blue
use a
Spring.
pickaxe in
It's
Sons of the
North
Forest?
Arkansas, northwest Arkansas, close to the Roaring River, like that area. And this water.
Hey, Google,
water
is there a way
like
to
protected
mine or
by,
use a
like,
pickaxe in Sons of the Forest?
Find the pickaxe first. Located within a specific cave on the island's northeast side. Rebreather required. Before you can get to the pickaxe, you'll need the rebreather, as the path involves multiple underwater sections. The rebreather is usually found in another
I got the
cave near
rebreather.
each spawn point. Mining solophyte. Once you have the pickaxe, you can use it to mine solophyte ore. This is the primary resource you can mine in the game. Solophyte's importance. Solophyte is a crucial resource for the main storyline and is used for upgrading weapons and suits. Where to find solophyte? Solophyte is exclusively found in caves. You'll often find deposits of it in the same cave.
I think this is solophyte right here. Where I'm at.
Systems throughout the island. Not fine. Simply equip a pickaxe that's pointed at the solophyte ore deposits to break away chunks. The mined ore will automatically be added to your inventory. So if you're looking to upgrade your gear and progress through the game's story,
I love mining. So let me look up the mining location.
You know, like Native
or the pickaxe location.
Americans, basically. It's like a holy site, or there's something with Native Americans
Pickaxe
that did not allow
location.
any
I just got the
divers ever
rebreather.
to go into this spring, right? So what he's saying is true. All they know is somebody went in with a weight and a rope, and they lower it, and they're like, "Oh my God, it goes 500."
Oh, we're
feet.
not far
And
from
like
it.
he's saying, he's like,
We're actually
that's
close
not-
to it.
I mean, there's not a hole that's gonna go 500
Well, what
feet.
the
That's not
heck?
true. But they were the first
I wanna
divers
explore up
ever
here.
allowed to explore this cave.
Cool.
So there's no information about it. We don't know how deep, restrictions.
All right, well, I'll
Nobody
go
knows.
back and
They're
get
the
it in a
first
minute.
ones. Pretty cool.
Where I
But
put the
we-
golf
we-
cart.
we were
It's
prepared
actually
for
that
that.
lake right up
If
there
the
above the
rumors are
north.
true,
It's
it will take
there.
a lot of equipment.
So I can just drive the golf cart down there. Is there anything up on this mountain? I know there's stuff up here. I don't know why I'm up on the mountain, to be honest. There's really no reason to even be up
You do
here.
a lot of checks, a lot of rechecks.
I know there's a
in order
camp
to
up here.
Eliminate the possibility of problems.
Let me pull up the interactive map.
Rebreather's just changed his game.
I was the first one to jump in the spring. Let me tell you, the water was just clear, breathtaking. I just couldn't wait to get started.
So funny, we're watching a video that uses rebreathers and I'm about to use it.
58 somewhere.
They're all in.
Typically, we'll do a safety check on the surface before we do a dive. And that's to check that everything is okay before the dive
There's
starts.
like a camp up here. With a whole bunch of ammo and
After
shit.
that, I
Might as well
swam
go
off
get
to the
that.
side to attach
All
the
the hang
safety
gliders up here.
That's to make sure that everybody was able to get out.
And I want us to comment too on how much has changed on the last 20 years since they did this, and also how much has not changed, like safety lines.
Well, this is
they still
definitely,
do.
yeah.
The entry fissure.
He's
lies at
using
35
dive right
feet
fins.
and is much smaller than they had
Those
hoped.
haven't changed.
True.
What has changed is that we haven't seen Mike Young on open.
Oh, hell yeah. Ooh, there's a golf cart up here. Does
Since
it work?
this video was filmed.
On our first dive in, we went in with conventional
Gotta be
you know,
kidding me.
cave diving equipment, which are very
Golf
large
carts all over the
steel tanks
place.
on our back. When we got down to the crack, and the crack is 12 to 18 inches wide. Well, that's pretty much the size of our tanks, let alone our bodies. And we were really disappointed at the first dive when we were not able to make entry into the spring itself.
End of dive
because
one.
Yes, it's
the
coming
crack
off.
is so small. But it also presented challenges that
So funny, I'm
most
driving a
cave
golf
divers
cart in the
don't,
snow
don't face.
on a mountain.
The team will need a new approach and some luck to unlock the mysteries of Blue Spring.
Well, Mike's good with problem solving. That's for sure.
For a small entry, they must make themselves smaller. They'll reconfigure their equipment for side mount. It's unconventional, and their air supply will be more limited.
Isn't that funny? It's unconventional. Now it's standard.
Mainstream, yeah. Is Mike wearing wrestling shoes?
Is that lightning that I just saw?
Most divers wear a wetsuit. We wear a dry suit because the water is cold. It allows us to wear insulation underneath to keep us warm. It has these latex seals on the wrists and on the neck to keep the water out.
Well, and most seals now, most people wear silicone.
Yeah.
Because latex is a little bit more durable, but you can be sensitive to it. They're not
I'm
as
literally
easy to
driving up a
change.
mountain with a golf cart.
Look at this.
This is nuts.
This is my dive computer.
Okay,
It calculates my decompression for me. It has the ability to put different gas mixes in for your bottom mix, and also different decompression gases to accelerate decompression. This is the battery pack for our primary light, and these hooks here are what we attach our tanks to.
That's not so different, you know?
This plate, he made it. There's no
We
way.
have a lead plate in the back
He made that.
that gives us our negative.
Oh, this thing
force
has a
to counteract the
fucking
weight of the
plow on it.
Or the lift of the insulation that we're wearing. We also have an air cell on there that can be inflated to give us lift.
Not only did he make it, it's possible that he made it that day. I got a problem.
Primary
Let's go
light
to work.
is a 35 watt, about a 10-degree beam.
10-foot beam. We still 10-degree beam. That's a narrow beam we use that for cave diving. Still today.
Nice. Looks good. Pretty clean.
Trying to think where exactly
As
do
you
I
can
want to
see, this
go.
gives us a lot thinner profile that allows us to get into tighter places.
Very cool. Good video.
When you switch over to a side mount system, you have two separate tanks. You have two separate regulators.
Like being stuck in real life.
And each one is feeding, is completely independent of the other. And if you have a failure on one,
Really don't
you
want to
have a
go that
backup
way,
that but it also, you have to manage your gas more efficiently. You can't just
Fuck it, I'm just gonna
breathe
leave it
off one
here.
tank
I wasn't
only,
going to say it, but we could
and breathe
improve on
it
the
down
tank
and then,
trim.
and then get on the other one, because if it fails you, then
Very early.
then you
It's
have
Mike.
nothing.
Do
So you
not
have
say
to
one.
breathe a
It's
certain
perfect.
amount off this one and a certain
I
amount
love
off
it.
that one.
We're doing it wrong.
I'm changing it to this.
Floppy. Yeah, well, we should do that next time. No, even Mike's tanks don't look like this.
There's no way I would have been able to drive it up here.
Perfect.
Would have been a
This
nightmare.
was very early.
But Mike will tell you that he's not like Mr. I'm the best in the world with tank trim. Mike's sort of more like, I'm the best at the world of, I'm going to get my gear configuration to work for the mission that I'm on. And
I
he
would have
will
been
tell you
constantly
that.
be getting
And even when
stuck.
I recently was with him in Mexico, he's like, look, it depends what I'm doing. He doesn't automatically say, well, I'm going to dive like this every time. I tend to get over dramatic, and I'm like, I'm going to never change. Now I always want to do this. Mike's like, well,
Is that the
that's
camp
what I'm
down
doing.
there?
I like his approach.
To be fair, I'm such a newbie that this is probably the best way to do it, so it can be more malleable around the cave. Like I'm such a newbie cave diver.
The
that I'm
glider's
like,
over here, down
why
by the
are they
camp
so floppy
somewhere.
like that? And Mike, if he was here, he would probably be like, they have to be like that, so I can
Hand
move around in
glider.
the restrictions. And I'll be like, that's right, I'm an idiot.
I think
Well, that
I am
part-
up
yeah.
there.
I got down to the crack and eased in, and
Need to
of
go
course
over
it was
there.
kind of tight, and that always brings on
Bye-bye.
a little
There he goes.
apprehension.
It's on the south
whenever you
side of the
start trying to
water.
Squeeze through something.
I'll be up there like, don't worry, I'll be
Wait.
right here, surface, safety.
Wait,
Obviously,
no.
I would be following him. I tend
It's
to
on the
go.
side.
where
I need
Mike
to go over
goes.
there.
Yeah.
I just can't help it. It's like I gotta go. Look at that little slit. They have no idea what's on the other side of that, though.
No clue. Can we turn around? Can we? Who knows?
Look at this guy going. Can I go?
Head first. Mike went feet first.
And who is in first?
I can see Mike sending into the entrance.
Oh my god, is that gonna be a big
I thought I
ass
would go
fall?
head first to see if it would be any easier.
Dude, I need that golf cart to get down
Was
there.
it?
Looks like it was.
Bonk. Go kick. Nice. I think he's gonna get it. Just tanks. Mike could pull him though. I could see a yank coming. You got it, dude. You're so close. I think. And when you are diving with Mike, by the way, in like these cave explorations, he is so helpful to you as the person that's diving. I mean, I remember like, I'm trying to remember like little things, and all of a sudden I would feel Mike do a little something to me, and I'm like, oh, I'm free now, or whatever. He's just right there.
We decided that I would stay on the outside of the entrance just in case anything went wrong.
That would be
in case of emergency.
But not because we decided, because I wouldn't fit.
But it opened up pretty soon, you know, pretty quickly into.
Oh yeah, I
into
can
a
save
fairly,
here.
Large little room that we now call the
Heck
station
yeah!
room.
Cool.
I started looking around and swam down the corridor
And some peels.
of that room, and realized it was starting to get tight.
You see those walls, how they look like rock, but they also, don't they sort of remind you of the Roaring River walls, where if you even look at them wrong, they're actually not rock.
Well, hello there.
Hard mud. So they silt out immediately. There's no not silt in an area like this.
And we started looking around for where the flow was coming from. At the bottom of the room, about 50 feet, there was a small crack covered with rock.
And my first thoughts was it was so disappointing that we only went into
Oh.
the cave, you know, 10 or 12 feet, and here's this pile of rubble that is plugging up.
See? It only take 3 hits to run it. I love it. Golf cart's the ultimate weapon, dude.
The risk is that it collapses.
That is funny. That is funny.
Get out of here, Rock.
And then I moved a few of the rocks, and they moved real easily, you know.
There's
there
golf
actually
carts
was
all
cave
over the
down
place in
below
this
it.
game.
And so then I got excited again that maybe we could go on through, you know.
Yes.
But at that point, that was the end of that dive.
All right,
it
so
was time to come out.
But you got to remember, everybody, when you're doing this type of cave
It's the glider
exploration,
inside
you're
of a
moving
cave.
major boulders. This is what they talk about that can result
Okay, so
in
the
collapse.
blueprint,
You have
clock,
no idea if that
crates,
boulder's
canned
the one
food,
holding
rope,
everything
cloth,
up.
golf cart battery,
Risky,
2x,
different
no.
level.
So there's a cave up there. And then there's a vehicle, the hang glider,
This is a process for like
and
you move it, see
Solifite
what
ore.
happens, pick it up.
As long as you're not anywhere
Abandoned
under.
camp's just where I was.
By the way, if this was rebreather days, this
It
is
was
far
never
from
still be
over.
there. Yeah.
In the cave,
Mall
the
abandoned
divers
cave.
are finding artifacts of a much more recent history.
So it's like right up
It
on
looked like the
the
last
back
100
side of the
years,
cave.
the spring seemed to be an easy place to get rid of things.
While exploring
Garbage.
the staging room, I came across a large railroad tool. It looked like it was aluminum or stainless because it had been polished by the flow of the water in the rocks.
I don't think it ever gets warm up
They
here.
find a freight wagon hub.
Like the sort of Native American music in the background.
Various tools from the 20th century.
Wow.
A large ratchet gear.
I love
from
this
one of the
game. I'm
bristles.
gonna miss this when I play Path of Exile tomorrow.
It's in there.
I gotta come back and play it again.
And a strange circular object.
Well, of course, after
I
we
really
had found
enjoyed
all
my
the
first
things down
playthrough
in
on
the
this.
staging room, we just wanted to push it as far
The
as we
glider's
possibly
supposed to be
could.
up here somewhere,
We cleared
next to
up
the
all rock
sulfite ore.
debris at the bottom of the stage room. But
There it
now
is.
We were calling it the second restriction.
Well, that was easy.
And it was time to see if we could get beyond that.
Yay! I got a glider. That's awesome. Just like that, I got a glider. Alright, so... I don't know if there's anything else up here I need to get.
This restriction is very, very narrow.
There's a cave up
It's
here.
about 12 inches wide and about 30 inches long.
30 centimeters.
12 inches wide. That's tiny.
Can openers, pills.
Really small.
Pretty much just want to go back over. What is this? priest outfit, abandoned cabin. Let's go check out this abandoned cabin before I go down.
Man, I wish I was there. Every time I see
I
this.
finally slipped through and found myself in a corridor.
Why is the glider still on? How do I take it off?
And I looked down and wow, we have cave here.
That's awesome.
Go through a hole, more cave. Get to the
When
end,
I came
another
through
hole,
the restriction,
more cave.
I immediately got entangled in a line.
Oh, you can't. You have to like have it on you at all times. So you can't store it in your inventory.
What he's doing and just deal with it.
Troubleshoot.
Hey Google, can you store the glider
After
in
I
your
solved that
inventory
problem and got
in
it
Sons of the
tanked, I was
Forest?
amazed at what I saw. There was this large formation. It was a rock that had
Yes,
been
inside.
eroded on both sides by the flow of the spring.
Hey Google, can you store the glider in Sons of the Forest?
Can we go?
I just barely made it.
Hey Google, can you store the glider in Sons of the Forest?
Good news. The foldable glider in Sons of the Forest can now be stored in your inventory. Initially, the hang glider, as it was first called, couldn't be stored and would just be dropped. However, with updates to the game, it was renamed the foldable glider and gained the ability to be hotkeyed and stashed in your inventory. This makes it a much more convenient and reliable form of transportation. So yes, you can definitely store the glider in Sons of the Forest. Just press the G key, or the equivalent button on your controller when you have it equipped, and it will go into your inventory.
All right. Well, I'm glad I talked to Google. Now, where is it? Or is that it? Yep. Sweet.
Mission again.
Second restriction. I couldn't believe that there was so much more cave below us.
We swam down and there's another restriction. It was about the same size as the second restriction.
A frozen boat.
Look at this.
Couple boats up here with some rope. Always
Now,
like
in
me
this
some
system,
rope.
Any place that you can actually turn around, we call a room. Below the third restriction is a room. It's like a tube shape. It's about
That's not
5
weird.
feet in diameter and about 15 feet long. There's a
Oh man, I need
gravel
cloth so
floor.
bad.
It's on a slope.
The water flow is really strong here. We started
What the
looking
hell
around
is
for
that?
source,
A recipe to make
and
a
we see this small
flower
opening,
couch or something?
just to the north side.
That is interesting.
It was choked up with gravel.
So here we are at 85 feet, and this restriction looks too small, and we think the exploration is over.
Think. So
This had been a long dive. The nitrogen was building up. I looked at my computer, and it was time to go.
Foldable flower couch. Battery, hell yeah.
boy, these open circuit days were
2
tough.
golf cart batteries.
Don't have time.
I don't know what I can do with the batteries yet.
Especially if you're sticking with the rules of thirds. And I wonder if cave explorers stick to the rule of thirds, or if they go safer, like fourths.
That's kind of
Fifths.
funny. They have a freezers up here in the
I don't know.
cabin.
We started having some
Up in the
problems.
snow.
I mean, is there anyone out there?
I wish
still
I could
doing
use
cave
those freezers to
exploration
store my food in
on
it.
open circuit? I don't know
Probably.
anyone. Yeah, maybe.
Probably. I mean, but yeah, it's so much better on rebreather.
Yeah,
And
all
you
the
could
people from KUR, WKPP, like all of those, organizations that are doing cave
Got a
exploration.
priest
they're all on
outfit.
rebreathers.
All right,
Everyone's
I'm now
changed
a priest
everything.
outfit.
Yeah.
Every time one of us would go through a restriction, we would get tangled in the line.
Okay, you're in an awkward situation. You're halfway through a restriction and you're tangled in your line and you can't move.
What a creepy place
In
to
this
be.
system,
Awkward.
If you die, it would
the
suck
line
dying
became a
up
bigger
here.
hazard than getting
All right.
lost would be. So we thought about it for a long time and we decided to remove the line
No
in
line.
the area that we had explored and we're real familiar with.
This system is so vertical and with no side passages.
So it can't-
very
okay.
few.
Can't get lost. It's a
We thought
chimney.
it would be best without the line.
Okay.
At the
I mean,
turn of the
that's-
century,
it's reasonable.
Eureka Springs was becoming famous as a resort city. The springs were thought to have healing power, and the community was growing. At this time, it was the second largest city in Arkansas.
Smack.
Even now, it's a popular tourist spot.
Name 3 cities in Arkansas.
I can't even.
Hey, skeleton in
Early on,
the water,
springs
taking a
used as
bath,
water
and
source and to
dried
drive
up
mills
or
and lumber
frozen up.
from the river. But in 1903, the owners of Blue Springs started to realize the importance of the grounds as a tourist attraction.
Dunkin'? No.
Dunkin' Donuts.
They decided
there,
to contain the water with a concrete cap and build a wall.
Let's go get the
along
pickaxe now.
Well, at that time they were doing a lot of construction here, and they diverted the flow
Wait,
of
am
the
I going the
spring.
right way? Need to go down this way.
And so they pushed a lot of the construction debris down into the cave. Concrete chunks, leftover gravel, all kinds of construction stuff.
Ruined the
I guess it was a convenient place to dump it. They didn't help us out.
Thought I seen a cannibal over
Choked
there.
up the fourth restriction. We all talked and decided that we must go on, not give up.
Shocker.
So we decided to remove some of the
I
gravel.
guess you can't die when you're using the
See if
glider.
there's more caves there.
Yeah. But
That's
again,
what we just did at the aquarium.
but again, you see that is the difference between cave exploration and what we do, which is follow a line, go in existing caves. Because anytime you're moving stuff, you do not know if that's going to result in collapse, let alone if it's going to give you a reward.
Yeah.
But there's a real difference, huge difference.
The divers design a labor-intensive bucket brigade operation.
One diver would be down in the gravel room at 85 feet bagging gravel.
Not
exactly.
Because of the silt, it would be very low visibility.
The only similar part is your
handed up
hand
to
moved
another
down
diver
to put
above the
something
third
in a bucket. And that's where the similarity ends.
And then he would swim it up and hand it through the second restriction.
I mean, how many dives do you need? 50 just to get the gravel out of the way?
Diver in the staging room would grab the
Bunch.
bag.
It's like a circuit. They're just passing the gravel up.
Hook it on the rope.
The question is, why is that rope not going all the way to the bottom?
Tangle again? It's in the way? I don't know.
A diver would pull the bag up and swim it to the side.
And if this was those German guys that we reacted to, it would
Get
be
warmed
system
up a little
just
bit.
like, you know, those buckets just come in, grab gravel, and
The
come out.
robot's digging. I don't. They're so advanced. That's
Some
pretty
good loot
impressive.
right there. No, there's 2 circuit boards I can't pick.
They were determined, weren't they? Serious amount of work.
Yeah. People
Then
watching
it would
this
be
are
emptied
probably.
into a container. And
Gus,
later
you and
we
I
would
are like-
examine it and see if there were any artifacts or native stone in it.
People watching this are probably like, man, these guys must be getting paid so much money to
Yeah,
do this.
yeah, I get paid exactly negative 5,000.
So much.
All right, I think I'm warmed up.
To do it.
Look how every bag. You know, seriously, I want to be realistic. You and I go down, we look at that thing.
Mhm.
I write you a wet note. Let's dig all of this gravel out. You're like,
Yeah.
it's
No, but like, how long do you do this for? How long would you be like if this took you 1 week of just diving every day to take gravel out? Would you still be willing to do it and continue?
So I
without
need to
knowing
go right down there.
you're
Right.
ever going to get anywhere.
But if somebody told you it's gonna take a week of,
Oh, fuck.
you know, taking gravel out of here before you can move on, would you do it?
With Mike?
Just with whoever.
Yeah.
What if it was a month,
No.
non-stop every day? Well, you just keep watching.
This thing is awesome.
But they're doing it with no knowledge of ever giving a reward. Like 5 years, I'm digging. I mean, they don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That's determination.
The gravel moving went on dive after dive and month after month.
No.
Yes.
Only Mike.
The divers have spent months removing construction debris. and
No.
gravel from the fourth restriction.
Months.
That's incredible.
They were finally able to move on past the fourth restriction. There was
Unbelievable.
a small room beyond with a floor that sloped down 45 degrees.
This is when you want them to call you. Woody, the gravel's out.
Led to another
You-
I can help now.
which was a small hole, about the size of a basketball.
Pickaxe is down
The
there.
next
Problem
restriction
was,
is the
whenever
size of a
we would
basketball.
Move gravel down in the 5th, more would
Pickaxe
slide
is
down
really
in place.
close to where
The divers spend another month moving gravel and clearing to some degree.
The
the
golf
fifth
cart
restriction.
is.
This is unbelievable.
Relentless.
How is this video not the biggest video in the world? Who's done this in the world? Do you guys understand out there how amazing Mike Young is? Like, I don't see other videos that react to of anybody with this level of determination.
They commit.
And he's so, like, doesn't talk about it.
No.
He's humble. He's like, well, you know,
I
we're
did
just
that.
digging. You would have done
Oh
the
no, the
same.
pickaxe is
I'm
way
like,
over
we would've
here.
done the same. I would have moved like
It
4
finally
rocks.
got to the point where it looked
I'm
like
done.
that one diver might squeeze through and see if we were wasting our time or if it went on.
So we thought we were ready and decided to make a run at the 5th restriction.
We decided that Mike should attempt the 5th
Over there,
restriction.
yeah, there's a cave right
with
over
me
there.
and
That,
Kendall.
it's actually the white cave, I
We're
believe,
all
is where the
ready.
pickaxe
Who
is.
wants Woody to do it?
You
No,
have
no
only
hands.
one
Okay,
tank,
good.
and it's not attached to you. So
One
you push
tank.
it out in front of you so that it
No
gives
mount.
you a lot smaller profile.
Now we're already 10 stories deep with 4 restrictions.
I'm literally on top of the golf cart right now.
And no mount is a pretty extreme situation. But we had to
I can
find
just
out.
walk back over the golf cart.
Yeah, I'll cast my vote as well. Mike.
Go get the pickaxe.
All in favor?
Oh,
Although we had made a lot of dives in here, I was really nervous about this one. I was excited too, though.
Okay, where's the glider?
That's why when Mike asked me stuff, he's like, Woody,
The descent
I
went
wanted to
fine.
know if you would.
Everybody
Yep.
seemed to be
I
ready.
will. I'm in.
That was still an awful small hole, though.
Wow. No mount at that depth.
Yeah, and I'm not getting into technical. Like, I wonder what kind of gas. I wonder how deep. Are there stage tanks above them? There's a lot we could be talking about.
Yeah.
That.
Wow,
you know,
I
Mike
landed
could
right by
probably
some
fill in
boxes.
gaps
Oh yeah.
In the comments. I don't know what the mixture is, for example. I don't know if there's O2 at 20 feet. I don't know if there's stage gas.
They do go into some of those details on the full video.
They do, okay.
Mike was ahead of me, ready to enter the 5th.
If you disturb the gravel at all, the silt kicks up and it wipes out the visibility.
Almost nighttime.
I was in the back. I couldn't see very well anyway.
I had removed one of my tanks and had my no mount bottle. We were all ready, so now it's time to go.
Wait. What is that?
It was pretty freaky.
Like
I
an
could see
electrical
Mike
plug?
disappearing into the hole, and all the gravel was just caving in around him.
Charge the.
Ooh, that's not good what they said. All the gravel was caving in around it. That's scary. That's what I mean. This thing could collapse.
Look how he spins.
So he may have to dig his way back out is what we're getting at here.
On
Does
a
it?
single tank.
It was really, really tight.
I still don't have a little paper thing, damn it.
As I just said.
102 feet.
It was
102 feet.
pretty cool. It was great seeing him get out. Great seeing him, get in.
There was really only about this much room. Well, let me see. Yeah, about that much room. So I started pushing gravel out ahead of me, and I would move some in and then go about 6 inches. I was pretty lucky at the beginning. I was able to move my my cylinder off to the side so that I could see where I was going. But as I got further in, I had to move the cylinder over in the way. So then the only place I could move the rock was off to the left.
Later, the divers recreate the passage of the 5th restriction for the camera.
I mean, it's a recreation, but still, man. That's what it looked like?
Yeah.
That could collapse. Look at you have no idea if it
It was
could collapse.
Very closed in, not much freedom of movement. I only had one arm that I could really work with, that I could move gravel with, and just keep going an inch at a time, And if I would have panicked and tried to get out of there,
I don't
there
need
was just no way
to
to get out.
sleep because you don't need daylight for the cave.
Keep going
to get out.
Just save my food and not sleep.
As we removed the gravel and we were able to get through that 5th restriction,
The room beyond the fifth is about 10 feet long and 4 feet wide, and it looks like a large portion of the
Alright,
ceiling
filling
has
sticks
fallen
again.
down and sealed up the fissure.
Alright, where's the cave?
That's what I'm worried about could happen.
Look at that.
There's just a small triangular shaped hole at the back of the room. I mean, it is really tight.
Because this was an unknown part of the cave, we ran line there. We also installed a pull rope from the 4th restriction to the 6th so that we could get through easily in high flow.
Going in. I could probably just like
Actually, Mike
sleep,
Wright was
spawn
the
a bunch
first
of
one
monsters,
to
and sit
tread
right
6th
here.
restriction. He ran line down
You
to
can't come down in here
138 feet.
probably.
From 103.
It's a long rope.
Boom. Let's look at their tile. Does it go under and around for a lock
The next
off?
day, I took the line on down to 180 feet.
Yeah, I think so, probably.
So Mike
Down to
took it
180?
180.
That club does any damage. It says to have. That's about the same damage as the putter, and then this crafted club has about half damage.
Rushing to get out.
This axe has shit damage. This one,
tied
the
off
survival
there.
axe has good damage, so.
There was a restriction, but it looked passable.
Utility knife. I've never like stabbed bitches with that.
It looks passable.
Tactical
for
axe has
them.
pretty good damage.
I took the line down to 218 feet.
Then the spear. Spear has good damage
There's
too.
a crack there that's about 8 inches wide and 10
What I
feet
normally
long.
use. I don't know if
It's
there's any
obviously
better
not
weapons.
passable.
Sure, there's better weapons.
Nah, and there's more cave down there.
Cooked head. It's always awesome to have.
Over the next few dives, we spent a little bit of time looking around to see if we were missing a larger passage, but unfortunately that's
Oh wow, I got a good amount of cloth
where the
now.
spring's coming in.
So, this was the end of the line.
I haven't found any C4 in forever.
That little crack.
It's really hard to get bombs now.
Exploration is never certain. There were several times that we thought.
I do have
we
some
were
hand
stopping
grenades
the
though.
system, but we were
How much
able to
ammo
get
do I
this done.
have? Actually got 42
In
ammo.
order
I
to
got
go
quite a
on,
bit of gun
they would
ammo.
have to deface the very thing they're exploring.
You have to make the hole bigger by
I
destroying
have like
the
no
cave
armor
around
though.
them, and they're not gonna.
I don't know how much I'm gonna have to
Everybody
fight in
has
here.
limits.
I actually got a ton of canned food.
We were in some
any
situations that
bones?
were
Dude, got
real
some
close
bones,
to our
sweet.
limits, and now we have a better definition of what we're able to do in a safe manner.
It was a real technical challenge, and we learned a lot.
We were able to see things that no one has ever seen before.
Cool. That's awesome.
Animal
I
hide armor.
Enjoyed that.
I don't know how
You
good
get in
that
that,
is.
you know.
No way, I'm not
mindset of,
wasting
"I
cloth
wish
on
I
armor
was
though.
doing that." It's so awesome. And like I said, this is just a little bit more than half of the full documentary.
How many arrows
which
do I
Mike
have? It
has
won't let me mouse
posted
over them.
on his channel. If you're not subscribed to Mike Young, you should definitely give it
Can't
a shot.
see
There's
how
a
many
lot of
arrows
cool
I
videos
have.
there. And I'm gonna link it down in the description so you guys can link or can enjoy those videos as well. Now, as Woody mentioned, he wanted to be there, and the reason for that is that he actually has done something like that with Mike at Roaring River. And in case you haven't seen that video, I'm gonna leave it right here.
Alright, well, let me see
You
how
guys
many
can
arrows
check
I
out
have.
the 2 videos for
Maybe
Roaring
it's because
River.
everything's grayed out.
It's pretty awesome.
Bye, everybody, and Mike.
Got 20 arrows.
I'm in.
Okay. I'm
Hello,
pretty loaded
everyone.
up,
My
I'd
name is
say,
Gus.
other than
Hi, I'm
explosives.
Woody.
I got 2
Today we
grenades,
are
but I don't have
doing
no
a
big
review
grenades.
of a
How many sticky
cave
bombers?
exploration team.
And today I'm freezing.
That's
I'm exploring a cave too, with the rebreather. What do you know? Yeah, that's awesome, man. Anybody have a foot fetish in here? I got a pair for you. Any foot lovers?
How are you freezing? I'm wearing a t-shirt. We're in the same studio. It's not cold at all.
Should probably pause
here. Okay.
this because it's more scarier when, you know, you're not watching a video while you're doing it, so you can scare the shit out of each other. Let me know if you guys see some movement in here, alright? Don't like talk too much in chat. I only have 2 flares. Although I shouldn't have stashed the flares I had. Oh, I'm in the water, I guess. I drank the water, now I'm in it. Is that a place where I gotta go under? Why isn't my breather on? Why is there dead bodies everywhere? Like, everywhere in this game there's dead bodies in every single cave. Like, what could I have one cave without dead bodies hanging? Like, I mean, why are they even hanging? Like, who's gonna hang dead bodies underwater? Oh, buddy, how you doing, man? Had a rough day? Looks like it. Oh, I see a doorway. Gotta go deeper? Oh no. I don't know how I feel about going deeper. I feel like there's gonna be monsters in here. It's about time. Please no bats. Please no bats. It's okay if I see a monster. I just don't want any bats. That scared the living crap out of me. Oh yeah, we got the crosses. Here, I'm back here. Show yourself. You ahead. More dead, yeah. It's just how it goes in this game. It's dead everywhere. Are you okay, guy? I'm just seeing if you're awake. About you, are you awake? You asleep too? Yeah, he's asleep. I don't know, wake him up. I think, yeah, everybody's asleep in here. Alright, man, I don't know how he fell asleep standing up like that. What is that, some like jelly? Jelly hanging from the wall? Really? What's that? More crosses? Crosses everywhere in here, man. You guys must have been really religious. Yeah, this literally looks like a jump scare waiting to happen. Oh, man. Why is there so many crosses in this room, guys? You were really religious. Another drop? No way. This is out of control, man. Whoa, what's this? It's an alien building or something? That is awesome. It's like some Prometheus shit here. No. This is so cool. Okay. So, yeah, whatever that was. Why is it not electricity-fied anymore? That was so cool looking. Using the alien structure, do you have any idea where the pickaxe is? No monsters. I'm gonna quit wasting my batteries. I get it, man. These guys saw the big alien structure and they wanted to make a bunch of crosses. So they're like, holy moly, what is this thing back here? I just don't get why so many people decided to die down here. Why would you hang yourself from the feet? You hang yourself from your head, it'd be quicker, right? We'll go back to flashlight. This is unexplored area up here. Could be some monsters. Oh, it's a dead end. Just some boxes of stuffs. The way I just went, I believe. Torch works really good. I think it's better than the flashlight. If you have a boat, it's even better, to be honest. I'm gonna pause for a minute, see if I can figure out where this thing is.
Let me explain very quickly my inability to generate heat.
Oh boy.
It was 9 degrees in Atlanta.
Yeah, which is like -11.
I'm
for
still.
everyone.
I accidentally touched it for a second and felt that. I'm still internally freezing and recovering. It takes days.
Oh my god.
And number 2, just hear me out. It is freezing in your studio. It's only not freezing for you in your studio.
Well,
because you have the opposite of cold man's disease. You have hot man's disease.
There is,
just the facts.
but there is a method to the madness.
See
Like,
boards here that you
studios
need
are
to break
supposed
in
to be
order to
cold.
continue exploring the cave. There's
Which
also
is
a
why
path
I'm in
behind
full
you.
ski gear.
Okay, all right, never mind.
And still cold.
So
what was it? What were we
for
doing
those,
today?
For
Once
those
the
of
boards
you,
have been destroyed,
that are
go forward.
still
There's 2
watching
skeletons looking for. Immediately head by one where you need to use a rope to climb down.
Reacting to a video of a cave exploration that happened in Europe, and
Cool.
all of the work
He
that
went
goes
down that
along with
way.
that.
So my reaction is I don't
You
know
left
how
to
to
find a dead end with
do cave
several
exploration.
breakable boxes.
And I
I
say
got that.
as a premise, in all seriousness,
Yeah.
that's going to
Right.
be the theme because just because
There's
you and
the
I
artifact
can
thing
follow
I
a
just
line
got.
or jump to another line,
Yeah.
can we explore?
Once you go
No.
back
Would
way, you
you
came up,
explore
keep a
with
falling
me
pathway
without
where you drop
anybody else
down
around?
underneath the rock. You smash
No
through
way.
the boards.
But here's the thing: for
Path
caves
behind
to be
it.
unexplored,
Okay. Oh wow! So I
right,
was just by the
there needs
pickaxe.
to be a special circumstance around it. Number one, it's probably on like indigenous land, and they don't give permits to anyone or something like that, or is far into the woods and the forest that no one can get to it. Right?
Surprised there's no
So what I
monsters in
like
here.
about this video is because we feature exploration here. We have videos of Mike laying line, you even laying line with Mike at Roaring River. You know, these caves are easy to get to.
A
Roaring River, you
long
can
rope.
drive to 100 feet from the cave, right? It's pretty straightforward. These guys did something that you don't really get to see in a lot of cave diving videos or cave exploring videos, which is they recorded
kind of
how to
recipe.
get to it. Right,
Wow.
the process.
Cool.
Because you normally get to see the
Missed
explorers
that
just
the first
laying line,
time.
and you're like, oh my god, I want to be an explorer. But then you see all the work that takes place in order for you to be in a position
Alright,
to
so
lay
the
line.
Pickaxe
and
is
you're like,
over
you know
here
what?
somewhere.
Let's just do it, Jenny.
Absolutely.
Forget it. So let's check it out.
Cool.
And see what we say. What we think.
Wasn't scary.
I want to go.
Come
You
on.
know immediately.
Of course, when you see this
So
video,
you
you're
know,
like,
is that
I'm in.
Is that a sea craft, by the way?
Yeah, they have sea crafts.
So listen.
Located in the midst of the steep canyons of southern France, is one of the most spectacular cave systems in Europe.
Wow.
We are absolutely confident that the cave will continue somewhere. Tobias and I, we've been there. In
Rifle.
2019 and we dove
Oh
down
yeah, I forgot there's a rifle in this game. I want the gun so bad.
these guys.
We believe in 105
Need to get the rifle
meters,
next.
There might be a continuation of the cave.
105 meters.
And if the cave base would find a continuation of that cave this year, I mean, that would be really a spectacular story to tell.
It's really far off the grid. It's basically a 1-hour off-road drive to get there from the main road down into the valley. And well, hopefully nothing bad will happen here as it's quite distant.
I
to
would
the next
really
city.
enjoy this.
We went further into the cave,
we went down to the second siphon. At
Bro, I
around
need
55
to get you for your gear.
This is
This doesn't look
where
good.
the cave-based
You're
members
hiking with your
Yes,
gear.
thank you. Thank you very much.
It looks cold. Is it really cold?
It looks cold.
There's actually a monster in here and it was dead.
Wants to dive here has to master technical cave diving perfectly.
Where did
It's
I
a
come
ghost.
from? Well, that's the question.
Listen to that. They're right.
By
So
the way,
let's talk about that.
Yeah, but I don't know if you caught that. Number one, the guy was diving a Seacraft Ghost, which goes twice as long as our futures, which are already badass. And plus, he has 2 rebreathers. He's diving dual rebreathers. So these guys are legit. I mean,
Dual
this is
rebreathers.
next level.
And that bodes well into what I want to say. What they said is really important. And I think, you know, we've had so many comments about us talking about how important trim is, and look, their kicks aren't right, and look, they're moving their arms. And then sometimes we get feedback like, who are you guys? Like, why are you so critical?
Right.
If you want to do what they're doing, it is critical. You may not like that we say that, or you may not wish it was that way, but it really is a matter of safety. Like, they can't silt it out. They have
Running
to be
low on
perfect.
air,
They have to
take
be
the
able to
path
rely
where
upon
you
each
go
other.
toward
They're
it. You'll
going to
slide
do a
down, drop in the
blind
water
cave.
automatically,
They
clipping
have
your
to be
breather.
able to do mixed gas. So
Swim forward,
listen,
then straight
you
up
just
ahead. You'll
can't
find a
do
path
what
where
they
you encounter a
do
spotty
unless
mutant.
you're whatever you want to define as
He was already
perfect is.
dead.
It seems like they're going
Did
to
he
be pretty
drown?
much that. It's Cave 101. There's
So
no
once
room
you
for
pick up
error.
loot, dive
If
down.
you have error, people
So
die.
yeah, I'm diving down. There's
And
gonna
that's
be.
why we have to harp on it when it comes to cave
So I'm
diving.
going the right way.
Yeah, and sometimes it's about minimizing risks as well.
This is a serious
You
cave.
can't eliminate them all. And these guys, obviously, cave exploring, they are super comfortable with silt out, full silt out conditions, 0 visibility. These guys don't even, their heart rate doesn't even go up. But the idea is you minimize the situation. You don't want to silt out in places that you shouldn't be silting out, right? If you silt out because it's super,
Thank goodness
super
there's no
narrow
silt
and
in
there's no
this.
other choice, fine, so be it. They're ready to deal with it. But in other places where you don't have to, then don't do it.
Yeah, and it's not like you and I, if we silt out in Jenny, we know we were on the way to a jump. There is another line there. They're on the way to nowhere. And we don't even know if it's going to collapse where they're going. So anyway, I think our point is made as to why perfection does
It really
matter.
make you look for this pickaxe.
This year, Ollie and Max, who are part of the cave-based team, are planning to dive down to 105 meters. Their mission, finding a new passage.
Beautiful.
The cave's profile is just mental. It goes up and down all the time.
What's so special about the profile?
It goes first down to 80, then up to 18, down again to 92, up to 35, and then finally
Wow.
down to 105. Well, and after that, we have to go the same way back.
It's pretty. There's a little
Welcome to
water
one of
here.
the last adventures in Europe. The exploration of the Gunneroo Cave in central France.
Step through here, you'll be in the water again for another short swim.
In order to be able to
Damn,
conduct
this shit would be
exploration
literally
of such
nuts
places,
if you didn't have
the
a
entire cave-based team has
guide. I mean, like, you could easily miss this pickaxe. You could like get the artifact, come back, go out, and never even know it was in
I
here.
don't even know what they're doing.
If I did that,
And then we send the
all rebreathers broken.
stages.
A cable railway needs to be installed with 3 stations in total. The up-
Yeah, that's not
the
creepy,
middle,
yo.
and
Just
the down
more hump people
station
everywhere.
where
It's
the
just how it is in this game. Dead people everywhere.
How about we do Ginny? Ginny sounds good.
Guys, next we send Molly's JJ.
You gotta know how to do
The
this.
transportation of all the valuable equipment
I don't know
needs
any.
to be precisely synchronized.
Mike, we have to set up a...
Oh,
I don't even know what you
I
call
got it.
Look at this. DPV.
Woohoo! I have the pickaxe. I have
And
the
then you
power.
The team
Oh wow, I
brought
need to
along
eat.
an oversized plastic container from Germany.
They're sending
This
that?
box will be filled with air. It gets attached to the cave ceiling and
Habitat.
provides a dry habitat for 2 divers.
Yes.
Bro, this is the bomb food right here.
Can't believe it.
Don't get any better than
Off
that.
it goes.
That yummy food. Alright, so now I have the pickaxe.
Needs to get in here through that small window
Oh wow,
into
this
the
one's
water,
got
then
damage
take
too.
it to its place to the ceiling.
They're
Hopefully not
so
too
next
complicated.
level. It's not even like, I don't even know if I should say I'm a cave diver. I don't feel right saying that in front of them.
Yeah, if I met
Like
these
if I
guys,
met
I'm
them,
like,
hey, I'm Woody. I'm a
snorkeler.
I I can dive here and there. No, they're snorkeler.
Some yummy
I know how to
water.
swim.
Some yummy
Wow.
cave water, baby.
Incredible.
Well, that's one way to do it.
Yummy.
I was actually very skeptical when I first saw the entrance.
Wait,
to the
can I
cave,
mine
but
this?
Surprisingly, it went in quite smooth, and after 2 seconds, the job was done. I'm really impressed. Didn't think it would be that easy.
Oh, this is so cool. I love it. This game is so awesome.
I would just love to
This
be a
I can
part
do
of this.
that. This I can do.
Mining is so good. I mean, they nailed it, just like they did with the trees. Like, it looks so awesome when you mine.
We turned and turned it until we had it.
But here, they could have added a little bit of air.
Bubble will be placed at exactly 9 meters. Once it's placed and filled up, it creates a safety net for all team members.
Going nowhere.
Wow.
Divers can do that.
This is what I call awesomeness in a video game for sure.
It's actually placed very well. 9.3 meters.
Yo, that's your dry suit.
All right, I'm full on
Isn't it
soul
amazing that
flight.
just the air pressure holds it up? Like when I got into the habitat in Roaring River, I was like, oh man, they must have like really bolted it up there. Like really, I thought that because I mean we're banging it, we're moving all around, and it doesn't move. That's how powerful that air pressure is. Just
Please tell me
dredging
there's
it
a
up
quick
against the
exit.
ceiling. I didn't know that was how it was done until I got there. There's nothing else holding it up there.
It's amazing.
Not only is it important
Shit,
for the
we
team
got
to
a
find
baddie.
continuation of the cave, but they also want to map the course of
Oh,
the cave as
you get me
precisely
hood.
So we can't do
as
that.
possible.
I don't even know what he's
Ollie
writing.
is an expert when it comes to surveying and offers a short refresher course on site. The
Yeah,
recorded
almost dead.
data will later be digitalized
What is
and
this?
shared with others.
Holy
which
crap,
should make
though. I don't know what hit
diving
me
this
so hard.
challenging cave a little safer.
I probably just dropped to my knees and put my hands together and praised.
After 3 days of hard work,
This spotty one's hit hard as hell.
Look at
3 days before they can start diving.
Right.
3 days. What? We can
No.
just drive right now to Genie.
Yeah, I
and go
quit. I gotta get out the gun.
That's it.
I don't want to deal with these guys. They're too
But
strong.
This videos,
You
though,
could be part of a team. You
I cannot
could
believe
go-
they did that much
like
damage.
I talked to Patrick Widman a little bit or whatever, and it's like they'll give us an assignment, and we're with.
If anybody's
we're
new
not
here, if you
really
didn't know, you can
exploring, we're
literally just
kinda
sit in
with
this menu and
them
you
as
can't be
they're
hit
exploring.
while you
And
slowly
so
heal up.
That's our level of exploration.
I'm just saying that videos.
I
like
think they
this
would at least
really
make
demonstrate
you
the
heal
fact that
faster so you didn't have to sit
we
so
don't
long.
feel like we're the best or elite in any way. Like this is such a high level.
We're recreational beginner cave divers that enjoy cave diving at a beginner recreational level.
That's right.
After breakfast, the team started divers. But this morning has given the team a bit of a shock.
What happened? Sleet?
You don't even know how to make a tent, let alone.
Because it suddenly started raining, although no rain was forecasted for the next weeks. And breakfast in the rain is a kind of unpleasant. So
Bodies don't fuck around. They beat your ass.
A bit of a shame with the rain. Guess everything at the cave will be wet now.
This is a different
No
breed.
issues. We are full of hope, and tomorrow we will dive.
Love it.
The weather god is still kind to us and the sun is coming out. With a bit of luck, the undersuits will dry now and then things can really get going tomorrow.
Oh, those are wet? The undersuit.
Assuming, oh, here, there's rope here. Maybe this is the exit.
Wasn't as slippery as we thought it would be, but the shortcoming was, of course, that all the undersuits that were hanging outside are now soaking wet, and now have to dry first. We are now digging out all the backup undersuits that we still have, so at least a few people can get in the water. So, we're going to make ends meet.
Oh, hey.
I feel like I need another jacket just thinking about their undersuits being wet right now. That is miserable.
Everything in German sounds more badass. This guy's just describing it, and I'm like,
Well,
you know what
as
I'm
long as he
saying?
doesn't want to kill me, that's fine.
Stop.
A blessing in disguise. After only a few hours, all undersuits are dry again.
Wow,
good.
And
That's
everyone
awesome.
can finally dive.
There he goes.
Oh man.
Oh, looks
Seriously
amazing.
just fell.
Can we do this with Mike Young a little bit more? Just stuff like a little bit?
Definitely.
Just tell me I'm exploring. Even if I'm not. Oh man, look at this.
Mike, why is there a lion in this virgin cave?
Yeah, don't worry about it. He's like,
This is the Mayans. The Mayans set that up.
Oh well, this is a different exit.
if that doesn't make you want to go cave diving,
Oh my god. Look at this.
amazing.
No silt.
Boy, that up and down, that's got to be tough on their profile, their deco profile.
Oh no. What? Wait. What's this?
Well, I didn't use the heating during the dive, but then during the decompression, I plugged myself in and
That's my heater. The Santee valve and all. That's mine. I have that.
Everyone
At least
in
we
the
have the
team
same gear.
That's
to
the only
extensively
thing I have in
dive
common
the
with it.
Canary cave and enjoy the fascinating passages. Everyone is happy, but
Why
also
did my
exhausted.
bow got
I'm hungry now.
unhottkeyed?
Let's get ready. Let's have a barbecue.
Oh
and
man,
eat
there's a
something to
bunch
eat.
of them.
Okay, nice. That's fine.
I'm in.
Hebrew National hot dogs? Dude, I can carry some
Look
gear.
at this. This guy's so legit.
Dude, is he
We're
laughing
in
while he's
France,
beating
you
him
know
up?
The food's amazing.
Of course.
We will dive with a double 7 cave-based configuration on our JJs. Tomorrow morning, we'll get up just before 5 a.m.
Hit him in the head and it doesn't
And
even
to
hurt him.
sharpen our minds and bodies, we'll first jump into the River Vis. That will certainly help us to start the day fresh.
You're probably wanting us to pause
After
and
that,
explain what a
we will walk
double
over to the
J
cave's
double
entrance.
wide is, and we don't
Double
have
seven.
a
Get into
clue
our
what
equipment.
they just said.
And eventually
2
start the
headshots,
dive.
he's still alive.
That means 8:30 is bedtime and 5 a.m. is wake up?
Well, there you go. 8:30.
Finally, that one's dead.
That's you all the way. You do that on a daily basis, whether you're exploring
That's
or
pretty
not.
late, but
Well then, in that case, good night.
Alright.
Doug
No
ever
way,
saw
that
a
thing's
knife
still
made at
alive?
8:30. We have.
I've seen it. Yeah, one time. I think New Year's when we went New Year's in Cozumel. You
That
guys
one's
made
not
it
even
at
dead
9.
yet.
Yeah, I partied that night.
It's
I had like
5:30.
4 Coca-Colas that night, so went crazy.
Yeah, all my air is back, please. Thank you.
Gosh, once your upper body's in the water, you are awake, I tell you. Exactly
yeah.
what we need right now.
Felt every centimetre of my body. Now we can start. Having a nice cup of coffee. Yes. Then
That-
take a nice walk to the cave.
I probably could help with that, the coffee making.
And then change clothes in a relaxed manner.
Right.
We're looking for things that
Double
we could
check everything.
help with.
Other
And go through
cabin
everything mentally.
things.
Do they even? I'm just wondering, and I'm not.
I'm
saying
maxed
this
on
to you,
batteries,
but
yes.
It's just ironic that today I'm wearing an SSI hat, right?
Why can't I
See
loot
that?
these booze
Like,
bottles?
Have you guys taken perfect buoyancy? That's SSI.
Dude, that
Or
flicker
how about
light's gonna give me a
navigation? I can-
seizure.
how about if I give you a nav class?
Yeah.
Would they be like, what?
It's 7:29 a.m.
I think I wanted
Two
to make a
bush
base
divers are
here.
Just getting ready, putting on their
Last
suits.
time I
And then
played, I
we'll
thought
help
about
them into
making
their
a base
equipment.
at these
And
houses.
then hopefully at 8 a.m. sharp, it's time to dive.
Have they ever worn split fins?
Another one of those little fuckers.
Dude, this suit looks
awesome. It's got
so
the
you're
heater
pretty
valve.
much in your own bubble there.
It's older,
Preparing your
that's it.
things, checking
Older
everything
bear,
very carefully, and wanting to be distracted as little as possible.
Oh, I missed the jump.
That thing looks heavy, dude. That rebreather.
Oh, I missed it again. No.
Heater.
Oh, I missed it again.
It's gotta be so cold. All of them have heaters on.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to.
So they have a JJ and a Dive Soft Liberty side mount rebreather.
Cool.
Or bailout.
Oh, I see it now. There it is.
Yeah.
Arrows suck ass now.
Any moment the two will submerge and hopefully find a continuation in 105 meters of water.
Feed him in his vagina.
And what's
Whatever
crazy
the
is
fuck
I
that
want to go
thing
with
is.
them. Like I watched this and I'm like, I want to go, but
Push team into the water at 8:24 a.m. Everything has gone well so far. We're in good.
I don't mind fighting those. Those things aren't too bad. Polka dotted ones are the worst because they fucking they swing like crazy and they're fast. It's really hard to dodge those polka dotted ones. Even the normal ones are hard to dodge, especially when there's multiple. It's like one, it's not too bad, but when there's multiple of them,
that's cool.
Oh shit!
Wow.
Put baby powder in my hands.
Team 2
Whenever I, like
slowly
extensive combat, my hands start to sweat.
They will meet the push team at 12 meters. Ideally, the timing is good enough for them to help Ollie and Max get to the habitat.
There's really no use for big rocks.
Everybody watching teams
So I say you see
at
something run
different
down there.
stage levels with different duties. You cannot do this without a team. Right, the deep divers have a huge support team above them at different levels in that cave.
Yep.
And you know, various duties that I
Kind of
we'll see if they
disappointed that I'm
talk about
full.
2, 3.
Wire, a battery, and what is that?
These guys don't have dual rebreathers. They don't need it because they're just
Some kind of device. There's light bulb. One light bulb too. It's like a light bulb with wires hanging out on the side.
Ollie are already at 12
What,
meters.
40
The most
sticks?
important decompression data
The heck is that thing?
briefly exchanged.
I don't know, but I want to make it.
Into the habitat begins.
So you saw his PO2. I think that is worthy of is a
Man, I'm missing all these
1.24.
batteries, man.
He doesn't look like one of the deep divers.
that was from team number 1.
Oh, that's team 1. So they're diving a 1.24. So they may change.
Oh, you
that,
guys
by the way.
gotta
It's a
stop
little
killing
different than
yourselves on
having
this
a
island. Everywhere it
fixed
goes,
set
it's
point
dead
the whole
people.
dive when you're diving really, really deep because they're going to have such long deco obligations that they could end up bumping up at what's called
Seriously,
the
gotta
CNS
stop
clock.
killing yourselves all
In
the
other
time.
words, if you have too high of an oxygen content or partial pressure of oxygen,
That was a good throw.
you start using up a clock that says your body can only handle that level of
All right.
oxygen for a certain amount of time. I mean, these could be 5-6 hour dives. So I
I
wouldn't
gotta
be
say, we're
surprised
pretty
if as
loaded
they
up.
get deeper, they lower that clock, which would raise their deco
Pretty sure my
time, but it
boat's
will-
up
it
there
will
by that cave.
enable them
And then we
to,
got the golf cart back
to
here
have
that I can get and drive
not
to
eat
it.
up all the oxygen clock, so they don't have what's called CNS oxygen toxicity issues.
And just to reiterate what's happening here, team number
And I've been
2
having
went in
so
to
much
meet with
fun
them at
playing this
12
game
meters
today.
because
They
the habitat
did
is at 9.
they did a really
But
good
those
job
guys
with
have
this
so
game.
much stuff. They have that humongous JJ in the back. It looks like a refrigerator. Then they have the Dive Soft Liberty on the side. Then they have bailout tanks.
I really
They have
like the
all,
changes with this game.
DPDs. They have all this stuff. And in order for them to fit in this habitat, you've been inside
Yes,
the
there's
same
so many
habitats.
pebbles here. I'm getting hooked up.
You can't just pop in with all this equipment. You'll
No
be
way.
wedged in. So team number 2 meets him at 12. Let me take all that stuff off. You guys go in there.
That's one way to take
that's
out their
all
house
job
really
is.
easy.
Let me strip you out of all this gear that you don't need anymore. Go
Oh,
into the
missed.
habitat and decompress.
Exactly. It's really cool. Now, when that happens, I don't know what level it's at. I think they said 9 meters maybe or whatever. So sometimes you can actually then not put back on any tanks because you're on a rebreather to basically get to the surface. But you'll fly, right? So they have weights also hanging on the outside of the
There's
habitat.
canned
That's how it
food
was
right
at Roy
there.
River. That they clip on you, and then they'll swim with you because we would never just
I'm actually full on
go
canned
ahead and
food.
go, right? You're on an oxygen.
Holy
rebreather at
smokes,
that
I
point.
am.
They're there for safety to escort you, if you will, all the way to the surface. But you need weight because you
Guess
just
we'll
took the
eat some
tanks
of it. I'm
off. So it's a
hungry, too.
whole bunch of logistics going on.
A critical moment. Because now the push divers have to take off their
They even got
rebreathers
fresh meat.
after more than 6 hours of diving time.
there you go, yeah.
In order to enter the habitat.
Yes,
now they're in
that
open
worked
circuits.
reasonably well. I was always keeping a close eye on it. Christopher first wanted to open the wrong belt, the one with the weight attached to it.
Dude's
I
one
just
crazy
stopped him in
mofo. I
time
mean,
from
like,
opening the wrong one. Then we took off their
This guy
rebreathers,
wears
connected
people's
their new
skin as
pumping
armor. Like,
cylinders.
I'd be scared of
After
him
we got
too if
them
I was a
out of their
cannibal, to be
diving
honest.
gear, we pushed them into the habitat. I then distributed all the cylinders underneath so that they were in reach for them.
I thought
The
you used to get
oxygen
cloth
and
from
the
these
brake
things,
gas.
break in their
That
little
actually
huts.
worked quite well. Yes, but now I'm also very exhausted because I'd done a 2.5-hour dive before and then another hour of habitat support.
Max just showed me that they've reached 105 meters. Both are now well
How much
placed in the
duct
habitat
tape I got?
and
8,
waiting for their hot
10
meal.
rope.
Everything else
Fantastic.
is just fine.
Now we're curious about how long we have to wait until they come out to the water. Now let's cook something to eat for the two of them.
Bring it down in a dry bag.
I like bone armor. It's my favorite. Looks cool.
And for dessert, there's rice pudding with vanilla flavor.
Now you understand.
No, you dropped it.
Now you understand. You see, you can't like have a little one of those little porta stoves in the habitat because the habitat is full.
Oh,
of
now they come back.
Yeah.
So habitat go boom. No
Yeah.
good. Okay.
I wonder if they could eat an MRE. A bit of tea. That is
Sorry, guys, your base is gone. You can't. There's nothing left. They don't even know where their base is. You're like, oh, was this our base?
Take care of the habitat. Heinke takes
I
care of
leveled
the
it.
food delivery.
I'm
A
hungry just looking at
pressure-resistant
that.
I mean, it's only fair. They attack me all the time.
It is dinner time in the habitat, and spirits are rising immediately. From now on, it's only a few hours until they can emerge.
Bro, this guy's got some serious blubber armor on.
And they should have a CO2 sensor in there as well. I'm sure it's somewhere.
All right, Ollie, get in touch
Stab
with
him in the
them,
butthole.
the medical station, after what's up, and come back and report, okay?
Dude, how did he live through all that?
All right.
So they're checking on them.
Strength is 30. I'm
Check their
strong.
schedule and we'll double check the timings. 1740 should be.
No
okay.
pouch.
All right, good luck.
Thank you very much. Yes, the atmosphere felt good. They were joking as much as possible.
The deco can be as much as the dive.
I don't know where the blubber armor
6-hour
ran.
dive,
He
6-hour
ran off.
deco.
Well, basically, the mood is good. Things are going well.
Game is
for
so
them, and We'll
beautiful.
get them out later. Christopher will accompany both of them later. I think it was a good
What's
and
the green
successful
mark
day.
up there? Isn't
And at
that
the end of the
Jenny?
day, we'll hopefully all be back at the camp safe and
Genia?
sound and can party a bit. Guess we all deserve that now.
Give me yummy berries.
I'll wait until the guys down in the habitat have done their decompression, and then I'll dive in and escort them out one by one so that nothing goes wrong.
Which is
and
what you
if
said.
anything happens,
Escort 'em
I
out.
can provide support.
Yeah. Really
There
important.
are only a few seconds left until the two reach the water surface.
Thick forest out here.
How was it in the habitat?
Pleasant, very pleasant.
I make like a turbo macro when I'm playing this that just constantly mashes E as I'm walking along, so it just loots
A
everything.
terrific cave, a terrific dive, and we had the right concept.
Mega dive. Auf jeden Fall ein mega
Mega,
Full on
mega cool
pebbles too.
cave, and really cool to dive.
Und der
And the best part actually starts after a depth of 90 meters.
Wow. The best part starts at 200 something feet, 270,
We placed a
280.
cookie at 105,
der möchte gerne
which wants to be moved.
Oh, I left the house up there.
They want to go.
Die Höhle ist gigantisch, gell? Also ist einfach
The cave is gigantic, simply gigantic. I remember how Ollie was diving.
Or not
into
the
that
house,
huge
but I left
black
that
shark,
bed I
and was
made.
thinking, dude, how
Oops.
awesome is that? Mega cave, honestly. It's
Oh, there's
so
another
beautiful.
camp right
And
there.
the flat passages totally reminded us of the wrestle.
I don't know if
I
I
don't
feel like
have a
fighting them
tattoo,
right
nor
now.
are my biceps
We
look like
lit up
that.
everything on the way in and out. Nothing, no chance. So there's no other passage one could go.
Wow. I
Oh,
guess
should I
that's
kill
it.
him?
105.
We actually get the golf cart and run them over.
Everything's marked and wow.
Although no continuation was found, everyone had tremendous fun and enjoyed diving in this exposed location. For now, everyone is just enjoying the moment.
Party. That is one job you cannot do. DJ. if we have a party,
Listen.
absolutely no way anyone should let you in.
Well, I'll
to DJ.
on some of my these. That's a good idea. 2023, I'll bring in some of my tunes, but
that's not. Oh, is it?
Well, yeah,
All right, this is getting crazy fast.
I wanted to comment on the little parties thing. You know, it is weird. You do feel this unbelievable sense of elation, like this
Getting low
high
on
after you do something like
healing
that.
meds.
I don't know what it is. You really feel bonded with the team and everybody that you did it with, and it's like we just did something that I would say less than 20 people, 30 people in the world have done.
Yeah.
At this point in time, and it's just unbelievable feeling. I remember that a little bit, even with the Roaring River. You're sitting around, it's just special.
Yeah. Just going to grab some food. And, you know, even after regular dives that are not as important, it feels great. Like our dive at Bon Terramine, for example, going to that Mexican restaurant after the dives, after we just did 2 super long dives and we saw everything we saw. It just felt great to get together and spend time. So that part I really enjoyed.
Me too. That was cool. Wow. These guys are
nice. I got 2 headshots.
Wow. Right. Everybody watching this, you're probably saying wow because they are next level.
Absolutely.
And amazing.
So much for going to the camp. It looks like it came to
an
me.
Opportunity to be part of a little
See
bit
how many
more
pouches I have.
exploration in 2023. We do. You'll see some videos. We do have some stuff coming up. I won't say too much more than that. And but we're doing it with people that are true experts. We could not do that on our own.
No. And obviously this cave, as they mentioned, is a mega cave that goes all the way down to 105 meters after up and down, really big. It's actually pale. It actually pales in comparison to the cave Dr. Harry explored to 245 meters. Insanity. That is a mega cave. And we actually reacted to that video and interviewed Dr. Harry here.
Dude, I shot him right in the head.
By the way, Dr. Harry, speaking in Cozumel during our meetup. He's one of the speakers.
Honored, man. He's amazing.
We'll see you in the next one.
Bye, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to yet another Cave Divers React. My name is Gus.
Hi there. I'm Woody.
And today we're going to be reacting together, first time, to a video that has been requested hundreds of times at this point. It's been requested so much that I'm like, there's got to be something valuable here. So I'm not going to watch it. Let's just watch it together and see. All I know is
like
that this is in the open water, and I don't think the divers involved are cave divers or anything. They're just regular divers,
he's strong.
And they run into some issues. So let's see what happens. All right. Okay, so I guess they're in a wreck.
Rip my armor.
In Canada.
Called the Little Parsons.
The ship was launched on September 14th, 1868 in New York. Then it hit a rock and it sank. Discovered 63. 500 tons of coal.
Wow.
Wow. No wonder why it sank. 65 feet. Not
deep.
bad. Perfect for recreational divers.
Yep.
Hell, this camp's loaded. Why can't I loot those?
Measure, dove the wreck side. Following is a record of that dive.
This guy's had some good shit here. Yeah, see, I thought there was some cloth in these.
This looks good so far. There's a lot of current. You see all the particles just flying through it. Do you see it?
This camp's kind of loaded.
And obviously you can see the line is like at a diagonal, so that's telling.
Ooh, I finally got a save thing.
I'm always thinking about the water temperature.
The heck is that?
These guys have no hood, no gloves, so
I'll be interested.
Golf bags. That's what those are. Those are golf bags. Dang, these guys done robbed all the golfers. Not sure what I use golf footballs for. I forget.
you can see to the bottom, so that's good visibility. Probably like 60 feet visibility.
They got it.
It's not bad.
These cannibals are all about the golfing over here.
Oh, it's taking so long to go down, though.
Get the fuck out of here. It's getting dark.
I guess so.
Get my arrows.
Weight bell is shifting.
I missed shots.
And water going in the mask. Yeah. That is one thing I enjoy about
Need my eye drops.
where you can clear your mask.
Getting dry.
No problem. Free breathers, you clear your mask, you lose loop volume, and you have to add in. It's not as simple. He's struggling.
Alright. Sweet, there's a river right here, too.
55 feet. Oh man, it's halfway flooded. Blowing through his mouth.
Alright, I'm going to pause it for a second. A mass clearing skill is done in the very first confined water dive in a swimming pool.
Yep.
It is common to get a little bit of water in your mask. It is very easy to clear. Look up, push the top of your mask, and blow out your nose.
Yep.
A common mistake Gus alluded to is some people forget and blow out their mouth. Obviously, no air is going into the mask if you're blowing out your nose. That should take, just so you know why I'm reacting here,
all
is
sleepy.
you shouldn't take that
That guy's
multiple
really
times. You see
out of
him
energy.
struggling with it, and maybe he's going to struggle more. Here's how long it takes. Mask is cleared. So now,
Need to get
that's
to the boat.
interesting. Let's see what happens.
Should be pretty fairly straightforward driving to the boat, too.
That's
Like,
out of his mouth. That's the problem.
where's this guy?
See how the bubbles are coming out of his regulator, non-divers. That means
Oh,
he's not
dude,
blowing
I
out
wiped
his
it
nose.
out.
The mask will not clear.
He's lifting it up too.
So awesome that they have solar panels on all these golf carts.
This is a very basic skill.
What's going on? Okay. They follow the rope, but they don't have buoyancy. They're just dragging on the bottom with all those.
See, is that like a river down here or a golf cart
very
path?
overweighted.
Look at that. These things are like razor blades. Zebra mussels, yeah.
They're all over the
Very
Great
sharp.
Lakes. They actually make the water clearer. They're filters. They filter the water.
Yeah. You shouldn't be dragging your legs on them. Or hands. Or whatever.
They're evasive, by the way. They were introduced.
Yeah.
Evasive, they were
Oh, that was
introduced
awesome.
by accident from a cargo ship.
Oh no, I'm stuck.
Okay, what is that?
Yeah, that's a good place to be stuck right there.
Line.
Oh man, I don't even think I can move it. I just really love the physics they put in the game on this.
Tricky, because he's pulling pretty hard.
Yeah.
And breathing hard.
I do like that they took the time to write down what's going on. That way, at least we understand. Like, this guy's at the bottom, that guy's not, that kind of thing.
Yeah, the fact that he checked his air is making me think he's worried about his air.
Yeah.
So I'm
Oh,
checking
come
everything.
on.
At least he's not dragging himself in the bottom, so that's good.
I don't even know if I'm going to be able to drive this thing
But,
anymore.
no.
Where I'm at.
See how he keeps looking at his air?
Yeah.
That means he's running low on air.
Might as well just go on foot.
Couldn't see it.
Where's the wreck? Oh man, do you see that weight belt?
Yeah, weight belts, everybody, was what they used long ago before integrated weights. These are for non-divers that I'm talking to. Integrated weights means they click into your BC now.
You make some energy mix. Or I can eat an energy bar.
It's breathing so fast. Listen. Relax. Calm down.
Cool wreck, by the way. Looks like.
Like if you were sleeping.
By the way,
Flying on the current.
Yeah, they look pretty relaxed down below.
Yeah.
Almost to my boat. I love my boat. What is this? Pretty little spot right there. So I think I'm almost to my boat.
Why was the decision made to go for a deep dive? And how did they make a decision? They just look at each other and
they just made the decision.
Telepathy, according to the video.
Oh, it's a little wagon.
Oh, no.
But of course, dead bodies in it. What else would there be in a wagon? Dead bodies, right?
So they're overweight.
Oh, only in this game.
Is that the issue?
Oh, what is this? I didn't see this before.
What's he doing?
It's another little base.
He's panicking.
This guy's panicking big time. Oh no.
I actually think he's
man,
trying
that
to...
guy just dropped big time.
I think he's trying to yell to the other diver.
Yeah.
Like, stop, stop.
Yeah.
So
probably come back up here and get these batteries. I gotta drop the ones off I have at the boat.
Hang with me. They're way too far away as a buddy team.
For sure.
I don't know what I need batteries for.
Narcolepsy. Like he's falling asleep? Isn't that what narcolepsy is?
It's narc.
You mean narcosis?
Yeah.
Not narcolepsy.
Yep.
Okay.
Narcolepsy is...
I can't
thought
read
narcolepsy
that.
is you just fall asleep, right?
Yeah.
Too small.
Alright, narcosis is starting to say. Got it.
Or nice, more cloth.
But
always need cloth.
why is he not
He's breathing
next to his
so
buddy?
fast. Oh my god.
My boat at. Could have sworn my
That's about
boat
1,000
was here.
PSI looks like a third of his tank. 110.
I probably should have put a freaking tracker on my boat, so now I don't know.
Uh-oh.
What's that yellow dot mean?
No.
Okay.
Oh, here. Oh, God.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Let it play out, then we'll talk about what this does.
Touching this is, oh, God.
Is it coming up really quick? Depressurizing way too fast.
God, this guy's skyrocketing in. Oh my god. Did you see that? He like leaped out of the water.
Oh, man.
Don't see my boat. Oh, I think I know. It might be up here. I don't know.
Oh man. needs to be put on oxygen immediately.
Oh, yeah. Right to a hyperbaric chamber. Is he going back down? Yeah.
I hope not.
I think so. Okay, no.
Paul? Paul? You okay? Are you alright?
Paul doesn't look all right. Where's Paul's fin?
Right fin is gone.
What's the flipper?
They call it a flipper.
You okay? That was the most dangerous dive I ever did. How deep did you go? I was at 110.
What time you start shooting, honey?
I got you at one. I got you at 110. I got you because it's right behind, just above you. Yeah, my seat doesn't even fit now. What thing does? You're taking on air. Just relax. Let's just let the. Oh man. You trying for a record or something? No, I got confident. I just saw you going deeper and deeper. I know. I thought I lost you. Not good. Not good enough. Lost the fin.
That might be my boat up there.
All right, hold on. I got to stop it here. Because two things. The first guy skyrocketed to the surface, and I want you to talk about why that's not a good thing. But the second guy showed up like, it seemed like a minute afterwards. And if one guy skyrocketed to the surface, and we saw it, because we saw all the way the ascent, all the way till he leaped out of
I know what I gotta do.
The other guy, there's no way he maintained
Turn
an
off,
ascent rate of 30 feet per minute, made a safety stop, which, because he went deeper than 100 feet, he should have been 5 minutes, typically.
Or a deep stop.
Yeah. He just came out like 30 seconds later, like, what's up? I just lost the fin. So none of them are stopping? Like,
yep.
What?
Well, I was going to wait. You stopped it here. I have a couple reactions. Number one is the comment that when he asked the question, what were you trying to do? Set a record? And I've seen this before, and people do that. Like, I'm going to go to my deepest dive ever, and they didn't plan for it. They don't have the right gas for it. They don't have the right experience for it. That's not uncommon. It's actually extremely dangerous, but it's not uncommon. And then they kind of laugh it off because they're at the surface. But here's the problem. When you get the bends, which means that your bubbles came out of tissue solution too quickly, the bubbles are expanding inside of your body too quickly and you get bent, that doesn't happen immediate. You don't necessarily feel the effects of the bends right away, or not just feel it, but you could have mental issues as well. Sometimes it takes a while to come on, and you can die from it. So right now, they're still maybe not having any effects. They don't know yet. The other issue is they could have had a long overexpansion injury. But apparently they were breathing, or they would have already been exploded and had an embolism and been dead.
Yep.
That one's immediate. That's immediate death.
Yeah.
Now they didn't make any stops. I'm sure they would have had probably at least a 50-foot stop, and then, like you said, a minimum 3 minutes at 20 feet or 15 feet, if not more. So they need to get on the boat and get on oxygen, even if they're not feeling any effects. And
Correct.
this is a mistake that's often made.
Golf carts everywhere in this game
blew up
now.
through this dive. You did not file the profile, get on oxygen, because we don't know when this is going to start to affect you. And we
What
need
is
now
this?
to
This is
already
sweet
be-
helicopter pad.
I would probably err on the side of calling emergency first response and get them there, because it was
There's,
such
like,
a severe
flowers all over 'em with
violation
a bunch of
that
knives
dive.
in 'em.
If it was just a little bit, like maybe they were going for
Conspiracy
50
Daily,
feet
where are our
and they missed
husbands?
a safety stop only, but he flew up at, what was it? What did he say? Like 110 feet a minute.
120 feet a minute.
Which we go up under our agency, we say 30 feet a minute. So that's 4 times faster
That's right.
ascent than what's recommended.
That's right.
That's my reaction. We have a problem. Houston, we have a problem, and they don't know it yet.
Yeah.
These guys don't know it yet. So finish it out. I'll be curious to see, does the problem now emerge?
It's only 10 more seconds, so I doubt that we're going to get to see what happened afterwards. But
Gladly. The end of this.
yeah,
So we don't know.
that's
We don't know what happened to these guys.
We
after.
don't know what happened to these guys. But what we know is that, man, that is the risk, is to skyrocket. And I think, and one of the things that I wanted to talk about, as you were talking about it, I started to think was, you know, when you're teaching scuba diving to new students, I sometimes struggle with explaining the idea behind not inflating on the way up. Like, students don't understand that. And I think they don't understand it because when you start diving, when you're on your first class or second class or something like that,
So much shit out
you
here.
typically hold a lot of air in your lungs, like, without knowing. So what you end up doing is you end up overweighting yourself because you don't feel that you can go down. And it happens to us. And in some cases, even though I look at a student and I disagree that they need more weight, just to make them happy, I give them a little bit more weight.
So many
because they
batteries out
cannot
here I
go
need to
down.
come get.
They don't understand that they're holding their breath in, and it happens to me sometimes. Like if I'm talking in front of a crowd or whatever, next thing I know, it's like I'm full. My lungs are full. Like what? Why am I holding air? Right? The excitement or whatever it is. It happens to you when you're scuba diving. So sometimes you tell students that you need to blow air, just blow all your air out, and then you won't need any more weights. But you get weights, you know, so you can go down. The thing is that as you keep going through the training, you start relaxing, and that air goes away, and then you're
These
a little
birds were
bit
this easy to
negative,
kill in real
negatively
life.
buoyant, meaning heavy, right? So then when we say start going up and make sure you deflate, people don't understand it. They're like, but I'm negative. Like I'm sinking. If I let air out, I am going to continue to sink.
Oh my God, I
cannot
finally
go
got some
up
C4.
if I let the air on my BCD out. But the key here is that as you go up in scuba diving, we go up in a control manner. We perform a control ascent. And when you inflate your BCD, you no longer have control of your ascent. The air is taking you to the surface. It's an uncontrolled ascent, which is what this guy just went through, and which is why they went up 4 times faster than the recommended ascent rate.
Yeah, I have taught hundreds, literally, of students in the open water.
Yes.
The number one reason that they can't go underwater
I
is
don't know if that's my boat or
actually
not.
not anything to do with their breathing. What happens is you're going to see this. They're sitting there looking at you. You get your student in the open water.
My
and you
boat's
see
not
this.
down there.
Okay? You know why my shoulders are moving back and forth?
So many batteries here too.
So they're blowing out. They do empty their BCD. You watch them blow out, emptying it, and they're just like, I'm not going down. You're not going to go down if you kick. People can't tell when new scuba divers, they have no idea that their legs are kicking.
So I got a
So what
golf
I tell
cart.
them is, if you feel me, I brief
Hey,
them
Jenny, what you
before,
doing?
right away. I know it's going to happen on dive 1.
Yeah.
If you
We
feel
gotta
me,
get back to my
squeeze your
boat
knees
pretty quick
together.
this way.
Remember, that means you're kicking. Just stop kicking. Let your legs go limp, and then blow out and dump, and you're going to go right down. So instructors, if you can, don't cater to them and automatically go put more weight in.
I'm just talking about in the pool.
No,
by the way.
I know.
Yes.
But in general, I've just given you my view. I don't do that. I'm like, stop kicking. We did a weight check already. I already did another skill, which I don't need to explain here, but there's a skill to tell if you're weighted properly. We do that right away when we get in the open water dive 1. And if you're weighted properly, all you got to do, they're generally going to blow out. They're generally going to empty the air out of their BCD, but they are generally going to be kicking.
Yeah.
Grab those legs, and all of a sudden it's...
And I should have
My boat's right on the
added
other side of
that
those
level
trees.
Of clarity that what I was talking about when I said they can't go down, they need more weights, is on confined water, right? The first confined water that you do, the first confined water dive, you do it on the shallow end, so there's no way to do a weight check or anything. It's just they cannot go down underwater to start doing things like cleaning your mask and like those first few skills that you do. So I tend to give them a little bit more weight just so they can relax. And later on, when we go into the deep end, they can do it fine. And obviously, once you're on the open water, like you said, first thing you do, weight check. You don't need more weight. Just blow the air and relax.
And don't kick.
And don't kick. That's right. Interesting video.
Yeah, Dave,
this one.
You know, I'm going to say I would be shocked if these guys weren't bent from a ascent rate of 120 feet a minute, and they were down.
On control.
It looked like air. It looked like they were diving air, not enriched air. So that's even worse. And by the way, the other thing we didn't do a lot of commenting on this was that's how easy it is to get caught up in current at depth and then get narked where you're confused.
Yeah.
And the guy's trying to scream to his buddy. Why were they so far apart? No, you can't be this far apart, guys, in recreational diving. There's no way sound.
And I love these golf carts.
The water's dense. Sound travels 4 times faster underwater, and it's bouncing around. He can't hear you. It's muffled. He's just hearing noise.
Yep.
So that is not going to help. So easily and quickly, you can get taken away by the current, and the next thing you know, I'm nowhere near my buddy, and I'm going down quicker and quicker.
Whale.
Now I'm confused because I'm narked, and I've blown through my no deco limit. He panics, he inflates. On top of everything else, you're going to potentially get the bends or a lung overexpansion injury. So they violated a ton of rules.
Right.
I'm sorry to say.
But I'm glad we get to learn from it, learn from them. Hopefully they
I
went
remember
back
these
and they were
boats.
okay and they continue to dive. But yeah, just be careful about those uncontrolled ascents.
Yeah, stay with your buddy.
Stay with your buddy.
And be really, really chilled if you can. I mean, that looks like a dive that is not for
don't see my boat.
the
What the
unexperienced. That's a pretty heavy dive. That's a lot of current. We would not take our new divers in current to that level. Certainly not to
Boats
that depth.
disappear when you log
gonna
out and
take
log in.
At least an advanced open water diver that has both rec and deep.
Hey Google, do
experience.
boats
So,
disappear in Sons of the
experience
Forest when
matters
you
a
log in and
ton.
out?
Comfort through repetition is the SSI saying, and they wouldn't be kicking, they wouldn't be struggling as hard, in my opinion, if they had a lot of experience on those kind of dives. You heard the guy say, what were you trying to do, set a record?
Yeah.
So maybe he's never been below 100 feet even. It kind of seemed like a novice thing to say.
Yeah.
Like a record? Like, that's kind of a new, if you're trying to set a record.
Well, we don't know what
Unanchored
conversations
/
happen on the boat,
unsecured
right?
items.
What's
The game
deepest
often
you've been? 90?
despawns items that are simply laying on the
but here we
ground
can go
or
deeper.
not part of a
Yeah,
built
but you're
structure or
Experienced
designated
divers
storage
just don't
container when you reload the game.
typically
This applies to
say,
logs,
I'm doing
sticks,
this to
and
set a
often boats
record.
as
I'm
well.
doing it 'cause I wanna go see the
Physics-based
record.
item limit.
Right.
That's
There's
a
a
house,
limit
but
to
that's so much
how
built on
items the
it.
game
Under
can keep
stuff
loaded
stored.
at once. If you have too many loose
my
items scattered
reaction.
around,
That's
some
coming
may
to me more and
despawn to
more now as
maintain
I'm sitting back
performance.
thinking about
Clipping / environmental
Thank you
issues.
everyone for watching.
Boats can
Don't forget to
sometimes clip
subscribe
through
to the
terrain
channel,
or
hit
other
the like
objects,
button, and of
causing
course
them to
share
fall
this
through the
video
map or disappear.
with others out
This
there
is
so
more
they can
likely
learn
in
as
shallow
well
water
from our
or near
reaction
complex
and from
shorelines.
whatever you share,
Multiplayer
right? When you
desync.
share the video, you get
In
to add your own
multiplayer,
comments
clients can
and be part
sometimes
of a
experience
team, right? We're all
desync
reacting
issues
to it
where they
together
don't
and
see
learning
items
together.
built by the host
Thank you so
or
much
items
for
they
watching,
place
and we'll see you next
disappear.
week.
This
Thanks,
can also
everybody.
affect
Thumbs
boat
up.
persistence.
Give us a
Game
thumbs up.
updates. While developers
Maybe it's
often
in
fix
here on the
bugs,
corner.
sometimes updates can introduce new unintended despawn issues or change how certain items persist. What you can try to prevent it, build a boathouse / dock. The most consistent solution reported by players is to build a structure to house your boat. Think of it like a garage or a secure dock with gates. This effectively attaches the boat to a permanent structure, making it less likely to despawn. Park in deeper water. Some players suggest that parking boats in deeper water might reduce the chance of them clipping through the ground and disappearing.
Yeah, I was
Store
literally here
materials.
farming shit.
For building materials, always store them in log holders, stick holders,
At least I
or
think
other
I was.
designated storage. Don't leave them loose on the ground. Save regularly. While not a direct fix for despawning, saving frequently can reduce the impact if a boat does disappear, as you can reload a recent save. Keep an eye on patches. Developers are continuously updating the game, so keep an eye on patch notes for Sons of the Forest to see if they address specific boat persistence issues. Important note, Sons of the Forest is still in active development, and issues like item despawning can be ongoing. While the community has found workarounds, it's possible you might still encounter this bug occasionally.
Stuff up there. Oh shit! Well, almost just got killed. That was sneaky. That's not like they just came out of nowhere. Well, the three of them hitting me all at once. I don't know if I should use the gun for this or try to fight them. I'll shoot like one of them until I get under control. Where the guys are like damn, bro. Those guys are strong. They're like stronger than normal. They look like mutant ones. It broke my armor so fast. Oh, wait, those are normal bandits. I think they're mutants or something. Yeah, those aren't like bandits. These are like mutants. They're stronger than normal. They don't give me no armor. Got an energy drink, so might as well drink one of those. I went to go kill the turtles and I got blasted. Maybe those were their pet turtles or something. Yeah, I can't even hold anymore. Eggs! Ooh, eggs are so rare. Can't believe I just found some eggs. Never even seen eggs before. I heard they're fairly new. I guess I just killed a turtle for no reason. That's messed up. Full shells. Oh, let me, I don't know what video's playing, but I want to watch something. Ocean City beach camp. Two large storms are coming 3 minutes ago.
All right, new game. So a demo for this literally just came out. Team Ninja has had the habit of just doing a massive big dick,
Man, my eyes are drying out.
random shadow drop of a game. Neo 3. A lot of people really wanted me to play Neo 2. They said it was a great Souls-like game. Neo 3 came out. I played.
Asmongold don't like the new Dark Souls Or the Elden Ring.
Rise of the Ronin, I loved it.
Guess it's
I
like
played
online only
Wulong,
or
Fallen
something.
Dynasty.
Or it's like
I
an
hated
online
it.
play thing.
So Team Ninja. Oh, I played Ninja Gaiden 2.
I
the
watched them
remake,
play it.
Black. I absolutely loved it. So like they're 2 for 3.
Kind of glad I haven't tried it yet because it does look
I'm
kind
ready.
of.
Let's try it out. Let's see if this is any good. Got it.
And there's 2 orange marks up here, so there's something important.
And
up
so
here.
I've got a sword. And so let's go ahead and here, equipment, I guess, and then I can put on melee weapon, sword. All right. And so, oh.
So my boat despawned. That sucks because I had a ton of shit on it.
Okay, so this seems pretty. Okay, so I have my own stamina here, and each attack costs a certain amount of stamina.
Look over this ledge
Right,
over
can
here.
I charge? Yeah, I can. Okay. 2 stances? Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming they do have that. Okay, and lock-on is about the same.
Need binoculars.
Okay. All right.
I don't see it down there.
This is pretty much like the other games.
Wait, there's
right?
a golf
I mean,
cart
it's not
down there. I
really
think this is where my boat was.
Okay, enemy key and grappling.
There's a golf
Alright,
cart down
and then-
there. I
okay,
ran
this is
into the
execution
trees. Yeah, my boat was here. I believe.
Yeah, this is just again.
I'm gonna go see what
all
this
is
red
all
orange
Rise of the
thing is
Ronin
over here
stuff, so
though
I played,
first.
like games basically the same thing. Okay, tutorial menu, basic controls. Okay, got it.
Yeah, I hear the helicopter again.
All right.
Every
Yeah,
time
I
you leave
understand
the
all
game
this.
and come back, it like
Do I go
reloads
through
the
the door?
helicopter. That's weird.
Let me double check. In mission. All right, really simple. I really didn't like the first Neo at all, but I love Rise of the Ronin. Yeah, yeah, that's kind of the way I felt about Wulong. And, you know, I thought Rise of the Ronin was phenomenal. I actually thought back about playing, like, the New Game Plus mode, but I just had so many other games that I wanted to play. It was hard for me, really, to find time to do that. Okay, here we go.
Something orange up here. What is that? Oh, it's a big old excavator. Can I drive that? That would be sick. Dude, if I could drive that thing, it's on.
So you just
GPS
wake
locator.
up randomly in the woods, and there's some magic bird that tells you to go and follow him.
There's a cave right here. Hell yeah.
Okay.
Oh man, let me drive this thing. Come on, dude. I could build a base with this big beast.
It seems that Eos has fled.
Oh.
Got that detail on this thing. They got the hydraulic lines and everything.
It's a demon dog.
I don't think they're gonna let me drive this. That would be awesome though if you could.
Escape route.
Oh.
After him. Yes, sir.
Oh, I need one more
Well, I
stick.
guess that's the weak point that I have to attack him out. Oh. Oh. I'm glad it shows numbers. If I remember right, Rise of the Ronin never showed numbers. Okay. I can't destroy the barrels? Okay, and... elixir, alright.
There's two,
I guess
three
that's
deer.
obviously a heal. I guess like you have your traditional like medicine pellets and everything. Defeated enemies, life and... okay, that's good. R1 pray. And level up, battle scroll. Yeah, this is all, again, same general stuff. Okay, change your guardian spirit. Enhance certain player stats. Okay, so
Let's
this
see what's in
is-
here.
All right, so this
Tab
is maybe
out real
like
quick.
that
Check on
bird
the
or whatever.
interactive map.
Level up. Okay. Using okay, souls. All right, I have to use souls to level up, and I can only do one level up.
So where exactly am I?
I think we're gonna go with. Let's just go with heart. This. Sorry, you guys can't see it.
So
I
I'm,
apologize.
okay, I'm by
but,
the little water by the big long one.
Yeah, it's
okay.
just you know, that it gives me more health and more melee attack. I feel like it's a pretty easy decision
The
there, right?
pond. Devil's Club.
Okay. Battle scrolls, the mission you want to undertake.
Excavation
Okay.
site. Sulfide ore.
Divine
Claw
branch
3x
fragment.
tape ropes. Oh, it's just
What's this?
nothing special. Just a point of interest. It's just a little bit of
The
goodies in
regular
there.
troops hat. Okay, equipment.
It's not
head
like a
armor.
big long cave.
Okay, this is all literally
Does
like.
it not even go underground?
If you've played
Might
one
be
of
in the
these
same
games,
zone.
these are all the same. Literally all the 100%, all the exact same game. Okay. Okay.
It seems we've been whisked away to somewhere else again.
So you can do a double jump, which is nice.
I can't make sense of this. Let us continue for now.
Okay. Maybe I go up here. Okay. What's this? Small spirit stone. Can I attack that guy? Do I have a-
That's
do I have a
it.
gun?
That's
Does it
all
give me
that's
a
in
gun?
here.
I have a ranged weapon. Okay, no, I don't. Okay.
Drink some water.
So let me
while I'm
see if
down
I
here.
can do
No.
a. How do I? Okay, it's like that.
There you go.
Can I sneak around this guy? Samurai styles. Okay, key pulse F1 after attacking. Okay, that's. Again, I've played this game. And then let me guess. I'm gonna go behind him. There's gonna be a red circle behind him.
Oh, it's bright.
What can I say? Oh! I think I can break his posture. Okay. Yep. I've been here before.
Lord Yeas, you must flee!
Alright, I got sacred water. Okay. So, Samurai's art gauge can be styled, proficiency's active, strong attacks and martial, key consumption is reduced. Okay, so this is all.
That's
this
literally
makes
all
sense.
that was. Just an excavation site.
Charge the art gauge and then press.
Another point of interest up there, though. Let me see what that is.
Okay.
Okay, so it's on the other side of here. 9mm and explosives case. Well, hell yeah, I'm going over there.
Arts proficiency. Yeah, I haven't done it yet. Okay, so strong attack is just your. Oh, actually, let me see. Can I?
What's up, bro?
Okay, so you can't do it that much. Huh. Okay. Let me heal. Game seems pretty hard, actually. Odachi. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay, if I look at this number, this is a bigger number, so we're gonna go with that. Odachi is a longer sword.
Yes, I ran over the skunk.
That's a two-hander. So can I change my attack stance? Not yet? Okay. Okay. Alright. Doesn't really do that much damage. That's alright. I mean, Odachi and Greatsword were the main weapons I used
Oh man,
in
it
Rise
sucks
of
I
the
can't
Ronin.
pick all this up.
A single arrow to the head.
Oh, okay, now we finally have our ranged weapon. Okay, and do I need
That's
to...
the explosives
okay, I equip
box.
this, right? Yeah, I do, okay. And does it automatically equip arrows?
Maybe I can kill
Or do
some of these
arrows
guys
recharge?
and burn
Okay,
their
shoot,
bodies.
hold L2, then press R2. Okay.
Some bone out of it.
Nice.
Which dude's over here?
Shift style is R2. Oh, I should have actually read that more. Movements, low-key expenditures when attacking enemies from behind deals more damage in samurai style. Press F1 after attacking using mist.
Shut up.
Okay, I cannot recover key or perform.
Can't even stab him in the head because his stupid armor.
He's not gonna come this way. He can.
Stabbing his dick to death. Dude, those skull helmets have way too much armor.
What is this mist? I press R1. It doesn't do anything. I'm pressing
R1.
Oh,
really close to death there.
I'm just confused.
No armor love.
R2 first. I know what I did wrong. I changed my stance again. That's what it was.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
You put pajamas on and
really
you go to
wanna play-
sleep and
I
get
wanna
way
play the
more
ninja.
rest.
Like, I don't really
That's the
care
deal
a lot
with
about
that
ninja.
shit.
Like, the dual weapons is, like, kind of cool, and I might need to use that in the future. But, like, I kind of prefer to just play with the, Fuck. I thought he was gonna walk into it. Okay. Okay, pretty simple. Oh shit, I didn't even see him. Okay. I'm actually, this is exciting. This game is called it's called Rise of the Ronin 2. Ninjutsu, okay. Unique movements. Oh, I see. So this is like, okay.
It wasn't me, bro.
Is it easy to just like go and kill her? Yeah, it is. I think the other guy aggroed. Yeah, this one did.
Where's the other dead guy? Thought I killed another dead guy somewhere.
All right. Press R1 with ninja style. Okay, let me go into here.
Get you snuggling up with the daddies.
Oh! It didn't work.
Dude, that other guy just despawned already.
So I just shoot him with balls? Seems. Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm on fire.
I know I killed 3.
Is there a CD for that? That's really good. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I might roach out on the other ability. Like, that's really good. Can I get medicine?
There are too many of them. Without reinforcements,
Okay.
we're done for.
What about this? Let me open this. Micro dual Uchikatana. Okay, what's this? So, oh, I see. Okay, so these. All right, I understand now. Actually, wait a second. Accessories. I got accessories. I got more life and more gauge. Okay.
Max arrows. It's a helicopter.
All right. I'll make sure I get all these too.
Everything I had.
I got another heal.
Will there ever be peace in this world?
Yeah,
The
this
fuck?
game seems
Stopped right on
pretty,
top of me?
Pretty ooh. Okay. Can I go around this guy? Looks like I can't. Okay, so this is obviously a first boss. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start. We're gonna shoot him in the head, and then we're gonna fight him. Actually, first thing, let me heal.
Brought all the bad mans.
R2 is like
What's these mutant dudes again?
Oh.
I will.
This is interesting.
Well fought.
Because, like, so usually whenever I fight a guy like this, like, when you hit them, it lowers their gauge. And it feels like they don't really take a lot of gauge damage. Movement in the game seems pretty decent. Like, I mean, they're blue gauge, right? That's their healing gauge. Or their posture bar, I mean.
My eyes deceive me.
And they can lose posture from multiple ways. Okay, I don't
Dude,
know
I was
really where
max
I'm
arrows, and all of a sudden I'm out again.
We'll just start running around. I guess actually, oh, that's where is that where the guy came from? Yeah, it is, because I remember looking at that. Okay, so let's go ahead and pray here. And can I level up again? Let me see if I can. Yeah, I can. Okay, we're gonna get another point into heart again, just for more health. What does it say? Switch to R2 style. Okay, so all right, so ninja style and samurai style have like, they have separate, or sorry, they have the same level ups.
Oh man, there's footsteps I'm hearing. Massimo game's freaking me out. Like, like I'm hearing shit.
Takeda clan.
Is someone still fighting there? We mustn't leave this be. Let's go.
Oh shit.
Now he's gonna run away. God damn it.
What the fuck?
Take my arrows.
Okay. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, got him.
I thought there was more stuff down in here.
Staggers are really OP in here. All right, pretty simple. Yep. Okay, let's equip. Is this any better?
The helicopter basically just brought more dudes over here.
That's really good. Life of 24. That's way better. Wow, that's insane. That's a really good item. Okay. Let's keep going. It's a regular enemy. That's fine. Let me try and fight this guy. Actually, let me just focus on this. Oh, everybody's dead? Call Acolyte. Okay, so this is like, so basically, you can summon allies. Is this a cup, I'm assuming? Yeah, it is. Let's just do it.
God damn it, I just think it rotten oyster.
Let's try it out. Let's try. Okay, so you have an acolyte here, and this guy's gonna help you. And let me now fight the Revenant. Damn, bro, this guy doesn't fuck around. not so bad. Okay, I understand. All right, let's move.
Could have sworn I just seen my houseboat glitch.
Ooh, what's this? Oh, I get more heals. That's good.
Like when I made the map big.
Let me actually just might as well rest now. I'm gonna level up again. Okay, and let me go and get. I'm gonna get another point into. I'm gonna get a point into stamina. I think stamina is gonna be really useful right now. Because in a lot of these games, like they're front-loaded around. And so resting doesn't actually remove your companion.
Batteries galore over here.
Oh, did I not? I thought I did. Damn, they put me in the game. Uh-oh. That's the boss.
Join our lord. I will
Honda.
So long as I hold this spear, none shall cross this line.
Damn, bro, he calling in Pegasus. That was me. I did that. Yep.
Yeah, there's a golf cart over there.
Dare defy me.
Oh shit. That's a big boy.
Mightiest of Takeda's crimson army.
Oh shit. He's got no dachi too.
Right, love it.
Here we go.
There's a golf cart that I got stuck up right in here.
So how does this work?
My houseboat was right over here.
Animation seems pretty clean. Okay.
These headlights don't face very far, yeah. My boat was over here somewhere.
The red ones. Seems like a pretty simple boss fight. Oh, I didn't see that. I wonder how much I can run around him. Okay. Neo 3 exists? Yeah, I'm just looking at the animations. Animations seem pretty good.
No!
Okay. Yeah, this is pretty good. All right, let's see if we can kill him here. The movement's a little bit jerky, but that's okay. There we go. All right, now we're... Oh my god, I thought he was recovering. Nice, okay. Oh, it doesn't even do that much damage. I would expect it to do way more.
Fucking babies are here now.
Oh, oops. I was gonna try and do a jumping attack.
Yeah, I don't feel like dealing with you right now, bro.
I wonder if I could run around that. I hit L1. I hit the wrong button. Let me see if I can get around this. Ooh, okay, got me. All right, let me see here. So now what? So now I lose my assistant. Okay. All right, let's try this again. Death. Die, get a guardian spirit, which will leave you in the grave where you can retrieve. Okay. All right, now let's try it again. The dodge is not forgiving. It usually isn't. I don't know what the parry button is, though. If I just do the same thing over and over, you know?
I just saw a baby crawling over here.
Okay. Oh, I thought it was the second attack. I feel like for Team Ninja games, this actually has a pretty...
Seriously, only got one stick out of that.
Oh, so
it's a good spot, though. There's lots of clams.
Okay.
Raw oysters are like the best food because they give you a little bit of water
is the play.
and food. I love them. You could literally just live out here on the coast.
Yeah, I don't think that's really so bad. But maybe, yeah, because like... Oh, I was staggered because I was out of stamina.
Flashlight's just like in real life. You can't see shit.
Stamina in this game is so unforgiving, too.
I don't feel like watching this video. I don't mind watching Asmongold, but I don't want to watch that one. Game's too loud, too noisy. There we go. This looks good.
The Great Pyramids of Giza are the last surviving wonder of the ancient world. More than 1,600 people have died trying to climb it. And at least 60% of the pyramids are still unexplored. Until today. In this video, I will go where no tourist has gone before, in order to find out who built the pyramids and why. With permission from the Egyptian government and my determined partner, I'm going to climb underneath the biggest pyramid in the world. Not only that, but I will also be descending 100
Money,
feet
one
beneath
more
the Earth's surface,
stick, baby.
accessing the cursed underwater tomb of Osiris, god of the underworld. With the help of famous Egyptologists, I'll use a secret opening to crawl inside of the Sphinx, and I will investigate countless of secret tombs filled with hieroglyphs and even human bones. My name's Tia. I'm a neuroscience graduate, and I'm about
so
to go
much
put my
flashlight
theories to the
battery right
test.
now.
I think I'm stuck. We just landed in
And
Egypt.
I think it's almost morning too.
It's a different world out here.
Awesome.
Tonight, the city springs
More
to life
monsters.
with open air markets and shouting merchants.
Oh my god. It spawned in a whole shit ton of them on me.
It is 4:40 in the morning, so we're going to hit it before the tourists wake up. I'm hoping I can make it into one of the restricted...
Oh shit, it scared the fuck out of me! Oh my god.
Get permission.
Bro, he juked right in front of me and I couldn't see him. Oh, I had to catch my breath for that one. Alright. Oh, awesome. I threw the flare without even using it. No way you're still charging me after I put 3 arrows in you. You have way too much armor, bro.
I believe Khufu built the pyramids, not himself.
Yeah.
30,000 people for 35 years. And I understand the ideas, and I understand, and I'm sometimes flattered.
Yeah.
When people go, this is so impressive that it can't be made by humans, it must be aliens. I am flattered sometimes, but the truth is that we have so much evidence at this point. There's nothing that tells us right in our face that tells us that this place was Khufu's tomb.
On that note, I enter Khufu's pyramid. My goal is to cut right to the chase and take the stairs that lead down below the pyramid's surface.
Oh, wow.
The subterranean chambers are strictly forbidden from the public.
No, okay. Not there either? Just here. Oh, good. Don't worry.
I'll have to come back later with an escort.
I'm standing in the grand chamber of Pyramid Khufu.
Just be using the throwing spears, to be honest. They're the best.
Chambers, which are completely off limits to the public.
So much better than a bow.
That they contain markings
I think these
which
spears
proves that
penetrate
Khufu
armor.
built this pyramid. I'm going to attempt to go see them for myself.
Yes.
Man, you guys didn't give me any skin pouches.
It's enough? Yeah. See?
These
But I don't
motherfuckers.
even make it
Is that my
halfway
boat
up
over
the
there?
ladder. Below lies the king's chamber. This chamber is a perfect rectangular room built from massive granite blocks, each weighing around 50 to 80 tons, which were somehow transported from over 500 miles away.
I don't believe everything the kings want.
There's my boat, baby. I found my boat.
Now, nobody was
Finally found my boat.
buried in the sarcophagus specifically.
I thought it disappeared.
If there was, this entire room would have been filled with treasures and tools.
Among my own tools is a UV flashlight that can detect certain substances which are normally invisible to the human eye. I also brought an EMF reader, which is a device that measures electromagnetic fields. Nikola Tesla realized that the Great Pyramid of Giza is aligned with Earth's electromagnetic field, specifically at a latitude of about 30 degrees north. He believed that pyramid-like structures might focus or even direct energy.
Like, it might be the humid air or the lack of oxygen, but I feel kind of weird sitting here next to the sarcophagus that's older than hundreds of generations. As you can see, this is one of the shafts that were built into the king's chamber. Now, it goes pretty deep, very deep. In fact, it goes all the way out of the pyramid. So some people theorize that this has been built for air ventilation, and certainly it helps a lot. Other people think it aligns perfectly with the stars. As the saying goes, as above, so below. Is that the only evidence we have that Khufu made this pyramid?
No. 3 years ago, in the workmen's
No,
tombs,
no, no, no.
the tombs where all the workmen's worked
Oh, I can take
and
it out of them.
died, lived and died, their houses and their tombs, which is about less than a mile away to this side. They built all the pyramids. We found a papyrus. A papyrus.
Gotta finish
that
the holder
doesn't say,
first.
Hey, this is a record. The papyrus was a work record for the week that explained exactly what was needed for that week, how many blocks moved that week, how many people need to move what block, their names. This guy needs to move this block from this side to this side. This guy needs to start building the third level up here from there.
Wow.
With the route of every single person.
Oh, I
And that
missed.
to me is more proof than if it was written on the walls. But I do believe a workman who's arranging his workers, telling them, okay, this guy's going here, this guy's going here to build a pyramid. And to me, that is full-on proof that my grandparents built that pyramid.
Wow.
Shut up.
As the sun rises in Cairo and a new day begins, the tourists come flooding in, and I decide to take a better look at the pyramids from the outside.
I'm standing here in front of Khufu's pyramid, the largest pyramid here in Egypt. This pyramid is thousands of years old, and more than 1,600
Anybody that
people
comes
have
and sees
died
you, that's what
trying
they
to
get.
climb it. Now, there once was a pyramid
Stab me to the
shaped
face.
triangle at the top, but it has eroded over the years, and it really was a beauty to behold.
The Great Pyramid of Giza is almost perfectly aligned with true north, more accurately than any other ancient or modern structure. After failing to make it inside any of the restricted areas on my first day, I decided a different, more friendly approach and introduced myself to the local government officials.
Oh, so it's going to be strong. Very good.
You're welcome. What's your name again?
Tia.
Tia. It's famous name.
It is. Do you speak Arabic? Does everybody here speak Arabic?
The general language here is Arabic.
Arabic.
I'm hoping the boats don't disappear anymore. I'm hoping at this time it's already patched and
I don't,
fixed.
but you can go ahead.
Really?
I feel like a boat should never disappear. That shouldn't be an issue.
Oh, I'm okay. But you go ahead.
I decide to share my findings with none other than the director of the entire Giza Plateau.
Okay, so from our excavations, we found a great discovery. We found the workers' tombs, the builders of the pyramid tombs. American tourist was riding a horse
That guy's still alive?
in the other side of the Sphinx, and the leg of the horse fall down in a hole. And what we did excavations. We just moved the sands. We found the workers' tombs, the builders of the pyramid tombs. How we could know? Those tombs with the builders, we found their names and their titles. We did discover the first tomb. It was for the chief of the workers. He was married 2 wives and he got 18 kids. Busy guy. 2 wives and 18 kids for the chief of the workers. And guess what? Between the workers' tombs, we found a tomb for a doctor. Oh my gosh, 4,600 years. We had a tomb for a doctor. Some people say it, building a pyramid by slaves. If we had slaves, why? We need a doctor to treat them. You cut them away and they bring more and more slaves. They weren't slaves. They were workers and we give them salaries. But we didn't have money in this early time. So what kind of salary? We give them beer, bread, and salted fish as a salary.
Wow.
As a salary for the workers.
Yes.
And guess what? This doctor, he did a brain surgery. Oh my gosh, 4,600 years we had a brain surgery? How we could know? We found the skull of the worker and there's a hole in the skull. And the son of the workers completed his father's tomb, and he mentioned that his father lived after the surgery 3 years.
Wow.
I'm always saying on my lectures, if you can build a pyramid, you can do anything. Even a brain surgery, even a brain surgery.
That's incredible. Wow. Thank you so much for that. Do you think a lot of these blocks were transported all the way from Aswan?
Yes.
How?
Just the granite.
The
Only
granite.
The granite. In front of the Sphinx, we have a river Nile canal. And they brought the blocks by big boats. And the boats was parked there.
Okay.
And we truck the blocks on the sledges. Which was pulled by buffalo and by oxes there. And they start to build the pyramid course by course. They make a ramp from sands. And this ramp goes up in a circular way around the pyramid. They start to build the tunnels, the chambers, and go up course by course, level by level, until you reach the top of the pyramid. So they start to case the pyramid from outside was fine and white limestone, and they were removing the ramp from the top to the bottom there.
Wow.
If you imagine how what the pyramid looked like in ancient time, it was so smooth, so flat, so white. And you can see over there remains of outer casing on the top of the pyramid. So the whole pyramid was cased from outside.
Incredible. So what do you want to say to Americans who think aliens built the pyramids?
Of course not.
I think dinosaurs built
We have
them.
in all of Egypt 124 pyramids.
Well, you gotta be realistic, right? Dinosaurs were huge, big, and strong.
We found the workers' tombs, the builders.
Unless they had like some kind of special saws back then. I bet the dinosaurs helped.
Yeah.
The pharaohs who built the pyramids.
After hearing all of that, I'm persuaded. I decide to take some time out of my day and travel to a nearby workers' village where an excavation is taking place.
It's incredible that they're still finding places like this to this day. These look like pavements or floors. They don't seem like just normal rock. It feels like these were actually built back in the day. It's not like the rest of the surface area around here. Look here. This is clearly some type of pot. Like a clay pot.
They only got 2 aloe vera left.
It's like a dome shape. And the stone is completely red. The lady in charge of this excavation already told me that they were done. So what I just found here is completely new, since they didn't even bother to preserve it.
I'm the manager of the site.
Of this excavation?
Yeah.
Wow, so you know exactly what's happening here. So are you guys still excavating and finding things? Okay. So those were the tombs? So they lived there, and they were buried there. Were they workers or slaves?
No slaves.
No slaves.
No slaves.
Workers.
Workers.
So that one around the corner, is that a tomb?
Yeah, it's a tomb.
So somebody was buried there. Wow. This chamber is inside of the workman's village, and is where the workers would have been who
It's
were
the other
working
mode,
on
all that
building
one.
the pyramids. This would have been incredibly old. Wow.
Green catcher. I got one of those up top.
It's crazy that they are still excavating places up until this day. They keep finding more evidence.
Small
of the
rabbit
pyramids
hutch.
being built by workers and not slaves. They had proper headquarters.
It'll take a
and
lot of sticks to make one of
camps
those.
and all sorts of places set up.
Some workers were clearly more important than others. This one's tomb is filled with different hieroglyphs.
Oh wow, that's incredible.
Get it.
Now, it's time to see what an elite's tomb looks like. This is Emhir's tomb, the official inspector of Pharaoh Khufu.
A lot of times a pope or the high priest, you call him the son of the god. So when you say his honor, it's like saying his majesty, the son of the god, is honoring the son of.
The Egyptians believed that everything they drew on the walls would literally manifest itself into the afterlife. Emhyr made sure that he had plenty of workers and livestock waiting for him on the other side. He also had explicit instructions on how to survive his journey to the afterlife.
This is the notice road? Wow. So if you don't smell it, you die.
Well, look what we have there.
Interesting. Is that graffiti again? Yeah.
This is, it's a Latinic writing, means it was written by one of the guys in.
Where's our girl?
He wanna
Where's Jenny at?
Okay.
Jenny! Come help!
He did something wrong, but
Jenny and they're beating up Calvin.
Interesting.
He did his name. Maniotis from Greece.
Greece.
Maniotis.
Interesting. So was there a coffin in here at some point?
He's literally camping Calvin.
This is the false
Holy crap.
Behind the false group,
That's
we have the
cool.
shaft.
How am I out of
The body
arrows?
was buried down in a shaft.
Okay.
In a small chamber behind the false group.
False. Interesting. Okay, this is actually insane. Like, I didn't actually expect this to go off.
As I was walking past this mysterious hole in the wall, my EMF reader started going crazy.
Calvin
With no
getting
visible
camped.
sources of electricity nearby, I decided to get some better equipment.
So
my scan's a full radio spectrum, right?
I don't have no arrows.
But honestly, it's not too crazy. But given the stone that we're in, it should be a little lower.
So why isn't it's not going off in there?
I don't know.
See, it's dude.
That is strong.
It's
All the
incredibly
clammy clammers.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
I can't really explain why this happened, but whatever is inside this hole definitely piqued my curiosity. After seeing all of that, I do believe that
can't loot 'em?
worksmen
Am
were
I
buried
full
here
on
in the
them?
past.
No.
There's just one crucial piece of evidence we
What are your
haven't seen
clams
yet.
right there?
A skeleton.
Good. One for the skeleton from here and one from here.
As a joke, I pull out my EMF reader and pretend that I am searching for ghosts. To my surprise, it lights up again. I can't help but wonder what was behind that hole now. Speaking of holes, the next pyramid I'm going to has a forbidden hole that nobody is allowed to access. That's not going to stop me though.
I'm standing in front of the Pyramid of Khafre, the second largest pyramid in Egypt. This is the only pyramid that still has some of
Yeah,
its
how's he
limestone
dodging
left
me?
at the very top. Now, back in the day, the sun would have reflected that for miles.
Oh
and
my
it would have been
gosh.
a bright spectacle.
As I head into the pyramid, I walk right past the restricted hole and get distracted by the brightly lit corridors. Unlike Khufu's pyramid, there are no towering galleries here, just a single narrow passageway that makes it very clear where Khafre is supposed to be buried.
What was that? Oh my gosh. Ooh.
We are not the first tourists to make it inside of this pyramid. It's remarkable that this is still here to this day. I'm sitting inside of the Pyramid of Khafre. More than 60% of this pyramid is still unexplored. Right now, I'm inside of a big chamber. We have a sarcophagus right behind me, and as far as we know, nobody has ever been found
Like
inside
going
of
back
this.
after.
These granite
Going back
blocks
after, what's his
are
name again?
massive and weigh so many tons. They were transported hundreds of miles all the way to this pyramid from Aswan. Why did the Egyptians go through all this effort just to use solid granite sarcophaguses? We don't know. This tomb would have been filled with treasures, everything a pharaoh would need in the afterlife. They believed that anything that was put in the tomb would literally go into the afterlife with the pharaoh. If the pharaoh had a favorite type of food, they would literally
Calvin,
kill
you
that
need to learn to
fish.
fight. Hey,
They
thanks for
would
the
put it
sticks, though,
in
bro.
a little box or a pot, and they believed it would go to the afterlife with the pharaoh. It is crazy
Oh, headshot.
what the Egyptians went through
2 headshots.
just for
Oh,
this
not
tomb
3
to
though.
look the way it does. I mean, look how big this is. I can't even reach the top.
I got a spear.
Actually, this is hollow. Oh.
Oh, I just picked up some arrows.
This was probably built after the fact. How curious. This is real. This is very hard. I'm about to exit this pyramid now in this hallway. I'm very claustrophobic. It's very humid in
Oh
here
no.
and it's quite
That was
warm.
close.
So bear with me.
I notice a hidden staircase behind this locked door.
Ooh, what's in there?
Determined to see what is inside, I asked the government to open the door for me.
Turtle eggs. Woohoo!
The Egyptologists originally believed that Khafre was buried here. Now, it's nothing more than a storage room.
Good job, bro. I need more arrows.
He is checking for ghosts.
Yeah, I'm gonna find them.
Hey, make sure you don't die here.
I'll try.
Want to spin your lights off? Or lights off?
I don't mind these guys. They're not that bad. They just take a ton of hits.
Even though I didn't find anything down here, I'm excited to have made it into my first restricted area with the government's help. I am now confident that I'll be
My
allowed
bow.
to climb under Khufu's pyramid at the end of this video and answer my biggest question. Who built the pyramids? Khafre left behind more
He's
than
got
just
like
a
80
pyramid.
arrows in him.
And according to experts, this monument looks just like him. I'm standing in front of the Sphinx of Egypt. As you can see, it
Out
has
of
the
arrows
body of a
again.
lion, but it has the head of a pharaoh. Now, some people think the head was built afterwards because it has different stone and just looks smaller. Other people think it was always meant to be this way. The nose has
Is he
fallen off
finally
over
dead?
years,
Oh my god,
and there's a lot
finally.
of theories about how that happened. Some people think that in the olden days, people shot cannons at it. I don't think that happened.
I'm the boss. You know, she is a name of a queen.
Yeah.
3,000 years ago. But that queen, she had a son, and she wanted to make her son as a king.
So she killed
Then
the king.
she made a conspiracy.
16
It's called
arrows.
the Harem Conspiracy by Tia.
I would never do that.
18.
Should I be concerned?
Not a lot of
19
people know that
arrows.
you can climb underneath the Sphinx. It's just highly illegal.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, the ancient Egyptians
All right, Tyler's coming.
had Crocs.
Come on, gangsta.
That's great.
My Crocs back.
Stick 17.
Oh no. This is funny. Okay, yes. I will retrieve it.
Huh?
Does it go deeper than that?
I just went up above the wood,
Okay.
and then it goes nowhere after that.
Okay,
Crap,
cool.
I
I'm
just
not
have
gonna
a
bother.
bottle of pills full. They're gonna disappear.
Okay, great.
Also, I don't know how I fit up there.
Yeah, I have no idea. This looks impossible.
Rip a bottle of pills.
This is crazy. I am inside the Sphinx right now. Less people have been in here than people have been on the moon. Oh, you sure about that?
Yeah, all right. Goodbye.
Bye. Oh no. I'm locked in.
Not sure what I do with golf balls. I can't remember.
Ooh, a plant? No, that's plastic. What the frick?
Pin duct tape. I only have one rope
Is it
on me.
Yeah.
Whoa, this is a lot.
Man, I got a ton of rotten meat. Stuck.
We're about to go into Menkaura's pyramid. This is the third biggest pyramid in Giza, and Menkaura is the son of Khafre, and Khafre is the son of Khufu. I don't think a lot of tourists go into this pyramid, but I'm certainly not going to disregard a pyramid because of size.
Five duct tape, 10 watches, 6 circuit boards. I feel strange as I enter Well, I
Menkaura's
got
pyramid.
quite a bit of rope on there.
This
Something back.
passageway is dark and unnerving, and it's by far the most unwelcoming place I've been in so far. I'm not the first person to discover this place. Travelers have been coming here for hundreds of years, perhaps also looking for answers.
Damn, I got 28
This chamber
wire.
originally had very large stones that were meant to stop people from going any further. This is unusual, suggesting
I need to wire
that
this
extra
beast up, to
security
be
measures
honest.
were taken for this pyramid.
Put some solar panels on top. I don't know if I can or not.
One thing's for certain. We were never meant to go any
21
deeper
cloth.
than
Holy
this.
shit, I got a ton of cloth now. I mean, I didn't want to put that many on there. Two batteries left.
Unlike the others, there is no sarcophagus in this pyramid. It was taken by the British, and then lost at sea when the boat sank.
Yeah, I need to load up some extra arrows on here.
I finished my investigation by climbing onto the ceiling of the burial chamber, which is totally off limits to the public. Even thousands of years later, the weight-bearing architectural design of the structure is remarkable.
All I need is a spear
After
rack.
exploring the surface area of Giza, I'm finally ready to take my investigation underground. Starting with one of the most cursed places in the entirety of Egypt, the Osiris tomb, god of the underworld. This tomb is very hard to find and is also highly illegal to enter. Even the Egyptians who are allowed to enter don't want to, because they truly believe that this place is cursed.
That's what it looks like when you do it with...
Time is of the essence. I'm going to have to climb down these ladders very fast, because this is so deep I will be running out of oxygen, and I could pass out if I stay too long.
And Calvin, keep up the good work, bro.
This is bottom of the spine. Oh, that's a jaw.
Oh, wow.
That's teeth.
Yeah, that is.
That's teeth and jaw right here.
And this is like a femur bone, right?
That's a femur bone. Whoever came in to steal things, they stole as much as possible. And generally, the top of the coffin, the mummy, is covered with a golden mask. And the golden mask, so you rip the thing out, you rip it with the upper part of the body. And a lot of things stay. All this is pottery jars that had offerings and oils. That's the lid of one.
Wow.
And then all these bones belong to probably
Hit the open sea here soon, bro.
Of the time.
Wow.
Most locals don't end up going all the way down there. And they still believe in the religion that the underworld has evils and the devil. So they don't want to be in that place where the gateway to the underworld would allow for devils to come to them. And they call it ride them for the rest of their lives.
Clammy clammers. Oh, it's a good stone out here.
Almost 100 feet underground lies an empty sarcophagus submerged underwater, built in honor of the god Osiris, supposedly creating a portal to the underworld.
Wow.
Finding clams now.
How could the Egyptians possibly have built this deep thousands of years ago with limited tools and equipment? In the corner of this tomb is a hole that no Egyptologist can fit in. I might just be small enough to go deeper than any person has ever gone in history.
I am in Osiris tomb.
That's awesome.
Okay, that's fine.
She's lucky she's got to go in there.
Why did they make this hole? How far does it go? And where does it lead? What purpose does it serve? If I go any deeper, I'll get stuck. And there's no telling if anybody will be able to save me down
those
here.
rotten
I
oysters
use my
fuck
filming
you up
device
bad.
and stick it up as far as I can. I possibly just
They do
filmed
so
the
much food
deepest
poison damage to
anybody
you, it's
has
ridiculous.
ever gone inside of Osiris's tomb. I am very happy, but more importantly, I need to try and get out of this very claustrophobic hole.
Sure.
I'm finally ready to climb underneath the Great Pyramid of Egypt.
Dude, I can't even equip them.
Everything
What are
I
the
have
golf
done
balls
so far
for?
has led up to this moment.
Is this a tough climb?
Yeah, it's the hardest climb. The long way first is hard, the hardest tunnel ever, and the climb is the hardest.
Scared, but I'm so excited. Oh my god. More than human. Pyramids, cut one.
The climb down the slope is very hard. It's almost at a 26-degree angle, which is half of the outside of the pyramids, almost 52 degrees. Almost halfway down the pyramid, I start to run out of air. My heart's racing and my chest feels tight. I try to calm down and catch my breath. Then I start my final descent into the subterranean chamber beneath Khufu's pyramid. Unlike the grand, polished walls of the upper chambers, this place feels unfinished. The walls are rough, uneven, they're carved straight into the bedrock. It's as if the construction just stopped mid-process. I find it very odd that both this chamber as well as Osiris's tomb are approximately 100 feet below the earth. Where does this tunnel go? And is there any possibility that it connects with the one in Osiris's tomb? The answer to who built the pyramids is finally clear to me.
Alright, you ready to take
It was
off,
built
bro?
by a civilization far more advanced than
I wish I
we
could get him to
ever
come on the
give them
boat with
credit
you.
for.
He doesn't ever come on the boat.
Yet the question still
I mean, he
remains,
does, but he doesn't,
how
like...
did they achieve such incredible precision? How were they able to build in a manner we still cannot replicate to this day? One thing's for sure. The pyramids were not simply built. They were engineered for a higher purpose. One we still don't quite understand.
Do Tia first. She'll read it before me.
T-H?
Yeah, E-A.
And
Jimmy.
10th, 2024. Okay.
Amazing. You gotta frame that.
That's incredible.
Thank you.
Thank you so
I appreciate
much.
it.
Which would you prefer, eternal life or unlimited wealth? How about both? For that, you need the Philosopher's Stone, a substance that can turn base metals
Take
into
him
gold
off,
and
bro.
grant you eternal life.
I'm
The Book
hitting
of
the
Aquarius
sea.
contains the instructions for the Philosopher's Stone. Now, although the process can take years, the ingredients are simple. You have them in your home right now. But the Book of Aquarius is derived from many older texts, including one very mysterious artifact, the Emerald Tablet, which contains not only the recipe for immortality, but the secret to everything in the universe. This knowledge has been around for centuries, but has been suppressed, until now. Medieval alchemists received this knowledge from the Arabs 1,000 years ago. The Arabs got it from the Egyptians 2,000 years before that. But the Egyptians received this knowledge 36,000 years ago, from the most advanced culture on Earth. The Emerald Tablet comes from Atlantis. For hundreds of years, the recipe for the Philosopher's Stone was the most sought-after secret of alchemy. According to legend, this substance could turn ordinary metals like lead and iron into gold. The Philosopher's Stone was also called the Elixir of Life because it could restore youth and even grant immortality. For centuries, alchemists attempted to create the stone, breaking down, distilling, and combining different materials in pursuit of this goal. This actually led to the
Sail in the open sea.
Now, this might sound like hocus pocus, but some of the most brilliant minds in history believed in the Philosopher's Stone and dedicated a large portion of their lives in pursuit of it. Some became so infatuated that it drove them to the brink of insanity. Isaac Newton is remembered for his contributions to mathematics, astronomy, and physics, but he was also interested in alchemy. Newton spent the last 30 years of his life obsessed with the Philosopher's Stone. He even made his own translations of the Emerald Tablet, which are still studied today. Holy Roman Emperor Rudolph II brought the best alchemists in Europe to court, men like John.
Where's my phone? Hey Google, what are batteries used for in Sons of the Forest? Hey Google, what are batteries used for in Sons of the Forest?
In Sons of the Forest, batteries are a crucial resource for powering various electronic devices and crafting certain items. They are essential for both survival and exploration. Here's a breakdown of what batteries are used for. Powering electronic devices. Flashlight, essential for navigating dark areas like caves and at night. Chainsaw, a powerful tool for cutting down trees and dismembering enemies. Night vision goggles allows you to see in complete darkness, giving you a significant advantage. Stun baton, a non-lethal weapon that can incapacitate enemies. GPS locator, provides a map and helps you navigate the island, though there has been community discussion about potentially adding a battery drain feature to it. Lights, with golf cart batteries. Larger golf cart batteries are specifically used in conjunction with solar panels to power lights and electric fences in your base, allowing for illumination and defense even at night. Crafting. Explosive type arrows batteries are a component in crafting various types of explosive arrows. Shock type arrows. Similarly, batteries are used to craft shock-based arrows. Tech armor batteries are needed to craft tech armor, a powerful defensive gear. General importance. Batteries are vital for accessing and utilizing high-tech equipment that provides significant advantages in combat, exploration, and resource gathering. Managing your battery supply is key to long-term survival in the game. You'll want to conserve battery life by turning off devices when not in use and actively search for them in bunkers, supply caches, and electronic loot areas.
So just electric fences and lights. I mean, chainsaw would probably be cool too, but the axe is so strong. I mean, pretty much be one shot in the trees by the time you get your strength up high enough. Mine's at 31. Hitting the open sea. So I think at this point, since I'm going to be rowing for a while, I'm going to go get me something to eat. I'll be right back.
Were given a private lab and an unlimited budget. At the beginning of the Renaissance, there was an alchemist who, as the legend goes, actually discovered the Philosopher's Stone, and his name was Nicholas Flamel. Now
he gave it to Dumbledore.
What?
Well, he actually puts it in Gringotts Vault, and in Hagrid...
Discord server. Which would you prefer, eternal life or unlimited wealth? How about both? For that, you need the Philosopher's Stone, a substance that can turn base metals into gold and grant you eternal life. The Book of Aquarius contains the instructions for the Philosopher's Stone.
Are you back,
Although the process can take years, the ingredients are simple. You have them in your home right now. But the Book of Aquarius is derived from
Not sure if you're
many
here at the
older
moment. I'm going to get me
texts,
something to eat real
including
quick.
one very mysterious artifact, the Emerald Tablet.
In real life.
Which contains not only the recipe for immortality,
But
but
I'll
the
be
secret
back
to
in just a
everything
minute.
in the universe. This knowledge has been around for centuries, but has been suppressed. Until now. Medieval alchemists received this knowledge from the Arabs 1,000 years ago. The Arabs got it from the Egyptians 2,000 years before that. But the Egyptians received this knowledge 36,000 years ago from the most advanced culture on Earth. The Emerald Tablet comes from Atlantis. For hundreds of years, the recipe for the Philosopher's Stone was the most sought-after secret of alchemy. According to legend, this substance could turn ordinary metals like lead and iron into gold. The Philosopher's Stone was also called the Elixir of Life because it could restore youth and even grant immortality. For centuries, alchemists attempted to create the stone, breaking down, distilling, and combining different materials in pursuit of this goal. This actually led to the creation of chemistry. Now, this might sound like hocus pocus, but some of the most brilliant minds in history believed in the Philosopher's Stone and dedicated a large portion of their lives in pursuit of it. Some became so infatuated that it drove them to the brink of insanity. Isaac Newton is remembered for his contributions to mathematics, astronomy, and physics, but he was also interested in alchemy. Newton spent the last 30 years of his life obsessed with the Philosopher's Stone. He even made his own translations of the Emerald Tablet, which are still studied today. Holy Roman Emperor Rudolph II brought the best alchemists in Europe to court. Men like John Dee and Edward Kelly were given a private lab and an unlimited budget. At the beginning of the Renaissance, there was an alchemist who, as the legend goes, actually discovered the Philosopher's Stone, and his name was Nicholas Flamel. Now
he gave it to Dumbledore.
What?
Well, he actually puts it in Gringotts Vault, and then Hagrid fetched it for him.
I don't think that's...
But Voldemort wants it, because he's stuck in the back of Quirrell's head, right? Then Hermione gets them past the Devil's Snare, and then Ron plays Wizard's Chess. By the way, he used the Nimzowitsch defense as an opening gambit. You don't see that much with Wizard's Chess.
Now, if you believe in the legend or Harry Potter, Nicholas Flamel didn't die in 1418. He succeeded in creating the Philosopher's Stone, and he and his wife Perenelle are still alive and out there somewhere.
Whoa, 600 years is a long time to be married.
I guess it is.
A long time.
Mm-hmm.
So very long. A long time.
Ever since man realized that his life was finite, the human race has been fascinated with the idea of extending their lifespan, or even achieving immortality. The legend of the Fountain of Youth has been around for hundreds of years, and now we have cryonics, which is freezing a body at the moment of death in the hope of reviving them at some point in the future, or mind uploading, which will transfer a person's consciousness to a computer and then at some point transfer that consciousness back into a human or part human, part robot body. But it all started with the Emerald Tablet. Written by the Egyptian god Jehudi, more commonly known as Thoth, Thoth was one of the most important gods of ancient Egypt. He was worshipped before the age of the pharaohs, so before 5000 BC. Thoth was the god of magic, wisdom, and the moon. He was usually depicted as a man with the head of an ibis.
IBS?
Ibis.
What'd I say?
Thoth created writing and hieroglyphics. He wrote the Egyptian Book of the Dead. The Egyptians claimed he invented science, religion, philosophy, and of course, alchemy. Greeks call him the inventor of astronomy, mathematics, civilized government, and the alphabet.
Kind of an overachiever, this Egyptian, eh?
Well, that's what's interesting. Thoth wasn't actually a god. He wasn't even Egyptian. He arrived in Egypt many thousands of years ago, and he brought with him knowledge and wisdom from his own country.
Which is?
Thoth is from Atlantis.
Yahtzee!
Plato described Atlantis as being divided into 10 kingdoms, each with its own government, its own rulers, and its own purpose. One of these kingdoms was the island of Undal, which was the Atlantean center of philosophy and science. Thoth was born 36,000 years ago on Undal in the city of Keora. Keora was a community of scholars, scientists, and priests. Thoth was trained by his father Thotme, who was a very important figure in Atlantis. Thotme was one of the Children of Light, who were an advanced race that lived alongside humans. The Children of Light provided the human race with science, language, and eventually technology. Some have said these beings were extraterrestrials, or the Anunnaki, or both. Though the Children of Light weren't gods, they would appear godlike to any normal human. But these are mortal beings. They're born and they die, just like we do.
Whoa. But if he could die, how was he in Atlantis 36,000 years ago, and then in Egypt 5,000 years ago?
I'm getting to it.
Sorry, go ahead. I like this story.
I thought you would. Anyway, Thoth's father, Thotme, was the keeper of the Great Temple, which means he was a high priest who carried messages to the human race from the Children of Light.
Wise were we with the wisdom of the Children of the Light who dwell among us. Strong were we with the power drawn from the eternal fire. And of all these, greatest among the children of men was my father, Thotme, keeper of the great temple, link between the Children of Light who dwelt within the temple and the races of men who inhabited the 10 islands.
The 10 kingdoms of Atlantis were created by an entity named Horlet, sometimes called the Dweller, and Thoth spent many years with the Dweller learning the art of wisdom. Thoth excelled in his studies and was finally invited to the halls of Amenti. It's there where Thoth is given the key to life, immortality. And he, like the other Children of Light, can reincarnate every 100 years. Now, as an immortal, Thoth is responsible for keeping the ancient knowledge that he's been taught. Then, a great flood destroys Atlantis.
Well, how long ago was that?
13,000 years ago.
Oh, and when was the Younger Dryas?
13,000 years ago.
Uh-huh.
Yet another flood myth takes place during a period of time known as the Younger Dryas. Every culture on Earth has the same flood myth. Anyway, in order to preserve the knowledge and culture of Atlantis, Thoth is one of the teachers sent out to establish new colonies around the world. One of these colonies is in South America. Another is in Central America. Thoth travels to a land the Atlanteans call Kem, but we know it as Egypt. Thoth took with him a tablet carved out of green emerald, though some believe it might have been crystal. Others say the tablet was made of orichalcum, a valuable ancient metal that, according to Plato, was mined in Atlantis. On this emerald tablet, Thoth wrote the secrets of the universe, including the key to immortality. This knowledge would become the foundation for ancient Egyptian alchemy. Now, for centuries, Thoth would reincarnate into different bodies, sharing his wisdom with a select few. Usually, he was born in Egypt, but sometimes his mission would take him to other parts of the world. And that takes us to ancient Greece, where the Emerald Tablet makes its first appearance. The Emerald Tablet, also known as Tabulus Maragdina in Latin, is only 24 stanzas of text. But hidden within those few stanzas is the secret to immortality. The tablet is said to have been written by Hermes Trismegistus, who some say is a combination of the Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth, or is a reincarnation of Thoth himself. Hermes Trismegistus is the author of a group of texts called the Hermetica, and from these we get Hermeticism, a set of spiritual concepts and practices characterized by a belief in the unity of all things in the universe. Hermeticism has influenced secret societies like the Freemasons, the Rosicrucians, and the Order of the Black Sun. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn is a secret society that emerged in the late 19th century. They used Hermetic principles in their ceremonies, which were said to be magic. The order also drew on other esoteric traditions, including Kabbalah and Tarot. The earliest known mention of the Emerald Tablet comes from an Arabic text dated 1200 years ago. But this text claims to be a translation of a much older work,
Keep
which
giving
is
me the
possibly
wrong
a translation of an even older text. Upon discovery, the Emerald Tablet became one of the most studied documents by Islamic and European alchemists. It also became popular with occultists who often used the motto, "As above, so below," which is the second verse of the tablet. But these were all just translations. The original tablet was lost. Then, sometime in the 1st century AD, the philosopher Apollonius of Tyana was studying in the city's library when he came across a mysterious book. It was bound in green leather, and its pages were made of a material that he had never seen before. The book was written in a language that he didn't recognize, and its pages were filled with strange symbols and diagrams. Apollonius studied the book and realized that it was a book of alchemy, filled with the secrets of the universe and the hidden forces of nature.
Put on jammies.
Determined to uncover the mysteries of the book, Apollonius set out on a quest to find its author. After a long search, he came to a remote temple in the mountains where he met an oracle who told him where to look for answers. Apollonius was given directions to a secret cave underneath the statue of Hermes in Tyana. At the end of a dark, winding passage, Apollonius found the corpse of Hermes Trismegistus, sitting on a golden throne. Still clutched in his withered skeletal fingers,
Hey, look who showed
Hermes
up.
had a dusty book and a tablet carved from a single piece of translucent green stone. Apollonius took the Emerald Tablet and the book and sealed the cave. He then incorporated these newfound secrets of alchemy into his own work. But then the Emerald Tablet was lost again.
Again, it's lost. How tiny was this thing?
Well, it was pretty big, almost 4 feet long and about 3 feet wide.
All that wisdom and they can't keep track of a giant stone tablet, huh? Everyone who touches it suddenly comes down with a case of the Butterfingers.
It would seem so.
Imagine playing this game
Apollonius
without what's
wrote
his
that he
name.
gave the tablet to the Roman Emperor Hadrian, who buried it under his palace. But some think the tablet was in the Library of Alexandria when it burned, or was taken by the Knights Templar, or it's in the Vatican's secret archives. It's been said to have ended up at just about every mysterious place on Earth. But in 1925, a man named Dr. Maurice Doreal had an idea. The early stories of the Egyptian god Thoth talk of him building the Great Pyramid of Giza as a way to protect an ancient artifact. So Dr. Doreal went to Egypt and explored the area where he thought the Emerald Tablet might be.
Oh, did he find it?
Not exactly.
Oh.
He found all 10.
Oh, man, what are they talking about?
The tablets Doreal found were in the possession of a mysterious group called the Great
Doreal,
White
that's the
Brotherhood.
boss from
They
Diablo
wouldn't
2.
allow Doreal to take the tablets, but they did let him translate them. A few years later, in 1939, Dr. Doreal published his translation as a book, The Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean. His translation confirmed that the tablets were indeed written by Thoth. Doreal went on to found the Brotherhood of the White Temple, a religion that still exists and has a following. And one of the main themes of the book, and of the Brotherhood of the White Temple, is the concept of the one thing. The one thing is described as the source of all creation, and the ultimate reality behind
In
the
my
physical
pajamas,
world.
covered in
It's said to
blood
be an
with bone
energy that
armor on,
permeates all
rowing a
things
boat.
and is the essence of all life.
The Force is what gives a Jedi his powers. It's an energy field created by all living things. It surrounds us and penetrates us. It binds the galaxy together.
We did a Star Wars bit last week. We can't go back to that well so soon.
Yeah, it was worth a shot.
Well, the book also describes ancient technologies and hidden knowledge. It suggests that ancient civilizations had advanced technologies and knowledge that have been lost over time. For example, the book describes a device called the Firestone, which is said to have the power to generate energy and manipulate matter. The book claims this technology was used by ancient civilizations, including the Atlanteans, but it's being suppressed. But a large part of the book covers alchemy, specifically transforming base metals into gold, curing illness, granting immortality, and achieving enlightenment. But like the original Emerald Tablet, it was all allegory and symbolism, subject to many different interpretations. There are no clear instructions. The tablet doesn't tell us what kind of materials we need to create the Philosopher's Stone. And even if they did, they don't tell us the process. But on March 11th, 2011, a mysterious book suddenly appeared online. It was called The Book of Aquarius, and this is what was written on the first page. The age of secrets is over. There's no need for mystical
I think that's the
language or
electric
metaphor.
fence recipe I
This book
found.
contains no hidden meaning or codes. Everything is stated plainly.
Had like
and
twigs with a light
directly.
bulb on it and shit.
Well, this means that anyone who wanted to create the Philosopher's Stone now has a recipe to follow, just like a cookbook. The Book of Aquarius looked legit. It's 165 pages and references 49 different alchemical texts that span 1,000 years. It's a long, difficult process, but anyone with the time and patience could do it. And some people did. And what's most amazing about the recipe for the Philosopher's Stone is that it's only one ingredient, and we all have it in us.
Oh, in us? What are you talking about? What's the one ingredient we need to live forever?
Well, the one ingredient is,
What?
urine.
Oh, come on!
I remember this one.
Some of the greatest minds in history have tried to find the secret of the Philosopher's Stone. When the Book of Aquarius appeared on an online forum in 2011, the anonymous author encouraged everyone to spread it online for free. He wrote, "The purpose of this book is to release one particular secret which has been kept hidden for the last 12,000 years. The Book of Aquarius contained easy-to-understand, step-by-step instructions for how to create the Philosopher's Stone, which, if created properly, would grant you eternal life." The author of the book said that all the
Philosopher's
old
Stone have a
alchemy
urine,
texts using
guys.
confusing metaphors and symbolism
That's
was
nuts.
actually done intentionally. This was an early disinformation campaign, a way to keep the recipe secret, but still make it accessible to alchemists who knew how to decipher the text. And when the Book of Aquarius was posted to an online forum, it was ridiculed at first. There was no way you could achieve immortality with pee, but throughout history, alchemists actually used urine all the time. The 16th century Swiss alchemist Paracelsus claimed that life essence was in blood, in hair, sweat, and human waste. The Book of Aquarius says that the Philosopher's Stone is this life energy, concentrated and purified. This is the same energy you take in when you breathe, when you eat and drink. It's the energy that powers all forms of life, so it makes sense that it would be found in urine. Ancient alchemists knew this as well. Remember earlier I mentioned the secret society called the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn? It had a lot of famous members: W.B. Yeats, Aleister Crowley, Arthur Conan Doyle, and a lot of other names that you'd recognize. Their name, Golden Dawn, is a reference to the only ingredient used to make the Philosopher's Stone. Golden as in the color, and dawn because that's the best time of day to get it.
You have got to be me.
Nope. But now with the Book of Aquarius hitting the web, all the secret symbolism and oaths of secrecy were useless. The Book of Aquarius gave specific, step-by-step instructions on how to store, boil, distill, ferment, and purify urine. It would take months or even years, but eventually a stone would start to form. It was all in the book. How to do it, what the results should look like, what the process smells like.
Nobody really tried to make this crazy thing, did they?
They sure did. Shortly after the Book of Aquarius was published, the anonymous author set up a website at thebookofaquarius.com. There you could, of course, download a free copy of the book, but also participate in a forum where people would try to follow the instructions of the book as closely as possible and create their own Philosopher's Stone. And although the stone only required one ingredient...
Ginkgo.
Right. The process for extracting your life energy required patience. Even if you did everything correctly, it would take between 3 and 8 years to finish the work and make a stone. And that's assuming you kept your materials free from contamination, controlled the temperature, and used the correct equipment at the correct phase of production. A lot could go wrong, yet a small but determined group of people were giving it their best shot. The recipe for creating the stone had two major parts. First, you had to repeatedly distill the urine and continually remove the densest particles. Next, you do it all again, but this time remove the lightest particles, which would be a form of salt. This first part would ideally take 3 months, but could often take up to a year. In the second part of the recipe, you combine the salt with the distilled urine and put it on a low and continuous heat. You do that for over a year until it putrefies and turns black. In the next part of the recipe...
Wait.
What?
Can you not call it a recipe, please? That makes it sound like you're supposed to eat it.
Well...
What? What?
You're supposed to eat it.
When you're done with the process, you do eat it.
Ugh, I'm gonna be sick.
What's your problem? You're swimming in half the recipe right now.
It's not the same thing. I got bubbles. I got filters. Besides, I only tinkle in the back of the bowl.
I don't think it matters.
It matters.
Anyway, you keep heating the black stuff and eventually it turns white. And then you turn up the heat a little bit more and the stone turns red. And then you're pretty much ready to go. The book even gives you some guidance on how much you should,
I can't.
On the Book of Aquarius forums, a community of amateur alchemists emerged. Even the author of the book was an active member and would answer anyone who had a question. People were following the process, sharing tips and strategies. They would discuss how different foods affected their essence. They even posted pictures of their results. This went on for a few years, long enough for at least one person to succeed.
Did somebody actually get this crazy thing to work?
Asparagus makes your
Nobody
pee
knows,
weird.
because suddenly and without warning, the Book of Aquarius website was gone.
Uh-oh. It's deleted.
We covered a lot today. The Egyptian god Thoth, Atlantis, the Emerald Tablet, Hermes Trismegistus, Apollonius of Tyana, the Book of Aquarius, and how they all connect to the Philosopher's Stone. But how much of the story is true? Well, a lot of it is. But let's look at the parts of the story that are questionable. First, the Emerald Tablet is indeed a text that's at least 1,200 years old. It is considered one of the most important documents in alchemy. Isaac Newton and many others were fascinated with it and spent large parts of their life trying to decode it. But the Emerald Tablets, plural, that's a different
Remember
story.
that song from Doug?
All the stuff about Atlantis comes from the book The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Atlantean by Dr. Maurice Doriel. And a lot of that information is part of Doriel's religion, the Brotherhood of the White Temple. The Brotherhood really does exist. It even has a lodge in Colorado. And Doriel has a lot of followers. You could find tons of articles and YouTube videos from people who believe that Doriel was chosen to deliver his message to the world.
It is a butt coming.
There is. Now look, maybe Doriel really did discover the tablets in Egypt and translate them. Maybe he really is helping people on their journey to the light of truth, as the Brotherhood claims.
Hey, your tone is drifting into sarcasm territory.
But before you join this cult religion, there are a few things you should know about Dr. Maurice Doriel. Dr. Doriel's real name was Claude Doggins, and he wasn't a doctor of anything. He never graduated high school, which is amazing because he claimed that he was able to read and write as soon as he was born, and was doing advanced mathematics before the age of 1.
Yet no interest in getting a GED, huh?
Yeah, I guess not. So no record of him receiving a doctorate, but there is record of him driving a cab.
He drove a cab in Egypt?
Oh, he never went to Egypt.
Yeah, but...
His passport verifies this. When he was confronted about the passport problem, Doriel, aka Doggins, said, well, they weren't physical travels, they were astral travels. Doggins wrote a lot about astral travels and other paranormal phenomena. He wrote about UFOs, alien attacks,
We're almost
the nuclear
getting
war
there.
that he predicted would happen in 1956.
Say almost, but we're
and he
getting
wrote
close.
about human serpent hybrids living in the Gobi Desert.
Lizard people!
Yep.
Hey, did you know you could buy a lizard people mug from the Wi-Fi store? Use promo
No,
code...
no merch plugs now.
Sorry. Force a habit.
Now, his followers will say all the things that Doriel wrote were true. The problem is, his stories were lifted from prominent science fiction writers. For example, Doriel's Emerald Tablets book has passages that match almost word for word passages from the Necronomicon by H.P. Lovecraft.
Ooh, that was one of the campfire stories I would read at Camp Greenfoot.
Camp Greenfoot.
Oh yeah, I was a counselor there in the 80s. Kids loved me.
Lovecraft is kind of dark for kids, no?
You know, I didn't think so at the time, but I'm not gonna lie. Some of those kids, they grew up pretty weird.
Anyway, Doriel also lifted ideas from the Shaver Mysteries, which were popular in the sci-fi pulp magazine Amazing Stories. He even wrote into the magazine. And Doriel made all kinds of other wild claims.
Wash your hands,
as
bro.
most cult leaders do, but there are too many to list here.
Damn, they're still bloody.
Well, I'm not saying that, but his wife did.
What?
At a public event, his wife called him out for lying and cheating in front of a whole group of disciples.
Getting there.
Yeah, the quote-unquote cult leader divorce made newspaper headlines at the time. Now, even with all this information, Doriel still has plenty of believers, and the Brotherhood still sells all of his books on their website. So, the story of the original Emerald Tablet, that story is true.
Aiming for the
actual
area you
tablet has
can
never
see on the
been
left
found,
there.
But the text has been around for at least 1,200 years.
About
That's
where we want to
confirmed.
park.
The Emerald Tablets by Doriel, well, you can make your own decision, but to me it sounds like yet another cult leader passing off science fiction as his own writing to take advantage of people for profit.
Nice work if you can get it.
Sure is. Look at G. You censored me.
Of course I did. Their lawyers watch this show, you moron.
Fair enough. So what about the Book of Aquarius? That one also sounds like science fiction, but turns out it's real. Ever since the Book of Aquarius website was taken down, there's not much information about what happened to the people who were trying to create their own stones. One theory is that some people were actually successful, so either they had the site taken down or...
The Illuminati.
Right, some group of shadowy elites didn't want this information public, so they took down the website. And even though you can still download the book from the Internet Archives, you can't view the messages on the message board. Those have been scrubbed by somebody. Another theory is that the Book of Aquarius was a hoax. But if that's true, it's a hoax that took a lot of effort. The book is 165 pages, and the author goes into meticulous detail. And he quotes from 49 different alchemical texts, ranging from the 20th century all the way back to the 11th century. Many of these texts are pretty obscure and hard to find, and no one has ever come forward to take credit for writing it. The Book of Aquarius is probably not a hoax, but a book written by a passionate individual who honestly believes they're sharing the secret to creating a Philosopher's Stone.
We tinkle.
Yep. There's actually a well-documented case of an alchemist attempting to create the Philosopher's Stone from urine. In 1669, German alchemist Hennig Brand dedicated years of his life to creating the stone. He was convinced urine was the way to do it, and he did everything that the Book of Aquarius says to do. Now, after boiling and distilling 1,500 gallons of his essence, he ended up with a white, waxy substance that actually glowed in the dark.
He made the stone?
No, he accidentally discovered phosphorus. Now, to a 17th century alchemist, this must have been amazing. Here was a substance that was the product of the human body that was glowing with a life force. Now, Braun kept the recipe secret while he tried to create gold, but when he couldn't get that to work, he sold the recipe to another alchemist. As for living forever, well, it's been reported that Hennig Braun did die, but nobody knows exactly when. Now, of course, legend says that he faked his death, and like Nicholas Flamel, is still alive today. Now, that makes sense to me. If I created the Philosopher's Stone, I don't think I'd ever tell. Would you? Now, if you want to try creating it, the Book of Aquarius is still available online and linked below. But I don't recommend it. Boiling urine smells awful. But that's a small price to pay for immortality.
Wait. How do you know it smells awful?
Don't worry about that. Now, if you do decide to try and create the Philosopher's Stone, do me a favor. Email me in about 600 years, and we'll both have a good laugh.
No!
600 years after you boil your urine. Well, that's crazy.
Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ. There's Hecklefish, and this has been the Y-Files. If you have fun or learned anything, do us a favor and like, subscribe, comment, share. That stuff really helpful.
Washing my hands real quick in real life.
I agree.
I think you owed him an apology, actually.
Oh, they're fine. Now, like most topics we cover on this channel, today's was recommended by you. And if there's a story that you'd like to see or learn more about, go to theyfiles.com/tips. And special thanks to our patrons who make this channel possible. You guys are amazing. And if you'd like to support the channel and join this incredible community, consider becoming a member on Patreon, or join our Discord server, or grab something from the Wi-Fi store.
Oh yeah, you could grab yourself a Camp Greenfoot t-shirt right now.
Already? That was fast.
Hey, capitalism moves quick, Bally.
That's gonna do it.
Oh shit,
Until
I've got to
next time,
check
be
my
safe, be kind, and know that you
plants. I don't know if they're done yet.
appreciated. I gotta take a leak.
I doubt it. All right, what's up next?
large storms will be impacting the United States over the next 10 days, bringing the return of some significant severe weather, including damaging winds, very large hail, and tornadoes. Additionally, very warm weather is on the horizon as summer is only a week away. So in today's forecast, we are going to break down exactly what you need to know about the weather that'll be impacting the United States over the next 7 to 10 days. And we'll begin with what's happening across the country today. And actually, the weather's been pretty active over the last 24 hours. We've had a lot of rain and also even some severe weather, including severe weather that sparked up back over in the central and northern plains, which is an area that we are anticipating additional severe weather today and really over the next several days. Additionally, there is a weak low pressure system that is currently spinning over Missouri and Arkansas. This is actually responsible for over 8 to 10 inches of rain in parts of Texas over the last 3 days. Additionally, bringing one tornado just to the west of San Marcos, Texas a couple of nights ago. And this may bring a few isolated severe storms this afternoon to the Ohio Valley, but generally speaking, just some
I remember that tornado.
The potential for small hail and gusty winds should be the main concern in these areas. Now let's talk more about the weather pattern that'll be impacting the United States over the next 7 to 10 days to give you more of an idea of where we're going to be seeing these big storms and why. Beginning with what's happening right now, we have a large high pressure system that is currently in place back over in the southern plains and the Four Corners states. A weak low pressure system moving over the Ohio Valley, and then another low pressure system that is centered just off to the northwest and north of Montana. And this is actually going to help to amplify the threat of severe weather today across Montana and even Wyoming. And then as we go into tomorrow and as well as Sunday, the storm system will be moving off to the north into Canada. We may still see a little bit of severe weather on Sunday, mainly back over in the northern plains. High pressure will continue to dominate back over in the southern plains, which is going to build a lot of heat as we get closer to the beginning of summer. By next week, that is when things are going to start to get, I think, a little bit more interesting. We're going to have some troughing moving over the Rockies, which should promote the threat of some severe weather, especially across the northern plains, the central plains, and the Midwest. I think this really ramps up Monday.
Paddled out here pretty far.
This could also lead to the threat of some mesoscale convective systems. We are entering that time of season where we start to see big lines of thunderstorms move across areas like the Midwest. I think we are going to see plenty of that over the next 7 to 10 days, especially during the work week next week, as we have multiple shortwave troughs that'll move over the Rockies. And then by the end of the week, I think this active weather pattern will continue with multiple low pressure systems moving here across the Pacific Northwest and the northern plains, which should continue to lead to an elevated threat of severe weather, especially back over in the northern plains, central plains, Midwest, and the Ohio Valley. With all that said, I do think severe weather will continue to be a possibility, even back over in the southern plains. Just a lot of that will be based off of mesoscale features rather than large low pressure systems, which is something I think we're going to see fairly frequently across the northern plains and the Midwest here over the next week or two. Now let's go day by day with all of our upcoming severe weather events, and we are going to begin with today, which is Friday. And believe it or not, we actually have an enhanced risk of severe weather in place back over in Montana, and a slight risk that goes from the high plains even back into the central plains, also through Montana, where all hazards of severe weather will be on the table, and then a marginal threat that extends all the way back over into western Arkansas and also West Texas. Another thing I want to point out is that storms are possible anywhere in the light green today, so almost the entire country could actually see pop-up thunderstorms, including the Ohio Valley, southeast, and even over into southern New England. So for today, the biggest concerns will be damaging winds, which actually could be significant at times back over in Montana. May see an isolated wind gust exceed 80 miles per hour this afternoon. Very large hail is also going to be a big concern out of our initial supercells across Montana during the early to mid-afternoon hours, and that should continue into the very early evening. And then we also have an elevated tornado threat for Montana. There is a 5% tornado risk in place, and then a 2% tornado risk that goes back over into western Nebraska and northeastern Colorado. So again, the bulk of today's threat will be during the afternoon. There could be also a few storms during the evening hours. There is a chance of a live stream today, so make sure you are subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified if we do go live. And then on Saturday, the threat of severe weather will shift just a little bit to the east. We are talking again about the Great Plains and also into Montana, where additional severe weather will be a possibility. Another level 2 out of 5 slight risk in parts of Montana, back into Nebraska. And the main concern
what do I even do with these batteries?
Damaging winds and some large to very large hail, mainly in that yellow shaded area. There will also be a potential for an isolated tornado or two. And then as we go into Sunday, the threat of severe weather will continue across the Great Plains, where more damaging winds, hail, and even a chance for a tornado or two will exist. This is again the beginning of a very active stretch of severe weather across the Great Plains. And then as we go into Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I fully expect severe weather will continue, especially across the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, and the central and northern plains. Now let's talk more about the timing for severe weather today, beginning with the the Rockies, which we are expecting storms to fire up right around 2 to 3 o'clock Mountain Time across many areas in central Montana. And these storms will likely stay relatively discreet, and any storms that do stay discreet will be able to produce very large hail and also a chance of a tornado. Maybe we'll have a storm back over in Wyoming this afternoon as well. By around 5 to 6 o'clock, these storms will continue to push to the east. I think our greatest tornado threat will be in the middle of the afternoon, and then around the evening hours, this will become more of a line of storms or a cluster of storms. It will not be very organized, but there could be a continuation of damaging winds, hail, and maybe a low tornado risk as these storms continue to push east during the late afternoon, evening hours, and then eventually into the very early overnight hours before these fizzle as they move back over into North Dakota. And then for tomorrow, we could actually have a repeat of what we're going to see today with a few more storms being possible. These will also be somewhat discreet as we go into tomorrow afternoon and evening across Montana, Wyoming, and also South Dakota, where damaging winds, hail, and a low tornado risk will exist. I definitely think the tornado threat both days will be pretty much the same. I think even tomorrow we could see a small little 5% somewhere back over in central or even southeastern Montana. And then back
So many
over in the
batteries
Central
here.
Plains for today, there will be some scattered showers and thunderstorms that'll fire off near the Rockies, also across the Texas Panhandle. This will be mainly during the mid to late afternoon and early evening, where the biggest concern will be damaging winds and large hail. Damaging wind threat more elevated back over in Wyoming, Nebraska, and Colorado, and then large hail more of an elevated threat down in the Texas Panhandle. And then eventually by the early evening hours, most of the storms in the southern plains will fizzle with daylight heating ending. And then we should still have a cluster of thunderstorms ongoing in Nebraska and northwestern Kansas during the late evening tonight, but it will likely fizzle by around midnight with only just some gusty
We
winds
get a lot of
remaining as
feathers
it
off one
approaches
bird.
areas back over near Kearney, Nebraska, for example. And then eventually into Saturday, there will be more scattered showers and thunderstorms out there here across the Central Plains. Really not a whole lot of organized activity here, just isolated damaging winds, hail, and maybe a spin-up tornado being a possibility. And then on Sunday, there may be another chance for isolated severe weather, mainly back over in Colorado and Nebraska, with damaging winds, hail, and a low tornado risk existing. Now, on top of all the severe weather that we're going to be seeing over the next couple of days, we are also anticipating a long stretch of severe storms. And one of the ways we can see this stretch of severe weather that is coming is looking at our supercell composite, which essentially takes a bunch of ingredients, puts it into one graphic, and shows us where there could be a potential for supercell initiation if we were to have a cold front, a low pressure system, etc. So as we go throughout the weekend, we are expecting a fairly active stretch of severe weather to continue, with at least
Game with
isolated
ladders and you
severe
can't
storms
use them.
being a possibility. But by early next week, notice how we are going to start to see these values really increase, especially back over in the central and northern plains, which is an area that we are going to see low pressure systems ejecting over the Rocky Mountains, which should lead to a favorable corridor for at least some scattered severe weather. And even by Tuesday and Wednesday, all this energy is eventually going to move up into areas like the Midwest and the Ohio Valley, which is an area that I do personally think we are going to at least see a couple of rounds of severe weather between Tuesday and Thursday of next week. So definitely get ready if you're back over in the Midwest for an increasing threat of severe weather. And then by the end of next week, things start to get more uncertain. But I think this weather pattern is going to continue to stay very similar across the northern plains and the Midwest, where we are going to continue to see a favorable environment there.
My
for
boat's
some
loaded
severe
up with
weather,
yummy
as long as we have low
supplies.
pressure systems that continue, which I do think will be a
Okay,
continuing
that
concern.
skull
To put
light's
this in more
annoying.
simplistic terms, this is the future radar for the next week or two, beginning with what's happening Saturday into Sunday, which again, we are expecting severe weather to continue to be a concern. And on Saturday, I think there will be some scattered severe weather across the board, maybe a little mesoscale convective system somewhere, which the GFS model is depicting one in Oklahoma, which again, if we get a mesoscale convective system, that's a line of thunderstorms with mainly a damaging wind threat. And as we go into Sunday, there will be a little bit more severe weather in pretty much the same areas that we are talking about over the next couple of days, back over especially in the northern plains and as well as back through Montana, where damaging winds, hail, and a low tornado risk will once again exist on Sunday. On Monday is, I think, when we're at least going to see our first of probably several mesoscale convective systems throughout the work week next week. Right now, the GFS model is indicating at least some severe weather being a possibility from Nebraska back into Wisconsin, with damaging winds, hail, and maybe even a few tornadoes being a possibility. There will also be a threat of severe weather once again across the northern plains back over in
We got
Montana
2 camps up here to
on
raid.
Tuesday, a more organized low pressure system will attempt to move over the Rockies, which should bring more severe weather on Tuesday.
3
across
maybe.
parts of
I
the
see
Central Plains,
3.
maybe back through the Midwest. On Wednesday is when I think we will likely have
3
a more
smoke pillars
significant day of
up ahead.
severe weather, but it's going to depend on how much moisture we get to pull off to the north and also our storm mode. But right now, the GFS model is indicating a low pressure system over Minnesota, with some scattered to numerous severe weather being a possibility from the Great Lakes all the way back through the southern plains. And then as we go into Thursday and Friday, that storm system will eventually move out finally, and then by Friday into Saturday, that is where things start to become more more uncertain, but I do think this active stretch of weather will continue, especially for those in the Midwest. But I think really right now, the biggest concern across the board will be the next few days from Montana back into Texas, with scattered severe weather being a possibility.
I stream weather
Watch
too,
out for
guys.
Wednesday and Thursday. I do think if we get a low pressure system like this that moves over the Rockies, we definitely could have one of our more significant severe weather events occur, at least for this time of the year.
I'm partnered on YouTube with my weather channel. This is awesome.
Where all hazards of severe weather would be on the table. And another thing that we have to talk about is the temperatures over the next week or two. We are quickly approaching the beginning of astronomical summer, and our temperatures are expected to stay above average throughout the vast majority of next week. We are going to continue to have very strong southerly winds, especially once low pressure systems eject over the Rockies, which is going to pull a lot of heat out of the Gulf, in addition to a lot of humidity, which all in all is just going to lead to very warm weather throughout most of next week. And we will probably see some record-breaking temperatures, but at the bare minimum, above average temperatures are likely for most of the country. There's very few areas that will be dealing with the threat of below average temperatures, and even then, it's not going to be very below average for most of the country, even if we were to see below average temperatures. So get ready. It is going to be warm, I think, over the next week or two. These are some of the high temperatures that are forecasted for Saturday, and you'll notice that temperatures are all the way up into the low 90s.
Yeah, flesh pouch, baby.
We will also have some well above
flesh pouch with money.
Back over in the southwest, and then
I want a flesh pouch in real life. They should make like a Sons of the Forest flesh pouch merch or something.
Start to see that warm air start to build, especially back over in the Midwest and the Ohio Valley, which if we pair these temperatures with our storm systems that'll be coming in addition to the instability
And I'm low energy.
these areas, we should at least see some level of organized severe weather as we go into Wednesday. The Cloud Prediction Center is also agreeing with this, that we are going to be seeing above average temperatures for pretty much the entire country throughout the middle of June. This is between Wednesday of next week all the way through Sunday of next weekend. So again, if you're in any of the darker shaded...
Awesome, it's gonna be hot. I don't want it to be hot. I don't like hot weather. Feeding a cat $10 or $10,000 sushi, Mr. Beast. Of course.
There's a lot of misinformation spreading around the internet right now regarding a possible discovery underneath the pyramids of Giza. Don't worry,
Rattay Tour. Luke Dale and S. Van Tour Rattay Real Life Kingdom. Hell yeah.
So I know
Kingdom
you
Come
were
Deliverance is one of my
probably
favorite
expecting
games.
Henry, but yeah, this is what you got.
You're twice the peasant that Henry will ever be.
Thank you. That means a lot to me. What's up, chat? We're here with Luke Dale.
Hello, everybody.
Lord Hans Capon himself is here, and we're here in Rattay. Yeah, in the humble town of Rattay. This is the main road.
This is it.
That's Hans Capon.
I don't know if you guys can recognize it, but this is the main road.
In real life.
In the first game where you come across.
I think it's so cool that there's like all the voice actors look just like the people in the game.
So. This is very surreal for me because for many years now, the community have been telling me to come to Rattay. And I always say, I'm from there, guys. Like, leave it out.
No, yeah, we finally got him here. We finally got him here to Rattay.
Finally got me here.
Yeah.
And this is
literally in Rattay himself, Hans Capon.
Moved here, and I saw that Esfan was here, and everybody messaged me like, go see him, go see him. And I was like, okay, I'll try.
This is an awesome video, to be honest.
Here we go.
What a legend that he is. And we're going to have a little walk around my digs.
Yeah.
I've made sure Hanish is skedaddled for a little bit.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Hanish isn't going to be here.
Yeah, fuck Hanish.
Yeah, don't worry.
Fuck
I
Hanish.
was talking to a guy, Sir Donnie. He set up like a tour with. There's like a lady here who does like a tours of the castle.
That is classic Sir Donnie. Thank you so much, dudes.
Yeah. So we're gonna go get to see your castle too. So
yeah, that's gonna be great.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot.
Gotta burn those logs underneath there. It's driving me nuts.
Having some renovations, some much needed renovations.
They're gone.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been a few years. It's been around for a few hundred years.
Yeah. So
cool.
yeah, this is the main.
Yeah, this is the main road. This is the main road for Rattay. We should try and get to the castle.
Where is?
Yeah, this is unreal.
Oh, they're all leaving. The fire went out.
There it is.
My love.
Look at that. Look at that.
She's seen better days.
Yeah, well.
But you know, she'll soon be returned to a
She'll see
form of
even
glory.
better ones. Hi, dog. That dog's actually from the game.
Mutts. Yeah, actually,
Smut.
Dan Barbara, the creator of Kingdom Come, messaged me a few months ago, and he was like, maybe we should do something together to raise money for the renovation.
Or that did some like spinning backflips. How you guys live in little
did it
trash
pretty quickly
huts and you
anyway,
can
so-
do dance moves like that?
Need our help. And here they are. Right now.
Oh shit's funny.
Guys, you looking after my car?
Take an air to the throat. See how well you can dance after. Oh, still dancing.
I don't think they got the joke. Don't think they're gamers.
Feel bad. I just beat up a little gymnast girl. With arrows.
Wait, how do you say it?
Probably got to another gymnastics classes and then she came out here. She has claws.
Statomets Cabrana. Is this so, like,
Big Mom's belly flopping on me.
Just visiting Prague, like I was like, I feel like I'm in Disneyland, because like it's all the roads are. I mean, they're roads, but they're like alleyway sizes, because they're also small and narrow. Because when they built it, they weren't accounting for.
Oh, I missed.
Where are you from originally?
Dallas. Yeah. So,
Oh my God, Big Mama belly flopped me so hard.
I just did like a big road trip of America, actually, the southern states.
Damn, that hurt.
Yeah.
Oh no, I saw that, but I saw you were in like Louisiana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did a bunch.
Did you make it into Texas?
Yeah, we went to Houston.
Oh really?
Yeah. Where else did we go? I think we also went to what's the country music capital?
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Yeah.
Because I'd done a trip in on the other side of the US like maybe 5-6 years ago, and that was very like natural and like full of. It was just like very.
I wasn't
wild.
expecting Big Mama to hit me that hard. I mean, she's a big girl.
Avenue of the Giants and the Redwood Forest. And
Belly flops hurt.
All that stuff.
Yeah,
But then
that's sick.
The southern states is more. I feel like it's more about the food and the people.
Oh, 100%.
You know.
Yeah, a lot of food.
Food's awesome.
So hold on, is this the like the kind of spiral up into Ratai? Is this that area? And then that's the road that goes down. Maybe we'll get a better look at it from there.
It's criminal that I've never been here.
Well,
It's
yeah.
absolutely criminal.
Yeah, you got to pay some groschen to.
You stay down.
to not go to jail.
It's absolutely beautiful. It's so gorgeous.
In fact, oh my, she's still alive. Big Mama's still alive.
Also, like, yes, the bathhouse should be right there. Guys, come on. Is that all you remember? They only remember the bathhouse.
I only remember the bathhouse.
I love that.
Oh, she's a beauty.
I wish it wasn't under construction or renovation or whatever.
Yeah.
But
Dude, her claws are sick.
dude, it's just crazy because like
Sucks I had to
actually
kill her
getting to
because
come
she was
out
pretty
here
cool.
to, like coming to the Czech Republic in general for me, like everything feels like it's from like a fantasy game.
Yeah.
Like everything. Because it's like you play these games and they're all set in like the 1400s, 1500s, whatever. And I mean, it's probably a little bit different for you because what part of, like, where'd you move from?
From London.
Actual London? Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, London is like the same thing where it's just been around forever.
Yeah.
But for me, like, as an American, like, pretty much everything I've seen in the last 2 weeks is like 2 or 3 times the age of America.
Yeah.
So, it just,
It's like
everything
she
is just
smoked
different. You can
everything that
see
was
the
left over
parallels,
here.
and even just like,
I think
not
they're
just
all
like
dead.
the natural, just like how the environment is, but even a lot of the architecture and a lot of the buildings, it's actual stone buildings that just last forever.
Absolutely. I got lucky with a job I had the last few years as a filmmaker. Kind of doing what our man is doing here right now. But I would fly around the world making videos.
Oh, nice.
And it was like the greatest thing ever because I got to make little documentaries and reviews of cameras.
Oh,
but
yeah.
at the same time, I got to see like mostly Europe. But
Yeah.
sometimes we did Kenya. We did a safari in
Oh,
Kenya.
really?
Hey.
We did Vietnam. We did all sorts of places, and it was like the sickest job.
Yeah, that's amazing.
It was awesome.
You see when the Path of Exile game starts up.
Did you guys hear that?
Mutts!
Path of Exile soon.
It's like wolves are going to jump out at us. A lot of sword
We have a 5% chance of tornadoes in
I have like 100 hours
Montana
played
today.
of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
I'm at 60,
But
roughly.
a lot of those hours have been spent just murdering peasants and then reloading my save file. so I'm only like, I had just gotten to Kutenberg. So I actually haven't found Capon again.
6 hours.
Because at the beginning of the game, you get separated from Henry.
Yeah.
And then they meet back up at some point. But I haven't even gotten
No,
to that
Exile
point yet.
goes live
So
at
I
the
played
same
all
time
Kingdom Come
tornadoes
1,
are
I
supposed to
loved
get
it.
bad. Awesome.
Yeah, oh, the wedding is sick.
Yeah, the wedding is so good.
The wedding is so
The one
good.
bit of advice I'd have for anyone at the wedding that hasn't played the game yet is don't rush the wedding. Because I rushed it a bit because I was on stream.
I kind of did too, yeah.
Yeah, I was on stream, and were you streaming it?
Yeah.
Right. So when you're on stream, there's a little bit of you that goes, maybe I should keep things going, moving along to keep it a bit interesting. You don't want to be too self-indulgent. And so I rushed it a bit, but I wish I had.
Your legs are muddy. Oh, you got a squirrel for me.
At that wedding.
Yeah.
Like all the little conversations and side quest things.
Yes.
And I was like, I really want to.
There's so much going on at that wedding. It's so good.
It is so good.
Yeah.
Like the firepower that game has to have so many NPCs living their own fucking lives. Is insane. Like so many people in one place all having their own little existence. When I do a next playthrough though, or a hardcore playthrough, it'll be on the PC. Your PC.
Yeah, sure. You got the Star Forge now. There you go.
Exactly. But I was like, you guys sent me the PC Pebbles like halfway through my playthrough.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can't go all the way back. Like I'd done the wedding by that point.
Yeah.
That's so fun. Often like people expect me to find something really difficult, and I'll just waltz through it.
Yeah.
And they're like, how the fuck did you do that?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm a fucking lord.
What do you expect?
You know, I'm literally lord.
Chat, we can't pick up the nettles because if we pick up the nettles, it's going to take like a 4-second animation every time we pick one up. Okay? It's going to take us too long.
Well, shout out to Sidoni. She sets up all the
community
a lot of the community events. So
This is like the bandit captain house. Maybe that little girl's the bandit captain that does all them backflips.
This Hans Capon TTS is spot on.
Yeah, I get it just right. I don't know how I do that.
It's crazy, actually.
They're like, these guys need a horse. Where's Pebbles when you need her?
Yeah, true.
Pebbles!
Can't whistle.
Can you imagine if you whistled and she showed up?
Or it shows up. Now, knowing my luck, I would whistle and a guard would start yelling at me.
I hate that.
It's so funny,
though. It's so annoying.
That's cool to actually make some metal noise when you hit it.
Yeah. They just like get
Oh,
mad
look
at
at all
you.
that meat.
I love on the horse, whenever they
There's a
like
dude
cuss
up
you out,
there.
if you like bump
Who's
into somebody.
impaled.
Like I'll just be like riding and then I just
They
bump
did
into
the old
somebody on
Vlad
horse.
Dracula thing in
They
this
turn,
one.
they yell at you. Yeah, we should be walking. There should be like a little level up showing up for fatality.
Just up here, there's like a slaughter at the side of the road.
Yeah.
Two guys.
There's a
in armor.
beast whale.
What's going on here, lads?
Oh my gosh, that looks sick.
That is cool. Wow.
Yeah, just to answer, you know,
There's so many dead whales here.
We're not
Darts.
fast traveling because we haven't discovered this location yet. So otherwise, we would just fast travel.
The clouds are parting as we move.
Yeah.
Nice. Awesome. Thanks, guys. I can see now why he's so bloody obsessed with being the Lord of Perkstein. That's why he constantly declares it everywhere he goes.
Yeah.
Lord of Perkstein, look at the fucking thing. It's beautiful. Wow. This is really special.
Yeah.
This is really nice.
It's cool, right?
Yeah.
The particular game was unscripted as well. It was a happy accident. I didn't know we were
It's so it really sets the scene, doesn't it? That?
Yeah.
Stunning.
It might be an unhappy accident when the guy who owns this fence comes out here and tells us to leave. The guards are gonna run up to us and just stare at us. Oh, you have a weapon, so what?
You're in a restricted area.
You're in a restricted area.
Tom and I find ourselves in like situations all the time where it's like life imitating art.
Yeah.
And like we'll be striding through an airport on the way home from a con, and I've got too many bags because the peasants have given me gifts, bless them.
Oh, right.
And I'm like, Tom, can you carry my bags, please?
Yeah.
He's like, yes, my lord. I'm like, what the fuck have we become? It's literally just, we are just the characters now.
Yeah.
It's so
That's
funny.
super funny. Just like I said, it's coming to visit these places that like you spend so much time like playing a video game.
Yeah.
And it's like
I've
you
watched
see
him
it,
stream and
all the
actually play the
architecture,
game.
it's
Plays the
same.
game that he's in. It's pretty cool.
Like it's you know, things are obviously different. It's been how many hundreds
It's like,
of
man, I
years,
thought it was
like,
cool when
60
I was
years.
streaming. Whatchamacallit? What's it like when the guy that's in the game's actually streaming it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
As it would have been, and they consult with so many historians. They have an on-site historian who's amazing, and yeah, I always tell this story. I met her for the first time when I first ever went out 10 years ago to the studio, and they were like, "Hello, this is Luke. This is our on-site historian." And I was like, "Oh my god, that's so cool!" Like, and she looked at me, and was like, "Oh, your hands." And I was like, "What does that mean?" And she was like, "Well, you've got a great character."
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh, thanks." Coming from you, that's really cool.
Yeah.
And but my point is, they go to such effort to make it so real. And,
yeah.
A lot of people have made YouTube videos where they compare, buildings and roads, and it's like, oh my god, it's the same.
Yeah, it's super cool.
It's amazing. Boys, there's a tavern here. We could just go there. Not the bells!
The bells are going off.
Henry, get me quick! Have you done that quest?
I
I like Henry.
Is that in Kuttenberg that happens? No.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that a spoiler?
I can't remember. It's after Kuttenberg, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It is a spoiler.
Oh,
It actually is a
I
spoiler.
can just imagine myself right there, riding a horse, smacking my head on the top of that archway. Perfect.
Yeah. She says she's going to show us the KCD room. There's apparently a room dedicated to it, which must mean that people are very aware of it here.
Man, you know what I want to get? I want to get some like authentic.
Dang,
like,
there's a ton of shit here on this
1400s
beach.
Czech, like clothing, like they wear in the game.
Absolutely.
I would love to find a place that has like that kind of.
Look at all
stuff
these
for sale, like
luggage
some,
cases here.
medieval shop or something.
Yeah. A gambeson.
Yeah, just get like a gambeson. I don't know how to pronounce it. Quirus.
Shit.
Cuirass. Yeah. You should do a stream and go laughing and go like proper.
I think it'd be funny to show up as a warhorse tomorrow with a thing.
Found it. I knew it looked.
Here it is.
Oh, there you go.
Look at that. Wow.
Wow, they've got it.
That's crazy.
That is cool.
Got a little cafe here and stuff.
Oh my gosh. This is is this the
Saint
Saint Henry? What is Saint?
No.
Sir?
Burn it to the ground.
Is
Oh,
this
shit.
the
If only we had a Czech person with us.
I know.
There's so many people here.
is this where the tournament occurs?
The tournament.
I think this is where the tournament is in Kingdom Come 1, right? Because
Would make sense.
don't you go up? But I can't remember if it was two
What
floors.
weapon
I
do
thought
I
it was two
use
floors.
now?
'Cause you go, oh no, there's a second.
I
set of
burned a
stairs.
bunch
yeah,
of
wait, I
them.
think this is it. This is the tournament area. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So the inn, one of these areas would be the inn, right? I feel quite hungry. Duel with long swords. We left him at home.
This is truly amazing. So this is where the tournament happens.
If you look in here, they've got like some axe throwing and some like archery stuff. But if I pull up the image that I sent Eve a second ago.
Shouldn't there be like a bridge and a moat? Wait, is that this?
This is it.
Oh yeah, because this would be
Fuck
the
your
bridge.
charging bullshit.
And it went down here.
Here. Check it out.
That's a bunch.
See that?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
See this like circular thing?
Yeah.
So this is it's post office museum, but hang on.
Dude, and here's the recycling bin from the game.
No way.
No way that guy's back up.
Dude, that's crazy.
He's gonna recreate the shot.
Wow.
We just stumbled across it.
Yeah.
Wow. And there's that grand entrance.
You know what? It's so nice to see it in scale.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah, my
They've
guy's
scaled
so
down
strong.
the size
Dude, I've
of where
stabbed
people
him
would
so many
live
and shot him
in
so many times.
community. Because actually it was much bigger than in the game.
Yeah.
But this, yeah.
But like
will be
this
to
part,
scale.
yeah.
This will be to scale.
Yeah, like that's the tournament. Yeah.
Wow. Incredible.
Damn, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
That is so cool.
Good old warhorse.
This is like they're playing Pokemon Go.
Do you think they know that I own the place?
Oh.
It's Bajena in disguise, everybody. But
I
much,
mean,
much younger.
I was ready to time skip 23 hours. Yeah, big rep game there.
Yeah. I used charisma. I had my spectacles
We had
on.
to change clothes.
Okay, I don't speak English, but welcome to our place. Okay, so
Thank you so
thank
much.
you, thank you.
Don't worry. It's okay. We're very grateful.
This is where, yeah, this is one of those times where not learning Czech is come on. Wow, those doors.
Amazing.
Okay, oh my gosh.
Go ahead, Ease.
Wow. Look at that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a fire hazard.
Dude, this is cool. This is crazy, man.
That's creepy when you got one of them things tied up.
Yeah.
I hate those things.
Well, Czech Republic.
I wonder if they have the toilets that were just holes by the windows.
It's just so strange to think that he, Jan Patnáček, actually walked around here and was lived here.
So much loot right here. It's all the bones from the guys I burned, though.
Oh wow!
Pretty. Game of Farkle, anyone?
Yeah, dude. I think of my 100 hours, probably 20 of them are Farkle.
This is the night school.
Oh.
Very good. Very apt.
These babies are not real. Don't worry, chat. These babies are paid. Don't worry.
These are the lost souls.
The lost souls. True. Not only voice actor, true, and character actor as well. Yeah.
Oh yes, chat.
See, I'm so used to saying voice actor for everything. I always
It's
say
because particularly for us, with performance culture, they take voice, face, movement all at the same time.
Where'd the big man go?
It makes the sync a lot more authentic, realistic.
Yeah.
He's Han-splaining. Han-splaining.
Big man ran off somewhere.
Yeah.
Excellent stuff.
Yeah, thanks, Super Something. Thank you for the 23 months, dude. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, you have to sign this.
Stool stood back up.
Sign it.
Could I sign?
That is cool. Wait, so is everybody who signed this people who worked on the game?
I think people did it actually. I think it's like a guest book almost.
Players sign here.
Oh,
I'm a player.
Oh, you are.
Mushrooms.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Amazing.
I'll let you do the honors.
Let's all do it. Wow.
There he is.
Well, I mean, you could just ride over one of the peasants.
Move out of the way.
Bro took like 5 bullets.
Wow.
Seriously, come back.
That is cool.
Dude, why is this big dude running? They never run from you.
You gotta be kidding me.
Skibbity.
You gotta be kidding me.
The peasants must know I was here. The whole world. Wow, that's a lot of peasants.
There's a lot of peasants.
Yeah. We can definitely take Sigismund with all those peasants. Easily.
Look at him. Look at his booty.
A lot of babies. I'd love to know the
That
origin
is funny.
story. I'd love to know the lore on that.
Yeah.
Oh wow, this is it!
Oh, nice. Look at that.
This is a really pretty
There you
spot.
go.
This would be a good place for a base. This little
Nice.
pond coming through, or
Right here, you hold this here.
little river.
Oh, gosh, this guy's had to be strong.
Yeah.
Look how strong you had to be to do this.
Take out
Be a good, really good place to build like a fence by this river.
Oh wow.
Listen.
Oh.
The music, nice.
Music.
Maybe I will make this
Great.
my base spot.
Look, here's the sword. This is Henry's sword. Henry's dad's sword.
It's a really pretty area.
Sir Radzig's.
Danzig.
That's Dadzig's sword.
Diddy Danzig.
Dad 1, Dad 2. You have both of his dad's swords.
What's the chance we can get you in this?
I don't think you should let me. Not even me. Oh my god.
Dude, in my head, I'm walking up here, and I just keep seeing red text over all these items. You just walk up and it's a red. Just to steal.
Sidoni, there he is.
Oh, nice.
Oh, we should get a shot of Sidoni and say thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Because he set it up.
Yeah.
Sidoni's right here. The community.
He's a big
events
community guy. Yeah, he's a big community
Absolutely.
guy for Kingdom Come here locally.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, big shout out Sir Donnie for
Big
helping
shout.
helping set this up.
Tom. There's Tom on his horse.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Tom and Pebbles.
You're like, where's mine?
Yeah, where's we'll have to have some words. The Lord seems to be absent from the room. We love it. We love it.
Very, very good.
Yeah.
Super.
Do you know Jan Potacek?
What, is that a butthole chair?
That's me.
Am I literally looking at a butthole chair?
What'd she say?
She said, yeah, they told me. My reputation precedes me.
Yeah. Rep game. Rep game.
Wow. Butthole chair, you know, every day you see a butthole chair.
Swords.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, this is like, it's like a red text is popping up right now, and she's gonna get mad.
Literally a chair made out of legs.
Yeah, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
And hands.
This is super, super cool, man.
Yeah.
Oh, and this is Radzig, isn't it?
Oh yeah, there's another butt cheek right there. And then what is the back? Some kind of skin, something.
Awesome.
Charles IV. This is Charles IV.
No, why is he allowed to fight me?
Nice.
Dude, you were tied up. I wanted to kill you while you're tied up.
It's IRL Paladins, true.
Things are so tanky.
Mark for it.
Bastard.
Shoot him.
You have a big celebration coming up on Saturday. Yes,
Yeah,
you do.
true.
I'm going to try and make it.
All right.
There you go.
Thank you.
We'll do a
selfie here.
Yeah, let's do a group one. Yeah.
Another one of the dancers.
Wow.
There we go. Yeah, thank you. Super, thank you.
Viera.
Viera.
Very nice to meet you. Thank you for
Thank
showing
you,
us
thank
around.
you.
It's very kind of you.
Yeah.
Awesome.
This has been so cool.
Yeah.
So this is outside? Yeah. Cool. Oh, she's going to show us the cellar.
The cellar?
Okay.
Okay, but is it dark and small? Because I don't know if I want to go down.
Yeah, actually.
Is there any silver in there? In fact, this is probably where the silver would be kept.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ be praised, chat.
Jesus Christ be praised.
We're going to go get some silver.
I hit him in the head. I was literally aiming right at his head.
Now I got to see Tom.
It's missing.
Are you interested in soil?
Yes.
Yeah?
I don't know what she means, but I'm all about it.
I don't know what,
Thank you.
I don't know what soil is.
Super. Everything's super. Yeah, I just always, and when in doubt, I just always say yes.
Say yes. Yes and.
Yeah.
With S fan.
Yeah. I like that. Yes and with S fan. That's an improv
should be a show.
That's an improv show. Yes and with S fan. I like that. Wow. Dude. I feel like we're gonna see like some. Oh, that's creepy. Look at that guy.
Oh, Hanush. That's where you are. That's where you've been hiding. Wow.
Hans Capon or
This is legit.
what's his name?
Wow.
This is very legit.
Oh,
The main
apparently-
guy.
apparently the word for
Why do I
soil
keep
is also
forgetting the main
attic.
guy's name? Pebbles and
Yeah. Dude, this actually looks just like when you go into any of the barns and stuff in the game.
Yeah.
Where there's like a bunch of hay and stuff. It looks like the exact same.
Yeah, it does.
It's so cool.
Yeah, it really annoys me because I go looking for like a room for the night, an inn or something.
Yeah, and you end up sleeping right here.
Uh-oh, there's a
You can take the one
glitch.
upstairs.
Yeah, and they give you this.
And
It's
they're
up in the
like,
air, not on the
yeah.
ground.
Just lay
There
down.
it is. There's a patch of hay.
Then the thing pops up, the timer. And then somebody comes up to you. Get out of there. This isn't your bed.
An hour later, yeah. Like, you won't even let me sleep there? Jesus Christ be praised.
Is that a girl or a
We know,
guy?
like, actually. Oh.
Hey, don't be swinging at
Oh,
me, yo.
nice. I wonder what this clock is. That's for the bell?
Oh my God.
Wow. So they actually have like a massive, like, it's like a grandfather clock.
This is like the
But it's, it's not a grandfather clock, but it's like the similar mechanism.
It's like the quest of God.
Yeah.
The church, the clock tower.
Dude, this is so cool.
Unbelievable.
It would have been pretty if she didn't shave her head.
And look, they got the WD-40 in case it ever
And
starts.
they got
squeaking.
booze and everything. They got a pair of
Nice,
tennis
nice.
shoes.
Oh, we can go up.
Oh, thank you. Oh.
Godwin, get dressed. We're coming up.
Oh, they got a boat motor. Dude, they need to let me use that.
It's in the UK. Would definitely be
Dude, that boat motor would be sick.
The thing just popped.
Why can't I pick it up? Oh, man.
Oh, carefully.
Oh, careful.
I thought you could pick it up before.
Okay, yeah.
Crouch. Oh, Henry's just texted me.
Oh,
I thought you could pick it up and turn it on. Maybe it was a different game. You could pick up a boat motor and like chop zombies up with it.
He's a true sweetheart.
I think that was that one game.
This is the perfect research.
Yeah,
it's
isn't
just
this
too
wild?
late now.
Yeah.
Trying to remember the name of
It's
that game.
research after the fact.
Yeah. Oh, look, here's the TV antenna from the game. TV. Yeah. Oh yeah, the server rack from the game too. Oh, TV.
Wow.
Ammo,
This is when they got
nice.
fiber, and this actually was not in Kingdom Come 1, it was in Kingdom Come 2, they got fiber. S-Fan's friend sure does sound pretty similar to that one guy from the game. That's crazy.
Who would have thought?
Oh, wow. So this is from 1677.
Oh.
Now that is fucking old.
Oh my gosh, this is from the year 0. Yes, I made her laugh. Yes. This is so cool.
People dress better back then, in my opinion.
You know, it's crazy. I had this conversation on stream not too long ago where I appreciate like women's clothing from like this era. Like I was at a Renaissance fair and I was looking at it.
But
and
where's
like,
this guy's
it's
weak
interesting
spot?
to look at.
He doesn't really have a head.
I think the guys too. I think everyone looked better. You know. I think
Yeah. Says the basketball shorts guy.
Can't even hit him in the head. It just
You never
flies
know
right
when you gotta
through.
throw down, okay? The Pope's from Chicago, okay? That's why we got the J's on.
Maybe it's in the dick.
You find yourself in the Vatican?
Oh, these guys are so creepy, man. Get him in the dick.
Sorry.
Good doggy.
Whoa.
I could actually hit where I'm aiming.
Oh, this is a medieval refrigerator. Okay. Okay.
It's freezing.
Yeah, well,
it's already really cold.
Yeah.
I don't like dark, small spaces.
Missing one. There it is.
My pizzle's in a twist too. That's where you have to pull it. Are you yanking my pizzle? Oh, look, nests! Yay! They do exist. Chat wasn't lying. We're gonna go find some
Took
fucking
8
birds
to kill
nests.
him in the
My name
dick.
is Daenerys Targaryen, Lord of the Iron Dragon. I missed a fucking nest. Bloody hell! Oh my God! I see it. Yes! Yes! Jesus Christ be praised! Where is it? Where's my nest? Where's my fucking nest?
Alright, well, I filled up again.
Vanished! What the fuck is happening here? Where's the fucking nest? I'm looking everywhere for the nest. Where is it? The birds stood up and grabbed the fucking nest and just pulled it along. I can't find it. But this one, I'm right next to it, so I cannot miss.
That one gonna drop logs. Need some logs. Gotta make another shelf.
20 minutes later.
Yes! I see it, I see it, I see it. I got it. I got it. It's there. Examine nest. Yeah! Yeah! And it's an egg. For fuck's sake. But I just romanced Capon and I felt the need to pay for the service.
There's so many
I'm not
suitcases
your
on there.
whore. I'm not a fucking whore. Don't send me money if you romance me. Make sweet love to me and then call me the next day. Don't fucking leave a $5 on the table. That's dirty. I feel used. If you're gonna use me, at least give me a kiss on the forehead before you leave. You can't tip him in the game. Don't tip me at all! Oh, there's another nest coming up, guys. Don't want to miss that. Fucking... Hey chat, where can I get the materials to make this awesome sword? Go check the nests, Sir Hans Capon of Perkstein. Okay chat, I'll do that. Checks 3 nests. Finds 2 eggs and a pair of fucking spectacles, and 1 nest didn't even appear anywhere, just vanished. You guys are the worst. Luke, how did the audition for the role of James Bond go? Do you think you will beat Mr. Cavill? I had a word with Mr. Cavill, and basically we both agreed that I'm more fitting for the role, I'm better looking, I'm more charming, I have more followers. By followers I mean peasants. So I think that it would just be a better fit for the whole franchise, and you know, they want James Bond to do well, so it should be me. And he's going to step aside, so the announcement's coming out pretty soon. Guess who the next Bond is? Not me, right? So get that out of your head, because it's not happening. Guys, I need to talk to you, okay? This is a big deal. This is really serious stuff. Okay, you ready? It's very important that you know something. I've been to the doctors. It's pretty serious, I know. Sorry. But I did. I went to the doctors the other day, and I've had some bad news. Really, really bad news. And I felt like today was the right time to tell you the bad news. And
he's pregnant.
It turns out I just don't know if I can get through this. I have a giant ego. See, this is the problem with ruling.
Oh, God.
Not everyone is happy. You have to... Whoa! No fucking way. Oh my god, chat. Holy shit, chat. Holy shit, chat. Oh,
a giant
God, chat.
ego.
What the fuck, chat? Chat! Chat! Oh my god, it's gonna happen! Oh my god! What the fuck, chat? No way is that possible. No way have we done it on stream live. I was at like 97k. How have I got 3k in the space of... What? What? What has happened? I've got 100... Oh my god. This is insane. This is insane.
Wonder how long oysters last on the shelf before they go to shit.
Ah! Yeah, that happens pretty much every time. Ah! Whoops. Oh, Christ alive. Really? Really? Bloody people coming to fight me? I'm only trying to get to the poachers and find Capon. Can I not just fucking do that? Like, why you gotta fucking fight me all the time? Why is everyone so fucking aggressive in medieval Bohemia? No, I'm not a dead man, because you're not on a fucking horse, so shut the fuck up and leave me alone.
Fuck off before I kill you.
Oh, fuck you, dude! See? What's wrong with Bohemia today? Why is everyone being such a knob? Oh, by the way, I figured out I could do another impression the other day. Hey, Homer! Hey, Homer! It's pretty good, eh? My lord, will you help me transport some wheat bags to the wagon? No! Do it yourself, you fucking peasant. I'm a Bellatorist. You're a laboratorist. Get it right. Stop asking. And thank you very much, by the way.
The game belongs to the nobility.
Yeah, it does.
Not allowed. So
Yeah, it is.
let's go.
All right.
Quiet.
Shut the fuck up. You're a fucking poacher, and I am Lord Hans Capon, and I would never do that kind of thing. Pebbles just like fucking arrives out of absolute nowhere. It's just like she apparates. I look around, and I don't see her, and then I whistle, and she's like, ah, hi. Hey, I'm Sir Hans Capon. Mark, you're about as useful as a fucking chocolate teapot. I really need your help, dude. You're not helping. You're just kind of wandering around with me. You need to go find the fucking poachers. Oh, I don't trust him. I feel gaslit right now. I'm gaslit in Bohemia, guys.
I'm a father.
Oh, wow. He's excited to be a dad. Congrats.
Congratulations.
Huge for you, sir. Huge, huge
What's his
day.
name? You have to drink to him with me. I've got some fine brandy here.
Oh,
Come on. Let's drink to his health.
Oh, this. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm never one to turn down a drink.
May he grow strong, and to Johnsey's health.
Oh. Okay.
That was fucking disgusting. What?
Oh no. Oh shit.
Oh, I took so much cloth.
No.
Fuck. What was in that drink?
Oh my god.
All right.
I fucking knew it, chat. I fucking. You know when you just sense something's wrong, and I was like, I don't trust this guy. I don't like this. Oh, I'm a father. I've had a fucking kid.
Fucking babies.
You absolute dirty little tricking people into drinking your. I'm knocked out cold for hours. You just fuck off and take 50 glosses. I will literally hunt that motherfucker down if I ever see him again. If I ever see him again, chat.
I think these babies used to be way harder.
From his insides.
I don't know why you can't make baby back ribs out of them. Oh shit!
Organs on every parapet. I will put his head
Scared
on
the hell out of me.
lungs around. I will literally end his existence so fast. This is why the peasants need putting in line. This is what happens when you don't keep the peasants in line. They fucking ruin everything. I literally was just trying to be a good fucking lord. And what happens when you For fuck's sake, guys. I just wanted a bed. Right, sleep. Surely they're not going to wake me up here and be like, get out. Because like, that would be crazy.
You won't come here making trouble, fella.
What, are you fucking kidding me? You're going to begrudge me sleeping on a fucking, essentially, hay-filled bed? Are you kidding me?
I shot both of his legs and he's still running around like a dumbass. A lot of arrows.
Fuck you! Go on, Mark, you fucking legend. Never, ever disrespect the Lord of Lipa. Oh my god. Stealth kill, here we go.
Yep, honey.
Hans is going down.
Here
Kill.
you go, Jenny. Whoop some ass.
Kill! Fucking cunt! Die! Fine, I guess I'll have to fucking talk to the cunt. I love how he's also perfectly ignoring me right now. I'm literally stood here. There's no one else around. My dog, Mutt, is literally there, and I'm like, are you looking at me? He's looking at me! Hello? Are we going to talk about what happened? He's looking right at me. He's looking right at me. He's looking right at me. God, he's fucking handsome. Jesus Christ be praised. What? Don't raise your eye. Oh, he's giving me a right look there, isn't he? He's like, oh yeah, baby. What a fucking twat. Let's talk to him.
Are you fucking serious?
What? What the fuck? That's such a weird logic. Also, he's saying it like we're both in this together, when actually, you fucking abandoned me and was like, I'm gonna go find the wedding. Because the last time I fucking saw you, you absolute cretin, you left me in the lurch in a fucking stop by myself, and I had to spend the night there for a full, probably, maybe even 48 hours, while you gallivanted off looking for the fucking invite for the wedding. Oh yeah, unfortunate circumstances that you got us into, you fucking cunt.
This is a good spot. I don't know if I should leave here or not. Lots of action.
I can't believe him. Hans, you are, honestly...
Lots of guys to fight.
I don't know why anyone likes you in this game. I don't know why anyone gives a fuck about you. You are such a prick. Like, you are very, very...
Fucking baby raid, dude. Babies and a whole bunch of fucking...
Probably the most handsome man I've ever
Cannibal
come across
bandits
in my life.
came.
Okay, look at the state of him. Look at those cheekbones. Look at the fucking jawline. It's insane, right? I'm so not ready for this fight! Ah! Oh, now it's shooting.
Dude, that game is one of the best games I've ever played.
Absolutely nothing, chat.
I absolutely loved that game.
Boomstick? I'm sorry, but if I pointed a fucking
What's going on? Am I stuck?
in my hands in your face.
Hey, Henry, quick!
What?
I'll be right with you.
Where are you? Get out of my way.
What the hell? I keep getting stuck here. It's not deep enough.
Not down here.
I'll back up more.
What is happening?
20 minutes later.
Where is Shishka? Oh, that's Shishka. Look.
My favorite character in that game's the Dry Devil. He's so awesome, and he's been in all kinds of shows now since that game.
Jesus Christ, be praised.
Yeah, I really like Dry
Devil.
Devil.
Here? I'm in a fucking cave now. The fuck? Bootstrap Bill, you're a liar, and you will spend.
Oh, I'm gonna get stuck again, I think.
You can't see me. I'm invisible. No, I'm invisible.
I did.
Maybe you smell like fucking shit. Maybe before we have dinner, you have a fucking wash because you're gonna make me throw up. I don't know, just a thought.
All right, Mark, shut up. Come on, I just fed you, babe. No, come on, man, shut up. I fucking fed you. What's your problem? Oh,
Dude, what the fuck's wrong with my house?
What's going on, Mark? Dude, it's the mutt dance, the mutt dance, the mutt. I'm actually getting dizzy, Mark. Mark, I'm getting dizzy. Stop. Mark, I'm getting dizzy. Stop it. Mark, stop.
Is there something underneath it, or is that water? Like a baby stuck underneath the boat?
To the top!
Looks like it's really shallow still.
We are going to Gutenberg today. We go to Gutenberg today. Today we go to the Gutenberg. We go to the Gutenberg today. It is
Alright, I don't think it's shallow anymore.
We go today.
Mutt, shut the fuck up. Mutt!
Come here.
Come here, you little shit. Let me tell you something. Oi, come here. Come here. Come here.
Oh, what is this?
Good boy. You're a good boy. You're a good boy.
More batteries.
You're such a good boy. He's a good boy. That's what he is. It's what he does. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. And he's my good boy.
Yeah, I think that's electric fence right there. It's wire sticks and a battery, a light bulb.
Run. We've done it, chat. We've done it. It's raining. Well, it was a real pleasure to see the both of you. I hope your luck turns and things get better. Look who it is. I literally just fucking talked to you. How the
I'll
hell
put a
did
solar
you
panel
get
up
in the
here.
stocks?
Your mother was a toothless
I hate having a
cow
rope though.
suckled you
It's
on
fucking
pus
annoying.
and piss.
Fucking hell. My mother is a hard red line. I'm not offering to help him. He can fuck right off after talking about my mum. Oh shit. Oh god, sorry. No, I didn't do anything. He deserved it. He called my... He said bad things about my mum. He said bad things about my mum. No. I surrender. Sorry.
I surrender.
Ave Maria.
Ave Maria. Ave Maria.
How many batteries on me, or are they all downstairs?
If I don't have it, I'd be happy to get it for you.
This is an apparition. A demon! I love how they comment that it's raining. Yeah, it's alright. It's a bit fucking annoying with the rain, like, but nearly finished my shift. So, Tomcat next, yeah? I think I'm ready. I can do it. I challenge you to a duel. So there's a lot of riding on this.
Surprise? Bad luck. Sorry, lad, but it's too soon.
I can do this. Yes.
Go fuck yourself. Sorry, lad.
Oh hell yeah, I got 4 pouches. That little rumble. Fucking love pouches. I wonder if you can C4 in pouches. I don't think you can. C4 is like the rarest thing, you know? Okay, so I can put the batteries in front of the solar panels. There we go. Alright. Going electric up in this bitch. Why won't it let me switch? I want to put a stick in the ground. How do I make a light bulb thingy? Seen the dude make lights.
I'm not breathing.
I think it has to be on a wire.
So hard. No!
The pinnacle of swordsmanship are so-called master strikes. You can only perform a technique like that with a sword. No matter if it's short or long, or if you're using a shield. What you need is a blade and a guard.
I can't believe it.
Master strike is a...
Oh God, praise be the gods.
There's room enough for your men and you here at Rattay, and I'm sure my ward won't have any objection to me lending you his castle.
I'd be honored. Pechstein is at your disposal as long as you wish, your grace. But why in God's name does he have to use those barbarians? The gall of him. Fled from the enemy, disobeyed your orders, duped Sir Divish, lost your sword, put Sir Robard in danger with his actions, and now he wants a promotion. And the canon of St. Wenceslas in Olomouc was so drunk, he dragged the pig to the market square, saddled it up, and rode it out of the town gate. No, we can see that this wasn't going to end well. So, Sir Peter and I rode off to look for the good cannon on his pig.
Did you find him?
We tracked the filthy beast down to a sty beyond Cronau. I mean, the beast with a tonsure on its head. We never found the real pig, but the Reverend was sound asleep in the pigsty.
Birds of a feather stick together. It seems the same goes for pigs and prelates. I toast, gentlemen, to pigs and prelates.
God save them bacon.
Sir Hans, forgive my intrusion, but I need...
Oh, but what? You want to join us? Want to buy us around? I'm afraid we don't drink with peasants. You're not in your village now, boy.
No, sir. Curfew's been rung. The alehouse is closing.
Nothing closes while I'm sitting here. If that's all, you're dismissed.
Are you out of your mind, lad? You can't cross his lordship. He's got a temper like a bear with gut ache. If I was you, I'd get lost before he shows it.
The bailiff instructed me to close the tavern at the proper hour. He doesn't want anyone disturbing the peace after curfew.
The bailiff? The bailiff can kiss my arse. I trust you haven't...
Hey, you got light now.
Lord of Rattay.
No, it's Sir Hannah.
Actual light.
Is he here? What? Is he hiding under the table, maybe? No! Then what he wants isn't worth a fart in a bathhouse. And besides, he's
Cool.
only charged till I grow up.
Which clearly hasn't happened yet.
Enough! You can't...
Professional electrician here, yeah.
Come now, sirs. You're not going to fight here, are you?
We most definitely are. This yokel needs to be taught his place.
Crucifix! What in the name of Christ is happening here? Hell?
Answer me, damn you!
This peasant insulted me. I had to teach him a lesson.
By rolling around in the mud like a hog? That's a fine example of noble conduct.
Sir Hannes, the bailiff ordered me
Silence! You shut your mouth and thank your lucky stars that you are Radz's
All right.
ward.
We're ready to roll.
Have you gone out of your mind? Raising your hand to a nobleman? And you, Hans, how many times have I told you that drinking with your subjects might be good for their morale, but it's bad for your honor? You spend all your days drinking and chasing wenches, which wouldn't matter if you paid any attention at all to your duties. And now we see what that leads to. Tomorrow, you will go with me to a hearing. Some landowners have asked me to settle a dispute. It'll be an excellent lesson for you.
I had planned to go hunting, but if you think listening to the pointless gripes of a bunch of old fools will benefit me, so be it.
Ooh, hunting. Well then, Your Grace, I'll tell you what. You can go hunting.
Really?
Naturally. Who am I to deprive the young Lord Capon of his sport? And you can take Henry here as your page.
Him? Absolutely not.
You'll do as I've commanded.
Yeah, before it goes bad.
It's time you learned how to lead people, and not just in drinking and brawling. Now
Damn,
get
I'm
out
low
of
on
my
water.
sight.
You want to take him down with an arrow? Certainly. Why wouldn't I?
You won't kill him like that. Boar is hunted with spears.
Is that so? So now all of a sudden you're a master huntsman, are you? Watch and learn.
Did you see that?
Damn, I'm good. Quiet. So, next time you try to tell me I can't kill a boar with an arrow...
Climb that mountain right there.
After him! Fetch! Mount up, Henry! Chase down that swine! Yeah! 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 Die! Yeah! Yeah! Come on, Henry! Keep up! Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Land ahoy! They really need to let me hook that motorboat up to my shit, my house.
It's Lord Capon. Get here, everybody. You, help him.
Shift over. I don't want to tread on anything vital.
All right, just give me a moment and I'll roll it up again.
My mobile warehouse.
Oh, that feels good.
Man, don't take this personally, but I've never seen a man more in need of a wash. I've known cowpats less fragrant.
Shift over. I don't want to tread on anything vital.
All right, just give me a moment and I'll roll it up again.
Ugh. Oh, that feels good.
Is there a reason you're dressed for the occasion? You're not a maid under all those clothes, are you?
Lord Almighty, this is a bathhouse, not a laundry.
I dare somebody to type in chat. Prove that there's at least one human in chat. Dude, I've streamed for like 30 straight hours, and the only person I've seen type in chat is my friend. Actually, you know what? There's another guy that came in here that I know. Explosives holder. What does that say? Something holder. Arrow storage. What? Oh, there's an arrow storage.
Not like the other girls.
Me need that. I love arrows.
You are different.
I've been keeping them on the regular shelves.
More.
Weapon rack. Oh, weapon rack.
What?
Night holder. It says like it says. I think it says night holder.
Flowers do you like?
Well.
It says
I like
foldable.
all kinds. I like dandelion,
Foldable glider holder.
sage, knotweed, and poppies.
I got the glider. What got that? Rock path. Stick path.
The lady requests.
Catcher. We want another one of these guys right here, so I can have more waters.
Sage, cabbages. Right.
No, knotweed and poppies.
What? You want me to go flower picking now?
I know. I'm putting you to work again. But if you do it, I'll
We need to make a shelf there, so I can...
70 flowen groschen.
That much? All right, I'll go.
What the hell are you doing here? I'd like some privacy, if you don't mind.
Come for my wench.
Well, as you can see, I'm not your wench or anyone else's, so fuck off.
You doing with my Clara, you cunt?
Archie, stop that. He's just bathing here.
Bathing here, is he? When all the wenches but you are whores.
Archie.
Well, are you whoring now too?
That's enough, Archibald.
Archibald?
Shut your mouth, I'm not done with you.
No, I swear the gentleman hasn't touched me.
Actually, that's quite true. Well, mostly.
No, nothing happened. Nothing.
We'll talk about this later. First, I'm dealing with this bastard.
I'd like to see you try arse and balls.
Arse
and balls!
For the love of God, stop it, both of you!
Fucking hell. Hey.
What do you think you're doing?
Probably help if I got the sticks first.
Fuck you! Fuck a lot of you!
Archie, wait!
You just got a thrashing from arse and balls.
Sick of the climbing this damn rope, so I need to put a shelf up here.
What the hell got into you? Trying to drown a nobleman?
You gotta be kidding me. I need one more stick.
I didn't know.
Get out of my sight. Go on before I remember I can have you hung.
I apologize, your lordship. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Archie, wait!
Phew. I nearly got drowned by arse and balls.
Oh. That's the least relaxing bath I've ever had.
Fuck, I feel like I've swallowed the Baltic.
Oh, drinking will be the death of you.
Damn right. Is there
Did you use like
wine?
big rocks for nothing?
Are you out of your fucking mind? You want to carry on?
Of course. Well, don't tell me you don't fancy a drink after all that.
Oh yeah, right now I can jump up, maybe.
Who's there?
Is it blocking me?
I can't see you.
Okay, now it's
Your
not.
most ardent admirer, fair maid.
Uh-huh. And do you have a name?
What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would still be a flower, wouldn't it? Start.
Father is coming. Hide.
Give me some dandy again. I'll gut with my filleting knife.
I didn't hear anyone.
Did you hear what he said? No, I have a bad feeling about this, Hans. I think we should...
Are you still there?
Still here, my love. How could I have apart from you?
Father's coming. He'll kill you.
He will not. Because he will never cross his mind where I'll be.
Henry, it's time for me to claim my prize. Whatever happens, cover my back.
There you are, you seducer. Now you'll see how a butcher protects his daughter's honor.
Oh, yeah.
Time. You got some explaining to do, you bastard.
Well,
I can save my life
my
sometime.
ward and his, what shall we say, chaperone.
Uncle, my lord.
I hope we haven't dragged you away from anything too important.
Not at all, Uncle. We
like
were just...
boozing and whoring, for
Time to
instance.
explore.
Uncle, I can...
Perhaps you were busy, causing mayhem in the middle of the night and beating up my subjects.
No, it wasn't... Henry and I were just...
Henry's as big a fool as you are. But he's not my ward, thank Christ. What the hell do the pair of you think you're doing? There are people in this fiefdom
Henry did
who
it.
work from dawn to dusk to put food on their tables.
It's always Henry's fault.
May I remind you? And then they look at you, Hans, their lord and master.
That tree, like underground.
That fellow you beat up last night was a guard, a new guard on the town watch. And
This
he
is like a
couldn't report
mega
to
stick
duty this
place.
morning
There's
because
like
of his
really good
injuries.
stick trees
I
here.
had the bailiff here complaining, and could I tell him what I really think about this whole sorry affair? Of course not. That would demean me. And you too.
I feel like this hill would be a really good place to make a base. You could just like chop down the trees and they'd roll right down the hill.
Maybe you think because you're the lord here you can get away with anything. But you're sadly mistaken, you blockhead. A lord remains a lord only as long as he commands the loyalty of his subjects. And I'm sure I don't have to tell you the folk here are not exactly enchanted at the prospect of
A lot of
having you in
cabins on this
charge.
island.
That was the last straw, Capon. One more of your escapades and I'll send you to your mother in Poland.
Tell what that says.
For all I care, she can dress you up like a wench and marry you off to some Hungarian.
Uncle, that arson Archibald tried to murder me. What was I to do?
Oh, don't exaggerate. Well, I'm hardly surprised after you molested his girl and humiliated him.
I was only...
Oh,
TV! Someone on TV! It's an old boob tube.
you started taking some responsibility. I have a job for you. Maybe that will keep you out of mischief.
Oh, I can't use that pitchfork. What the fuck is this game, dude? I could fuck some shit up with that pitchfork.
He is. He came here with the remnants of his retinue to seek refuge.
Of course, there's always dead people in every single house.
What happened to him, sir?
Imagine a house without dead people.
Was attacked by one Wolfram of Camburg. Milota pursued him almost as far as Neuhof and engaged with him. Unfortunately, the skirmish didn't end well for Milota.
Wolflin of Camburg, that name is familiar.
He's kin to the Oleshna lords too, a cousin of Bernard's and Milota's.
These things are kind of weird, man. I feel like they could have made these houses a little better.
I just wish they'd found somewhere else to
Or
thresh
whatever
out
the
their
fuck they are.
What do you want us to do, sir?
Go and see Bernard in the courtyard. You got a report that Wolfram
So,
pillaged
a
some
chair
other
with a
farms
light on
around
it?
Neuhof, and he's putting a squad together to ride against him. Mind your step, though. It's a family affair. After all, maybe more to it than meets the eye.
There was a monster or
The
something over there, and it
important
was
thing is
just
to get
her.
that damn
It was just
scavenger out of
Jenny.
the domain. If possible, without bloodshed. I can't afford to lose any men over this business. Have I made myself clear?
Yes, sir. Very well, Uncle.
Get to work, then.
See where I am.
Lord Capon, are you quite
Island up
certain you want to
there.
engage in this action?
Quite.
Island right
After
up
all, it
there.
can't be much
2
different from
islands.
sneaking out of the upper castle in Rattay and back in every night. Besides, who else will keep this hothead from raising?
Need to find out where we get the gun or the shovel.
That you do, my lord.
Feel like I
Let
need to
God
get the
guide our
shovel.
footsteps.
Another shovel's important.
Come on then. Let's get
Shovel.
the fuck out of here before they catch us.
Searching on the map.
I hear you have some accounts
Double.
to settle with him.
Ah, not entirely. I'm done with him. Sigismund trusted him more than me in his campaign against the Ottomans, and we all know how that ended
Lapnods,
up.
Munkener.
How did it end up?
Badly, my
Oh yeah, I remember.
So, are you really going to let them go? My word is my
Get the
bond,
firefighter
He's a
axe.
cutthroat and a liar. Good men are dead because of him. What's to stop us from skewering him as soon as he sets
Dig
foot
site
outside?
maintenance
Our
bunker
honor.
A.
Quick, to the battlements.
Oh no, that's not where you get the shovel. That's where you get the firefighter axe. Where?
They really are heading for Skalitz.
Where do I get the shovel though? Cave C right here, walking entrance.
We're not going to follow them. We just have to collect your father. Or do you want him to walk back here when they release him? There's no sign of them. Move on.
I need a rebreather and rope gun to get it. It's Cave C.
I'm glad to see Istvan kept his word, sir.
Not half as glad as I am, Your Grace.
Well, we kept our word too. And now Toth has had his head start and he's fair game. Which way do they go?
To the north, but I would be careful, Sir Hans.
Fear not, Your Grace. I have twice as many men as he.
Idol, cave,
I won't
cave,
keep you any
cave.
longer. I'm sure the two of you have a lot to say
In
to
and
each other.
camps, point entrance, spawn
Let's
point,
go.
3D cave entrance. Here we go.
Are you
All
going to the meeting
cave,
with Margrave Jobst as well?
I am. What about
rope
Istvan?
gun cave,
I assume
cave
we
D,
didn't catch him?
require
No. Because if we had, you'd be the first one
cave
to know.
D requires
No fear.
rebreather.
Get him eventually.
Cave
I
C
hope you're
shovel.
Anyway, let's go and see what Jobst wants from us.
Cave C's over by my base.
My lords.
We're literally on the
Christ's
complete
blessings
opposite
on
side
you
of
all.
Cave C
And
right
on
now.
you, Lord Capon. A king, in fact, who never wanted to be king.
Then why didn't he just let his brother have the crown?
Young sir, the crown weighs heavy
Ice
when there
cave
are duties
entrance.
to be performed.
Blueprint spear
I'm
thrower.
not on the
Ugh.
best of terms with them at this moment, so you'll have to ask them yourselves.
Yes. Why not?
Let me show you guys
I'll
what
go
I'm
and
looking
visit
at.
Bergov at his castle and we'll see what he tells me.
You know, that's not such a bad idea, young sir.
When can you set out?
Just as soon as I've packed my things.
Excellent. Margrave Jobst and I will draft a letter. Get ready, and we'll meet
You guys
back
can
here.
see what I'm actually
lord.
looking at.
How's the letter coming along?
Display capture.
Then we can be on our way.
Now remember what we said, boy. All you have to do is
Window,
deliver the letter,
no.
listen to the answer, and come back here.
Oh, I need to
Don't
add
provoke Bergov
something.
in any
You
way.
know.
Provoke? Me? Never, uncle. We'll be back in a few days. Farewell, your graces. Come, Henry.
Gotta add a
men
new
await.
one.
I wish you Godspeed.
So, no. Browser. Here we go. Okay.
Let's get to it then. I finally have the feeling we're doing something worthwhile. We're helping to save the king.
Instead of saving his drunken majesty, I'd rather find that whoreson who murdered my parents, get the sword back from him, and skewer him with it.
Cheer up, Henry. I have a feeling you'll get your chance one day, and it won't be long in coming. Forward, men! Audentes fortuna juvat!
Stupid ad. Why is it showing the ad? Oh, this is shit. It's showing the browser, but it's not like showing you the one I'm looking at. Properties.
Oh god, here we go. He's back. He's back with another bloody video. People say to me, why? Why'd you bother, Luke? Why'd you bother? You're spending your precious time making videos for these utter peasants. You know what I say? I say, because I love calling them peasants. That's why. Today we've got something really fun for you. Yes! We're going to have a look through all of the fun things that have happened on social media with regards to Kingdom Come and Hellscape on over the past
Flashlight
few
attachment,
months, if not years,
golden
that have made me
mask.
laugh, made me smile, made me think, fuck you!
There's a
So we're gonna
space
start
suit
with
in
one of my
there?
favourite moments of the past few years that might be where I peaked in my online comedy. It's never really been as good. Basically, one of the fans had just started playing the game. This is when the first game came out, and it was a little bit buggy, and they were still working out the kinks. And this fan complained to Warhorse on Twitter publicly. And I don't know how I found it, but I thought it was really funny. And he said, "Hey Warhorse, I'm experiencing a major bug in the game. The bug is very frustrating, and the bug is that Hans Capon keeps following me and won't stop. He keeps interrupting my actions, and he follows you no matter where you are in the world. Thanks." And then I just left him. I just left a reply saying, "Hi Henry.
Orca,
You can't
shiitake,
get away from
cannibal
Hans
camp.
anywhere he goes in the game." And then he
Crates
complains
too.
about it to Wars, and then
Pond.
I show
Oh shit, it's a pond.
on the complaint. It's like, fuck off.
Geniuses.
Oh, good times. That tweet's still available. So you
Found a
could,
pond,
leave me a
guys.
message
It's a
and
body
tell
of
me you
water.
found
It must be
the
a
next
pond.
one is an absolute classic. If you know me, you probably know about this one already. But there was a mod in Kingdom Come Deliverance, probably still is, where you can make people naked. Being made naked is one thing. That's humiliating enough. You know, without my fucking consent, you've taken my fucking clothes away, my royal garb, as it were, and you've laid out my bare nips and my titties for the world to see. And that's fine by me. But could you not have been a little bit more generous to the downstairs area? Why you gotta do me like that, bro? Don't know who this was, but whoever it was, why you gotta do me like that? Why you gotta do me like that?
Maybe he has a small pee-pee fetish.
Someone gave me a micro wiener. Look, no offense to
Micro
those with
wiener.
micro wieners, motion of the ocean, all that jazz, but it is hilarious, and the bush is bigger than the snake.
That's
and,
so funny.
I mean, I'm speechless.
I mean, I even had that
The
mod,
sad
but I'm
thing
sorry
really
I
about
didn't
this
take
is
off
that one of my best
Hans's
friends, anytime we meet
clothes.
anybody new
I
together,
was more interested
this
in
is
seeing
one of
other
the
people.
First thing he brings up, he'll be like, "Hey, Luke's in a video game. Have you seen this? Have you seen this?"
What's her name? Forget her name. The hot
and
lady.
he will
The hot
expose
mama.
my nakedness to said person.
Forget the hot
Needless
mama's
to say,
name in the
I
game.
don't bring him
I mean,
out
there's a
here
lot
now.
of romance
This
scenes
one's
in
not,
that
like,
game. You
extremely
can sleep
funny,
with
but
like
a fan
everybody
made
in the
this, I
game.
think, and I thought it was really
You can
good.
even sleep with Hans.
Because I like the film Fight Club, and it's
You
Tom
like
and
the
I
boys.
with the soap. Because
Where's
if
my
you
boat?
don't know,
Is it way over there?
many moons
Fudge.
ago, Warhorse and Toby was a
Fudge.
real bastard, and they
I'm so sick of
drummed up a
paddling that
little
damn
bit of
boat, dude.
anticipation for a reveal,
Once I
and
make the
everyone's
trip
like,
around the
"Oh,
island, I'm
is
never
it
fucking
gonna be
boating
juicy,
again.
juicy?" And it was not. It was the unveiling of soap.
Tires. Can I make a car?
But I thought that the Fight Club soap poster was really, really clever. So that's going in.
I think it's so
Oh,
cool
this
the
one's good.
the green grass.
I'm on all the social media channels for Hans, and I try and keep up with everyone and respond to everyone as much as I can. So I'm on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and Reddit. And I was on Facebook, right? And this guy, Ollie Select, said 100 likes on this post, and I will name my firstborn son Kunesh. Needless to say, that post got 440 likes, and I said to him, I will track you down and hold you to this. And to this day, I am in touch with Ollie, and I will be there at the hospital. I'll be looking over his shoulder as he signs that birth certificate, if that's what it takes. And he knows I'm serious. I send him a message every few weeks saying, have you met the one yet?
What's wrong with Kanush? I like that name.
Time's are ticking. Biological clocks are moving. Let's get.
I'm okay
let's
with
get
naming a
someone up the
kid
duff. Let's
Kanush.
go, boy.
Any of my
Kunesh is on
kids
his
Rowan
way.
and Colin.
Let's get Kunesh. I'll even deliver the baby. Let's go. Let's go, bro. So that's Ollie's fate sealed. You know, don't make promises you can't. You know, don't make promises your ass can't. Don't write checks your ass can't check. Don't write checks your ass can't cash, because that's what happens. Hans Capons are coming for you, bitch. How can I forget Victoria Hofferson? Victoria.
I wonder how I could make the base really far with these. I could make this like a floating metropolis with those shelves.
Everyone said
technically.
her. And I was hurt, guys. I was hurt. You know, I mean, I am the original. Just because she comes swanning in here with a good looks and a blonde hair doesn't mean that she just gets to take the title of Hans Capon away from me, okay? What are you doing? Who's your boy? Who feeds you? Who feeds you? Don't bite the hand. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. But no, fair enough. She does make a pretty cool Hans Capon, so I'll give it that one. This one's a little bit meta, but I think it's pretty funny. Someone posted a meme with Henry Cavill and the Aqua guy.
Is there a mod for this game where I can increase the boat speed?
On the Kingdom Come subreddit, and with the caption, "He lurks." And this is, of course, true. I do lurk, and I'm always watching you, and I'm always reading everything that you're putting. So don't even think that I'm not. I thought
Somebody
this was really
please
funny
type in
because
chat.
it became really uber, super meta, to the extent that I was lurking on Reddit and discovered a post about me lurking on Reddit, and then it got
Stream for
pretty
12
crazy
hours and
because
not a single person typed in
I
chat.
said, I'm lurking on a post about me lurking, and then someone said, I'm lurking on Twitter.
First
about
person in
Luca
chat that
lurking
types
on
gets a
subreddit
free
post
Starforge PC.
about him lurking on the subreddit. And then I said, I'm lurking on a subreddit comment about a Twitter post about me lurking on a subreddit about me lurking on a subreddit. And at that point, I had to call it quits. But lurkception is what ended that. And then there was another one here. Luke Dale lurking in the subreddit. A meme about
I need
Luke
one myself.
lurking in the subreddit. It gave me a bit of a headache. There was also the time that I posted some of the art that's been sent to me over many, many years. There was a lot of art that came out during the first game and was sent to me. And, you know, some of it was of a homoerotic nature, which is fine if people want to send me that. Absolutely no problem at all. But then I had all these homophobes in the comments. Not many, I must say, but a few of them. And I was like, guys, like, grow up. Just grow up, man. Like, come on.
First person in chat gets a free Starforge PC. That's not a view butter.
Like, chill the fuck out. All right, love is love.
You don't get a PC if you're a view bot.
But I must say that some of the art that I've been sent over the years is truly amazing, and I do really appreciate it when people send it in. So thank you for that, guys. Oh god, this one was crazy. Someone actually killed me. No, I didn't even know this was possible in the game. It's funny because my friends have always made the gag with me of like, I'm just going to buy the game and I'm going to kill you. And I've always been able to retort with, you can't. I'm one of the few characters you can't kill. But this post kind of shook me a little bit. So I was like, I've never seen this shit. I've never seen hands laid out like that. Looks pretty bad. And of course I said, you will pay for this transgression dearly, which whoever this motherfucker is will pay. Poor Hans. I mean, look at the poor bastard. That's some serious shit. What's he been through? Why you gotta do me like that? That's worse than the naked stuff. Actually, no, the naked stuff's worse. There was this Reddit post that was just, Luke Dale, you lied to us. Because I'd already done an AMA and Reddit.
How do people even get popular streamers? Do they gotta like...
And everyone...
They gotta be really good at talking themselves, right?
I was like, I've no idea. I've honestly not a clue. I really don't have a clue. And I had to lie to your faces. But it's nothing compared to the pain that I went through for 3 years under NDA. 3 years! Do you know what that kind of pain's like? No, you don't. You have no idea what it's like to go through that. So leave me alone. Get off my back. You really can't expect him to reveal anything when he's under NDA. Lying was absolutely on the table for him. I actually believed him when I watched that video. Now I am angry and excited at the same time. You pulled an Andrew Garfield on us. Luke is such a menace. I am a menace. Some people thought that I was about to say KCD1. Now, I want to address this because I'm actually very good at never leaking anything. I don't think I was about to say KCD1.
Some of you might be joining just from Twitch, so you might not know, but I played Hans Capon in KCD and had.
I might have been about to say KCD when, and then continue the thought, but I don't think I would have been that stupid. I'm a bit stupid, but I'm not that fucking stupid. I'm literally sat on a stream with all the fans talking about the game, and I know the second one's coming. But I'll let you guys believe I nearly let the cat out of the bag because it's more fun, you peasants. Look,
Trying to think how would I get over there really quick. I think if I climb the mountain.
But the joy that it brings me from lurking on social media with you guys is effervescent. It's evergreen, and I will continue to do it. Someone someday I put really nicely here where they said, this right here is why the game has such an amazing following. Subreddit frequented by the actual actors who also seem to be pretty good meme lords. Jesus Christ be praised. And of course I replied saying, Jesus Christ be praised, baby. I'll tell you why I like to engage with everybody. It's because you're all really nice people, and as long as that continues and we can have a lovely dynamic between all of us,
I need to go to the cave.
I'm going to keep doing it because it's really, it's great. I do think there are some gaming communities where that isn't the case and it's kind of toxic, and I wouldn't want to be a part of that because life's short and fuck that noise. Luke Dale is a bigger KCD fan than any of us. It's true. Don't forget, Gamescom is coming up this month, 20th of August, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and some big things are dropping. So do stay tuned for all of that.
It's a really big world.
Really exciting. I know what's coming because I'm the motherfucking G, and I can't wait for Warhorse to share with you what we have worked on. It's going to be amazing.
You got too nerdy for me. Warehouse rated. It's indoors, rainiest place on earth. Evanescence. Paranormal files. Iran could activate sleeper cells inside the U.S. Sleeper cells. Tried 17th century sailing. Epic fail. 5. Dune Awakening. Can a non-survival fan enjoy this game? Indian State Streets. What's in your van? What's in a van? Live footage from inside the ship. Bronx River. Let's see. Dwarf Brawlers. Ooh, you want to watch some dwarf boxing? Only 5 minutes long. Damn it. Fuck it.
I think this fight is going to get tense, and I think the Heartbreaker is going to put on a very big performance.
Now, the Heartbreaker is not Bobby Joe's girlfriend, for confirmation. That's her sis.
Not the girlfriend or the boyfriend.
Almost looks like an identical twin.
Island's really big. Even though it looks small on the map, it's huge.
1-0 lifetime.
The diapers.
He's literally wearing diapers.
Well, always down to watch some fucking midgets box. Dude, this shit's funny as fuck.
I don't know what I think. Baby CJ Williams says he doesn't fear our championship.
No, one of my U-bots left.
Dylan Heartbreaker Tovey. Honestly, can you say this? Now, you thought those two were dating?
I did think they were dating. Yes, I thought they were boyfriend-girlfriend. I was wrong. I'll admit I was wrong.
They are, can you say this? That the Toveys, they're genetically gifted?
Yeah. They're they're both great fighters.
I love midgets.
But both of these fighters are undefeated in one bout each.
Right. Oh, and Tiny Texie put the shorts on them. They are good friends.
I didn't even see the shorts come on.
Yeah, that was quick. Put the shorts on over the diaper.
Great,
I thought
great
he was
shorts.
I thought he was going to fight the diaper. Here we go.
Those shorts look loose. I wouldn't be surprised if they fall during this fight.
Oh, some heavy action right off the bat. Good right.
Oh, wow, the baby is
like a
coming
man.
out.
Baby's very angry. The baby's
Got
coming
his
out.
chin up though, Dave. His chin is up.
Yeah, it's to the sky. But he's in total control, the baby.
He is.
And one hand is on the rope of the beautiful one.
We might have sold the
Heartbreaker.
baby short because of the titty milk.
I never sold him short. He's imposing his will on the Heartbreaker. Good start for the baby. I can't tell who's screaming, but somebody is. Feels like it's in my head. And here comes Tovey trying to come back and push into the corner. Holding, gonna throw a punch, and he
Nice
does!
right.
Landed! That stunned the baby.
We haven't seen Tovey face this kind of adversity in Rough and Rowdy before.
Well, Tovey a little upset at the ref after that.
He's 1-0.
Some holding, yeah.
What would you say that round had to go to the baby, right?
I'd go with the baby, yeah. I'd go with the baby. He looks dazed, though, if you look at him in the corner right now.
Well, he got clocked with a good
he
shot.
looks
at the
dazed.
end.
Guys, Big Cat's having a kid tonight, and it is Father's Day coming up. So Father's Day's right around the corner. Don't forget to get your dad a Father's Day gift at the Barstool Sports Store. Dad rope hats, polo quarter tips, best tasting coffee and Stella Blue coffee. Support Big Cat's Kids College Fund.
Rotten oysters,
So much
dang
more.
it.
Go to store.barstoolsports.com for all the latest and greatest in Father's Day merch. Also, Mother's Day this Sunday. Don't forget that, everybody.
Yes. Shout out to my mom and my sister, my girlfriend, my mom and girlfriend, excellent mothers. Excellent mothers.
When we found out that Big Cat was not going to be able to make it because his wife was going into labor, Jerry scurried off on his phone. Honey, I got the call. I'm on the big show. Great news. Great news.
Yeah.
Breaking
I got
news.
the call up, Dave. That's great news.
I'm on the telecast.
You
Bye,
would have
Dan.
thought he got the call to the majors.
And the baby his chin is to the sky right now.
Whoa,
And he
good
just got
right.
caught.
He
Good
paid
right.
for it.
And now,
Yeah, he did.
And he goes for the clinch. Smart and he gets pushed away.
Yeah.
The baby's lost control of his fight. Another big
right.
right. This is all now beautiful Tovey. Is that his name? Heartbreaker Tovey. Oh, it's a
Nice. Yeah, the baby's in trouble here.
He is. I
Tovey
don't know
is
if he
in
had
control.
He didn't prepare for the 3-round
What's he
fight. He
saying?
prepared
He's
for
done?
one.
He's calling it. It's over.
Wow.
No mas.
No boss.
Oh.
Roberto Duran.
Wow.
The beautiful baby is going crazy in the corner.
He had the cardio of a baby.
The beautiful Bob.
No!
yeah,
Well,
it's
okay.
over.
Thought he was going to dump it out.
By the way, I love the little heart in the braids of Dylan Heartbreaker Tovey.
That's fire.
Wow. Dylan Heartbreaker Tovey took the baby's best shots, spit it back in his face, and made him say no mas.
And I just noticed Tovey's wearing some Conor McGregor tribute shorts. With
Damn,
the
it's
fucking
over
picture.
already?
Oh, wow, those are fire.
Nice.
Beautiful
Quick
Bobby
fight.
Joe. Fired up for her
Oh,
brother.
you can't take your eyes off of her, Jerry.
Come on, Dave. Come on.
Can't take it. What a comeback from Dylan the Heartbreaker Tovey.
And the rapper who we just saw with Large is fighting up next. He was the one who had that cartoon knockout. I can't wait for that.
Let's go with the winner.
Hey, I'm here with the Heartbreaker right now. A little bit of blood coming out of that nose right now. Did he get you at all?
Got me a couple good times, but I wasn't going to give up. I knew I could beat his ass. I just had to go slow.
It seemed like he took his best flurry on in the beginning. What was your mindset when he was coming at you with all that?
I knew that he wasn't going to be able to keep going for long, so I just wanted to let him get tired. And then when he got tired, that was my turn to go in.
Hey, he quit at the end. You think he's a bitch?
I'll let the fans decide that.
Fans, it's up to you guys. Back to you.
Gracious in victory. And that was a good victory. Those are one of those ones in Rough and Rowdy where you turn the tide. And it's hard to turn the tide in a 3-round fight. But he was getting rocked early, totally turned it around late first round, went on for the win.
Robbie Fox here, Rough and Rowdy commentator and ringside correspondent. If you're new to the channel, make sure you subscribe, new videos every week, and go to watchrnr.com for the latest info on our upcoming events and how to find out how you could be the next fighter in the Rough and Rowdy ring. Dynamite, Jeremy Smith from Columbus, Ohio.
He's the champion right now.
A great fighter for Rough and Rowdy versus Trey, the King Midget Jackson, who comes from the same camp as the little person we saw win earlier tonight.
Oh, okay.
They're both professional wrestlers together. They both love to put on a big show for the crowd. This is going to be a great matchup, Dan.
So, Trey Jackson said that he surprises himself with his speed sometimes. I also don't know, he's fighting out of Oklahoma, but he's wearing British colors?
British colors.
Bro, this boat is killing me.
I think maybe he just found someone else's shorts that fit. Because his shorts say Little Vicious on them.
Oh, and his nickname is not Little Vicious.
His nickname is not Little Vicious.
I think, yeah, he's probably borrowing some shorts.
All right, here we go.
Oh, big punches to start this one off.
And we got another caught in the ropes.
But Trey Jackson's throwing. He's throwing hands.
But he's not really connecting.
No, but he's just throwing.
Jeremy Smith is doing, oh,
he's caught in the ropes.
Oh, yeah. That was bad.
Jeremy Smith just ducked and came up with a big right over the top.
Trey Jackson
Where
is
is my
fast,
phone?
very fast. Way faster
great
than
hair,
anyone else that Jeremy Smith has fought before.
That's a great hairdo.
Yep. Yeah, his speed is
good punches.
Hey Google, where's my phone?
You don't see Jeremy Smith get hit like that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Jeremy Smith even looks like he's trying to feel out right now what's going on. He also has nicer shorts than the last time we've seen him as well. Everyone's leveling up here, Rough and Rowdy.
Oh,
caught in the ropes for the second time this round.
And I think he's got a little
Hey Google, can you make the boat faster in Sons of the Forest?
He might have a real contender for Jeremy Smith on his hands.
Sons of the Forest, making your boat faster isn't as straightforward as adding a motor or sail, like in some other survival games. The boats are generally simple rafts or houseboats that rely on paddling. Here's what the community and game observations suggest about increasing boat speed. Paddling is key. The primary way to move your raft or houseboat is by paddling. While it might seem slow, consistent paddling is your main method of propulsion. Some players note that using paddles can significantly increase your speed compared to just drifting. Small raft for speed. The small raft is generally considered the most nimble and easiest to maneuver, and therefore can be the fastest for a single player. Large rafts and houseboats are much slower, especially for one person. Kelvin's help, limited. If you're playing co-op or have Kelvin as a companion, some updates have made Kelvin better at swimming and less likely to get stuck, which can help if he falls off your raft. However, Kelvin isn't typically going to actively help you paddle the boat faster. No motors or sails, currently. As of now, there are no craftable motors or sails to significantly boost your boat speed. The game focuses on a more primitive survival experience. Community desires. Many players express a desire for faster water travel, including options for motors or more effective sails. This suggests it's a common frustration point, and something that could potentially be added in future updates. Modding, unofficial. While not officially supported by the developers, some games like The Forest, predecessor to Sons of the Forest, had mods that could alter vehicle speeds. It's possible similar mods exist or could be developed for Sons of the Forest, but this is outside the scope of official gameplay. In essence, for official gameplay, your best bet for faster water travel is to stick with a small raft and paddle consistently.
This is what Jeremy Smith does.
Oh no.
This
paddling
is
non-stop.
This is a great answer from our champ, Jeremy Smith.
And he backs up the King Midget into the ropes.
Trey Jackson is in trouble. Trey Jackson is in serious trouble.
I mean, it literally takes, I think,
took that first round to download
about 20 days to get completely around that.
And took it to him. Oh! Wow. It was a push, but it was a hard push. We count that here in Rough and Rowdy.
Shizat the Rizet has been kicked out of his ringside spot.
He also already scored the round before it was over. He gave that one to Jeremy Smith. He's right.
Yeah, no, he's gone. He got kicked out.
He took his shirt off, started going wild.
You can drink and take your shirt off and scream right next to him.
Yeah.
But hey,
he's celebrating. He's having a good night.
19 under boob alert. 19 under boob alert. I'm just going to say it for the boys at home. All the kids are asleep. 19 under boob alert. Yep, get it, Spider. That's what I'm saying. 19 has now taken the cake. Nothing like some good under boob.
Look at this replay. Huge hit that backs him up. You don't know
Sorry, Midget Boxing ain't doing it for me.
And then he put him into the ropes. That was a
I'm gonna watch something more exciting. Let's watch this. Watch Israel or tip channel.
The entire Air Force is taking part in the operation that saved Israel from annihilation. Everything that can be told about the strike
I don't
in
blame
Iran
Israel,
is
man.
coming
Like,
up next.
Israel's
launched
really
a
small. A
preemptive
nuke could almost
strike in
completely
Iran,
destroy the country.
destroying dozens of nuclear facilities and other installations that were attacked, including several senior Iranian figures that included the chief of the staff of the Revolutionary Guards, a high-ranking commander in this terrorist organization that was eliminated. And so far,
Sad
500
that humans
strikes
have to
have been
fight.
reported. I'm Yair Pinto, bringing you the live
So
version
pathetic.
of Boots on the
Like,
Ground with the most up-to-date
this
information
world
on the Iran
literally
strike
revolves
and what
around
is
us
happening
blowing up,
in
killing
Israel.
each other. It's just so
Israel
stupid.
reveals new details about the reason for the strike, an invasion of Israeli territory. The IDF said that intelligence shows that Iranian regime set up a secret nuclear program and worked to obtain nuclear weapons in the near term. They also exposed an Iranian Axis plan to recreate the 7th of October.
Going for that
Beepers
mountain tip over
on
there.
steroids. You remember the beepers from the attack on the Hezbollah? The Mossad set up an explosive drone base in the heart of Iran. And a
Hopefully I
security
can climb up
source
the mountain and
revealed
jump
the
off with a
Mossad
glider.
established a base of explosive drones that agents inserted deep into Iran alongside the Iranian regime anti-rocket defensive system before the attack, launching them tonight. This is everything that can be told about the daring operation of the Israeli Mossad. And right now, we have a new wave of strikes in Iran, and the IDF destroyed the Tabriz airport. Israel opened another wave of attacks against Iranian targets as part of Operation Am Kelavi. And the Mossad released unprecedented footage of its people operating in the Iranian heartland, and ballistic missiles were destroyed on the ground before they could be even fired at Israel. The Iranians launched 100 UAVs, suicide drones, and all of them were intercepted. The defense minister was updated, and the entire top echelon of the Iranian Air Force was eliminated. Khamenei tweeted in Hebrew, Israel should expect severe punishment. The IDF updated significant hits at the Natanz nuclear facility in Iran. At least 20 senior Iranian commanders were terminated in the Israeli strikes, and the IDF earlier confirmed the elimination of the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps Air Force Commander Amir Ali Khajadeh. Iranian reports say that Ali Raze Khajadeh, his son, may have also been terminated in this attack. Khamenei declared war readiness. These are the officials who were terminated, and the new commander, IRGC Commander Hussein Salami, who only yesterday threatened Israel. The Chief of Staff, Muhammad Bagheri, who
Russia and Ukraine's at war.
smiling beside him during the missile
Now
attack.
Israel
And
and
former Atomic
Iran's
Energy
going to war.
Chief Faryadun Abbasi, who survived an assassination attempt 15 years ago. Iran has already appointed new commanders for the army and the Islamic Revolutionary Guards. So, the UAV headquarters commander, Taher Power, and Air Defense Commander, Davduv Shaykhian, were also terminated in this strike. The IRGC Air Force directed missile and UAV fire straight from Iran to Israel last October, and the direct missile barrage in April. Iranian state TV reported a new Israeli strike on the Natanz nuclear site after the IDF said that significant damage was inflicted in that location. So the IDF struck
The Russia and
Shiraz
Ukraine
region,
war is basically a
home
family
to a
feud.
large ballistic missile site for
Surprised it's
production and
lasted
also
this
for
long.
storage. Lebanon's Hezbollah-affiliated El Mayadin news portal reported the fatalities that were listed, and Iran also reported strikes in the western part of the country. An explosion took part in Shiraz. So, how did
Crazy as
Israel
Russia and
keep
Ukraine was on
the
the same team in World
opening
War
blow
II.
so secret
Now they're
and
fighting each other.
provided this surprise attack on the Iranians. Let me know in the comments what you think. And right now is a third wave on its way. Is Israel striking again on Iran? We just heard reports of a huge blast near a military base in Hamdan. And the United States president sent a threatening message to Iran after Israel's preemptive strike on the nuclear project. Iran must reach an agreement before nothing is left. This is what he wrote. I gave them a chance after a chance, but they couldn't make a deal. I told them, in the strongest words, just do it. They didn't. Now everyone is dead, and it will only get worse. Terrible losses and destruction already, but there's still time to stop before even harsher attacks. Iran must reach an agreement, save what was once the Persian Empire. No more death, no more destruction. Just do it before it's too late. God bless you all. This is what Donald Trump, the President of the United States, said. And guys, let's dive into the details. I'm Yair Pinto, and this is Boots on the Ground, the live report, bringing you all the updates about what is happening in Israel in this Israeli preemptive strike on the Iranian nuclear installations, all the way in Tehran and in the heart of Iran. So now we dive into this war with Iran, which is the head of the axis of evil in this region that funded Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen, and now they are attacked directly on their soil. But 1 second before we start, I wanted to let you guys know that here at TBN Israel, we work very hard day and night and on weekends to bring you the truth of what is happening in Israel. We do this so that you'll know how to pray for the situation. So guys, first of all, keep praying for the peace of Jerusalem. And if you want to support our work, please visit www.tbnisrael.com/give. You can also hit that donate button and the super thank you on this live YouTube video, and it will really help us reach more people with what is happening in Israel. And now, joining us very soon is Mati Shoshani, who was called to his reserve unit in the IDF, our senior Middle East correspondent. So get ready, but we'll be with him just in a short while when I hear that he's joining this live broadcast from his military unit in Judea and Samaria. So guys, let's begin. Operation Amkelavi. This is the name of this operation to destroy Iran's threat against Israel and their ability to launch missiles and to create nuclear weapons. Israel opened a broad military offensive on Iran overnight on Friday, striking in waves across the country. Dozens of nuclear facilities were hit, including Natanz, which is a key project site for the nuclear development of the nuclear program of Iran. The IDF spokesman said that during the night, more than 200 fighter jets were guided by precise intelligence, and they struck over 100 targets across Iran, including hideouts of senior Iranian military leaders. Saudi Al Arabiya quoted Israeli sources saying that 300 Israeli strikes so far took place in Iran, and Iranian media said that other targets were hit, including the Arak heavy water reactor, Parchin military complex, Konbad reactor, plus sites in Kermanshah, Ilam, Qom, Hamdan, Kormabad, Pirshihar, Tabriz, Kasherir, Sirin. Sorry if I misspelled all of these names of the Iranian cities, but these places were attacked. And the Iranian state TV confirmed that the IRGC commander, Hussein Salami, was terminated in the initial strike. El Haddad said that the strike also targeted the chief of staff, Muhammad Bagheri, the Quds Force commander, Ismail Kahani, and the air and the space force chief. So Reuters reported nuclear program head Ali Shamkhani was terminated as well. And Iranian TV added nuclear scientist Firyadun Abbasi, Muhammad Tarhani, and Abd el-Rahim Min Suhar that were terminated in the strike, as well as emergency HQ chief Khatam Gholam Ali Rashid. And later, an Iranian channel reported 5 deaths in an Israeli strike on a residential area in Tehran, and the identities were unverified at this point. So a security source said, chances raised that the Iranian general staff, including the chief of staff and senior nuclear scientists, were neutralized in the opening blow of the Israeli strike. The IDF spokesperson, Brigadier General Efi Dafrin, during the Israeli strike, 200 aircraft dropped 330 munitions, eliminating the Iranian chief of staff, the Revolutionary Guards commander, and the emergency HQ chief. More commanders were terminated, and he added that Iran launched over 100 UAVs, which are suicide drones, at Israel, and they all were eradicated while being on their way to the Jewish state. Intelligence shows that Iran set a secret nuclear program aiming
really
for
pretty
weapons
place.
very soon, and senior figures in Iran, Hezbollah, and also
Got some
Hamas
ponds.
planned precise fire by the entire axis of evil to lead to an invasion of the Israeli territory.
Lots of rocks.
A security source detailed this strike and said that the entire Air Force took part in the strike, the entire Air Force of Israel. The first wave hit Iran's general staff and intelligence HQ in Tehran. The second wave targeted the nuclear and the missile facilities. The third wave aimed at dozens of senior army and government officials. Additional jets hit more Iranian nuclear sites nationwide. And Israeli sources stressed that the goal is not regime change, but removing existential threats. 2 Israeli officials expect an Iranian response in the coming hours, but it didn't happen so far. The strike followed intel that Iran enriched fissile material for 15 nuclear bombs, and the Air Force completed the opening attack on dozens of nuclear sites. The source added, alongside wide Air Force strikes, that the Mossad led secret information and operations inside Iran to cripple its strategic missile array and its air defenses. And Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel even announced a family vacation up north as a deception. An Iranian source told Reuters, "Our response will be harsh and decisive." Sirens were sounded at 3 a.m. nationwide, and the Home Front Command shifted all areas to essential activity status. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, "We have no choice but to act quickly. If we don't act now, we simply won't be here. Never again is now." The United States Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, Netanyahu will put Israel first. We'll put our interests first. Our forces are ready for any development. So guys, we at TV in Israel will keep covering every development and we'll keep spreading the truth. So guys, please share and follow us. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, so that you receive daily boots on the ground updates from Israel and know how to pray for the peace of Jerusalem. And again, guys, if you want to help us create more videos like this one and help us share the truth of what is happening in Israel, please visit tbnisrael.com/give. Every dollar will go towards creating more videos and sharing the truth. Guys, are you ready? In the last few minutes, we have received new reports that arrived that another strike wave has just ended in Iran, and the Israeli Air Force keeps pounding Iranian targets. So today, Friday, another wave focused on Tabriz Airport, serving both civilian and military targets. Iran said that 5 people lost their lives and 12 were wounded. After the strikes, Arab networks reported a loud blast near Hamdan at the Nojeh Air Base, and the IDF spokesman Efi Dafrin confirmed, "We struck the Natanz enrichment site, its underground area, and other vital infrastructure." Initial reports stated that the strike targeted the ground-to-ground missile systems, and dozens of jets still are in the Iranian skies. So it's also reported near the railway by the airport and the Tarbiz airport is east of the Azerbaijan province. It's the main terminal and a key airbase for Iran. The Iranian media reported explosions in Kermanshah and Shiraz, and Iran's communications ministry announced temporary internet limits in the country. So, El Arabiya quoted the Israeli sources saying that 300 Israeli strikes up until now were carried in Iran. An Iranian outlet said that other targets were hit, including Arak, Parkhin, Khonbad, plus Kermashkhan, Ilam, Qom, Hamdan, and other areas in Iran. And the IDF said that 200 planes dropped 330 munitions, terminating the Iranian chief of staff, the Revolutionary Guards commander, and emergency HQ chief, plus more commanders. Iran launched over 100 UAVs at Israel, and all of them were eliminated on their way to the Jewish state. So I want to see if Mati is joining us. Is Mati already with us or not yet? In the meantime, guys, you can leave me a comment of some questions on this strike as we're getting more information on this strike. Okay, Mati is still not with us. So guys, so far the Air Force has removed all threats to Israel. So keep spreading the truth, share, and follow us. It's very important. Take a minute and hit that subscribe button to help us reach more people with what is happening in Israel. Israel is fighting this war on multiple levels. We have the actual war that we fight with planes, with tanks, with military power, but we have the war for the truth. And sadly, in this war, we are losing. Because Israel here does not want to carry out attacks against the Iranian people. We love the Iranian people. I call on all of you to pray for the people of Iran. But the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps is hijacking the country, is funding terrorism, and is orchestrating their proxies, if it's the Houthis, Hezbollah, the people in Gaza, the terrorists in Judea and Samaria, to launch attacks against the Jewish state. We are defending ourselves. We do not want to be in this war, but we have to fight it, because if we won't, we will not be here. So with the President of the United States, Donald Trump, referred this afternoon to Israel's preemptive strikes in Iran as part of Operation Am Kelavi. And he warned that the Tehran regime will reach even more harsh responses if they do not reach an agreement regarding their nuclear program through negotiations. He stated, "I gave Iran the chance to make a deal. I told them in the strongest words, just do it. But no matter how hard they tried and how close they got, they just couldn't do it." Trump added on his Truth social media, "Now everyone is dead, and it will only get worse. But there is still time to stop this cringe before the next attacks, which are expected to be even more brutal and materialize in the coming steps if Iran does not agree to any kind of agreement with the United States. Iran must reach an agreement. Just do it before it's too late. God bless you all." This is the American President Donald Trump. And he continued, "I told them that the United States produced the best and deadliest military equipment that anyone in the world has, by far, and that Israel has plenty of it, and much more on the way. And they know how to use it." Certain extremist Iranians spoke boldly, but they didn't know what was about to happen. There was already a great amount of death and destruction, but there is still time to bring this slaughter to an end. Earlier, Trump told Fox News that he's following developments in the Middle East and that the United States Central Command, CENTCOM, is on high alert. And according to him, Iran cannot possess a nuclear bomb, and we hope to return to the negotiating table. The United States will defend itself and Israel if Iran responds in this situation. The Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi spoke by phone with his Saudi counterpart Faisal bin Farhan, telling him that the Israeli aggression against Iran would not have occurred without the United States coordination and the United States approval. He said the American government, as the main supporter of the Zionist entity, bears responsibility for the severe consequences of this aggression.
Oh man, it looks like I'm gonna make it. The ground's going down on me the further I go out.
Agreement added, the Zionist aggression against the nuclear facilities and the residential areas is a blatant
Like I was about to hit
violation
the trees
of the
back
United
there.
Nations Charter, and responding to Zionist aggression is Iran's legitimate right, and Iranian security forces will defend the country with all their might. Iran calls on the International Atomic Energy Agency to take a clear stance condemning the aggression as a member of the Non-Proliferation Treaty.
I'm going fast.
It is our right to respond under Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, and we will defend our country with all our strength. Although the Israeli strike in Iran was carried out without United States involvement, an Israeli news portal has learned that the Americans assisted in intercepting the UAVs that were launched from Iran. Because of the preemptive strike, it was clear in Israel that not all the countries that took part in the interception operation on October 1st would join this time. The assessment was that the Americans will join first, followed by others, but the United States ultimately decided not to leave Israel alone and provided help. Now, we move to information about the craziest operation in this whole story, the Operation Beepers on Steroids. The Mossad, the Israeli secretive intelligence agency, was set up an explosive drone base inside the heart of Iran. And a security source reveals that the Mossad established a base of explosive drones that agents had inserted deep inside Iran long before this attack took place.
Home sweet home, God, it's been forever.
Everything that can be told about the daring mission, this Operation Beepers on Steroids, is coming up right now. So much will be said about the current campaign against Iran, but one amazing detail can be told this morning is that the Mossad set up an explosive drone base with weapon systems in Iran. The drones
Remember the last time I came to base?
Long before the strike by the Mossad agents into Iran, and at the outset, they were
so many logs I used in this thing.
Disclosed
There's a
some
roof,
of the activity that was carried
gazillion
out
logs.
by the Mossad operatives in this operation. The IDF and the Mossad worked shoulder to shoulder for years, preparing the intelligence files needed to execute last night's Israeli preemptive strike as part of the Operation Am Kelavi. This is according to the source. And according to him, comprehensive intelligence was gathered and surveillance conducted to incriminate senior Iranian defense officials and nuclear scientists who were eliminated, and alongside a covert operational campaign to damage Iran's strategic missile array. So, meanwhile, in parallel to the wide-ranging Israeli Air Force strikes, the Mossad, in intelligence operational technological cooperation with the IDF and the defense industries, led a series of clandestine interdiction operations inside Iran. These operations were intended to cripple Iran's strategic missile array and its air defensive capabilities. So security officials say that the Mossad campaign was planned over a long period and required bold, sophisticated planning, groundbreaking thinking, and deception. All the missions demanded precise intelligence gathering, advanced technologies, and deployment of extensive commando forces that are operating in the heart of Tehran and throughout Iran in total secrecy under the eyes of the Iranian security and the intelligence bodies. As part of their actions, the Mossad agents carried out major moves to infiltrate special weapons in large quantities, position them across Iran, and launch them at targets accurately and effectively. This took care of all the anti-airplane defensive systems and the rockets that were meant to be sent towards Israel. And Ukraine's UAV strike a few days ago against Russian aircrafts and bombers at airfields across Russia was something similar to what happened in Iran. So it should be emphasized that 3 distinct and complex Mossad operational systems were employed. First, in central Iran, Mossad commando teams deployed operational systems of precision-guided munitions in open areas near Iranian surface-to-air missiles, the SAM systems. And at the start of the Israeli offensive, simultaneously with the Air Force strikes across Iran, the systems were armed and the precision missiles were launched at the target all at once with great accuracy. So, second, in another operation to neutralize Iran's air defensive systems, it destroyed the capabilities that that threatens basically the Israeli fighter jets. So the Mossad planted sophisticated strike systems and technologies on vehicles in covert missions. When the surprise attack began, the munitions were launched and completely destroyed the targets that the Iranian defensive systems prepared. Okay, guys, before we move on to the last thing that the Mossad did in the Iranian ground, I have with me our very own Mati Shoshani coming to us from his IDF unit. He was just called up to Judea and Samaria when this attack started. Mati, how are you doing? Looks like it's hot over there.
It's been a hot and long day. I was just realizing we started our days at 3 a.m. today, something like that, and now it's almost 5 p.m. We haven't stopped yet. But it's been good. It's been good. It's been good to see the amount of response that the IDF has carried out. If in October 7th, a year and a half ago, the thought was, or the sensation was, that we're not there, we're not ready, that's not the case right now. The IDF is absolutely ready for anything that's coming. The amount of people that have been recruited and the level of intricate planning, the level of building up units and building up operations, and everything that goes with that has been very, very impressive, from what I've seen, at least personally. And I think we're looking at a completely different kind of operation. We're being exposed to the tip of the iceberg on what was years in the making of planning and meticulous research and on-the-ground intel.
Oh, I'm gonna
die. Agents on the ground inside Iran. I mean, this is the kind of stuff, and I think we said this earlier today at 4 a.m. when we did the live. This is the kind of operation that in 10, 15 years we're still going to be learning about and talking about.
Like a big hit there.
Just absolutely well planned, absolutely meticulously executed, wave after wave of strikes. And I want to tell you that the morale is high. We recruited in my unit more soldiers than we needed, quickly. We sent out a call and we said, even before like the orders went out, says guys come in, and people were there. So morale is high in Israeli society. People know why we're here. They know what we're fighting for. They realize, and I think we have this sensation of we're doing this because this is something that needed to be done to self-preserve the people of Israel, to protect us, something that's been going on for a long time. That's why we're here. That's why we're fighting. That's why we're away from our families, to protect this country. And I feel like everywhere in this country, and I'm currently in northern Judea, there's a sense of both apprehension, but also of internal pride. There's a sense of readiness and preparedness to what's happening, but not with the kind of fear and panic that maybe existed a long time ago. It's different. It's a sense of knowledge that we're a well-oiled machine, that our army has performed beautifully in the last 12 hours, and we're going to continue to do so in the past. And now we're prepping for whatever the Iranians have to bring, whatever they're going to try and fire, whatever they're able to try and incite and sort of drum up in this region. We're ready and waiting for them.
Yeah, definitely, Mati. So you are now located in the area of Judea and Samaria, and the fear is that Iran will use their Palestinian proxy terrorist organizations to launch attacks towards Israel. This is another scenario that Israel is preparing for, Mati?
Yeah, I mean, this is something they've tried in the past, unsuccessfully. They've tried to recruit from among Palestinians. They've tried to recruit from among Israeli Arabs, Israeli-Palestinian Arabs specifically, for intel, for sabotage, for terrorist attacks. And I think the fear is mixed. It's a fear that would talk about, look, we have, if there's a barrage of missiles or drones coming in, the hope is they'd be able to incite some kind of response or infiltration attempt or terrorist attack while people are busy hiding in bomb shelters or protecting themselves, and then we would be caught unprepared for such an attack. So sort of taking advantage of the opportunity. And look, sometimes it doesn't even have to be directly linked to the Iranians. It can just be an expression of
There's Jenny.
Joy and identification with the goal of attacking Israel from the Palestinian Hamas supporting or jihad supporting, Islamic jihad supporting population in this area. And the IDF doesn't want to take any chances. This is a war both for measurable goals, stopping the Iranian nuclear program, but it's also something different. It's a war for public perception of power, for the projection of ability, for the projection of capability. And Israel so far has done really well, 11 out of a 10 on that scale. Yeah. And the goal is to make sure that there's no vulnerability that is exposed, there's no weakness that is exposed, there's no public humiliation or perception of victory for our enemies, as small as it may be, because a lot of this has to do with PR and with perception. So we're fighting, it's a battle on many, many different fronts here. I'm not on the front lines, I'm on the front lines in this region. There are guys fighting, on the front lines in Gaza and in Lebanon and Syria, and guys flying bombing missions in, over Tehran and working inside the soil of Iran. And I, salute those guys. But we're here to make sure that things are safe, to make sure that nothing trickles into this area, to make sure that the civilian population in this area continues to live a regular life and doesn't encounter terrorism or the threat of terrorism. And that no one's exploiting a weakness involved with the IDF moving forces, etc. So look, it's going to be an interesting couple days till we sort of see the first wave of the Iranian blowback go by or pass by, and then I think we'll be a lot more knowledgeable about where we're going and when we get to go home.
Yeah, definitely, Mati. First of all, thank you for putting on the uniform, the boots, and for protecting us. Judea and Samaria is basically also the area here behind me. So Israeli communities are attached, and sometimes there is no fence between the Israeli communities and the Palestinian communities. So what you're doing is very, very needed. If you have a little bit more time, you can share maybe to our viewers how to pray for you and for your unit.
Yeah, I'll say before you pray for me, behind every soldier, or almost every soldier, that stands in the field, there's a family. My children need more prayer than I do. I'm okay. My children had to watch their father wake them up this morning and say, I'm going back into reserves, and that was a lot harder than me going into the reserves or the threat of reserves. It was leaving the kids behind. It's been 18 months, and out of those, I don't remember what the number is.
Fight these guys in closed areas.
As have many others.
Sneaky and they're
We're
fast.
adults. We have the comprehension and the psychological
And there's multiple
mechanisms to deal with these
time.
kind of things to a certain degree. For the children, for the families left behind, it's a lot harder, and there's a lot more uncertainty and inability to take action. I'm at least active in what I'm doing. I'm active in my duty. I'm active in my command post. For them, they need prayer for their hearts, for their souls, for the families left behind. And I want to say this also, the army is strong, but we have an economy that needs to keep running. I manage a team that needs that needs leadership. We have great leaders on our team, but again, every time people are called off into reserves, you included, Yair, it's something that's left behind, and other people have to carry the burden for that. So I think first, pray for the families, pray for the home front, pray for the mothers and the fathers and the grandparents. My kids are currently with their grandparents. For the grandparents that are watching over the kids, pray for them. And then secondly, pray for supernatural protection for our soldiers. But I think this is really a time where it's wisdom for the generals, wisdom for the leaders, to really do the creative work that we've been seeing the last 24 hours. The deception and the trickery that's needed to fight an enemy like Iran, the wisdom to really, to set the stage to do such a complex attack, the meticulous planning that's needed to go in it. It's a machine that works together, led by good people that have spent a lot of time working towards this moment. And I'm just here, I'm a tactical level officer.
What's everybody up to? How you guys doing today?
Doing the right thing to keep our country safe. And prayers are appreciated, and prayers do matter. It's important for me to say that. And we've felt an overwhelming support. I think one of the strongest emotions I've felt in the last 18 months has been the love of support of people from around the world that have gone out of their way to reach out to me and to many others and say, we're standing with you, we're praying with you, we're supporting you in material matters, in prayer, in everything you need. That's made a huge difference for myself and for many of my soldiers.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much, Mati.
Yeah,
I know you have 50 soldiers to go to attend to. Thank you so much, and really we salute you.
Good seeing you.
Thank you.
Jenny, you almost here.
And guys, I want to go back to the Mossad story. This is the third undercover operation that the Mossad did in Iran for this strike to take place. And that is
Where the fuck did he go?
explosive drone base that the Israeli agents inserted deep inside Iran. And the Israeli Mossad agents used these drones to strike it all the anti-aircraft defensive systems, allowing our planes to strike the key nuclear facilities, to strike the long-range missiles that were meant to be launched towards Israel immediately after this strike, but this time they had no missiles to launch at us. So guys, this is our latest update on everything that is
So
happening.
you can't even see him in the dark. He's
Iran,
actually really hard to fight in the dark.
This region, it's never a dull moment in the Middle East, in Israel, especially not in the IDF. We have great people that risk everything in order to defend us.
Oh shit, they're so sneaky. They make no noise when they come at you.
From these terrorist regimes that if they have nuclear weapons, Israel is just one step in the way to destroy the United States of America and Europe, and they're not afraid of saying that.
Then he's
They call
back,
Israel
yes.
the small Satan and the United States the big Satan. Israel just is on the way to destroying the entire world, and thank God that he's helping us, he's with us. We have succeeded in a crazy operation that took part in enemy soil 2,000 miles away from us. And it's only because
Save all my
God
armor
is
for this
faithful,
cave.
he's protecting us, he's protecting the people of Israel. So really, I encourage you to play.
Dad again. I knew it.
His unit.
You make no noise, and the next thing you know, they hit you from behind. It's so crazy.
Protecting the Israeli communities from Palestinian terrorists and from other.
I don't want to go to the bandit camp. I want to kill them at my base.
That want to destroy this country. So
No.
guys, if you like these videos, first of all, subscribe. Then second of all, pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Make it personal. And if you want to do more, you can hit that donate button on YouTube. It will help us create more videos just like this one, and we will reach more people with what is happening in Israel, because our enemies are controlling the narrative, and they have distorted the truth of what's happening in this land to a point that university campuses, Ivy League university campuses, are calling Israel the bad guys in this situation, even though we never wanted a war with any of these enemies. We want to live here. I want to send my girls to school. I want them to celebrate their birthdays without the fear of running to bomb shelters. Okay? But what can we do? They want to attack us. We are ready to fight back. And the IDF proved again and again that it is ready, and the Israeli defensive forces were never as ready and prepared as they are right now. So I encourage all the enemies of Israel to back off, because we are ready, and we're not giving them any second chances to destroy us. Okay, so guys, thank you for joining me. Thank you for praying with me, and I'm sure we'll see you again in the next couple of days. We are here, boots on the ground,
So sneaky.
TV in Israel. I'm Yair Pinto. Keep praying for the peace of Jerusalem, guys.
Sneaky, sneaky fuckers. Sneaky, sneaky.
Because today we're talking about one of the boldest and most talked about Mossad operations ever to take place.
Game of the fucking year.
All right. Literally the best PlayStation game, and I actually think that there's a chance that this game this weekend could have more players than Helldivers 2. It's unlikely, but it's possible.
What game is that?
I'll tell you that. Yeah, this is way higher quality than PS5.
What game?
Wow.
Bro, just blurt it out already. What game is it?
God damn. It's like a skin body.
Anybody know what game this is?
No, guys, no. No, we're playing the game for the plot. It has, no, you don't understand, it has really good combat.
What game is it?
This way to the rompers.
Okay.
Star Descent? Is that the name of the game?
I'll take care of this side.
Okay, give me a minute. Let me fight
Game
this
looks
guy
like
quick.
a 12-year-old.
Okay, I
12-year-old's
gotta
favorite
change
game,
the
just like
settings.
Asmund
I'm not
Gold.
gonna worry about it right now, though.
One skill, one weapon game.
The guard, okay.
You just hit the same button and hit combos. Yep, that's Asmund Gold.
Okay, how do I? Okay, so I do like this. Okay, this. Okay.
You gotta give Rise some credit though. He did play Sons of the
Okay,
Force,
let's go.
and I think he did use like maybe 3 different weapons the entire game. I don't know how far he went in it.
It's a controller.
And he actually built a house out of logs, you
I
know.
beat Sekiro on a keyboard and mouse. Okay.
Come here.
Like we're not doing a controller bullshit.
How's this calling this game of the year? This game looks stupid already. That's pretty neat though, those graphics.
Same, yeah. Oh.
That's a creepy looking
Who's this
monster. It looks like the
stupid
shit I'm fighting. This old bitch is at.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I get that. That's not big deal. Okay. Well, he dead. That was easy. All right, let's go.
There's more.
I gotta press E to parry. I gotta change that. Oh, to use my beta skill. I don't want to be a beta. Got him. Okay, well he's dead anyway. It's fine.
Great. Let's go.
Parry and attack. Uh-oh.
Are you alright, Eve? My body frame.
Short ponytail for better frames.
It's
Okay.
first aid.
Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me change that actually.
There's more of them.
I have my way of doing things. You guys can see the way of doing things works. Except for the fact that I got hit by like 5 things, but that's okay. Okay. Much smoother? Yeah. Damn. Bro, I'm popping the fuck off.
Let's get out of here before more of them show up. You
Okay.
secured. Rendezvous point in sight.
All right, let's do it.
This way.
What are these things?
It is crazy how shameless this game is. It really is. Wow. Uh-oh.
So fast.
We probably shouldn't stand in the fire, right?
Don't stop. Keep moving, Eve.
I'm not supposed to move. It actually... oops. It actually auto-focuses my camera that way. I'm not even kidding.
This isn't looking good. Let's go.
We have to kill Fat Boy.
Is that an Alpha Nativa? Let's join them.
All right, let's kill Fatty. Oh. Oh. Damn.
My God.
Are they all dead?
No.
The fuck? It hit me through the wall?
The squad's life signs. We're the only 2 left.
Uh-huh. Man.
Eve. Eve, pull yourself together. Taki. Listen to me. We haven't completed our mission. Now it's just up to us to see this
She got a
mission
big
through.
fucking sword.
Understand?
They come.
I need to get that myself. Uh-oh. This is the Fat Boy? That's the Fat Boy! Oh!
Eve, are you ready?
Let's get him. Alright, I gotta kill this guy.
How do I heal, by the way?
Oh, I hate these things so much.
Damn, that was fast. How do I, Oh, got him. How do I heal? Oh, shit. Q? It's alright. Yeah, usually it's R for me. Oh. That's exactly what I meant to do.
It wasn't an alpha, but it was a strong one. You fought well, even better than during training.
Damn.
You were all together, but then...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
The damage to your body frame is serious. We have to find the supply camp.
Shit.
Wait, Eve. I hear something. Eve!
Who is it?
Eve, are you alright?
She's good. Nah, guys, she's totally fine. Uh-oh.
Alpha Natima.
Damn. Look at him.
Again.
We gotta fight him?
I haven't been to the base, so
I think I
let's
do.
send everything at you again. Their first minute back.
Her? Is it a her?
Here, friend. It's me you want.
Well, you can't win them all, right?
Eve. Babies.
Get out of here.
Damn. Well, that's just too bad, right? She was hot, too. Train any skills you want at camp kiosks, okay. I'll do that. Well, that's like the level up place, I bet. Looks like LA this week. This is what's gonna happen if Trump doesn't stop this raid.
Threw a rock at a baby.
It's quiet.
Still, make sure to stay cautious. It's where the Alpha NAT is.
Uh-oh. Who's this guy? Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. I think that there's only one actual male character. That way you don't feel like you're getting cucked playing the game. Yeah, it's okay.
No, get ready. I'll be supporting with the drone.
Yeah, he's not even a guy. It's like he's like just texting her or something. I hope that motherfucker dies. For sure, man.
So this must be Adol 7.
Yes. This was the final
His tech
battlefield
support?
of
Yeah.
civilization. It was also known as a truly colossal city.
Something is falling from the sky. A strange sensation.
Oh. They don't have rain.
This must be Earth's rain.
We can
Damn.
admire the scenery later. We have a job.
Okay, now I'm in the game. All right, let's get it.
The terrain data is changing.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how did I do
Fuck,
that?
you're
That
still
dash
alive.
thing?
Falling debris. Be careful.
Okay.
Something.
What's this dog doing?
The crustacean type enemies. They're common.
Press F to acquire items. Okay. F.
All right. Area is clear.
I remember these things turned into. Okay. No, they don't. Okay. Operate. Enter passcode. Okay, it doesn't even tell me what to do.
We need the security code.
Hold on, throw
Shit.
rocks at the babies.
We gotta go this way.
Hey, investigate this place.
Oh, maybe I have to hold F. Oh, I see now. I see now. I get it. I didn't know what to
More
do before
babies.
because I was stupid. I understand it now.
Got all the babies.
This is the legion that was
Hello?
killed in the final war.
Please be all the babies.
Did she just? Never mind. Okay, Warroa. Okay. And can I open these?
Finally.
Oh, okay, it does give me boxes.
It's a security code. A type
Okay.
of entry permit.
Does it, it just tells me, right? Okay, yeah, okay. We're not going back and forth on this bullshit. Like, we nah, bro, like, we just gonna do it yeah.
Buildings collapsing.
Uh-oh.
It's because of the city's unstable terrain. You'll get used to it soon.
Okay, let's go in the water. Control is dive. Okay. We get some loot down at the bottom here. Obviously, it's the first water area in the game, so hold F to continuously collect items. Okay. Wait, how do I get up? Oh, I guess like since she's a robot, she can probably just like live underwater, right? Yeah, I guess she can. Auto loot in settings. Oh yeah. Let me turn that on. Actually, that's a good idea. Yeah, give me a minute. Drone appearance. Wait, what? Exterior. Oh, they have the outfit changes. Okay. Damn. Okay. Wait, oh, I didn't mean to put that on. Okay, then you got this one too. Man.
Dude, raw fish are the bomb.
Guys, what do you?
Raw fish is where it's at. Too bad they go bad.
I feel like everybody's saying red. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna do red as well. All right, let's go with that. And then what about actually playing the game? Where does it say auto loot? Sound, display, graphics, accessibility,
Water
maybe?
and food.
Where's auto loot in gameplay?
A squirrel in the house.
Oh, on. Okay, good. I don't know why I didn't see that. I guess I was thinking about something else. Dude. Guys, this is...
I don't even know why I
Is this
fucking bother
really-
putting locks on the doors.
Okay, well, only death remains in the city. Well, that sounds pretty bad. And you can, wait, you can have her sit down? Oh my god. Okay, great. I don't think they had as many outfits whenever this game came out. Oh, Ho's mad. It's a Titanite demon. Or a Titanite fucking whatever the hell this is. Is it gonna blow up? Yeah, I think it did. Okay. Tumbler. Oh, I bet that's for my health.
It's a machine that collects relics. It's rare,
Okay, we got
so
that.
make sure to hold on to it if you come across one.
That's very good for me. I need that.
Yeah, be coming. Somebody just got cooked on the
Great
trap.
stream. Yeah, what a good game, guys. What a great game. Can you play this game with one hand? What's really funny is that this game's actually good. And so, like, everybody talks about, like, the character's appearance and everything. And, like, yeah, definitely. Very cool. But the game is actually a high-quality game. Which I find to be kind of funny.
There's a Legion camp in a place like this.
Okay, let's go over here. Is this it? Camps where you save your progress and get rest. Okay. Sit to recover HP. Your stored items become available. Vending machine to train skills. Okay. Activate camp. Okay. Nice. Use the shop. Skill settings. Okay. So you can confirm a new skill. Change survival tree. Oh, they literally just want me to do... Okay, they just want me to do this. Alright, I have to do that. Perfect dodge and allow you to avoid danger. Okay, that's pretty simple. Yeah, of course I'd want that. Can only use once a successful parry. Okay, good. Counters and stuns the enemy. Well, that's actually kind of good. I mean, like, that's decent. Makes it easier to perfect dodge. I feel like I should do that. Oh, that's actually really good. Wait, that's crazy. I should get that. Executes an ability from behind. Can only be used against enemies that aren't in combat. I don't know if I really want to go with that. Locked, locked, and locked. Okay. So, I think if I'm going to go with anything else, I'm going to do counter. Because I feel like I can parry a lot. Okay. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. Oh, actually, let me rest. And that way I get the recharge too, right? He's simping out for her, man. Got him. What was it, the shop? Do you guys want to see the other outfits? I guess I could show that.
What's wrong?
Simp City, true.
It's nothing.
Jesus Christ.
From here on, you have to stay alert.
Great. Okay, let's stand. And, alright, let's go to the shop. We're going to talk to the shop. Okay, and usable items as well. Okay, shot grenade. I can't really buy any of those. And I don't think that I can upgrade my heals yet, so I'm just not going to worry about it. Who's this guy? Oh. Damn! Fuck! Okay, let's practice that again. Got him. Alright. Oh! Oh! I think that parrying is just a better idea.
Wait, then I can't lock that.
I like parrying more. We're just gonna parry instead. Because I feel like parry, I don't lose as many frames. Like, it can animation cancel. Okay, so potion is that. Alright, that's good.
Well, it's Legion, so compatibility shouldn't be an issue. Make sure to take everything.
Oh, what'd I get? I got micro drives? Nice.
What's the point of locks? You can only lock them on one side.
Pretty simple. We'll go over here.
Realize that.
Oh!
Kind of dumb.
It's a good thing this game has the yellow paint, or I'd probably just be lost. I wouldn't know where to go.
There's another supply box over here.
That's what I was saying.
Did someone forget to retrieve this?
Wow.
I'm sure there are more supply boxes. It'll
Wow.
help us survive. So, look carefully.
That's what it's like being good at the game. Okay. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Oh, oops. Damn, I didn't think I'd do it 3 times. Okay, balance. Okay, that's their shield gauge. You can parry as well. All right. Oh, he's fat. Let me heal. Got him. Ooh. See, we're getting better. Let me go over here. Any more of them? That's what I thought. There's no way I go down that way. Oh. What the fuck? What did I just get? Damn, I didn't even know that. Okay, good. All right. So let's go over here. What is in... Who's it? What do you want? What do you want? Tab? Where's he at? Shit. Oh. Oh. Do it again. See what happens. Fuck out of here, pussy. Do it. See what happens. This is what it is, right?
Where's my bro?
Yeah, I'm trying to get the timing down, okay? The parry god. Listen, it's gonna take a minute or two, all right? We're gonna be okay. Combo attack enhancement. Gear sockets to increase your combat effect. You can get more gear sockets. Omnibox to unlock more of them. Okay, so I want to use gear. Okay, well that's just better. So, okay, great. I mean, I feel like that's super fucking simple. It's not only the game, but yeah, no, the game, I don't think the game is hard. I think the game's fine. I just fucked up and got hit. Tab to scan, okay.
Are other cities in a similar state?
By comparison, this city is looking pretty good. After the colony extinction, most places were nothing but dust.
What are we doing over here?
Huh? Wait, there's a fusion cell.
Oh, we got one.
Let's open the car's hood.
Oh, I have to open it? Just by hitting it.
The fusion cell's intact.
Okay, let's loot this. Ooh, a cinematic.
Fusion cell?
It's a high-energy compression battery. Thanks to that, Earth's night isn't dark yet.
Oh, it's the previous generation of the Infinity Cell.
Oh.
Be sure to keep that. It's very valuable.
Great. Every single one of her outfits is high heels, huh? Well, I can't go over there. Okay, maybe I go... Maybe I go down here. What the fuck was that? Okay, he's dead. Oh shit, it's another one of those birds. Do it, see what happens. Okay, I'm actually fucked. See what happens. Okay, I feel like the perfect carry window is actually pretty big. Yeah, it's not as tight as I would imagine. Like, especially compared to like other games. Okay, I don't have the thing. I gotta find that. I'm already at all my heals.
Brought me a squirrely squirrel.
The memory sticks fried.
Can I go up there? There's no way, right? I guess not. No. Okay. I thought I was wrong. Okay.
You're getting shot
we gotta
at.
find out how to get in that box. I don't think it. Damn, that's just right. We're looking around. Looking, try harder. I'm doing my best, guys. Okay. Uh-oh. Damn. Oh my God. They got the raccoons coming in here. That's a lot of them. Here, run. Attack the drum. What? Okay. Kill him. Damn! I think I'm dead. I gotta run. I gotta run. We gotta be super careful here. No mistakes. No mistakes. That's one down. Two down. I got no heals. No! You guys need to see my health. Give me a... Oh, shit. I wasn't ready. I'm actually one hit. I have no heals and no health. Yep. All right. Give me a minute. Let me move my thing up. There we go. Okay, that's better. Okay, let's go. We'll try that again this time. Looking actually hard. Wait, what do you mean by that? Okay, let's go. I will hit the barrels. I can't run. I can't run. Did that even kill him? Oh! Oh! Oh, there it is. There it is. Now we're making progress. Where them hoes at? That was easy. Okay. Jesus.
It's my boy.
You must dodge. Okay, yellow is dodge. Damn. We're gonna learn. We're gonna learn.
We're in the clear.
Not immediately, but like in like 3 hours, we're gonna learn. I took a lot of damage there. A lot of damage I didn't need to take. You didn't play this on PS5? Only a little bit. I played the demo, and then I played the game a little bit more, but that was about it. Let me guess, it's another cocksucker? He dead. Get the fuck out of here, pussy. See, that went way better. Hello?
May your memories live on forever.
Okay, so I get more energy. Okay, nice. Give me 1 second. There we go. All right. So is there anywhere I need to go here? No. There's no yellow paint, so that means I'm safe. Okay.
There are traces of markers left behind by the
Let's go this way. Yeah, we go here. Okay, come on, go up. Go up. I thought it's the yellow paint. Is that not yellow? I guess it's not. Wait, oh, I see. I see, you gotta go this way. Oh, okay. Ooh, boxes.
I like close that in.
What I get out of that? I have no fucking idea. Okay, now we go up here. And what's over this way? Road closed. Just jump over this shit. Can I go up there? Wait, can I? How does this work? No, there's no way I can do that. Okay, I thought I could, but there's like, that's a lot. Do more? Okay, all right, I'll try it again. Give me a minute. Okay, move. Okay. Rotate? Wait, oh shit, I hit the wrong button. Not yet? Yeah, I don't think I can do it. I gotta get momentum on it. That's the problem. Decades have passed since the Natibas. Edo 7 Silent Street. Is that the one that I just passed?
The memory stick still has the security code registered. It also has record of a message log.
Is that the one I passed?
Scan complete.
No? Okay. I'm so good at this game. Okay, let's go up here.
You have to cross here.
Where's my boy at?
Do you see the ladder behind me?
I know how this works. Twitch is gonna ban you? Yeah,
Can't
for
reach
sure.
the ladder. The water level is too low.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Ugh. I have to push it.
Good fucking sled.
Okay. This is creative problem solving. It's pretty challenging, but luckily I'm really smart, so I'm able to do things like this.
Stupid fucking sled.
And let me go down into the water and see if there's anything. Oh shit, there's a box. Okay, so we gotta get that box. How do we get the box? Let me see. Oh, I'll push one of these over there, and then I'll jump on top of it. Super simple. Okay. See, this is because we're smart, boys. Easiest loot of my life. Okay, and let's go over here. Jump over this. And now we should be able to go on the ladder too.
Damn, man, all these logs are falling down the hill.
Amazing. And now I get my heal. That's good, because I fucked up a lot on this. I do feel like, let's see, have I gotten enough to where I can do a new skill? Let me see if I did or not. So I feel like I probably should, I should wait until I get perfect dodge, right? Like, that's also really good too, counter 2. Makes it easier to perfect, yeah, I'm gonna just, fuck that. I'm gonna wait and get that. Wow. So now we have to go down here. Smartest American? I know.
We have to go.
Oh shit, I took fall damage.
Try putting the fusion cell you have
Can't
here.
win them all, right? this dude's got a lot of health. Oh! Bro, just let me hit you. There we go. He got them shields and shit, man. They need to turn that shit off. How the fuck am I supposed to be able to beat that? Let me actually do something real quick. It might
Bro,
sound
you're
stupid,
here.
This is just the way. This is the way my brain works.
Yeah,
I need to change this.
No,
Q
no,
and
no,
R.
no, no. Don't read that.
Where is it?
Damn it. Oh, no. Wait.
Because R is always my heal button. It sounds stupid, but like it's always the heal button.
There you go.
Nice. Okay, so we did that, and now we go back.
Dude, it throws them all into here. It's ridiculous.
Reload HP. No, I'm okay. All right. Nice. It opened the door. Okay, let me double check down this way first. Ooh.
Good fucking zip line.
Is this what I think it is? Yeah, it does a lot of damage. What the fuck?
Mad at me. Fucked her up. Slugs.
Okay, he's dead. I like whenever games have dismemberment options. I feel like that makes the. Okay, what does this say? B-O.
These stairs suck ass.
K-0-R. Easy. We smart. Okay. And is there anything else? Oh, there's this one here. Hello? The network has been destroyed. That sounds pretty bad. Okay, let's look around here. Minigame engagement? Sure. I'll heal myself too. Shit. Damage reduction while shield's active. Okay. Oh, I get it. Yeah.
Sometimes this game has the best building, sometimes it has the most annoying.
No, it didn't really work. Oh, I get it now. I see. Bitch. Oh! I need to do 3 there. Easy enough. Hello? What's this?
Adam, what is this?
Don't you know this already? It's a map.
A map? How do you synchronize the location on the map?
Oh, she's a zoomer, so she doesn't understand. She doesn't know how maps work. She dumb. Okay, let's go. Fuck. I gotta get this one. Yeah, there it is. Advanced polymer material. I'm sure I needed that. Hello? I tried to parry. It didn't work. Oh! Oh! Nice try. Just go get it.
The crack is quite deep. It's going to be difficult to pass.
You just go on the edge.
We'll have to go across, past the parking tower.
So dumb that I had to do that just to fill that wall.
This game is, it's really something, man. gotta be careful. I'm out of heals now. I've been making a lot of fuck-ups. If this guy, I swear to God. Okay, good. Alright, I was worried for a minute there. Okay, we've got to go around. Can I open the door? Of course I can't. Imagine being able to open the door whenever you first encounter it. Of course I can't do that. What's she doing? Nice.
Babies.
Body core, max HP. Oh, that's really good.
Where'd that bitch come from?
It's too bad I didn't find more of those.
I think he was trapped underneath the stairs or
Yeah,
something.
we need to get a lot more of these. Ooh, what's this?
A supply camp.
Oh, I see.
Really?
Supply camp? What's that?
It's a thing.
It's a depot, set up by the airborne squad who came here before.
Looks like it's been abandoned for a long time. How come they set up a camp in a corner like this?
Well, the supply camp also serves as an important base.
Is this parking lot important?
It's a very important parking lot.
It could also mean that this place is
It's
very
one of the most
dangerous.
important parking lots, actually.
Then I guess this place could be useful for us.
So how do I find out where to buy more outfits for? Upgrade your exospines, craft nano suits, and okay, nano suits. How do I do that? Activate the camp. Okay, yeah, this is the yeah. No, it's okay. She's a butterface. What are you, fucking retarded? Okay, so we've got a weapon power enhancement. Okay, good. And that looks like, okay, so now the number is bigger than it was, which makes that's really good. And use the shop as well. I don't need any of those. Ban that guy? Why? That'd be weird, bro. Like, we're gonna ban people for being gay? Like, I don't know about that. Seems kind of fucked up. Press 3 to go to survival tree. Select blink. Wait, I don't want to do blink. I don't want it. Attempting a fatal attack. Oh, shit. Nice. Yeah, it's pretty fucking simple. It's pretty fucking simple. You just press space, like. Oh, it didn't work. Wait, what? Oh, I gotta wait for my sword to do the thing. That's the problem. Alright, let's try one more time. Yeah, see, I don't even need to think about it. The game literally does it for me. Ooh. Fatty, get out of here, fat bitch. Okay, I think I'm done, right? Tab C, okay. Tab, what's tab? Tab C, okay. That was easy. Okay, so I didn't even want that. Repulso. Well, why would I want that? I already got another one. I already got that. Makes it easier. See, we gotta get this parry shit, bro. Like, this survival thing is crazy. So, recharges more beta attacks. Beta chain. Okay, well, we gotta get a lot of these. But I feel like the first thing we go is perfect parry, right? Like, that's number one. Okay, and I should probably get a heal, right? Rest. Beta!
Yeah.
About yesterday. Thank you for saving me.
You even wait. You get to keep her outfit on during the cinematics.
That's
too?
nothing really. Though I have used up almost
That's a
all
lot of
the
attention
exospine
to
materials
detail. I
that
wouldn't
I've
have
collected
expected
over the
that.
years.
That's a lot. Wow.
It's all right. That now means we can help each other.
What are they gonna fight? Oh.
can track down the Alpha Nativa together. And, well, I'd have trouble making it out here by myself anyway.
We gotta look at the other outfits.
If you can locate the Hall of Records, you'll have done more than enough.
Listen, don't worry. I promise. I'll make sure to repay you.
So these are the kind of robots that they need to have in real life. Like, I don't know why they haven't done this yet. Okay, how do I upgrade this shit again? Like, I'm trying to see, like, it says exo spine. Okay, I don't think I can make an exo spine, can I? It says tumbler, repair console. Okay, I can't do anything with that. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah. This is the shop. Yeah, later? Okay, I was about to say. I was confused. Dead. I killed the box. Am I supposed to run into that? Duh. Hello? I remember this is the first boss.
Look!
Oh shit. What do you want?
That's not an ordinary enemy.
Wait, it's not?
Adam, get back!
Damn. Nope. No, bitch. Fuck. No, bitch.
Why can't I drop stuff? Why does it let me drop stuff sometimes, sometimes it doesn't?
Damn.
I don't get it.
I gotta heal. Oh, that was fast. No, bitch. Break his shield. Idiot. Get out of here, fatty. Get out of my life.
Thank God. Ooh, a fish, yummy. Thank you, sweetie.
Got him. Wow. Easiest game of my life.
You defeated it, Eve. Amazing.
Amazing.
It wasn't an Alpha Nativa.
Damn.
It wasn't, but still so strong.
He's trying to get her ego up. Didn't work.
Things will only get harder.
Maybe. Anyway, please show me the next route, Adam.
Right, hold on. Let me take a look at the map data.
Nice.
As the crow flies, the Hall of Records isn't too far from here. But an entire block is submerged. We have to find a way to cross.
Are you saying that there's no way?
I found it.
What is it?
You see the sign behind the stone statue? There's a transportation device there that you can use.
What? You really think that these abandoned devices are still going to work?
Yes.
Well, the supply camp was in one piece. Let's just try to stay positive.
Positive. Sure.
That wasn't so bad. We beat that pretty easily. And now we can get the better perfect parry. Yeah, that's really good. And I get to heal too. Activate the camp. Ooh. Okay, and let me do this. Skill settings. Yeah, we're gonna get the better perfect parry, 100%. Yeah, because like that's just it's not even a question, right? It's just like obviously the best decision. Okay, and let me.
Or he fucking broke my armor. Asshole. He's invisible and he broke my armor.
Get all my shit back. Is this Devil May Cry or Wukong? I mean, I don't really know what I would say the game is like. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's. Yeah, I'm not sure. Nier Automata? Yeah, like I never really played that a lot, so I don't know. Oh, there it is. Oh, I didn't realize that's how it worked. Oops. Okay. Easy enough. See, I gotta upgrade that. There's another one over there. I gotta deal with 2 of them at a time now. Motherfucker. There it is. Nope. This shit does a lot of damage. Damn, what the fuck? Almost died. Rigged fucking game. Okay, there we go. We're fine now. It's okay. Let's go this one. Oh shit. I might just do a little bit of this. Blow up, blow up, blow up. See what happens. Are you kidding me? What a bunch of bullshit. Fuck this. I can't move. I can't. I'm actually gonna die. I'm gonna
Kill
die.
him.
I gotta heal again. Oh. Got him. I'm out of all my heals because I decided to go in aggro. I thought I would blow that up, but it didn't work. Okay, let me open this. What's in the box? Boss easy, normies wreck. Exos. Oh. Okay, they can be upgraded at repair consoles. Okay, so let me see. Exospine. I get a chain exospine. Okay, I feel like that's good, right? I want to use that. Okay, attack power of combos level 2 or higher. Cool. I feel like I want the highest level combos that are possible. Okay, let's go around this one. I basically just aggroed everything. I shouldn't have. I actually have to be smart here. I gotta run away. I have to be super careful. I can't make any more mistakes. I'm about to die. I'm dead. I'm 100% dead. I'm just dead. I gotta lock in. Guys, I'm gonna lock in. I'm about to lock in. I haven't locked in yet. I will. I'm gonna lock in like 5 minutes. Bro, it's that shit. Alright. We're not dead yet. We're just extremely close to being dead. We're just basically dead. Okay, good. Use both your hands. Yeah, that's totally what's holding me back, guys. Yeah, 100%. Okay, so I didn't really see where I needed to go. Oh, I see. It's this thing. Let's talk to this. Easy enough. Does it autosave between camps? I mean, I would kind of assume so, right? How do I unlock this? Oh, I thought I had to. Oh, okay. Maybe I have to open both of them. Oh, I had to get both of the Gatorade bottles. That makes sense. I wonder what that is. That must be a camp. It's a good thing they zoomed in on that, or I wouldn't know where to go. Oh. Okay, perfect. Currying the area lets you do it? Yeah. As I said, like, whenever I played this last time, it was a long time ago, so I don't really remember shit about this game. Okay, so what do I want to do now? So we have our skills, and then we also have survival. Now, I could do counter one. I could also do dodge. I feel like threat detection's pretty good. Let's go ahead and do this. Yeah, like I don't know what the I don't know what the right decision is. Okay, like I'm just a fucking idiot. So I just go and I just put whatever. And also, like, if I'm getting these points really fast, I might as well just start putting these in and doing it. There's no wrong decision. I don't know about that. I'm sure if there is, I'll be able to find it. I don't know which way I'm supposed to go, but we'll try and go this way first. Oh, that's okay. That's the way that's where I was at. So let's go the other way first too, because remember that's like a. Oh. What kind of dog is that? Oh. Oh, what are you doing?
Nice.
Hey! Son of a bitch! It's kind of a cocksucker. Got him, see? I did the thing. That's me. Those things were kind of hard to kill. I had to heal twice. I wonder which way I'm supposed to go. He did the thing. I did. That's what it means to be a warrior. That's an elite cocksucker. No, bitch! I flawless that. Why can't I just do that all the time? I will. Oh, shit. What do you want, bitch? Now I get to open the door too. Wow. That's me. Don't forget to scan as you go along. Oh, you're right. I do need to do that more, don't I? You're right. Oh, oops, wrong one. So it opens up my Steam thing. Okay. It says enemy. I wonder what that is. That's an enemy. Okay. Okay, this is gonna be a problem. Let's kill this one. All right. And we're gonna go in here and talk to this girl. I'm in combat. With what? Oh, with this ball. Wait, they blow up on me? Oh, I didn't know they could do that. Hello? that shit, bro. Like, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. Okay, so... Alright, we gotta kill this guy.
We're
Alright,
up
here's how
all
we're
the
gonna do it.
U-botters
We're gonna
left.
go in here, we're gonna kill him. That's right. That. What are you doing, fat bitch?
Well, I'm assuming they only paid for 12 hours.
Oh, I cut him in half.
You got a human in chat yet? Do we have any humans here?
Don't tell me I gotta do the... What? Huh?
If you're a human, type 1 in the chat.
I did it. That wasn't too bad. Nice. Oh, we got this one too.
You're an alien, type 69. You're a bot, type 3.
Now I opened this one up too. Perfect. Israel attack? Yeah, I'll pull that up in a little bit. Like I didn't. I don't know why they would do that whenever I'm playing a game. Like why couldn't they just do it earlier before I started? God, it's so annoying, man. Fuck. Okay. Yeah. No. Why would they have to do it now? Give me a minute. Okay, so... Yeah, I guess we'll just go this way. It's annoying? I know.
Can get a ton of wood here now.
Oops. Drop. Save the game. I don't need to, I'm fine. I probably need to. This one's alive, I can tell. You just look at him. I feel like with that grab, like, I mean, you can just get him every time. Feeling good.
To go there to get to the transportation device.
Oh, fuck. That's a big dog. And I don't have any heals either. What? Okay, I see it's 3. I gotta be smart. Damn. I think that I'm a little bit too, I'm too used to Expedition 33, where like with the parries there, I've got to be so perfect with the parries. But with this, it really doesn't, I really don't have to be, honestly. Wait, I think I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I went this way and that way. Okay, I got it. Oops. You can change the parry window. Hint, H. Activate a fusion cell. Wait, is it literally telling me to play the game differently because I'm bad? Obtain a fusion cell. Oh.
Alright, bodies. It's been a good day, I'd say. Spending a good day with you bodies.
Okay, well, I don't need to go there. I'll go this way.
I will see all bodies tomorrow.
I feel like I already got that, right? I mean...